9 Sun God King Chapter 695 to Chapter 749. Strength poaching. In the afternoon, Qin Yun and the others have more or less rested. They will proceed to the next round of martial arts competition. Jian Nanhu is not surprised by the people who entered the top 4. He only felt that Jian Ruiyan's strength is stronger than he expected. She was actually able to enter the top 4. The seniors of the other sects did not leave. They wanted to see who will enter the finals in the end. The 2 people who can enter the finals, the powers behind them will be able to obtain immortal origins. Now, 2 disciples of the Immortal Weapon City have entered the top 4. The people from the other powers are very worried that Qin Yun and Jian Ruiyan will enter the finals because that would allow the Immortal Weapon City to obtain even more immortal origins. Jian Ruiyan is very clear that her next opponent will definitely be Xiao Yuelan because Jian Nanhu is Qin Yun's target. Brother Yun, even if I fight against your wife, I will use all my strength. Jian Ruiyan transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. And, it's best if you can win against her. This way, our Immortal Weapon City will also have one more immortal origin. Qin Yun said with a smile. He is not worried at all about Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan also transmitted her voice to Qin Yun and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, let me spar with your little sister Yan. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Jian Nanhu is also somewhat nervous. He walked up to grab the pearl because he really wants to fight with Qin Yun. If he didn't grab the pearl to fight with Qin Yun, he doesn't know when he would have the chance to wash away his shame. Jian Nanhu went up and grabbed the number 2 pearl. Then he went to Jian Ruiyan to grab the pearl. Jian Ruiyan grabbed the number 1 pearl. This made Jian Nanhu secretly heave a sigh of relief. This way, he won't need to fight with Jian Ruiyan. Xiao Yuelan obtained the number 1 pearl. This made Jian Nanhu feel completely relieved. Qin Yun went up last. He will definitely obtain the number 2 pearl. Next, it will be Xiao Yuelan and Jian Ruiyan's first match, Qin Yun and Jian Nanhu's second match, and then it will be the finals. Last time, Jian Ruiyan fought with a female disciple of Fire Moon City. This time, her opponent is also a woman, but she is very powerful. Demon Moon Island's people are very confident in Xiao Yuelan's strength. They have been quietly watching from below. Jian Ruiyan is wearing light blue skin-tight clothes. Her figure is also not bad. She is the kind of ice-cold and slightly charming beauty. She is the kind of cold mature beauty. Xiao Yuelan is dressed in white and her face is covered with a veil. She looks very similar to Jian Ruiyan. They are both ice-cold and filled with killing intent. What is different from Jian Ruiyan is that she looks elegant and moving, with a trace of immortal aura, giving people the feeling of a moon fairy. Jian Ruiyan, I remember that before, a disciple of the Sword Immortal Pavilion said that whoever defeats you in the martial arts tournament, you will marry that person. This is what your father said, right? Xiao Yuelan gently smiled and asked. Jian Ruiyan is stunned. She doesn't know what Xiao Yuelan means. She said, that's right. As long as someone defeats me in the martial arts tournament, my father will marry me to that person. What if I defeat you? Then are you going to marry me? Xiao Yuelan asked. Her words caused a sensation. A female disciple of Demon Moon Island actually wants to marry Jian Ruiyan. This kind of thing is unprecedented. Qin Yun was also taken aback. Ling Yuner giggled and said, Xiao Yun, Yuelan is more active than you. Look at you, if you don't properly grasp the opportunity, your little sister Yan will be snatched away. This. What is this? Qin Yun also felt a headache. Jian Ruiyan is standing on the battle platform in a daze. Ruiyan, your father keeps his word and you can't disobey your father. Therefore, as long as I defeat you, you will have to marry me. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. Jian Shitian coughed dryly and said, Miss Xiao Yuelan, if you want to marry my Jian family's daughter, you will need a betrothal gift. What do you plan to give to our Jian family? Old ancestor, she hasn't defeated me yet. Jian Ruiyan lightly snorted and said, why did you say this so early? Do you think that I can't beat her? Jian Nanhu said with a smile, little sister Yan, if you don't want to marry her, you can only defeat her. Ha ha ha, your father is really tricking his daughter, letting you get involved in this kind of damned matter. Jian Ruiyan is the goddess of many Jian family disciples. If she was really snatched away by Xiao Yuelan, they would die of heartache. Especially Sun Taikai, who was defeated by Jian Ruyan earlier. His face is filled with dog's expression and he feels very sad in his heart. Xianxia said, "Then let's talk about it after we win." Qin Yan felt that Xiao Yuelan must have her reasons for doing this. He guessed that Xiao Yuelan wants to poach Jian Ruyan to Demon Moon Island. Previously, Hu Jingxian often asked him to rope in some outstanding women to join Demon Moon Island. After Xiao Yuelan came to Demon Moon Island, she also got many female disciples from the Nethermoon Palace. "Begin!" Xianxia shouted. Xiao Yuelan stood on the spot motionlessly while Jian Ruyan released her origin sword. In a flash, she arrived at Xiao Yuelan's side and stabbed several times. Jian Ruyan is very serious about this martial arts competition. On one hand, she is more competitive and wants to defeat Xiao Yuelan to prove that she is more outstanding than her. On the other hand, she also wants to see the difference between her and Xiao Yuelan. Jian Ruyan rushed over and stabbed dozens of times. Each sword stabbed Xiao Yuelan. However, no blood flowed out of Xiao Yuelan's body after being stabbed. Because that is not the real Xiao Yuelan, it is just an illusion. The real Xiao Yuelan has already arrived behind Jian Ruyan. Her lily-white hand gently patted Jian Ruyan's shoulder and injected a very strange power into her. Jian Ruyan suddenly turned around and swept her sword over. However, it was blocked by Xiao Yuelan's palm. It was also at this moment that Jian Ruyan felt a bit cold on her shoulder, causing her to be less nimble when she brandished her sword. Xiao Yuelan's movement technique has always been very strange. True and false, false and real. She would often create two identical people, one real and one fake. Switching back and forth like this, it is difficult to distinguish between the two. Jian Ruyan controlled the white mental sword and stabbed towards Xiao Yuelan's back from behind. However, after the mental sword stabbed over, it suddenly stopped. It was controlled by Xiao Yuelan's mental power. Only now did Jian Ruyan realize that Xiao Yuelan's mental power is very strong. Xiao Yuelan is very gentle towards Jian Ruyan, she did not attack at all. Jian Ruyan only felt a headache because not only is Xiao Yuelan powerful, she is also full of tricks, all of them are very strange and strange techniques. Jian Ruyan gritted her teeth and used a set of Tian tier sword art. Regardless of power or speed, both reached her limit. That exquisite sword art caused many disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion below the battle stage to cheer one after another. Even Jian Nanhu repeatedly praised him. Xiao Yuelan can only constantly dodge. Although Jian Ruyan's sword technique is superb, Xiao Yuelan's movement technique is even more terrifying. She is able to narrowly dodge every time. "You can't move your arm, right?" Xiao Yuelan said. Just now, Jian Ruyan's right shoulder was patted by Xiao Yuelan and then her entire arm gradually turned ice-cold and numb. It is hard to control, as if she has lost consciousness. Now, she can only use her left hand to hold the sword and attack. "This Xiao Yuelan is as strange as Qin Yan," Jian Nanhu said in a low voice. This is also Jian Ruyan's inner thoughts. She only feels that this husband and wife are truly a perfect match. Both of them have mastered all kinds of strange techniques and methods. Jian Ruyan attacked Xiao Yuelan with all her might but she was unable to hit her. Xiao Yuelan always dodged at the most critical moment. Her dodging ability has already reached the peak. "Got it." Jian Ruyan suddenly stabbed Xiao Yuelan's shoulder but discovered that there is no blood. Everyone burst into an uproar, because the Xiao Yuelan that Jian Ruyan stabbed is fake, it is only an illusion, and the real Xiao Yuelan has already appeared behind Jian Ruyan. Jian Ruyan's left shoulder was lightly patted. "Have I been fighting with your illusion the entire time?" Jian Ruyan suddenly turned around and used her somewhat numb arm to grab her sword and stab at Xiao Yuelan. "Mine is also an illusion," Xiao Yuelan said. Everyone is astonished. The real Xiao Yuelan seems to have never appeared before. The most shocking thing is that Xiao Yuelan can actually use an illusion to release a strange power to paralyze Jian Ruyan's arm. Jian Nanhu said with a frown, "This woman Xiao Yuelan is too strange." Qin Yan is somewhat alarmed seeing this. However, he is not afraid because he knows that Xiao Yuelan's main body is on the battle stage. She used the power of transparent martial spirit to make herself transparent. Even many of the older generation do not know how Xiao Yuelan did it. Jian Ruyan can no longer raise her arm. She can only continuously use her legs to attack. She also felt that her strength is far inferior to Xiao Yuelan's. From beginning to end, Xiao Yuelan did not attack her at all. I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat. Jian Ruyan suddenly stopped and shouted. If you lose to me, you have to marry me. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, follow me back to Demon Moon Island. I'm not following. I want to stay in Immortal Weapon City. Jian Ruyan said. You can't go against your father's promise. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan's guess is correct. Xiao Yuelan wants to poach Jian Ruyan. Bao Changshuo's face is filled with displeasure because Jian Ruyan is a very outstanding disciple. Even if I marry you, there's no need for me to go to Demon Moon Island with you. Jian Ruyan lightly snorted and said. She can also see the reason why Xiao Yuelan wants to marry her. That's fine, you're mine anyway. Don't marry anyone else in the future. Xiao Yuelan walked over and gently caressed Jian Ruyan's face. Then, she walked down the battle stage. Jian Ruyan suddenly felt that this is not bad. At least she won't be casually married off by her father in the future. She suddenly felt that Xiao Yuelan had secretly helped her. Jian Shitian is also extremely speechless. He only thought that Xiao Yuelan was joking. After Jian Ruyan walked down the battle stage, Xiao Yuelan also came over and helped her remove the paralysis power in her arm. Qin Yan and Jian Nanhu also walked onto the battle stage. This is also the match that everyone is looking forward to the most. Now, it has already been confirmed that Xiao Yuelan has entered the finals and obtained an immortal origin. And in the following matches, they will be able to determine who will be Xiao Yuelan's opponent. The final battle Jian Nanhu is also a monster-level young martial master. Because he is only at the middle stage of the spirit martial realm, he can defeat many late-stage spirit martial realm martial masters. Moreover, they are all immortal disciples. Qin Yan, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Jian Nanhu summoned his origin sword and said excitedly, I'll be able to defeat you very soon and then take back my Dao sword. I sold that sword. Qin Yan said with a smile. You. What did you say? Jian Nanhu is immediately stunned and then shouted loudly. Jian Shitian is also somewhat anxious. He promptly asked, who did you sell it to? I'll go redeem it. I didn't sell it, I was just teasing you. Qin Yan said. With a laugh. You bastard. Jian Nanhu cursed in a low voice. The people from the Sword Immortal Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief because that sword is extremely important to them. Jian Nanhu, what if you can't defeat me? Wouldn't that sword be mine forever? Qin Yan said with a smile, even if I sell it, there won't be any problem. Don't worry, I'll be able to defeat you soon. Jian Nanhu said. I say, what if you can't defeat me? Qin Yan smiled, I feel that you won't be able to defeat me this time. If I can't win this time, then next time. As long as you and I don't die, there will be a day when I will defeat you. Jian Nanhu tightly gripped the sword in his hand and pointed it at Qin Yan. He said proudly, this time I will definitely defeat you. Jian Nanhu is filled with confidence, the sword aura on his body is extremely intense, bringing with it a terrifying aura that can be sensed through the barrier. Jian Ruyan stood beside Xiao Yuelan and asked in a low voice, Yuelan, do you think Brother Yun can win? Definitely. Xiao Yuelan said with a low laugh, you are very concerned about Qin Yan. Jian Ruyan unhappily snorted and then transmitted her voice, Yuelan, Qin Yan is your husband. Don't tell me you don't care about him at all? Don't worry, he will definitely win. Ruyan, are you really not planning to come to Demon Moon Island? Xiao Yuelan asked with voice transmission. I'm not going. I want to stay in the Immortal Weapon City. I have feelings for the Immortal Weapon City. Jian Ruyan replied. Come to Demon Moon Island, we can help you cultivate an immortal body. Now that you have the Sword Xian body, you can cultivate an immortal body one step further. Xiao Yuelan quickly said. Jian Ruyan is slightly alarmed in her heart because as long as Qin Yan knows that she has cultivated Sword Xian body, she asked with doubt, how did you know that I have Sword Xian body? Xiao Yun told me, he told me everything. Did he take advantage of you? Xiao Yuelan smiled as she transmitted her voice to Jian Ruyan. Why did he even tell you this kind of thing? Jian Ruyan immediately felt shy and lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Yuelan. We trust each other, we can say anything, Xiao Yuelan said. At this time, Jian Shitian shouted, begin. Xiao Yuelan and Jian Ruyan are also seriously looking at the battle platform. Jian Nanhu has been waiting for this day for a long time. From the very beginning, he launched a fierce attack. Holding his sword, he unleashed a Tian-tier sword technique and stabbed at Qin Yun. That sword thrust brought with it a sword aura that caused the battle platform to tremble. And behind Jian Nanhu, a sword totem image is floating. That profound sword totem danced, giving people a kind of pressure that can make people feel fear in their hearts. The most terrifying thing is that Jian Nanhu's origin sword has a faint trace of immortal power. This is Jian Nanhu's greatest improvement. After cultivating a mortal body, he is indeed much stronger than before. At this moment, Jian Nanhu also revealed his true strength. Jian Nanhu held his sword, both his feet left the ground. With an extremely fast speed, he pointed his sword tip at Qin Yun. Qin Yun is also intimidated by the might of this sword. What is terrifying is that even if he uses supergravity, he would still be repelled by the aura condensed on Jian Nanhu's body. Qin Yun can only keep dodging. However, Jian Nanhu's sword is chasing after Qin Yun without letting go. No matter where Qin Yun dodged, Jian Nanhu is always by his side. Boom, Qin Yun attacked with his palm. The roaring extinction dragon palm released a power that is incomparably ferocious. However, Jian Nanhu's sword seems to have a magical power. When it stabbed forward, it actually broke apart the palm energy of the extinction dragon 5 palms, causing the palm energy to fly to both sides as if it was split apart. Qin Yun, is this all you have? Jian Nanhu saw that Qin Yun's successive attacks were useless against him and became even more confident. Qin Yun constantly retreated. The sword also chased after him. It is only an inch away from his chest. If he was a bit slower, he would have been pierced through. Jian Nanhu, your strength has indeed increased by a lot. However, you still can't defeat me. Qin Yun is currently at a disadvantage, but he said with a confident smile. Humph, don't tell me you want to use some kind of trick. Come at me, under my absolute power, all your tricks are useless. Jian Nanhu laughed loudly, I'm about to defeat you. Is that so? Qin Yun suddenly stopped. Jian Nanhu's sword also fiercely stabbed into Qin Yun's chest. Below the battle stage, everyone immediately quietened down. They held their breath as they watched this scene. The sword stabbed into Qin Yun's heart, but it did not pierce through. It is as if it encountered a great resistance and could only pierce through the skin. Jian Nanhu is also stunned. Previously, he was able to pierce through Qin Yun's skin and flesh and pierce through his bones. But this time, he could only pierce through the skin. What caused Jian Nanhu to be alarmed is that Qin Yun's skin suddenly became wrinkled like black tree bark. This is Qin Yun using more than half of the Nether Sun Dao Core's power to unleash a tree totem martial art. It turned his skin into tree bark, giving him a very strong defensive power. Jian Nanhu is alarmed and quickly pulled out his sword. However, he saw many tree vines suddenly emerge from the place where the sword tip pierced. They quickly wrapped around his origin sword. Hoo! Qin Yun's body suddenly emitted a burst of black gas. That is vibration martial spirit body possession, and Jian Nanhu's sword and arm are bound by the black tree vines. He is unable to attack. Boom! Qin Yun unleashed the earthquake divine ability power through his fist and blasted on Jian Nanhu's body. After Jian Nanhu's origin sword was smashed by the fist, the tree vines scattered and his body was sent flying, crashing into the barrier. After Qin Yun's earthquake divine ability power has evolved several times, it has become very powerful. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the battle stage and released supergravity to press down on Jian Nanhu's body. The continuous gravity has been pressing down on Jian Nanhu's body, making it difficult for him to get up. Jian Nanhu, you can't beat me. Qin Yun attacked with Extinction Dragon 5 palms. The sound of the angry dragon's mournful roar is like Jian Nanhu's mood. Boom, the palm power landed on Jian Nanhu's body, causing him to scream in pain and spew out a large mouthful of blood. This time, Qin Yun used a formidable power to attack. It is also incomprehensible to everyone. Because Qin Yun is only at the initial stage of the spirit martial realm, but his power is so formidable, what they don't know is that this is the power of Qin Yun's 3 Dao cores. Furthermore, his bone spirit has fused with the heavenly lion beast spirit. Coupled with his heavenly lion Xian body, he can perfectly unleash the formidable heavenly lion power. His heavenly lion Xian body has been tempered thousands of times. Furthermore, after sparring with Bing Xing, all kinds of martial skills have been greatly improved. I beat Jian Nanhu until he is lying on the ground, unable to move. I admit defeat. Jian Nanhu looked at Qin Yun and shouted unwillingly. Because Qin Yun still did not use his full power. Jian Nanhu lost, Qin Yun entered the finals, and it is also destined that the Immortal Weapon City will obtain an immortal origin. After the barrier closed, Xianxia Tian also came to the battle stage. He checked Jian Nanhu's injuries and said, "It's not too serious." "Qin Yun, why are you so strong?" After Jian Nanhu was helped up, he asked in doubt. "Ahu, he has dual Dao cores. Furthermore, his Xian body is definitely not an ordinary Xian body. My guess is that it is most likely the heavenly lion Xian body. This kind of heavenly Xian body is the most terrifying." Xianxia Tian looked at Qin Yun. He seems to be able to sense the heavenly lion power within Qin Yun's body. Totem Pavilions Tu Tiandi said, "Qin Yun has the heavenly lion totem and also the heavenly lion bloodline. It is very likely that he has cultivated the heavenly lion Xian body. This kind of heavenly Xian body has a great advantage over ordinary immortal bodies." After Jian Nanhu heard this, he felt very unconvinced and said, "Why can a Xian body be stronger than an immortal body? This doesn't make sense. Heavenly lion Xian body or dragon Xian body, this kind of heavenly beast Xian body is very strong because it comes with the inheritance of this kind of heavenly beast. Especially when the bloodline, totem and Xian body are all the same, it is even stronger." Xianxia Tian sighed and said, "Ahu, you should properly familiarize yourself with the immortal body. Your immortal body was obtained through a shortcut. Although you can display it very well, it is still not enough." Qin Yun said, "There is one more point. You have not comprehended the true power of the sword totem. This is a place where you cannot stay." Jian Nanhu snorted and walked down the stage with the help of others. "Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan. You will compete in the final martial arts competition for first place. If you obtain first place, you can obtain the inheritance of the divine ability martial spirit. And second place, you can also obtain a Tian tier martial art. Do you want to compete now or rest for 2 days?" Xianxia Tian stood on the battle stage and said loudly. "Let's compete now." Qin Yun said. "I don't need to rest, let's compete now." Xiao Yuelan already walked onto the battle stage. Jian Ruyan is very curious. Will Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan, this husband and wife, really fight to the death? The people from the other sects are more or less unhappy because none of them were able to obtain an immortal origin. The people from the Soaring Dragon State seem to be somewhat happy because they came here to win the 2 immortal origins of the Proud Star State. Right now, they can also see the strength of Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. If Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan were to be injured after the fierce battle, they would be able to win even more easily by betting on the battle. Demon Moon Island and Qin Yun's relationship is pretty good, this is a matter that everyone knows. However, many people feel that Qin Yun will not let Xiao Yuelan win because obtaining first place means obtaining the divine ability martial spirit. Legendary magic Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan looked at each other on the battling platform without saying a word. "Yuelan, should we really fight?" Qin Yun transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuelan. "It's better not. If we fight seriously, it will be hard to tell who will win or lose. Furthermore, we will expose our strength and might even be injured." Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice to Qin Yun to tell him her thoughts. "Then let's pretend to fight, I'll lose to you." Qin Yun said with a smile. "No way, I don't want you to give way." Just as Xiao Yuelan finished her voice transmission, Xianxia Tian shouted begin. After the competition began, everyone looked at the stage with high spirits. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan did not immediately fight. Xiao Yuelan said, "Qin Yun, you and I are both very strong. If we want to determine who is stronger, both of us will definitely suffer. This won't benefit either of us." Qin Yun only frowned. He did not know what Xiao Yuelan was up to. But this is the martial arts competition. We have to determine the victor between us. This needs to be decided through a martial arts competition. Qin Yun said. He could only cooperate with Xiao Yuelan now. That's right. But if we want to determine the victor, we will definitely be injured and consume a lot of energy. Now that we have all obtained immortal origins, it can be said that we have already obtained the greatest benefit. There's no need to go to war for the final victory. Xiao Yuan said. When the people around the battling platform heard this, they all cursed in low voices. This is because they really wanted to see the battle between these two young experts, but now, Xiao Yuan doesn't want to fight anymore. Soaring Dragon State's State King Mu said, "Young lady, the martial arts tournament needs to be fought for supremacy. If you don't want to fight, it is not in line with the spirit of the martial arts tournament." So what? I didn't violate any rules. Xiao Yuan sneered. The people of the Soaring Dragon State are all very unhappy. They all blame Xiao Yuan for violating the spirit of the martial arts tournament. Qin Yan asked, "Then how can we determine the winner?" Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Let's play rock paper scissors. 1 round to determine the winner. If you lose the rock paper scissors game, you'll have to admit defeat. How about it?" Qin Yan saw the reaction of the Soaring Dragon States group and roughly guessed Xiao Yuan's intentions. If they were to seriously compete in martial arts, they would definitely expose their true strength. Moreover, they might even suffer some injuries. At that time, the people of the Soaring Dragon State would figure out their strength. Alright, rock paper scissors it is. Qin Yan walked over. Rock, paper, scissors. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan really started playing rock paper scissors. Xiao Yuan took out scissors and Qin Yan took out rock. Ha ha ha, I won. Qin Yan very happily laughed and said. Consider yourself lucky. I admit defeat. Xiao Yuan also did as she said, she actually admitted defeat. The people below the stage are all dumbfounded. These two determined youths actually used this kind of childish method to determine the winner. Jian Nanhu, who is being supported by someone, has a dumbfounded look on his face. Then he shouted loudly, "What are you all doing? Let's have a good fight." Jian Ruyan also did not expect such an outcome. She thought that Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan would seriously fight. Jian Shitian is stunned and said, "Qin Yan wins, obtained first place in the martial arts tournament." Xiao Yuan looked at the Soaring Dragon States people and shouted, "You said that if I challenge you, I will use immortal origins to gamble. I, Xiao Yuan, will now officially challenge you." Soaring Dragon State's State King Mu said with a smile, "What a smart girl." In order to maximize the benefits, she did not fight to the death with Qin Yan. Instead, she reserved her strength to challenge us and win the immortal origins. Qin Yan said, "What about the immortal origins? And my divine ability martial spirit? I haven't gotten these rewards yet. Xian Domain's people will arrive very soon. Divine ability martial spirit and Tian tier cultivation technique are provided by me." State King Yi walked onto the stage with a displeased expression. Xiao Yuan obtained a book and Qin Yan obtained a soul-sealing pearl. What kind of divine ability is this? Can it be used after fusing? Qin Yan looked at the pearl and said. You need the help of a soul refiner to fuse with a divine ability martial spirit. I can help you introduce one, but you will have to pay 10 billion purple crystal coins for him to help you refine your soul. State King Yi said. Qin Yan can directly use the Nether Sun martial spirit to devour it, so he doesn't need to go through soul refining. Even if he needed it, he himself is a soul refiner, so he doesn't need to find other soul refiners. Then what kind of divine ability is this? Qin Yan is very curious. Water divine ability, it can allow you to condense a lot of water. State King Yi said. After the crowd was silent for a while, they burst into laughter. So it's a trash divine ability. What's the difference between this and the water martial spirit congealing water? Of course there's a difference. Qin Yan doesn't have a water martial spirit, but he has a water divine ability, so he can condense water. That's right, when he takes a bath in the future, he will be able to provide bath water for himself. In addition to his flame, the water will definitely become hot. Ha ha ha, just now he had a look of anticipation on his face, now he must be thoroughly disappointed. The Divine Inscription Palace must have deliberately given him a trash divine ability. Ha ha ha, who told him to have enmity with the Divine Inscription Palace? Qin Yan heard the mocking laughter coming from below the battle stage and felt very unhappy in his heart. State Xianxia's face is also somewhat proud. He said with smile, Qin Yun, you can't blame me for this. After all, I only have this kind of divine ability. Qin Yun stored away the water divine ability. He believes that all divine abilities are useful, otherwise they wouldn't be called divine abilities. At this time, two white-clothed middle-aged men suddenly flew over from the sky. Xian domain people have arrived. Half-immortal middle-aged men. Someone suddenly shouted. Many half-immortals are old men, so middle-aged half-immortals are also relatively young, meaning that their breakthrough is very fast. Next is the exchange of immortal origins. Bao Changshu, Demon Moon Island's Old Mother Yun Yao and Divine Inscription Palace's State King Yi all obtained a half-person tall white ball. It looks like a white stone ball, it doesn't have any aura. It is a sealed immortal origin, take it back and find a good place to place it. After unsealing it, it can release immortal energy. This caused many powerhouses to feel envy. The two half-immortals from Xian Domain only handed over some matters to State King Yi and then left. Soaring Dragon State's Long Family half-immortal and Divine Inscription Palace's State King Mu looked at those immortal origins with envy. Although they each obtained one, they feel that it is not enough. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan did not fight, causing many people to be disappointed. But next, Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun will go to the Soaring Dragon State's disciples to gamble. The Soaring Dragon State looks down on the Proud Star State and their strength has always been stronger than the Proud Star State. Right now, it is also a contest between the Proud Star State and the Soaring Dragon State. Bao Changshu also agreed to Qin Yun's gamble because he is very confident in Qin Yun's strength. Demon Moon Island's Old Mother Yun Yao knows that Xiao Yuelan is very strong, so she naturally accepted it. Soaring Dragon State's people saw that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan's strength is not weak, but they all felt that their disciples can defeat Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan said, I'll go first, which one of you will fight me? State King Mu said with a smile, let my disciple fight you. This kind of gamble is related to the immortal origins. Old Mother Yun Yao and State King Mu are very cautious, so they also asked Xianxia Tian to be the notary. In other words, they placed their immortal origins with Xianxia Tian. This way, they are not afraid that Xianxia Tian would renege on his debt. Qin Yun walked down the battle stage and arrived beside Jian Ruyan. After the youth from the Divine Inscription Palace took off his outer robe, he wore a set of dark red clothes. His handsome face has an evil charm and proud smile. I am Soaring Dragon State's Divine Inscription Palace's State King Mu's disciple, Pan Yinhua. Oh. Xiao Yuelan coldly replied. Miss Xiao Yuelan, although half of your face is covered, I can see that you have a peerless appearance. Can you take off your veil and let me see your true appearance? Pan Yinhua said with a smile. I can't. Xiao Yuelan said. How about this, if I defeat you, how about you marry me? Pan Yinhua said again. You're not even fit to carry my shoes and you still want to marry me? Xiao Yuelan sneered. Qin Yun really wanted to run up and beat Pan Yinhua up. However, he also knows that Xiao Yuelan will definitely teach this guy a lesson. If you agree, I won't hurt you in the competition. Otherwise, you might be killed by me. Pan Yinhua is also somewhat angry, killing intent flashed in his eyes. I originally didn't want to kill you but I suddenly changed my mind. I must kill you. Xiao Yuelan's voice is bone-piercing cold, causing people to feel a chill on their backs. Everyone secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, they also feel that it is strange. Previously, Xiao Yuelan and Jian Ruyan were talking and laughing but now, she is like a female murderer. Alright. Then I won't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. After Pan Yinhua finished speaking, his eyes suddenly changed and turned blue. After Qin Yun saw the blue eyes, he is secretly astonished. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, that is a legendary divine ability, it is very powerful. Furthermore, it can release divine ability power through its eyes. Will Yuelan be alright? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. Yuelan was an immortal in her past life. You don't have to worry about her. Ling Yin'er said. When Xiao Yuelan saw Pan Yinhua's pair of blue glowing eyes, her expression gradually turned grave. State King Yi said in alarm, this is a legendary divine ability martial spirit. It can cause a person's eyes to form a blue martial spirit and release a strange divine ability power through the eyes. Bao Changshu said in a deep voice, that little girl Xiao Yuelan has met a formidable opponent. After Xiao Yuelan and Pan Yunhua are ready on the battle stage, they told Jian Shitian that they can begin. Jian Shitian checked the barrier and shouted, "Begin!" The gambling battle using immortal origins has finally begun. However, at the beginning, Xiao Yuelan actually did not move. Pan Yunhua said with a proud smile, "Xiao Yuelan, take off your veil for me." Xiao Yuelan actually reached out and took off her veil, revealing her absolutely beautiful face. Indeed a rare beauty, ha ha ha. Pan Yunhua's eyes flickered with blue light, he laughed proudly and said, "Great beauty, you will be at my mercy. Great beauty, quickly come over and kiss me." Pan Yunhua shouted with a smile. Xiao Yuelan also slowly walked over. Qin Yun, who is watching from below, is very anxious. He wished he could use mysterious penetration divine ability to rush up. State King Mu is also watching with a smile, he feels that the immortal origin is already in his hands. After Xiao Yuelan walked over, her lily-white hands suddenly turned into a dragon claw. Then, with the sharp claws, she slashed towards Pan Yunhua's neck, bang. Body of rebirth Pan Yunhua's head was chopped off and sent flying with a kick. Xiao Yuelan's strength is so strong that it caused everyone to cry out in alarm. However, just as Xiao Yuelan was about to attack Pan Yunhua's body with her palm, she saw the headless body suddenly move quickly and appear beside the head in an instant. He hurriedly picked up the head and avoided the ball of air that Xiao Yuelan shot at him from afar. Just now, Pan Yunhua's head fell to the ground but his body could still move and his head could still quickly reattach. Xiao Yuelan never expected that Pan Yunhua's body would be so strange, his recovery speed is also astonishing. His head and neck quickly connected together without a single scar. Great beauty, your strength is truly formidable. I like women like you, be my woman. Pan Yunhua laughed sinisterly, his blue eyes suddenly flashed with a blue light. The furious Xiao Yuelan also flew over but halfway there, she suddenly stopped, her face is filled with fear. Ha ha ha. Pan Yunhua laughed loudly and walked over. Just as he was about to attack, he saw that Xiao Yuelan suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, two Xiao Yuelan suddenly appeared on the battle platform. They are the illusory doppelgangers she released. The real Xiao Yuelan made herself transparent and hid on the battle platform. This should be some kind of divine ability, right? Is it a doppelganger divine ability? You don't seem to have completely mastered it. Pan Yunhua charged at one of the doppelgangers and struck with his palm. The palm's power is very great. When it struck, Xiao Yuelan's doppelganger was also scattered. And an illusory doppelganger also appeared behind Pan Yunhua and struck Pan Yunhua's head with a palm. The power is also very ferocious, causing his head to split open, however, the split open head immediately healed. Pan Yunhua suddenly turned around and continuously struck with his palm, causing Xiao Yuelan's doppelganger to scatter. The people who were defeated by Xiao Yuelan before are all exclaiming in admiration. They all admire Pan Yunhua's strength. Not only does he have a powerful mental power divine ability, he also has a very strong recovery ability. This is simply an invincible existence. However, Pan Yunhua is only second in the Soaring Dragon State's martial arts tournament, then how strong is the first place Long Yu? One can imagine. What's wrong with Yuelan? Qin Yun is very anxious. She was attacked by that strange mental power divine ability. I wonder what kind of attack it is. Ling Yin'er said, it seems to be able to control other people's minds. Xiao Yuelan, who had turned transparent, suddenly appeared behind Pan Yunhua. Boom, as soon as she appeared, she quickly struck out with her palm, bombarding Pan Yunhua's back, causing a loud explosion. After Pan Yunhua's back was hit by the violent force, his chest was also blasted open by the force. A large bloody hole appeared, and even his shattered heart could be seen flying out. What was even more frightening was that Pan Yunhua's bones were completely fine. Moreover, they were overflowing with a burst of red blood energy. His flesh and blood were growing at an extremely fast speed. Even his heart was recovering very quickly. This kind of dreadful recovery power caused many half-immortals present to be emotionally moved. Qin Yun is also incomparably shocked. This guy's recovery ability is truly invincible. Pan Yunhua suddenly turned around, his eyes flashed with a faint blue light mist, enveloping the entire battle stage. Xiao Yuelan's expression suddenly changed. Fear, sadness, anger, and pain appeared in her expression. She seems to have been disturbed by something. At this time, Pan Yunhua suddenly attacked, his palm slapped towards Xiao Yuelan's head. Xiao Yuelan shouted loudly, a burst of white and ice-cold energy mist surged out of her body, immediately causing Pan Yunhua to retreat a few steps in fear. Others don't know, but Qin Yun is very clear about how strong Xiao Yuelan's mental power is. Even she was disturbed. It can be seen that Pan Yunhua's mental interference is indeed unique. After Xiao Yuelan forced Pan Yunhua to retreat, her complexion became much better. A trace of redness has returned to her face. It can be seen that this kind of mental interference not only distracts her, it also causes her pain. Pan Yunhua is also secretly astonished. He never expected Xiao Yuelan to be able to resist him for so long. "You can't kill me and you can't defeat me," Pan Yunhua said with a proud smile. His eyes flashed with blue light again and shot out two beams of light towards Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan quickly released a black mist to block the two blue beams of light. Then, she made her body transparent and charged towards Pan Yunhua. Pan Yunhua seems to be able to sense Xiao Yuelan approaching, but he didn't have time to dodge. He could only release a blue mist to block. Xiao Yuelan swept past Pan Yunhua's side and grabbed a heart. However, this won't cause any harm to Pan Yunhua because he has a strong recovery ability and can quickly regenerate his heart. When Xiao Yuelan touched the blue mist, her beautiful face revealed a very sad and sorrowful expression. Qin Yan felt his heart ache when he saw this. He doesn't know why Xiao Yuelan is so sad. Pan Yunhua also took advantage of this moment and threw a palm strike from afar. Rumble, a ball of blue light smashed over, condensing a very strong energy. It enveloped Xiao Yuelan and burst out with dancing lightning. Just as Pan Yunhua was secretly pleased with himself, a cold air suddenly attacked him. The ball of energy enveloping Xiao Yuelan suddenly dissipated without a trace. Xiao Yuelan's body overflowed with a pure and holy white light. That threatening cold air brought with it an incomparably intimidating might. Xiao Yuelan's face is filled with anger. Her clothes are also somewhat damaged and there are some injuries on her face. Her hair is fluttering in the wind, following the cold wind that overflowed from her body. When Pan Yunhua sensed the might, his face revealed a look of fear and he quickly retreated. Xiao Yuelan is injured, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It can be seen that her injuries are not light. "Yunhua, what's wrong? Quickly attack her," State King Mu promptly shouted. Pan Yunhua is the only person on the battle stage who can sense Xiao Yuelan's terrifying aura, so he did not immediately attack. "Xiao Yuelan, let's stop here. It's a draw," Pan Yunhua suddenly said. His words are very surprising. Everyone could tell that Pan Yunhua had the advantage just now and suppressed Xiao Yuelan. However, Pan Yunhua did not continue fighting. Instead, he wanted to tie with Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, "All right, we're even." Pan Yunhua said to Xianxia, "Senior, close the barrier." "Xiao Yuelan and I are even." State King Mu frowned and asked, "Yunhua, can you really not defeat her?" Pan Yunhua said earnestly, "I can defeat her but I might be crippled." "Then let's call it a draw." State King Mu also understands Pan Yunhua. He would definitely not act recklessly in this kind of matter. After the barrier closed, Xianxia returned the two immortal origins to State King Mu and Old Mother Yunyao. Qin Yan promptly sent a voice transmission to Xiao Yuelan and asked, "Yuelan, is that guy really strong?" "He's not very strong. He just seized my weakness. I can defeat him but I will also be heavily injured. Therefore, a draw is the best choice for us." Xiao Yuelan replied, "Xiao Yun, you should be able to defeat him." Just as Xiao Yuelan finished sending voice transmission to Qin Yun, she saw Pan Yunhua and State King Mu walking over. "Qin Yun, I want to challenge you. Let's bet on the immortal origins. Do you dare to come?" Pan Yunhua feels that Qin Yun is easier to deal with than Xiao Yuelan, so he is very confident. "In the Proud Star States martial arts tournament, I am first and Xiao Yuelan is second. You can't even defeat the second place Xiao Yuelan, are you sure you can defeat me?" Qin Yan said with a smile. "You did not fight with Xiao Yuelan. You only won the rock-paper-scissors game. This is luck." Pan Yunhua said with a sneer, in my opinion, even 3 of you are not Xiao Yuelan's match. Since you look down on me so much, let's fight. Qin Yan can't wait to teach this Pan Yunhua a lesson. He actually dared to take liberties with his wife on the battle stage. Long Qiaofeng and Jian Ruyan also saw the anger and killing intent in Qin Yan's eyes. Because Pan Yunhua's frivolous words towards Xiao Yuelan on the battle stage infuriated Qin Yan. Furthermore, Pan Yunhua had injured Xiao Yuelan, just like before. Bao Changshu and State King Mu handed the immortal origins over to Jian Shitian for safekeeping. Then, Qin Yan and Pan Yunhua also walked onto the battle stage. You just fought with Xiao Yuelan. Do you want to give you some time to rest? Otherwise, after you are killed by me, you will feel very unreconciled. Qin Yan looked at Pan Yunhua, whose face is filled with disdain. Pan Yunhua laughed loudly and said, Qin Yan, I've seen your few matches. Your strength is only so. Your strongest point should be totem martial arts and having a pretty good Xian body, but so what? You speak so easily. Wait a moment, I'll let you experience my power. Of course, you'll have to use your own life to experience my power. Qin Yan is not afraid of Pan Yunhua. Pan Yunhua looked at Xiao Yuelan below the battle stage and said with a smile, Beauty, as long as I defeat Qin Yan, how about you marry me? Stop dreaming. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, a trace of anger appeared on her face, don't think that just because you tied with me, you're invincible. I'm just too lazy to fight you. Pan Yunhua laughed loudly and said, you lost to Qin Yan in rock paper scissors. Do you think that Qin Yan is really stronger than you? In my opinion, you are much stronger than Qin Yan. Xiao Yuelan, just wait and see. I will definitely dismember Qin Yan's corpse. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yan and said, Qin Yan, as long as you kill Pan Yunhua, I'll give you my first kiss and follow you back to Immortal Weapon City for a month. This caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. This kind of reward is simply too wonderful. Pan Yunhua almost jumped up in anger because Xiao Yuelan did not give him this kind of treatment. Xiao Yuelan said again, Qin Yan, I will do as I say. Oh right, Jian Ruyan also agreed to marry me. As long as you defeat Pan Yunhua, I will bring her along with you. A true loser. No one expected that Xiao Yuelan, who looks like a high and mighty fairy, would actually agree to someone else's request. Although Jian Ruyan is quite flirtatious in secret, Xiao Yuelan saying these things in public made her blush. Qin Yan is very calm because he knows that Xiao Yuelan is deliberately angering Pan Yunhua. Pan Yunhua said angrily, Xiao Yuelan, do you think you can anger me like this? You have indeed made me very angry. In what way am I inferior to Qin Yan? You are not as handsome as him and you are not as polite as him. At least he did not disrespect me. Besides, he is a Xian inscription master and can refine all kinds of Xian tools and Xian talismans. He is much better than you. Xiao Yuelan said. Xiao Yuelan, since you think that Qin Yan is so outstanding, then I will crush him bit by bit in front of you. Pan Yunhua's expression is sinister as he laughed maniacally. Xiao Yuelan is not worried at all because she believes in Qin Yan's strength. Pan Yunhua, you can definitely defeat Qin Yan. The one who spoke is Sun Taikai. He is Jian Ruyan's pursuer. In fact, Jian Ruyan has many pursuers. Even if they are not Jian Ruyan's pursuers, they do not want to see Qin Yan possess two great beauties, Xiao Yuelan and Jian Ruyan. Therefore, they all hope that Pan Yunhua can kill Qin Yan. Not long after, many young disciples at the scene shouted Pan Yunhua's name. Qin Yan helplessly glanced at Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes are filled with mischievousness. Jian Nanhu said with a smile, this Qin Yan seems to have become the public enemy of many people. Little sister Yan, maybe I will be drinking your wedding wine very soon. It's not bad for you to be together with Qin Yan. This way, you can also pull down his strength. Brother Hu, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by me being with him will pull down his strength? Jian Ruyan is embarrassed and angry as she cursed in a low voice. Doesn't he already have a wife? If he takes you in, his energy will definitely be scattered. At that time, Jian Nanhu said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Your father and grandfather also have a lot of women. Didn't they not become weaker? You are clearly single but your strength is inferior to Qin Yan who has a wife. You were even defeated by Qin Yan 3 times. Jian Ruyan's words dealt a critical blow to Jian Nanhu. Jian Nanhu also did not speak. Jian Ruyan also proudly snorted and then looked towards the battle stage. In the plaza, many people shouted Qin Yan will definitely lose, causing Jian Ruyan to feel annoyed. Indeed, many people hoped that Qin Yan would lose the martial arts competition. Because if Qin Yan won, not only would he obtain the beauty Xiao Yuan, he would also be able to win an immortal origin for the immortal weapon city. At that time, the immortal weapon city will have 3 immortal origins. The other immortal sects with only 1 immortal origin will definitely be crushed by the immortal weapon city. Pan Yinhua laughed loudly and said, Qin Yan, did you see that? Everyone wants you to lose, and I'm just fulfilling everyone's wishes. As long as I defeat you, I will be the hero in their hearts, ha ha ha. Hero? Don't insult this word. Qin Yan sneered. Xiao Yuan is also very angry because Qin Yan is the hero in her heart. She was protected by Qin Yan when she was young. Qin Yan, if you lose, you will die. Take advantage of the time you have to prepare and quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, once the fight starts, you won't have the chance to admit defeat. When Pan Yinhua heard so many people supporting him to win, he felt elated. State King Mu suddenly shouted, Yinhua, don't kill him, keep his dog life. His dog life can be exchanged for the Star Lord inscription spirit. After Pan Yinhua heard this, he also recalled this matter and said with a sinister smile, Qin Yan, I have to say, you are really lucky. You actually know a strange woman like Xianxia. Is she your woman? Don't worry, I will definitely capture you and make her my female slave. Ha ha ha. Everyone knows that anyone who wants to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit through Qin Yan has only one outcome, that is death. Qin Yan's expression gradually turned gloomy. Xiao Yuan is also very angry, she gnashed her teeth and looked at Pan Yinhua. She also has deep feelings for Yang Shirui. Not only were they good friends in their previous life, they also spent some time together in the Blue Spirit Eastern Palace and Moon Profound Valley. Their past and current lives have deep feelings for each other. When Jian Nanhu saw Qin Yan's expression, he said in a low voice, Pan Yinhua is dead for sure. Qin Yan did not say anything else. He who does not speak is also the most terrifying. When he reveals a calm yet extremely gloomy expression, he is also the most terrifying. Pan Yinhua looked at Jian Shitian and shouted, Senior, we can begin. I'm ready. Jian Shitian looked at Qin Yan and asked, Qin Yan, what about you? Qin Yan, are you ready? Jian Shitian saw that Qin Yan did not answer and asked again. I'm ready. Qin Yan clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. Jian Shitian also sensed that something is wrong with Qin Yan. He only frowned and then shouted, Begin. It has finally begun. The people who were shouting below the stage also stopped shouting and quietly watched the match. Pan Yinhua's eyes suddenly burst out with blue light. Qin Yan, who was standing motionless, was immediately enveloped by the blue light. Xiao Yuan is also somewhat nervous at this moment, she tightly held Jian Ruyan's hand. She was illuminated by this blue light just now, it evoked the most terrifying memories in her memory. It made her feel the fear of death in her previous life, as well as witnessing the death of her friends and loved ones, sorrow and heartache. After Qin Yan was enveloped by the blue light, many memories flashed through his mind. They are all the tragic experiences he had since he was young. Although he had a tragic experience when he was young, he was very strong and optimistic. He changed his fate and punished those evil people. However, that blue light still evoked his pain. His mother's death, his father's separation, Xia Qiru's encounter, Xia Wufeng's pain when his arm was cut off, although it evoked and magnified the painful memories in his heart, it did not cause Qin Yan to be distracted. Instead, it became his motivation to become stronger. Pan Yinhua, who was grinning sinisterly, saw Qin Yan's erratic expression and became even more happy. He promptly rushed over and punched Qin Yan's abdomen. Rumble! Pan Yinhua's fist exploded with a burst of blue lightning and heavily smashed into Qin Yan's abdomen. A large area of blue lightning also enveloped the battle stage, everyone also burst into cheers. Qin Yan is finished. The power of this punch is very strong, even the battle stage is shaking. This kind of lightning should be very strong and it's the power of a divine ability. That damnable Qin Yun has finally met a formidable opponent. Everyone looked at the battle stage enveloped by lightning and cheered. After the lightning dissipated, they saw Pan Yunhua's fist stuck to Qin Yun's abdomen. And Pan Yunhua's face is filled with fear. His throat is also being choked by Qin Yun's hand that is emitting black gas. Pan Yunhua, you don't know, there were a few guys who wanted to use me to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit. They were all killed by me on the battle stage. Qin Yun looked at Pan Yunhua's eyes that are filled with fear and said coldly. Pan Yunhua's fist landed on Qin Yun's abdomen. He only felt that the power is like a stone sinking into the sea. That power was devoured by Qin Yun's nether sun Dao core. The people who shouted Qin Yun will definitely lose are all shocked. They never expected that Pan Yunhua would be choked by Qin Yun. Although State King Mu found it strange, he didn't say anything. Because Pan Yunhua has a strong recovery ability. Even if he is injured, he can quickly recover. He is not that easy to defeat. Pan Yunhua's fist is sucked by Qin Yun's abdomen and he can't retract it. His other arm is also grabbed by Qin Yun's hand. His legs are entangled by tree claws and he can't move at all. Only he knows that Qin Yun is truly devouring his power, but he can't say anything. Ling Yuner is very excited. She controlled the nether sun Dao core to devour all kinds of energy from Pan Yunhua's body. Xiao Yun, this guy's physique is very special. He has regeneration martial spirit and regeneration totem runes, so he cultivated regeneration Xian body. His divine ability is bewitching divine ability, which belongs to mental power divine ability. It is also very good. Ling Yuner smiled very happily. Pan Yunhua continued to struggle, his pair of blue eyes gradually turned black. His divine ability martial spirit had been devoured. At this time, Qin Yun is almost done devouring. Boom, he slapped Pan Yunhua's cheek with his palm, causing his face to become red and swollen. He flew to the edge of the battle stage. You want to defeat me with trash like you? Qin Yun leaped over, black thunder and fire appeared under his feet. Bang bang bang, he stomped down, black flames burst out and several black lightning bolts shot out, enveloping Pan Yunhua's body. Ah! Pan Yunhua screamed in pain and weakness. When Qin Yun saw that Pan Yunhua was about to speak, he quickly attacked with Extinction Dragon 5 palms. The palm power is like black thunder and fire, bringing with it super gravity. It fiercely smashed down. Rumble, a loud sound reverberated in all directions in the sky. Pan Yunhua's body also disappeared along with the black gas that burst out. State King Mu was relatively calm before, but now that he saw Pan Yunhua being blasted to the point where not even dregs remained, he was momentarily stunned. This sudden turn of events caught him off guard. Even Xianxia didn't expect Qin Yun to kill Pan Yunhua so quickly, because just now, everyone saw that Pan Yunhua has a very strong recovery power. He can suppress Xiao Yuan. But now, he was killed by Qin Yun in an instant. I've won. Qin Yun looked at Xianxia and shouted. Yun. Yunhua. State King Mu's angry roar immediately reverberated throughout the heaven and earth. Bao Changshou and the few half-immortals from the Sword Immortal Pavilion are also tensed up. Even old Mother Yun Yao quickly released her aura and flew to the side of the battle stage. Xianxia summoned his origin sword, immortal power overflowed from his body and enveloped the entire plaza. The furious State King Mu looked at Qin Yun on the battle stage with murderous intent. You killed my disciple. Yes, you can come find me for revenge at any time. Qin Yun said with a sneer, I said it before, as long as you want to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit through me, you will die. And your disciple is no exception. State King Mu is only a half-immortal. Xianxia, Bao Changshou, and old Mother Yun Yao are protecting Qin Yun. Apart from them, there are also a few half-immortals from the Sword Immortal Pavilion here. Xianxia said, in my Sword Immortal Pavilion's territory, no one is allowed to act recklessly. In this kind of martial arts competition, what's so strange about casualties? Mastery of time and space. The reason why Qin Yun was able to defeat Pan Yunhua was because his mind was not disturbed, he was not affected. The previous Xiao Yuan had too many memories, especially with a large number of memories from her previous life. It was very easy for her mind to be disturbed. Therefore, when she was fighting, she could not concentrate at all. Although the long family of the Soaring Dragon State was stronger than some immortal sects, The disciples of many factions in the Soaring Dragon state were more or less the same. And for Long Yu to be able to defeat Pan Yunhua, he definitely has a certain level of strength. Qin Yan walked down the battle stage and looked at the masked Long Yu in the distance. He feels very strange in his heart. He sent voice transmission to Long Xiaofeng and asked, "Xiaofeng, how much do you know about Soaring Dragon State's Long Yu?" "I don't know much, I only know that she was unknown before. But in Soaring Dragon State's martial arts tournament, she amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Because of that, her family attached great importance to her and finally she obtained first place." Long Xiaofeng replied. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan discussed Long Yu before. Because Long Yu gave them a familiar feeling, they suspected that it was Xiao Yuanmei. Now hearing Long Xiaofeng's words, he feels that it is more like Xiao Yuanmei. Because only an acquaintance like Xiao Yuanmei can pretend to be a Long family disciple. However, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan had secretly sent voice transmissions to Long Yu but they did not receive a response. They did not know what was going on. State King Mu is currently communicating with the Soaring Dragon State's Long family half-immortal. He is flustered and exasperated. He very much wants to kill Qin Yan. He can only let Long Yu compete with Qin Yan. Qin Yan has obtained 2 immortal origins, so the immortal weapon city will definitely protect Qin Yan with all their might. Bao Changshou is also secretly excited. He is very glad that Qin Yan was not poached by the Sword Immortal Pavilion and Demon Moon Island. Otherwise, they would be the ones to obtain the immortal origin. He can't help but admire Xianxia and Demon Moon Island's foresight. They can see that Qin Yan is extraordinary. If not for Bing Xing forcing Qin Yan to stay that day, Qin Yan would definitely have gone to the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Bao Changshou secretly praised the Grand Elder. After State King Mu and the Long family finished their discussion, they quickly walked over. However, Xianxia did not let them approach. There were dozens of meters between them. Long family's middle-aged half-immortal said, "Qin Yan, our Long family's Long Yu wants to gamble with you." Immortal gambling origin. Qin Yan said with smile, "I don't want to bet with you." State King Mu and the middle-aged half-immortal are dumbfounded. They thought that Qin Yan would accept the challenge without any hesitation. You must go through with this wagered battle." State King Mu is extremely furious and shouted, "I'm tired, I want to go back to Immortal Weapon City and enjoy the 2 immortal origins I won." Qin Yan said with a smile. Xiao Yuan did not know what Qin Yan was doing but she walked over and kissed Qin Yan's lips in front of everyone. She said with a smile, "When you go back, you must bring me along." Xiao Yuan really kissed Qin Yan. This left everyone dumbfounded. No one would have thought that this usually cold woman would suddenly become so unrestrained. This made many people extremely jealous. Jian Ruyan cursed in her heart. She knows that Xiao Yuan is Qin Yan's wife. She is only pretending not to know her. Demon Moon Island's people did not say anything because they also know the relationship between Xiao Yuan and Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, what do you want in order to accept this wagered battle?" The middle-aged half-immortal is also very confident in Long Yu's strength. If Qin Yan agrees, they will most likely win an immortal origin. If they successfully kill Qin Yan, State King Mu will give them some rewards. "I don't want to fight." Qin Yan really doesn't want to fight because he feels that Long Yu is an acquaintance. If he were to fight, he is worried that he would injure Long Yu. State King Mu is anxious. If he doesn't kill Qin Yan this time, he won't have a chance when Qin Yan returns to Immortal Weapon City. Because there are immortals in the Immortal Weapon City. Even if the Shan Domain people come, they won't be able to do anything to the immortals. "Qin Yan, I heard that your mental power cultivation is at the Spirit Star transformation stage, right? If you were to attack the Spirit Star transformation stage now, you should be able to experience how difficult it is to break through." State King Mu said. Qin Yan is indeed facing this problem. Even Bing Xing can't help him break through in a short period of time. "You have a way to help me break through?" Qin Yan's heart stirred as he asked. "I have the purple gold moon martial spirit in my hand. If you want to transform your mind into a moon, you must use the purple gold moon martial spirit." State King Mu took out a glittering purple gold soul sealing pearl. A moon martial spirit was very rare. Even if one had a moon martial spirit, most of them were crescent or half moon. A full moon martial spirit was the best. And the moon martial spirit in State King Mu's hand is the full moon martial spirit. Since you insist on transforming your mind into a moon, it is obvious that you have the ability to suppress the evil energy. Then, the moon martial spirit in my hands is very important to you. If you don't have the purple gold moon martial spirit, it will take at least a few hundred years for your mind to transform into a moon. State King Mu sneered when he saw Qin Yan's excited expression. Alright, I am willing to fight Long Yu. Qin Yan said. Wait, if you are willing, you have to use 2 immortal origins to bet. The value of my purple gold moon martial spirit is comparable to an immortal origin. Now, it was King Mu's turn to bargain. Qin Yan looked at Bao Changshu. Bao Changshu nodded and agreed. That is because Qin Yan won those 2 immortal origins. Even if Qin Yan lost, he wouldn't think much of it. State King Mu not only wants Qin Yan to die, he also wants to win back the immortal origins he lost earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to take out the purple gold moon martial spirit. Among the heavenly martial spirits, the sun and moon martial spirits are the rarest, especially the purple gold ranked ones. Qin Yan doesn't know how State King Mu obtained them, but he doesn't care about it. State King Mu and the Long family's middle-aged half-immortal handed over the purple gold moon martial spirit and the immortal origins to Xianxia Tian. Bao Changshu also handed over the 2 immortal origins to Xianxia Tian for safekeeping. Xianxia Tian chuckled and said, I really want to take these things and leave. If you run away, this sword immortal pavilion will definitely be finished. State King Mu promptly shouted. He is indeed worried that Xianxia Tian would suddenly run away. After all, Xianxia Tian has 3 immortal origins in his hands. Xianxia Tian is just joking, he still has some integrity. Qin Yan and Long Yu also walked onto the battle platform. Although he feels that Long Yu is an acquaintance of his, he can't be sure now. If the other party is really strong, he will lose 2 immortal origins. Who the hell is this guy? Qin Yan looked at Long Yu's black mask and felt an itch in his heart. He very carefully went over and took off the mask. It's also possible that she's not an acquaintance of Yuan Duolan, but she has a familiar aura on her body? Ling Yuner said. No, it's not that her aura is familiar, but the feeling she gives me is very familiar. Qin Yan sighed and said, that's why Yuan and I both feel that she's an acquaintance of ours. Ling Yuner said, could it be that she knows you but her relationship with you isn't that good? Qin Yan thought about it. In his memory, there is no such person. Because among the women he knows, the only one who has the ability to sneak into the Long family is Xiao Yuemei. She uses the dragon martial spirit and all kinds of messy martial spirits. Furthermore, she has very rich experience in swindling people. Yuemei, is that you? Qin Yan transmitted his voice to the other party. Long Yu did not answer. Could it be that she's really not an acquaintance of mine? Qin Yan is even more puzzled. Below, Xiao Yuan is also very anxious. She really wants to run up and take off the mask to see if it's that mischievous little girl, Xiao Yuemei. Just like that, Qin Yan and Long Yu stood on the battle platform without saying a word. Qin Yan used the extinction spirit eye to look, but he could not see through the mask. Because under the mask, there is a special power protecting it. Everyone also felt that Qin Yan is somewhat strange. He kept staring at Long Yu, as if he is very nervous. This made many seniors believe that Qin Yan and Long Yu are competing in mental power. Qin Yan has indeed been using his mental power to transmit his voice to Long Yu, but Long Yu did not reply. Xiao Yun, don't worry about her. As long as you defeat her, you'll know who she is. Ling Yuner said, however, you have to be careful when the time comes. Don't injure her. When Xianxia Tian saw that the time is almost up, he asked Qin Yan and Long Yu if they are ready. Long Yu only nodded and did not speak. I'm ready, we can begin. Qin Yan said. Xianxia Tian also promptly shouted begin. State King Mu said with a sinister smile, Qin Yan is dead for sure. Long Yu will definitely be able to kill him. This woman is much stronger than Yin Hua. Thinking of Pan Yin Hua, State King Mu's heart immediately surged with grief and anger. That is a very outstanding disciple. After the martial arts competition began, Qin Yan and Long Yu have been standing there. Qin Yan wanted Long Yu to attack first, but Long Yu did not move. The Long family's middle-aged half-immortal sneered and said, this is Long Yu's usual style. When the martial arts competition begins, she will let others attack first. Qin Yan never expected that Long Yu would have this kind of habit. Who the hell are you? Qin Yan rushed over and with a low shout, he attacked with Extinction Dragon 5 palms. He immediately used his strongest martial skill to attack. That Extinction Dragon palm power surged forward violently, its momentum is vast and mighty, it has the power to subdue dragons. With a wave of Long Yu's robe, the incoming power disappeared. The powerful Extinction Dragon palm's power seemed to have been absorbed into the robe. Qin Yan was taken aback. He never expected that his opponent would be able to easily resolve his power. The most terrifying thing is that Long Yu suddenly waved her black robe again and attacked with the Extinction Dragon palm power that disappeared earlier and rushed towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan, who is stunned, promptly used vibration power to disperse the Extinction Dragon palm power. This scene caused Jian Shitian and Bao Changshu to feel shocked. Many half-immortals also exclaimed in admiration because they couldn't tell what kind of technique it is. Xiao Yuelan's expression is grave, she thought in her heart, this Long Yu is not Yueme, who is she? Yuner, what did you discover just now? Qin Yan asked. That power just now is spacetime power. She sealed your palm power in spacetime and then released it to attack you. Ling Yuner said solemnly, that is spacetime martial spirit, it can control the power of time and space. This could also be Yueme. Her mirror martial spirit can copy all kinds of martial spirits. Heavenly Dragon Annihilation. Long Yu did not take the initiative to attack Qin Yan. She just stood on the battle stage, very quiet, not even releasing a bit of her aura. Qin Yan did not know what Long Yu was up to. Is she really Yueme or not? If Qin Yan doesn't figure it out, it will be inconvenient for him to take action. Xiao Yueme is rather mischievous, she likes to cause all kinds of trouble. It is also possible that she is deliberately playing around with Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, if you can't defeat her, you will lose 2 immortal origins. You have to be serious. Ling Yuner said, the spacetime power she uses is very mysterious. Qin Yan is dozens of meters away from Long Yu. Suddenly, he used Piercing Heavenly Finger and shot out Piercing Mountain Splitting Earth Finger. The black light shot out from his finger seems to be able to penetrate everything and its speed is also very fast. However, when this powerful finger strike landed on Long Yu's body, it was as if it had fallen into an abyss. Not a single sound was emitted. Piercing Heavenly Finger is a high-grade Tian tier martial art but Long Yu can easily block it. Jian Ruyan also took a deep breath in shock. Qin Yan has met a formidable opponent. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, what kind of power did that Long Yu use? To be able to easily receive Qin Yan's power. Just as she finished speaking, Long Yu lightly waved his sleeve and shot out a ray of black light. This was the Piercing Mountain Splitting Earth Finger that Qin Yan had just used. Qin Yan was already prepared. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The black light swept past his clothes, burning his clothes and skin, leaving behind a red burn mark. A red burn mark appeared on Qin Yan's chest, emitting wisps of black smoke. If he did not dodge in time, the power would have penetrated his heart. Can she really devour any power? Qin Yan does not believe in heresy, he promptly attacked with Extinction Dragon 5 palms from a distance. Palm power whizzed over and tightly enveloped Long Yu. The martial stage was trembling crazily. The palm energy surged and roared in all directions, causing the entire martial stage to shake. However, the dancing palm energy gradually drilled into Long Yu's body and disappeared. The arena regained its calm once more. Qin Yan's powerful Extinction Dragon 5 palms did not cause any damage to Long Yu. Long Yu's robe suddenly moved slightly, the few Extinction Dragon palm power whizzed out and instantly appeared around Qin Yan. Qin Yan was already prepared, his body overflowed with a black aura. He allowed the vibration martial spirit to possess his body and used the power of the earthquake divine ability to scatter the Extinction Dragon palm attack. He suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. It would be normal if his opponent only dodged or blocked his attacks. Long Yu, on the other hand, had absorbed all the power of his attack and then released it. Xiao Yun, the power you send over will be stopped by her using the power of time. Then, she will seal it into a space, and then she will reverse time and space to release your power. Then, she will charge in your direction. Ling Yuner said, she is very adept at using this kind of space-time power. Everyone looked at Long Yu, who was on the stage, and let out waves of bewildered discussions. Long Yu did not attack, she only returned Qin Yan's power. However, the process was very mysterious and unfathomable. Long Yu did not attack. She seems to look down on Qin Yan and let Qin Yan attack as he pleases. Qin Yan's strength is very strong, but in front of Long Yu, he is so powerless. That Long Yu is really terrifying. It seems that our proud star state can't beat the soaring dragon state. If Qin Yan can't find a way to break it, then he will definitely lose. He just obtained 2 immortal origins and now he has to hand them over. The loss is heavy. The immortal origins is a small matter. Whether or not he can keep his life is the most important thing. The people below the stage all felt that Qin Yan's situation is not good. State King Mu shouted, "Long Yu, quickly attack and kill Qin Yan." Long Yu didn't seem to hear State King Mu's words, she still stood there. It is unknown if she is looking at Qin Yan or not. Now, everyone is even more curious about the face under the mask. State King Mu is somewhat anxious and shouted again, "Long Yu, why are you being so wishy-washy? Quickly get rid of him." The Long family's half-immortal also shouted, "Long Yu, quickly attack." Jian Nanhu said with a frown, "None of the people who fought with Long Yu died. They weren't even injured." Jian Ruyan said, "Does that mean she won't kill Qin Yan?" On the battle platform, Qin Yan constantly used various kinds of power to attack Long Yu, but it was to no avail. He was even injured by his own power. When the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw he attacked was slashed across Long Yu's body, it suddenly appeared behind him and left a few scratch marks on his back. That is Long Yu controlling the space to transfer the power of the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw to his back. This caused Qin Yan to feel deep fear. He felt that Long Yu was being lenient. Otherwise, if his previous attacks had come from behind, it would have been very difficult for him to resist. The people of the Soaring Dragon State's Long family are also very anxious and even somewhat angry because Long Yu did not attack to kill Qin Yan. At this time, the people of the Proud Star State also realized that Long Yu's fighting style has always been like this. It is to stand on the battle platform and return the power of other people's attacks back at them, beating them until they collapse and admit defeat. "Do you want to force me to admit defeat?" Qin Yan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He just heard from below the battle platform that Long Yu defeated her opponent in the same way in the Soaring Dragon State's martial arts tournament. He knew that Long Yu is definitely not Xiaoyueme. Previously, he thought that Long Yu was letting him win, but now it seems that is not the case. Because this is Long Yu's fighting style. Qin Yan closed his eyes and recalled a totem martial art in his mind. He has never used that totem martial art before. Furthermore, he just obtained it not long ago and its power is extremely formidable. It is the Dragon Totem martial art that Long Qiafeng taught him, also known as Heavenly Dragon Secret Art. Back then, the dragon race was indeed defeated by the Heavenly Lions, but they were only defeated by a small number of Heavenly Lions. The overall strength of the dragon race is still very strong. Therefore, even after so many years, they still exist in the Nine Desolate. If the dragon race did not have a certain amount of strength, they would definitely be exterminated like the Heavenly Lion race. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan is now going to use the Dragon Totem martial art. He opened his eyes, his pupils turned golden and traces of golden totem runes appeared. It is truly a dragon totem. Qin Yan let out a deep roar. He suddenly raised his hand and let out a dragon roar. It is as if the clear sky is hacking down. A translucent golden dragon suddenly rushed down from above and poured into Long Yu's head. This is the heavenly dragon exterminating world of the Dragon Totem martial art. A roaring golden dragon illusion appeared and ferociously descended from the sky and collided with Long Yu's body, causing the battle platform to shake unceasingly, issuing a burst of oppressive roar. This power also caused Long Yu's knees to slightly bend. She almost crawled to the ground. She pushed her hands up and promptly shifted the dreadful world-exterminating power to another place on the battle platform. Seeing Qin Yan's move, all the Long family people present are extremely shocked. This is Heavenly Dragon Exterminating World. Where did Qin Yan learn it? A Long family martial king shouted in alarm. This is our Long family's secret technique that has never been passed down to outsiders. It is only passed down to males and not females. It is recorded in the Heavenly Dragon Arts Heavenly Book. Only martial monarchs can learn it. the Long family's half-immortal said with grave expression, who leaked the heavenly dragon art. Qin Yun is not a disciple of our Long family, but he has mastered the heavenly dragon art's heavenly book martial art. We cannot let him live, the soaring dragon state's Long family old man said coldly. Long Yu finally felt a bit of pressure because this world-exterminating power can distort space and time. It can directly break her space-time barrier, forcing her to take the initiative to release even stronger space-time power. That world-exterminating power landed on a certain place on the battle platform and created a crater there. It must be known that the ground of the battle platform has a very strong barrier that can absorb or dissolve formidable power. However, that world-exterminating power can penetrate the barrier and shatter the ground. Qin Yun used this move and consumed a lot of energy. He used up the energy of 2 Dao cores. Now he still has 1 Dao core and the energy stored in his bones. The total amount is equivalent to 4 Dao cores. This kind of consumption is also very big for him. Long Yu, this outsider Qin Yun has mastered our Long family's secret art. He must be eliminated. Don't be a sissy, quickly attack and kill him. Qin Yun, where did you steal the heavenly dragon art from? Do you know that an outsider like you who has mastered the heavenly dragon art will become the enemy of the entire Long family? Long Yu, kill Qin Yun. The Long family people below shouted one after another. Bao Chanshu and Xianxia also know how powerful the Long family's heavenly dragon art is. They also don't understand how Qin Yun learned it. Even a Long family's Xian martial realm martial monarch would not be able to learn the heavenly book of the heavenly dragon art that easily. Heavenly dragon exterminating world is still not enough. Qin Yun feels that the Long family people are extremely vexing. Long Yu also did not pay attention to the Long family people below. She still stood there, waiting for Qin Yun's attack. Qin Yun took a deep breath, then let out a muffled groan. He pushed his palms forward and a transparent energy burst out from his palms. The energy condensed into a translucent dragon image and rushed towards Long Yu. In an instant, it enveloped Long Yu and the surrounding space suddenly began to distort. Many black cracks appeared. Dragon against space-time. The Long family's half-immortal elder suddenly cried out in alarm. After Qin Yun used this move, he also used the heavenly dragon exterminating world from before. A golden transparent dragon charged down from the sky and landed on Long Yu's body. The space-time around Long Yu distorted, causing her to be unable to use space-time power for a moment, and she was hit by the violent world extermination power. Boom, a tremor exploded, golden light rays shot out in all directions. Long Yu was finally hit. And Qin Yun also sat paralyzed on the ground, his face deathly pale. That dragon against space-time exhausted all of his strength. Everyone looked at the battle stage dumbfoundedly, especially those half-immortals. They found it hard to believe that Qin Yun had actually mastered the Long family's secret art. The Long family's people are all furious, they wished they could go up and kill Qin Yun. The golden mist on the battle stage gradually dissipated. Long Yu is lying on the ground, Qin Yun is sitting on the ground. I admit defeat. Long Yu's voice is slightly hoarse and ethereal. It's actually her. Long Yu admitted defeat. This caused State King Mu and the Long family people to be stunned. This means that they have lost a very precious thing, especially State King Mu. He lost an immortal origin before and now he lost a purple gold moon martial spirit. What is most difficult for him to accept is that Qin Yun, the person who killed his disciple, has actually won his best thing. After Xianxia removed the barrier, he promptly landed beside Qin Yun. All the Long family people rushed up. Especially the middle-aged half-immortal from the Long family, he immediately slapped Long Yu. Long Yu, who just stood up, was sent flying out of the battle stage by the middle-aged half-immortal. The Long family people wanted to chase after Long Yu and continue to beat her up. However, they did not expect that Xiao Yuan would catch Long Yu. Moreover, Old Mother Yunyao blocked the front and sent the Long family's martial emperor flying with one palm strike. What are you doing? The Long family's half-immortal immediately roared. Long Yu is a disciple of our demon Moon Island. When Old Mother Yunyao saw Long Yu being beaten up, she also wanted to rope her in. She decided to protect Long Yu at all costs. And on the battle stage, the other people from the Long family angrily asked Qin Yun where he learned the heavenly dragon's secret art. Qin Yun looked at Long Yu beside Xiao Yuan, his heart is in chaos. Because Long Yu was not injured earlier, she deliberately lost to him. It must be known that after Qin Yun used those last two moves, he no longer has the strength to fight back. And although Long Yu looks like she has been knocked to the ground, she is full of energy and can easily defeat Qin Yun. Qin Yun is certain that Long Yu is someone he is familiar with, that's why she gave him the final victory. The people from the other powers are also very happy to see this kind of thing, they are all watching with schadenfreude. Soaring Dragon State's middle-aged half-immortal is the Long family member with the highest status here. He looked at old Mother Yunyao and said coldly, "You group of women, just you wait, I'll take care of you later." State King Mu also rushed forward and said angrily to Qin Yun, you secretly learned the Long family's secret art. This is a great taboo of the martial Tao. Quickly cripple your own cultivation, otherwise, you will die today. Bao Changshu is in front of Qin Yun. He also received the 3 immortal origins from Jianshi Tian. They were all won by Qin Yun. Therefore, even if he has to stake his life, he must protect Qin Yun. Qin Yun sat on the ground and obtained the purple gold moon martial spirit. Jian Ruyan and Yu Bufeng also came over and channeled power into Qin Yun to help him recover faster. Although Qin Yun doesn't have any power now, he is not worried at all because Bao Changshu will definitely protect him. You want to kill Qin Yun? Do you think I'm dead? Bao Changshu sneered. Bao Changshu, take those 3 immortal origins and scram back to the immortal weapon city. There's nothing for you to do here. State King Mu took out a long sword. His immortal power was oppressive. At a glance, one could tell that it was an immortal artifact. Bao Changshu laughed out loud, Qin Yun is a disciple of my immortal weapon city. How can I not be involved? If you want to kill Qin Yun, kill me first. The middle-aged half-immortal of the Long family said coldly, I am the second patriarch of the Soaring Dragon State's Long family, Long Xian. You should have heard of my name, right? Do you think you can defeat me? I've never heard of you. I also don't think I can defeat you, but I feel that perishing together with you is not a problem. Bao Changshu said with a sneer, I dare to fight you with my life on the line. Do you dare to fight me with your life on the line? Alright, let's each take a step back. I only need to cripple Qin Yun's cultivation. Long Xian said, he secretly learned our Long family's heavenly dragon secret art. This is an indisputable fact. Qin Yun recovered a lot of strength and said angrily, I did not secretly learn your heavenly dragon's secret art. That is a totem martial art that I comprehended from the dragon totem. Your so-called heavenly dragon secret art is also improved from the dragon totem martial art. It's not even as profound as the dragon totem martial art that I have mastered. Qin Yun's words caused an uproar in the plaza. That is actually a dragon totem martial art. The people from the Long family did not know what to say for a moment. Because the heavenly dragon secret art is indeed adapted from the dragon totem martial art. Bao Changshu laughed loudly and said, did you hear that? That is the dragon totem martial art. Something like the dragon totem is not unique to your Long family. It is normal for Qin Yun to comprehend the martial arts inheritance within it. He's lying. He already has the heavenly lion totem, he absolutely can't have the dragon totem. These two are originally incompatible. Long Xian said coldly, this is all an excuse. Qin Yun stood up and said with a sneer, do you want me to carve the dragon totem and make it public? You really mastered the dragon totem? State King Mu said in alarm. Even he could not completely master the dragon totem and could only carve a part of it. Only a small number of Long family inscription masters could carve the dragon totem. Long Xian is also extremely shocked. Qin Yun, have you really mastered the dragon totem? Qin Yun said with a smile, that's right. I can carve it right now. I can even carve many copies. Just treat it as a gift from me to all the inscription masters in the Spirit Desolate. Do you believe that I can make the dragon totem roam the streets? Qin Yun's words caused the people from the Long family and the Divine Inscription Palace to momentarily feel fear. If the precious dragon totem were to roam the streets, it would have a great impact on them. It is because they have mastered the precious dragon totem that they are able to attract many inscription masters to work for them. Now, do you believe that I have mastered the dragon totem? Qin Yun looked at Long Xian, my martial arts are all comprehended from the dragon totem. Long Xian and State King Mu are momentarily at a loss as to what to do. The reason why they want to capture Qin Yun is also because Qin Yun won their immortal origins. That's why they seized this opportunity to deal with Qin Yun. But now, they are caught unprepared by Qin Yun's words. Qin Yun looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "Sword Sect Master, thank you for your help. In order to thank you and at the same time to enhance the friendship between our immortal weapon city and the Sword Immortal Pavilion, I can give you the Dragon Totem." The Dragon Totem was casually given away. This caused the other powers to be extremely envious. They all let out a burst of low cries. Especially the upper echelons of the Long family and Totem Pavilion, they are the most pained and angry. Because that is something they have monopolized, and now, Qin Yun has casually given it away. Qin Yun's words caused a few half-immortals of the Sword Immortal Pavilion to take out their swords one after another. It seems like they are going to risk their lives to protect Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, in order to thank you for your generous gift, we will definitely not let you suffer any harm." Xianxia chuckled. "If necessary, we can also invite all the elders of the Sword Immortal Pavilion to come out. The Dragon Totem gifted by Qin Yun is enough for the Sword Immortal Pavilion to mobilize their strongest power." Long Xian and State King Mu also completely withered. They are currently in the territory of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, and the Sword Immortal Pavilion is protecting Qin Yun like this. They can't even touch Qin Yun's hair. "Qin Yun, consider yourself powerful," Long Xian said coldly, then turned to look at old Mother Yunyao and roared, "Old woman, quickly hand over Long Yu. I want to punish her on the spot." At this moment, Xiao Yuan suddenly transmitted her voice to Qin Yun and said, "Xiao Yun, Long Yu is little Malian. She was slapped just now and her injuries are not light." Qin Yun is stunned. His mood has also received a great shock. Long Yu is actually Qi Malian in disguise. He doesn't know why Qi Malian infiltrated the Long family. He only knows that Qi Malian is right in front of him and she was ruthlessly slapped by Long Xian. This bastard. Qin Yun looked at Long Xian, who has his back facing him. Incomparable anger suddenly rose in his heart. "You hit little Malian, I'll make you live a life worse than death." Just as everyone is looking at old Mother Yunyao, a heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly appeared above Long Xian's head. As soon as the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron appeared, it released a dragon suppressing power, causing Long Xian, whose entire body is filled with dragon power, to suddenly become absent-minded. Just as he regained his senses, boom, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly pressed down and covered Long Xian. The cauldron suddenly became smaller and flew into Qin Yun's hand. Tens of thousands of people in the plaza are all stunned. They stared at Qin Yun with wide eyes. A half-immortal was actually captured by Qin Yun. Even Xianxia and Bao Changshu did not expect Qin Yun to do this. Long Xian was terrified just now and no longer dealt with Qin Yun. There is no need for Qin Yun to attack Long Xian. However, he still attacked. Only Xiao Yuan is not surprised. "Qin Yun, what did you do?" Other people from the Long family roared in anger. "If King your grandpa, what's wrong?" Qin Yun said angrily. He thought of how Long Xian injured Qi Malian and became extremely furious. Everyone also don't understand why Qin Yun, who just escaped from the Long family's siege, is acting as if he ate dynamite. His anger soared to the sky. Jian Nanhu said in low voice, "Qin Yun, quickly release that guy, otherwise the Long family won't let you off." "Don't worry, I promise to give your Sword Immortal Pavilion Dragon Totem. I will definitely do it. If you don't want the Dragon Totem, you can also not protect me. I have enmity with the Long family. It's rare to have the opportunity to capture their half-immortal. I definitely won't miss it." Qin Yun will absolutely not let off Long Xian, who injured Qi Malian. Xianxia, who was dumbfounded for a while, cursed Qin Yun in his heart. He also understood that the Dragon Totem was not given to them for nothing. Although the Sword Immortal Pavilion's Sword Immortals are cursing Qin Yun in their hearts, they have no choice but to protect Qin Yun. After all, the Dragon Totem is very important to them. Our Sword Immortal Pavilion doesn't care about the grudge between Qin Yun and your Long family. However, if you want to attack him in the Sword Immortal Pavilion's territory, we can't just sit back and watch. Xianxia looked at the Long family members who are about to explode and said coldly. Jian Nanhu also dragged Qin Yun away and said, "I'll bring him to see our beautiful elder." The Sword Immortal Pavilion has a very talented beautiful Dao inscription master. She is also an elder of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Jian Nanhu brought Qin Yin to see that beautiful elder. His intention is very obvious. It is to let Qin Yin pass the dragon totem to that beautiful elder. At the same time, it is to prevent the Long family from going crazy here. Qin Yin really wanted to say a few words to Qi Malian, but he was forcefully pulled away by Jian Nanhu. Not long after Jian Nanhu brought Qin Yin away from the plaza, a huge black ball suddenly fell from the sky. It actually penetrated through several layers of barriers and slowly landed on the plaza. The expressions of Xianxia and the other sword immortals suddenly changed. That huge black ball is more than 100 meters wide. After it landed on the plaza, a group of black-robed people flew out, bringing with them a strong evil aura. Tu Tiandi immediately laughed wildly and said, "The people from the Devil Desolate Xian domain are here, all of you are finished. The Spirit Desolate has Xian domain and the Devil Desolate also has Xian domain. The purpose of the Devil Desolate Xian domain people coming here is very obvious. They are here to snatch the immortal origin." Xianxia cursed in his heart. One wave has yet to subside, another wave has arisen. What they are worried about is that the other immortal sects might join forces with the Devil Desolate Xian domain people. 703 Chapter 703 Elder Linglong. The huge black ball that landed on the plaza of the Sword Immortal Villa looks like a small black star. Jian Nanhu brought Qin Yin to the western region of the Sword Immortal Villa. Looking back, he can see the huge black ball. "What is that thing?" Jian Nanhu said in astonishment. "It should be a very powerful flying tool. Furthermore, it penetrated the barrier of the island and the Sword Immortal Villa." Qin Yin sensed the evil aura and has a bad premonition. Jian Nanhu said, "Forget it, I'll take you to that elder first and let you pass the dragon totem to her." Qin Yin doesn't know what happened in the plaza, he is only curious. Jian Nanhu brought Qin Yin to the west side of the Sword Immortal Villa. There are many small hills filled with flowers and green grass here. It is a very beautiful place. This is also the environment that Ling Yuno likes very much. Qin Yin's illusory space is as beautiful as this place according to Ling Yuno's request. Jian Nanhu, what is the name of that beautiful inscription master of your Sword Immortal Pavilion? Seeing this kind of environment, Qin Yin realized that this is definitely the residence of a woman who loves flowers. Jian Linglong, if you are often in the circle of inscription masters, you would definitely not be unfamiliar with this name. Jian Nanhu looked at Qin Yin's expression and said, "From your appearance, you have never heard of this name before." "I have indeed never heard of it." Qin Yin shrugged his shoulders and said. Qin Yin followed Jian Nanhu over a few small hills and saw a 6-story wooden pagoda over there. "What kind of person is this Jian Linglong? Your grandfather told me that she is very gentle." Back then, Qin Yin was almost driven out of the Immortal Weapon City. When Xianxia came to poach him, he described that beautiful Dao inscription master like this. "Gentle? Don't tell me that you think she is a gentle woman just from her name?" Jian Nanhu said with a puzzled expression, "Qin Yin, I must remind you that our Jian family does not have gentle women. Gentleness is an illusory existence to our Jian family women. You have also experienced little sister Yan's fiery temper, right? Elder Linglong is even wilder and fiercer than her." Qin Yin has indeed experienced Jian Ruyan's fiery temper, but he has also seen her unique flirtatiousness. "Your grandfather actually wants to swindle me. He said that your Sword Immortal Pavilion has a beautiful Dao inscription master who is as gentle as water and an elder at that." Qin Yin curled his lips and said. "Elder Linglong is our Jian family's most talented inscription master in all these years. Therefore, even though her temper is very bad, the elders of the Jian family and the Sword Immortal Pavilion can only endure." After Jian Nanhu approached the pagoda, he also walked over with an unwilling expression. "How old is this elder Linglong?" Qin Yin is suddenly very curious. Just as he finished speaking, Jian Nanhu immediately covered his mouth and shouted, "Qin Yin, are you crazy or are you tired of living? If Elder Linglong hears this, both of us will be finished." Then Jian Nanhu transmitted his voice to Qin Yin again and solemnly warned, "Qin Yin, when you see Elder Linglong, you must be polite. Furthermore, you are not allowed to look directly at her face. Don't even ask about her age. She hates it when people ask about her age. Jian Nanhu, when you see this Elder Linglong, are there any other taboos?" Qin Yin also plans to ask clearly. "When you speak, don't speak louder than her. Your tone must be good and you must have a smile. It's best if you lower your head when you speak and don't stare at her face. Also, you must listen to her and don't talk so much nonsense. In short, you must be like a grandson in front of her. Jian Nanhu is obviously very afraid of Elder Linglong. When Qin Yan heard his words, he could not help but frown. In his heart, he cursed Xianxia, this old fox. He actually lied to him that there is a gentle beautiful Tao inscription master here. Disciple Jian Nanhu greets Elder Linglong. Jian Nanhu arrived in front of the pagoda, bowed and said politely. His face still has an incomparably hypocritical smile. He promptly transmitted his voice to Qin Yan, quickly bend down. Qin Yan can only do as he is told and bend down towards the door. If you have something to say, quickly say it. If you have something to fart, quickly say it. Jian Linglong's voice sounded very calm, but it is filled with majesty and cold anger. This caused Jian Nanhu's entire body to tremble in fear. He hastily said, "There is a disciple from the Immortal Weapon City who has mastered the Dragon Totem. He wants to gift the Dragon Totem to our Sword Immortal Pavilion. The sect master is dealing with a group of people, so he asked me to bring him here." After he finished speaking, the door opened. "You can come in." Jian Linglong's voice is still the same, cold and indifferent. "Elder Linglong, disciple still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." After Jian Nanhu finished speaking, he used his fastest speed to run away and disappeared in an instant. Qin Yan, on the other hand, is very calm as he stepped through the door. After he entered, the door also closed. After Qin Yan entered the pagoda, he sensed a scorching hot energy. He also saw a pool in front of him. It is filled with boiling red liquid, it looks like molten iron. "I am Qin Yan from the Immortal Weapon City. I am here to gift the Dragon Totem." Qin Yan looked around but did not see Jian Linglong. "Why do you want to gift the precious Dragon Totem to our Sword Immortal Pavilion? What scheme do you have?" Jian Linglong asked coldly. "In order for your Sword Immortal Pavilion to protect me." Qin Yan simply explained the situation to Jian Linglong. After Jian Linglong finished listening, she said, "I heard that you still have the wildfire inscription." "Spirit?" "Yes." Qin Yan said. "If you want to see me, jump into the buried sword pool." Jian Linglong's voice sounded. Qin Yan doesn't need to ask to know that the pool in front of him with boiling red liquid is the buried sword pool. "Senior, I carved the dragon totem on beast skin and placed it here. I don't need to see you." Qin Yan looked at the pool and felt some fear. "Are you afraid of the buried sword pool?" Jian Linglong said with a disdainful laugh. "I am a little afraid." Qin Yan doesn't want to go down. He only wants to quickly hand over the dragon totem to Jian Linglong and then scram as far as he can. "Less nonsense, hurry up and come down, otherwise you won't be able to get out." "You don't want to see me but I want to see you," Jian Linglong shouted sternly. Qin Yan helplessly sighed, then took out a water-avoiding pearl and jumped down. What made him feel strange is that when he jumped down, he was sucked up by a power. He did not land on the buried sword pool, instead, he was washed up by the ceiling of the buried sword pool. Just like this, he arrived at the second floor in astonishment. He appeared in a relatively simple and crude hall. It is also quite bright. However, the floor and chairs here are all black, as if they were made from ice-cold black iron. At this time, he also saw Jian Linglong. Her attire is also very simple, she is only wearing light green clothes. Her appearance is indeed extremely beautiful. Her fair oval face is filled with mature charm. Her hair is simply tied in a braid hanging down in front of her chest. She has a pair of very gentle and beautiful eyes that flickered with a kind of tenderness. Although she is called Jian Linglong, her build is not exquisite. She is as tall as Qin Yan, more than 1.8 meters tall. Qin Yan feels that this Jian Linglong is very strange. From Jian Nanhu's description, she should be a very fierce woman. However, her appearance looks gentle and beautiful and she is also very good-looking. That little demon Jian Nanhu should have warned you not to look at me like that. Jian Linglong sat on a chair and looked at Qin Yan with a smile. Senior Xianxia previously wanted to poach me to the Sword Immortal Pavilion and make me your disciple. At that time, he said that you are as gentle as water. Qin Yan said with a smile, then on the way here, Jian Nanhu told me that you are not gentle at all. What else did he say? Jian Linglong asked with a smile. That smile seems to be carrying a flame. He said that Jian family doesn't have gentle women. Qin Yun said. Jian Linglong said with a smile, that's right, our Jian family indeed doesn't have gentle women. Sit down. After Qin Yun sat down, he asked, can I start carving the dragon totem now? Jian Linglong walked over and stood in front of Qin Yun. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Qin Yun condescendingly. Her voice as ice cold as she asked, back then Xianxia Tian wanted to poach you, why didn't you come? I wanted to come. But I was stopped by our immortal weapon city's Grand Elder. She is an immortal, you should have heard of it. Qin Yun felt the pressure from Jian Linglong and said somewhat helplessly. Now that you're here, you don't need to go back. Jian Linglong said. About this, I promised the Grand Elder that I would stay in the immortal weapon city. I can't go back on my word. Qin Yun just won a few immortal origins, how can he not go back? Jian Linglong seems to be very interested in Qin Yun. She placed her lily-white hand on Qin Yun's head and said with a smile, if you stay, I guarantee that you will see the gentle side of Jian family women. Qin Yun is alarmed in his heart, this Jian Linglong actually wants to keep him. Seeing Qin Yun's astonished expression, Jian Linglong smiled sweetly, I am fierce to others because I don't have much communication with those guys. But you are different, you are a talented inscription master. Qin Yun feels that the Jian Linglong in front of him suddenly changed into a different person. She looks very gentle. Elder Linglong, something must have happened outside. I want to quickly give you the dragon totem and then go take a look. Qin Yun is very concerned about Qi Meilan. We inscription masters don't need to worry about fighting and killing. Jian Linglong gently smiled and said, you should stay and accompany me. Elder Linglong, I have many things to do. Qin Yun said with an embarrassed expression. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Jian Linglong is somewhat disappointed, she faintly sighed and said, carve the dragon totem for me, I want to see you carve it with my own eyes. Alright. Qin Yun promptly took out beast skin and placed it on a table. Then, he quickly began carving. Jian Linglong's beautiful eyes that are as gentle as water flickered with extraordinary splendor. She said with a smile, you little demon, you actually have Beast King inscription spirit. The dragon totem is very complicated, but you were unbelievably fast when you were carving it. Qin Yun is stunned, he knows that he has been exposed. I also have inscription spirit but it's not as good as yours. My inscription spirit is Tao Lord inscription spirit. Jian Linglong said. Tao Lord inscription spirit is also very good. Qin Yun cried out in alarm. Tao Lord inscription spirit can allow inscription masters to carve Tao runes with twice the result with half the effort. Unite against the enemy Elder Linglong. If you think the Tao Lord inscription spirit is not good, then give it to me. Qin Yun indeed wants it very much. If he can obtain the Tao Lord inscription spirit, then as long as his cultivation increases, he can easily carve Tao runes. Jian Linglong said with smile, you want my Tao Lord inscription spirit? Do you have a way to get it out? If you really have a way to get it out, you will have to use an inscription spirit to exchange with me. If you give me either of your wildfire inscription spirit or Beast King inscription spirit, I will be very happy. When Qin Yun heard that he wants to take his inscription spirit, he became unhappy. Jian Linglong saw his expression and lightly groaned, you guy, you have 2 inscription spirits, your luck can be considered heaven-defying. I have lived for so long, why don't I have this kind of good luck? Elder Linglong, how long have you lived? Qin Yun asked curiously. Don't ask my age. Jian Linglong fiercely shouted. Qin Yun curled his lips and continued carving the dragon totem. While he is carving, he also drew out the dark lines, making Jian Linglong look at it very entranced. She is also memorizing those totem runes. On the plaza of the Sword Immortal Villa, the huge black ball that suddenly landed is indeed a flying magic tool. The group of black-cloaked people that flew out are all from the Devil Desolate Xian domain. Totem Pavilion and the other devil sects of the Devil Desolate land were extremely excited. The people from the Devil Desolate Xian domain came out from the huge black ball one after another. There were hundreds of them and the evil aura they released caused many young disciples to feel extreme fear. Xianxia coldly looked at that group of people, his voice is filled with anger and might. This is an invasion. If you sincerely apologize to us, we can forget about this matter. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The devils that came from the devil desolate Xian domain must be very strong. Otherwise, the group of people from the devil sect would not be so excited and complacent. Sword Immortal Pavilion, Jian family is a place where sword cultivators gather. You bunch of heaven-defying fellows should have all died. Why are you still alive? A black-clothed old man with a head full of golden hair sneered. We sword cultivators are only fighting against the heavens. If the heavens want us to die, we naturally have to resist. Xianxia chuckled, I heard that the most powerful thing about sword cultivators is that they are several times stronger than others of the same cultivation. I heard that the great thing about sword cultivators is that they are several times stronger than others of the same cultivation level. Today, I want to experience it for myself. The golden-haired old man's pale face suddenly turned black and then red. His body shook and a burst of blood chi surged out. You bunch of devils, are you tired of living? Xianxia furiously shouted and released his origin sword. At the same time, a hurried bell rang in the Sword Immortal. Soon after, a few powerful half-immortal auras rushed out from the Sword Immortal Villa. Tian, Immortal Immortals, 1 Xian Immortals, 1 to Immortal Sect Tian Immortals Tian, Lord, Long Long, 1, Immortas They Can, 1 IMS Yun, Qing, Long Long Spirit, Tian is, Sword to Long, Jiao to Long, 9 to as Long as Long, a Sword to 2 as expected of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, they are very strong. Bao Chansho said in alarm. Devil Xian domain people, you have invaded Sword City and intruded into Sword Immortal Villa. Don't even think of leaving alive. Xianxia said angrily, kill all these devils, kill Totem Pavilion's 2 Tiandi as well. My Immortal Weapon City is willing to help Sword Immortal Pavilion repel these devils. Bao Chansho shouted. Demon Moon Island is also willing to help. Old Mother Yunyao said. Demon Immortal Paradise will also not stand idly by. Demon Immortal Paradise's half-immortal also expressed his stance. Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountains half-immortals did not plan to participate and hid far away. Other families, other than the Jian family, also hid far away. You guys are not united. The blonde old man laughed loudly and said, we indeed want to take down this island. Let's see how you will resist. State King Yi, as the State King of the Spirit Desolate's proud star state, you have also received an immortal origin. Don't tell me you plan to just watch? Xianxia said coldly, if you don't take action, I guarantee that you won't be able to enjoy that immortal origin. State King Yi gritted his teeth and walked over with his men. He knows very well that without the support of Xianxia and Bao Chansho, he would not be able to become the State King. For the sake of the immortal origin, he can temporarily put down his grudge with the Immortal Weapon City. State King Mu said coldly, this is the matter of your proud star state, I will not interfere. Xianxia said with a sneer, you don't have an immortal origin, how can I have the nerve to let you interfere? There are many devils in the Devil Xian domain, but there aren't many martial kings and martial emperors. Only those half-immortals need to pay attention to them. Xianxia nodded to the few old half-immortals from the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Suddenly, a strange power surged up from the ground. Other than the people from the Sword Immortal Pavilion, all the half-immortals and martial emperors present are stunned. Because those half-immortals and martial emperors all felt that their powers have been sealed. Their cultivation has all dropped to the martial king realm, Xianxia said in a deep voice, everyone, don't worry. This is our Sword City's great formation. It can seal the cultivation of martial emperors and half-immortals and suppress them to the martial king realm. If you all leave the Sword City, your cultivation will be restored. Everyone also understood the miraculous use of this great formation, because within the same level, the power of a sword cultivator is extremely terrifying. This way, even a martial king sword cultivator can defeat those half-immortals from the Devil Xian domain. This kind of great formation of the Sword Immortal Pavilion can indeed play a very strong protective role. Even if a powerful half-immortal invades, it can still pull them down to the martial king realm. For the immortal sects, martial kings are the most common. Now, the Sword Immortal Pavilion can fully display the advantage of sword cultivators. Qin Yun is carving the dragon totem. When she heard the bell, Jian Linglong's expression slightly changed. Later on, after the Great Formation was activated, Jian Linglong could no longer remain calm. Elder Linglong, what happened? Qin Yan asked. Something big happened. This Great Formation of the Sword City has not been activated for many years. And now that it has suddenly been activated, it must have encountered a lot of powerful enemies. Jian Linglong's voice turned grave. Originally, martial kings and martial emperors were supposed to go out to defend against the enemies, but my situation is special, so I don't need to go out. What Great Formation? Qin Yan asked curiously. It is to lower the power of half-immortals and martial emperors to around the martial king realm. Jian Linglong said, I am a martial emperor, but now a portion of my power has been sealed. This is to suppress the strength of half-immortals and martial emperors to the martial king realm. Then, martial king realm sword cultivators can defeat them. Jian Linglong laughed, don't worry, our sword immortal pavilion will definitely be able to defend against those powerful enemies. Not necessarily. I have defeated a few sword cultivators with higher cultivation than me. Qin Yan said with a smile, don't lower your guard. Properly carve your dragon totem. Our sword immortal pavilion will definitely be able to handle this kind of matter. Jian Linglong looked at the dragon totem on the arm and said again, I spent many years to build this pagoda. Even if this floating island is destroyed, my pagoda can still fly. There are many mechanisms and traps inside the pagoda. Even if a half-immortal enters, they will be tormented half to death. Awesome. Qin Yan praised. He recalled the buried sword pool, it is very terrifying. It is also very quiet inside the pagoda. He can't hear the sounds outside, but Qin Yan can still sense the aura outside. Something is wrong, it is rather ferocious. He is rather relieved. After all, this is the territory of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. If it is not an immortal, it would be very difficult to attack. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, you must think of a way to take down this woman. Her Tao Lord inscription spirit is very important. If you can obtain it, it will be of great help to you. Really? Why does she despise it so much? Qin Yan asked curiously. That's because she is short-sighted. Most of the totem runes you are carving now are only Xian totems. If Xian totems evolve into Dao totems in the future, it won't be that easy for you to carve them. Ling Yin'er said, so you must capture her. Capture her? How do I do that? Qin Yan has Momo, the high priest of the elves. The totem runes he mastered will definitely evolve into Dao totems in the future. At that time, it will be quite difficult for him to carve complex Dao totems. The beast totem runes he carves, the finesse will definitely decrease. If he had the Tao Lord inscription spirit, the finesse would be perfect. How? Of course it's to do it with her and make her dead set on you. When the time is right, I'll make her give you the Tao Lord inscription spirit. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan is unhappy and said unhappily, I won't do it. There will definitely be a better way. What other way can there be? Didn't you see that this woman is as flirtatious as Jian Ruyan? Give her a little sweetness and you can easily take her down. Even an immortal like Bing Xing has fallen in love with you. You have to believe in your charisma. Ling Yin'er is somewhat angry, she has a feeling of hating iron for not becoming steel. I just need to find Yume. If her mirror shines on inscription spirit or martial spirit, I can extract it and refine it. Back then, I successfully refined the red orchid martial spirit. When Qin Yun thought of this matter, he secretly became excited. At the same time, he cursed Xiao Yume in a low voice. He ran everywhere but couldn't find her. If you obediently listen to me, those beauties will definitely be dead set on you. Ling Yin'er unhappily sighed and said, truly rotten wood cannot be carved. Qin Yan no longer paid attention to Ling Yin'er and earnestly carved the dragon totem. More than 2 hours later, the Sword Immortal Pavilion's bell rang again. This time, the sound is even louder and it is continuously ringing. Something big has happened. Stay here and don't run around. I'll go out and take a look. Jian Linglong's expression suddenly changed. After she warned Qin Yan, she hurriedly left. Qin Yan suddenly became worried and thought, could it be that the Sword Immortal Pavilion failed miserably? Or did they fail miserably in their own house? Half-immortal life crystal Qin Yun recalled that Xiao Yuan and Qi Malian are still outside and immediately became extremely worried. Let's wait for Jian Linglong to come back. With her strength, she should be able to handle a lot of things. Ling Yun'er said. Jian Linglong hastily flew towards the plaza. When she was far away, she saw a faint black aura pervading the air. After she approached, her expression slightly changed. Poison. She promptly took out a transparent hood and covered her head. Then she continued flying towards the plaza. After she arrived, while flying in the air, she saw a large group of people sitting cross-legged on the ground. There are many dismembered corpses of black-clothed people on the ground. They are emitting intense evil devil aura and stench. As for Xianxia and others, they are also sitting on the ground. Their faces are black, blood is flowing from the corner of their mouths, black gas is rising from their bodies, their situation looks very bad. After Jian Linglong landed, everyone in the plaza let out a burst of low and deep cries. Linglong, we've been poisoned, we've been poisoned. Xianxia promptly said in a deep voice. You bunch of cowards. After Jian Linglong heard this, she immediately cursed loudly. Then she took out a sword and walked towards the devils. That golden-haired old man is also in a very sorry state, but he is not seriously injured. He laughed loudly and said, if you have the guts, kill us. Their poison can't be detoxified. After Tu Tiandi saw Jian Linglong, his eyes shone, he said with evil smile, this woman is Jian Linglong. She has Tao Lord inscription spirit, she is a martial emperor, she is actually so young and beautiful. Jian Linglong arrived here, she felt very uncomfortable being stared at by those devils. She said in a deep voice, I will definitely stab your dog eyes blind. After speaking, she was about to rush over but was stopped by Xianxia. Linglong, don't go over, they have been waiting for you. Xianxia shouted, quickly come back. With us here, they won't dare to approach. Although we are poisoned, if we go all out, we can perish together with them. Jian Linglong has no choice but to return and transfer power to Xianxia to suppress the poison. She angrily cursed in low voice, you bunch of idiots, how the hell did you get poisoned? Both of you are half-immortals, you are all old antiques who have lived for tens of thousands of years, you are all old foxes, yet you were still poisoned. Apart from the demons, almost everyone present was poisoned. Don't laugh at us, didn't the people from the Medicine Immortal Valley also fall for it? Xianxia is also in a bad mood as he cursed in a low voice, it's all because those devils are too sinister. Bao Changshu asked softly, where's Qin Yun? Where is he? It's safe inside my pagoda. Jian Linglong said, what do we do now? Wait. Wait until we finish detoxifying, then wait for our reinforcements to arrive. You must protect Qin Yun properly. Xianxia said. In the plaza, Bao Changshu, Xianxia and the others formed a large circle. Inside the large circle are the young disciples like Jian Nanhu and Jian Ruyan. Outside, there were martial kings, martial emperors and half-immortals. Of course, under the effect of the Sword City's grand array, martial emperors and half-immortals were only martial kings. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal shouted, quickly hand over Qin Yun and exchange him for the antidote. Even our half-immortal body can't resist this kind of poison. It's too difficult to cure it ourselves. It's already pretty good that we can suppress it now. The people from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, as well as the big shots from the other families and sects, also shouted one after another, telling them to hand over Qin Yun. The golden-haired old man said with a sneer, I don't just want Qin Yun. I also want your immortal origins. Hand over everything we want and I'll give you the antidote. You bunch of bastards, you dare to be so arrogant in our Sword Immortal Pavilion's territory? Jian Linglong is immediately infuriated. She released her origin sword and controlled it to fly over. The golden-haired old man promptly blocked with his palm and said angrily, only we can cure those guys' poison. If you don't hand over Qin Yun, they will definitely die. Your proud star state will be finished. Jian Linglong is extremely furious. She looked at Xianxia beside her and shouted in a low voice, can't you even stand up? Xianxia nodded his head, they are all from the Devil Xian domain. We've never seen that kind of poison before. You can't blame us for this. You bunch of cowards, even if you get annihilated, you deserve it. After Jian Linglong finished cursing, she flew away from the plaza. Xiao Yuelan is also sitting on the ground. Qi Meilan is lying on her thigh. Although she was injured before, she is not poisoned now. Only she and Xiao Yuelan can resist the poison gas. Everyone else has been poisoned. Big sister Yuelan, will big brother be exchanged for the antidote? Qi Meilan is very worried and transmitted her voice to Xiao Yuelan. She is still wearing a mask. Don't worry. Xiao Yun will be fine. You silly girl, why did you hide it from me and Xiao Yun? Xiao Yuelan said somewhat reproachfully and then gently pinched Xiao Yuelan's small hand. I'm worried that big brother will let me win during the martial arts competition. I want him to win. Qi Meilan explained. Alright. I'm also very happy to see you. Xiao Yun will definitely be very happy. He might be coming over soon. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. Ah? He mustn't come, he will definitely be captured. Everyone is poisoned, you and I can't beat the scoundrels of the Devil Desolate. Qi Meilan is suddenly very worried. Don't be afraid. Xiao Yun is very capable, he will definitely be able to deal with those scoundrels. Oh right, little Meilan, how did you sneak into the Long family? Xiao Yuelan asked curiously. Originally, Yueme pretended to be Long Yu. Later on, she met me and suddenly said that she had something to do, so she let me take her place. After that, she never appeared again. Qi Meilan said. It's indeed that little girl Yueme's style. She actually brought you here to mess around, I must beat her up. Xiao Yuelan is somewhat angry. Big sister Yuelan, don't hit Yueme. Yueme said that if I win, I can let the Long family obtain the immortal origin. Then, she will come and steal it for big brother, but I don't know why she didn't come. In the end, I followed the Long family here. Qi Meilan is suddenly very worried about Xiao Yueme. Don't worry about that girl. Xiao Yuelan is very clear that her little sister who causes trouble everywhere never needs to be worried. The two of them secretly transmitted their voice to each other, talking about what happened over the years. Qin Yan is carving the dragon totem in the pagoda, it is almost complete. He only needs to draw the dragon totem, he doesn't need to carve it on a weapon, it can be completed very quickly. Jian Linglong returned, her face is filled with anger. Elder Linglong, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Qin Yan asked. It's all because of Xianxia and his group of idiots. Those bunch of stupid pigs were actually wiped out in one go. Jian Linglong stomped her feet in anger, she sat on a chair and gasped for breath, I don't know what to do now. Qin Yan's expression changed, he is also stunned. He asked very worriedly, what wiped out in one go? What happened in the plaza? Xianxia and his group of idiots were all poisoned. One or two of them can only sit on the ground and suppress the poison power. Of course, those guys from the Devil Xian domain are also afraid that Xianxia will perish together with them, so they didn't continue to attack. Jian Linglong looked at Qin Yan and said, continue drawing the dragon totem. Once you're done, I'll send you away. You and I are their main targets. Qin Yan immediately became restless because Xiao Yuelan and Qi Meilan are in the plaza. They are people he cares about very much, they are equivalent to his family members. Calm down, finish carving the dragon totem and I'll take you away. Jian Linglong saw Qin Yan's worried expression and her tone became gentle. No way, I'm not leaving. In the plaza, there are people very important to me, I want to save them. Qin Yan said. Who? Is it that girl Ruyan? I heard that she is very concerned about you. Jian Linglong said. My wife is in the plaza. Of course, I'm also very concerned about little sister Yin. Qin Yan said anxiously. You have a wife? Who is it? I'm very curious, what kind of person is your wife? Jian Linglong's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked curiously. Now is not the time to talk about this. Qin Yan is burning with anxiety, he can only force himself to calm down and continue carving the dragon totem. Jian Linglong looked at Qin Yan from the side and asked again, Qin Yan, there is an immortal in the Immortal Weapon Palace and she's even a woman. Does she look old? Not old, very young, very beautiful. She's an immortal, why are you asking this? Qin Yan asked. Ask her to come out. Jian Linglong said with a smile, since she's so strong, she'll definitely come very soon. Oh right, how is she compared to me? Is she more beautiful than me? You both have your own merits. However, she's ice cold, not as gentle as you look. Of course, the two of you are the same, the fierce kind. Qin Yin sighed and said, she often goes into seclusion, it's not that easy to ask her to come out. Qin Yin finally finished carving the dragon totem and said, I'll go take care of those guys now. If they threaten my wife, I'll let them all die. Jian Linglong looked at the beast skin and secretly sighed in admiration. She said to Qin Yin, with just you? You can teach those devil Xian domain guys a lesson? I'm afraid you'll be poisoned the moment you get there. Quickly leave with me and find reinforcements. What kind of storm have I, Qin Yin, not seen before? Qin Yin has many ways to deal with those devils from the devil Xian domain. For example, if he released the Devil Star Overlord, he would be able to reverse the situation. Jian Linglong doesn't believe Qin Yin and said, if you go, you'll only be captured by them. As long as they capture you, they can force Xianxia to appear. The Star Lord inscription spirit is truly exciting. Those devils came from the Devil Xian domain all the way here and they are fully prepared. They are here for you. Elder Linglong, there's a middle-aged half-immortal from the Long family inside my heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. If I release him, he only has the power of a martial king. Do you have a way to take out his half-immortal Dao core? Qin Yin asked. Half-immortals don't have Dao cores, they have life crystals. He has a half-immortal life crystal, its power is very strong. What do you want it for? To use it to blow up those bastards? Don't even think about it. I'm sure that life crystal can blow up this sword city and kill a lot of people. Jian Linglong said. Don't worry about it, just help me take it out. Qin Yin took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Alright, give it to me. I've cut people into 8 pieces before, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Burning Devil Jian Linglong brought Qin Yin to the 3rd floor. In the middle of this floor, there was a formation set up with array pillars. Jian Linglong became restless and said, put that half-immortal into the formation. I will use the formation to suppress him and then go over and kill him. Qin Yin held the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and said with smile, Elder Linglong, you truly like to do this kind of thing. Stop nagging, hurry up. Jian Linglong urged, then took out a knife. It looks like a pig slaughtering knife, it is very sharp, it should be specially refined by her. Qin Yin released the half-immortal from the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. This middle-aged half-immortal from the Long family had once injured Qi Meiyan. Qin Yin wished for nothing more than for him to die. After the middle-aged half-immortal was dragged into the formation, he immediately shouted in fear, Qin Yin, you little bastard, what did you do to me? Why has my power weakened so much? Idiot, it's not that your strength has weakened, but that your strength has been suppressed to the martial king realm. After Jian Linglong finished speaking, she activated the formation and shot out lightning. Multicolored lightning came out from the pillar and hit the middle-aged half-immortal's body, issuing zzz sound. That middle-aged half-immortal also shouted in pain. What are you guys trying to do? If you kill me, the spirit desolate's Long family will not let you off. The middle-aged half-immortal roared in pain. Jian Linglong is not afraid, she said with smile, Qin Yin, your heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is indeed awesome. You should still not be able to unleash the full power of the cauldron, right? But it was able to imprison a half-immortal. He's from the Long family, so he's relatively easy to deal with. If it were any other half-immortal, it might not be that easy. Qin Yin looked at the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron in his hand and said, my cauldron can specially restrain people with dragon bloodline. Jian Linglong is controlling the formation. If she is not shooting out lightning, she is burning all kind of formidable flame, torturing the middle-aged half-immortal inside the formation. Ha ha ha, truly satisfying, I have long wanted to catch a half-immortal to test my killing formation. Jian Linglong said very excitedly. Elder Linglong, quickly get rid of him. I want his life crystal. Qin Yin urged. If Qin Yin did not mention it, Jian Linglong would not have thought of this matter. The great formation stopped, the middle-aged half-immortal furiously roared and pounced at Qin Yin. Jian Linglong took a step forward and rushed over. The pig slaughtering knife in her hand chopped down and beheaded that middle-aged half-immortal. Elder Ling Long, your pig slaughtering knife is really powerful. This guy should have an immortal body or immortal blood, right? It's too easy to kill them. Qin Yin exclaimed. My saber is a king weapon. How could it not be powerful? Jian Ling Long walked over, took out the half-immortal's life crystal and threw it to Qin Yin. Here, what do you want this thing for? It works. After Qin Yin took it, he sensed that the energy inside is very terrifying. At this moment, a series of bell ringing came from the Sword Immortal Villa. That broken bell and Xianxia have telepathic connection. I guess something urgent happened. I'll go take a look. Jian Linglong said in a very bad mood and then left the pagoda. Qin Yin promptly swallowed the half-immortal's immortal blood and then burned the corpse. Xiao Yun, hurry up and refine the cannonballs. Ling Yuner shouted. Qin Yin nodded and made the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron grow in size. Then, he poured in a lot of beast oil. He wants to refine a special cannonball that can mix a large amount of beast oil and the half-immortal life crystal's energy together and then refine it with his overwhelming righteous power. Those devils still don't dare to attack Jianshi Tian and the others. They can only wait for them to be poisoned even deeper before capturing them. Qin Yin said, Jianshi Tian and the others should be able to hold on for a period of time. As long as I finish refining those cannonballs, we can go over. While Qin Yin is refining, he is also very anxious. He also wants to immediately go over and use the Devil Star Overlord to kill to his heart's content. However, considering that those devils are also very strong, if he doesn't prepare thoroughly and those devils destroy the Devil Star Overlord, he won't have a chance to turn the tables. Even though Qin Yin is very anxious, he still has to calm down and earnestly refine those cannonballs. Half an hour later, Jian Linglong returned. Elder Linglong, what's the situation now? Qin Yin promptly asked. It's not very optimistic. Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, Long Family, Yang Family, Tian Family, as well as a few other sects and small families have all joined the devil's side. They have all been detoxified. Jian Linglong cursed loudly, that group of guys, they even call themselves righteous sections. They actually colluded with the devils. They are no different from the devils. Qin Yin cursed in low voice. With them joining the devil's side, their overall strength is too strong. As long as they make a move, they can immediately take down our people. Jian Linglong is also anxiously walking back and forth. They gave me 4 hours to bring you over to them. Otherwise, they will start killing. 4 hours? It should be enough. Elder Linglong, quickly come and help me refine these things. Qin Yin hastily said. Refine what? Jian Linglong also saw that Qin Yin is busy. Compress a large amount of beast oil and then extract a portion of the energy from the life crystal. Then you can carve Dao runes on it. How about this, I'll refine these things and you carve Dao runes. Qin Yin said. Jian Linglong also saw that Qin Yin is refining a black pearl. It is a cannonball. This cannonball has not been carved with Dao runes. I originally planned to carve fire totem. If it is you, carve Dao runes on it, it should be a bit stronger. Qin Yin said again. Dao runes? What kind of Dao runes do you want to carve? Jian Linglong took out a carving knife and hastily asked. The most powerful Dao runes. High-quality Dao runes are enough. It would be best if they are filled with explosive power. Qin Yin feels that it is somewhat strange. Don't tell me you don't have these Dao runes? High-quality Dao runes? I do have them, but they are not suitable. Moreover, I only have one high-quality Dao rune. The others are all low-quality trash Dao runes. Jian Linglong said with some sadness, I have been a Dao inscription master for a very long time, but the Dao runes in my hands are too few. Other Dao inscription masters are also not willing to give me the dark runes of Dao runes. They carve the dark runes, leave the bright runes for me to carve. The situation Jian Linglong is talking about is very common. Good Dao runes are very precious to Dao inscription masters. They only impart the bright runes to others and keep the dark runes for themselves. This way, they can let some young Dao inscription masters help them carve the bright runes. It can save them a lot of trouble. You have Dao Lord inscription spirit, could it be that you did not get any preferential treatment? There should be many Dao runes. Qin Yan finds it hard to understand this matter. Jian Linglong lightly groaned and said, because I have Dao Lord Inscription Spirit, they will not give me the Dao runes. If I can master a large number of Dao runes, there would be no need for those old Dao inscription masters to exist. The finesse of the Dao runes I carve are very high. Moreover, my speed is very fast. One of me is equivalent to 10 of them. Now do you know how trash Dao Lord Inscription Spirit is? Qin Yan suddenly thought of a plan. He said with smile, Elder Linglong, you should join our immortal weapon city. I will give you 2 high-quality Dao runes, how about it? You really have high-quality Dao runes? Jian Linglong's gentle and beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. Qin Yan took out his Dao runes. They are stored inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. There are a total of 9 Dao runes. With his current strength, he cannot use them. He only took out 2 Dao runes. These 2 Dao runes, one is called Destruction Dao Rune and the other is called Devil Burning Dao Rune. The 2 Dao runes Qin Yan took out, the bright and dark runes, are very clear. Jian Linglong, who possesses Dao Lord Inscription Spirit, just by looking at it, she can immediately remember it. She is extremely excited now. Qin Yan said with smile, after this matter is over, you will follow me to Immortal Weapon City. There is no meaning in you staying here. You should have heard of Lu Jingmeng, right? She is a young Xian inscription master, she needs a teacher to guide her. When you go to Immortal Weapon City, you can help teach her. Jian Linglong looked at the 2 Dao runes and said, alright, I will follow you. Qin Yan is secretly happy. So long as Xiao Yuemei arrives later, he can let her use the mirror to copy Jian Linglong's Dao Lord Inscription Spirit. When the time comes, he can extract it. Xianxia Tian, who is in the plaza, is also extremely nervous. His current method is to stall for time. When the time comes, Demon Immortal Paradise and Immortal Weapon City's half-immortals, martial kings, and martial emperors will arrive and they will be able to reverse the situation. Of course, he doesn't know that Qin Yan is trying to poach someone from their Sword Immortal Pavilion, he wants to kidnap Jian Linglong. If Xianxia Tian knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. Qin Yan and Jian Linglong are busy refining those cannonballs. Elder Linglong, don't you have any reluctance to part with the Sword Immortal Pavilion? Qin Yan asked curiously, why did you leave with me so easily? They treat me like a treasure, they only treat me like a coolie. Do you know? They asked me to refine Dao tools and Xian tools, I did the embryo and bright runes. They didn't even give me the core Dao runes and dark runes. I wanted to leave long ago. Jian Linglong became angry when she talked about this matter. Before leaving, give them the Dragon Totem rune. This way, I can feel a bit more at ease. If I poach you, Xianxia Tian will definitely hate me. Qin Yan said with smile. He deserves it. He promised to help me get high-grade Dao runes long ago, but every time, it was just talk. If you give me Dao runes, I will follow you. What's wrong with that? Jian Linglong's heart is blooming with joy because Qin Yan gave her 2 high-grade Dao runes in one go. This is much more generous than those old Dao inscription masters of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Elder Linglong, if you have the opportunity to come into contact with Dao tier totems in the future, the Dao grade totem runes you carve will also have a very high degree of finesse. Qin Yan said with smile, your Dao Lord Inscription Spirit is still very useful. Qin Yan looked at the cannonballs carved with Dao runes by Jian Linglong and secretly sighed in admiration in his heart. Jian Linglong can carve such complicated Dao runes in a short while. Qin Yan, you gave me 2 high-grade Dao runes. As repayment, I joined the Immortal Weapon City and became Lu Jingming's teacher. Don't ask for anything else. Jian Linglong suddenly said with some worry. Are you worried that I will ask for something? Qin Yan continued refining the cannonballs. Nothing. Jian Linglong saw Qin Yan's puzzled expression and said in low voice. After the 2 of them joined hands and refined 8 cannonballs, the bell rang again. Motherfucker, are you done or not? It hasn't even been 4 hours. Jian Linglong is very angry, she put down the work at hand and rushed out. Not long after Jian Linglong left, the bell stopped ringing, but very quickly it rang again. Could it be that Elder Linglong also suffered a setback? Qin Yan promptly stored the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron and placed the 8 cannonballs into the Xian King cannon. Overlord appears after Qin Yun left Jian Linglong's pagoda. He went outside. He saw black gas pervading everywhere. That black gas carried a rancid stench as well as a very uncomfortable pungent smell. Poison. When Qin Yun smelled that smell, he sensed a poison power drilling into his body. That poison power was also absorbed by the viper martial spirit. He looked into the distance and did not see the huge black ball. He suspected that the huge black ball exploded and released the poison gas. It's most likely the Devil Xian Domain's devils. They prepared for this surprise attack for a long time, that's why they refined that huge black ball. Ling Yun'er warned, Xiao Yun, after you go over, you must clearly observe the situation before taking action. I'll be careful. Qin Yun, who turned transparent, quickly rushed towards the plaza. The Sword Immortal Villa has become very deserted. The Sword Immortal Pavilion's disciples were all gathered at the plaza and then absorbed the poison gas, causing the Sword Immortal Villa to look empty. Qin Yun quickly arrived at the plaza. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xianxia Tian holding a sword, half squatting. That sword is also stabbed into the ground. He grabbed the hilt of the sword, supported his body and slowly stood up. Xianxia Tian's entire body is covered in blood, his injuries are not light. Jian Linglong is sitting on the ground behind him. Her face is deathly pale and her clothes are somewhat tattered. She must have gone through a fierce battle. In front of Xianxia Tian stands a blond black-clothed old man. Looking at his posture, one can tell that he is the leader of the devils. Jian Linglong said angrily, "Didn't you say you would give me 4 hours? Why did you suddenly attack?" The blond old man said with a sneer, "It was Xianxia Tian who attacked first. This old fellow truly has some ability. Even though he was poisoned, he can still stab me with his sword. However, he's going to be finished soon." Ha ha ha. Behind the blond old man, there are also Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountains half-immortals. Their poison has been detoxified and now they are in cahoots with the devils. You bunch of bastards. Xianxia Tian cursed in low voice. Even Soaring Dragon State King Mu is standing behind the blond old man. Qin Yun hid in the distance and took out the Xian Royal Cannon. I don't know how powerful my Xian Royal Cannon is. If Linglong isn't injured, she might be able to turn this situation around if I shoot her. Qin Yun held the Xian Royal Cannon and aimed at the few stronger devils. There are definitely half-immortals who can still move. Don't worry, if the situation turns around, those half-immortals will definitely take action. Ling Yun'er said, Xianxia Tian is poisoned but he can still attack. It's just that his power is somewhat restricted. Qin Yun took a deep breath and controlled the Xian Royal Cannon to fire an artillery shell. The black artillery shell flew over and landed in the middle of the group of devils. Boom, a wave of flames burst forth, bringing with it the power of destruction and devil extermination. The scariest thing is that the overwhelming righteous power that Qin Yun poured in, combined with the devil extermination Dao Rune and destruction Dao Rune, is even scarier. It can very effectively cause damage to the devils. The area of the demons was instantly enveloped by flames. The weaker demons immediately screamed. Especially those in the spirit martial realm, a large number of them were burned to death in an instant. Jian Linglong, who is sitting on the ground, is also pleasantly surprised. She also knows that Qin Yun has attacked, so she promptly shouted, "Those who can attack, attack. Exterminate them." Boom boom. Boom boom, Qin Yun continuously fired artillery shells and blasted back all the devils who were preparing to attack. That kind of overwhelming righteous power also caused them to feel shocked. Of course, those powerful devils only felt somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Yun's artillery shells have limited damage to them. After several consecutive explosions, the ones who suffered the greatest damage are the Xian Martial Realm and Spirit Martial Realm Devil Cultivators. Especially the Spirit Martial Realm, they have basically all been killed. And the Xian Martial Realm don't have the power to fight back. The artillery shells refined by Qin Yun absorbed the power of many life crystals. The effect is also very good. It also had some effect on those Martial King and Martial Emperor Devil Cultivators. Jian Linglong swiftly flew out and madly killed the group of devils. More than 10 Sword Immortal Pavilion's half-immortals also shouted loudly. They charged into the crowd with their origin swords and began killing crazily. Only the devils were greatly affected. The Medicine Immortal Valley's traders were not affected at all. Moreover, they all coincidentally watched from the sidelines, hiding at the side and watching the Sword Immortal Pavilion's people fight with the devils. In order to exterminate those devils, Jian Linglong did not care too much. After taking out the Dao cores of those martial king devils, she directly threw them out. Not long after, a series of huge explosions occurred. Fortunately, those disciples with low cultivation are all inside the battle stage's barrier. That barrier is also very strong. And the half-immortals, martial emperors, and martial kings are all outside the battle stage's barrier. Although they also suffered from the impact, they did not complain because they would rather be injured to let the devils die. In the Sword Immortal Villa's plaza, more than 10 poisoned half-immortals are fighting with the devils in an incomparably fierce battle. The entire plaza has sunk down from the battle. More than half of the Sword Immortal Villa's houses have collapsed from the energy waves and turned into flat ground. This might be the only immortal sect in history to suffer such heavy damage. Not long after, the plaza also calmed down. Xianxia and the other half-immortals' injuries are rather serious. Furthermore, they are poisoned. They can only quickly sit on the ground to suppress the poison power. Most of the half-immortals' power has been sealed. They are only equivalent to martial kings. Therefore, it is not that easy for them to suppress the poison power. If they close the formation and recover their half-immortal power, they can alleviate the situation. However, that is also very dangerous. Because there are still traders from the Medicine Immortal Valley eyeing them covetously from the side. Their poison has been detoxified. If they were allowed to recover their half-immortal power, then the Sword Immortal Pavilion's side would be completely finished. Jian Linglong's entire body is riddled with wounds. She is sitting on the ground healing her injuries. After the smoke and dust dispersed, the ground is filled with the dismembered corpses of all kinds of devil cultivators. 2 Chandi also died in the fierce battle earlier. It must be said that sword cultivators are indeed heaven-defying. Even if they are poisoned, they can still kill a large number of devil cultivators by using their origin sword to attack. Even Jian Linglong killed 2 half-immortal devil cultivators. Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal laughed loudly and said, "Qin Yun, you were the one who secretly attacked just now, right? You really have the ability. You actually turned the situation around and killed all the people from the Devil Shan Domain and Devil Desolate." This caused Jianshi Tian, Bao Chongshou, and the others to be shocked in their hearts. Because they never expected that the sudden explosion just now was actually caused by Qin Yun. That kind of power is very harmful to devils. Even half-immortal devils were affected to a certain extent. They also admitted that Qin Yun's sudden attack indeed created an opportunity for them to counterattack and annihilate the Devil Dao forces in one fell swoop. However, there are still people from the Medicine Immortal Valley and State King Mu here. State King Mu looked at Bao Chongshou and said with a sinister smile, "Surnamed Bao, you have 3 immortal origins on you. You should know what to do, right?" Soaring Dragon State's Long family people also shouted, "Qin Yun, hurry up and get out here. Release Long Xian." Long Xian has already been killed by Jian Linglong. Qin Yun is still hiding in the shadows and did not come out. Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, State King Mu and a few other half-immortals are standing in front of Jianshi Tian and company, separated by dozens of meters. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal old man said coldly, "Qin Yun, if you want to see Bao Chongshou and these Sword Immortal Pavilion's half-immortals die, you should continue hiding. Qin Yun, hurry up and come out. Otherwise, we will kill these half-immortals. At that time, you will definitely become a sinner for all eternity." State King Mu shouted. Jianshi Tian took a deep breath and shouted, "Qin Yun, don't worry about us, continue hiding. As long as the reinforcements arrive, they will definitely die. These guys from the Medicine Immortal Valley hate our Sword Immortal Pavilion and Immortal Weapon City to the bone. Now is a good opportunity for them to exterminate us. Therefore, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. If they don't kill us, then we will definitely seek revenge on them in the future. Just based on this, we will definitely die." Bao Chongshou sighed and said, "Qin Yun, if you show yourself, no one will be able to save you. Continue hiding and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. We should be able to hold on until then." The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal said angrily, "Less nonsense. Qin Yun, hurry up and come out. Otherwise, I will kill Xianxia first. People of the Long family, listen up. If you still want to see Long Xian, then quickly leave this place. Otherwise, he will definitely die. Qin Yan's voice echoed in the sky above the plaza. When Qi Malian, who was inside the barrier of the battle platform, heard this, she became slightly excited but even more worried. The Soaring Dragon State's Long family and the Proud Star State's Long family have several martial kings and martial emperors here. They are also a large force. If they leave, it will reduce a lot of pressure on Qin Yun. The people from the Long family are very clear that Qin Yun will definitely dare to kill Long Xian because he has done many similar things before. After a short discussion, they also responded. We will not participate in the battle, we will only watch from the side. An old man from the Long family said. After they finished speaking, they flew to the edge of the plaza. Ling Yin'er cursed in a low voice, these guys are probably watching from the side. If Jianshi Tian and the Medicine Immortal Valley fight to the death, the Long family will definitely go out to pick up the scraps. If we sacrifice a half-immortal and let them obtain 3 immortal origins, they will definitely do it. The other big shots of the other powers present also thought the same. The Medicine Immortal Valley has a lot of forces on their side. If they were to split the benefits, they would definitely be the ones with the strongest fists. Especially the immortal origins and Qin Yun's survival, they are the biggest benefits. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal became impatient. He slowly walked towards Xianxia and said with a sneer, Qin Yun, if you don't come out, Xianxia will die a tragic death here. I'll come out now. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. At the same time, a giant descended from the sky. Twist heaven and earth, all the half-immortals here are restricted to Martial King realm. And that Devil Star Overlord is a Martial King. Furthermore, his body is very powerful and he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The Devil Star Overlord suddenly appeared and landed in front of the Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal. Those 6 arms quickly slapped down, creating a loud pa-pa-pa sound, causing that half-immortal's body to explode. At this time, Xiao Yuelan used Mysterious Penetration divine ability to penetrate the battle stage's barrier and arrived outside. She transferred Old Mother Yunyao to the battle stage. And the group of people from Medicine Immortal Valley also rushed up. The Devil Star Overlord is very strong and its speed is very fast. It blocked the group of attackers. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan quickly moved Xianxia, Jianshi Tian and a large group of people into the battle stage's barrier. Furthermore, Qin Yun took out the little jade rabbit and handed it to Xiao Yuelan. When Old Mother Yunyao saw the little jade rabbit, she became slightly excited because she knew that it was the Moon Palace's jade rabbit. It had a very strong detoxifying power. Seeing the Devil Star Overlord, the one who was most shocked should be Jian Nanhu, followed by State King Yi of the Divine Inscription Palace. The Devil Star Overlord suddenly appeared here and even attacked the people from the Medicine Immortal Valley. It was obviously released by Qin Yun. This high-grade puppet was actually subdued by Qin Yun. Back then, in order to subdue the Devil Star Overlord, State King Yi put in a lot of effort. Now that he saw Qin Yun obtain it, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Qin Yun, I should have known that the Devil Star Overlord was obtained by you. You bastard, you actually controlled the Devil Star Overlord long ago and killed our demon governing master. State King Yi roared in anger. He charged at the Devil Star Overlord and crazily attacked. Although the Devil Star Overlord is very strong, State King Yi, State King Mu and the other half-immortals are not to be trifled with. Moreover, there are many martial emperors. Even if their cultivation is suppressed to Martial King, it is not too difficult for them to deal with the Devil Star Overlord if they join hands. Qin Yun immediately rushed out of the barrier and entered the Devil Star Overlord. This way, he can directly control the Devil Star Overlord. The Devil Star Overlord, who had always been unarmed, suddenly had a hammer and a sword in his hands. It is the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and Jian Nanhu's Dao Sword. You bastards, go to hell. Qin Yun controlled the Devil Star Overlord and attacked agilely. With the help of those 2 weapons, he killed many martial kings and martial emperors in a short while. The people inside the barrier of the martial stage were dumbfounded and envious. Because this puppet, the Devil Star Overlord, is simply too powerful. Although those half-immortals were suppressed to the Martial King realm, they are still very strong. But now, so many of them joined hands and yet they are still unable to defeat the Devil Star Overlord. The most frightening thing is that after the Devil Star Overlord used weapons, it became even more frightening. The Nine-Sun Divine Hammer could increase one's strength, and the power that was unleashed at this moment was extremely terrifying. Every time the hammer smashed into the ground, the energy would leave a big hole in the ground. Those half-immortals can only dodge left and right, otherwise they will be killed. Bastard, you want to capture me alive to exchange for the Star Lord inscription spirit? All of you, die. Qin Yan had long wanted to kill this group of people. They always had ideas about him and Xianxia. Thinking about how Xianxia was forced to hide in the remote Moon Mountain range by them, the anger in Qin Yan's heart became even more intense. The Devil Star Overlord became even more crazy. Boom, the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer finally hit a half-immortal and split his head open, causing the half-immortal to cry out in pain. Shwa, after that half-immortal was hit by the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer, the Dao Sword hacked down. You want to kill me? Dream on. That half-immortal roared and brandished his saber to block the sword. The Devil Star Overlord has 6 arms. Currently, they are all concentrated on that half-immortal's body. One of its hands pressed on his shoulders and the other grabbed his arms. The remaining 2 hands held the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer and the Dao Sword and unleashed a burst of ferocious attacks. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer continuously bombarded that half-immortal's body, causing his head to shatter and his body to be stabbed several times. At this moment, the others are also frantically attacking the Devil Star Overlord. However, the Devil Star Overlord's skin is rough and thick, it is not afraid of pain. After being attacked from behind for a short while, even though it is riddled with scars, it is still able to stand steadily. After Qin Yan controlled the Devil Star Overlord to kill a half-immortal, the Devil Star Overlord suddenly let out a furious roar. A cold air fiercely surged out from the Devil Star Overlord's body. Those people besieging were caught off guard and immediately froze. That star nucleus was previously modified by Bing Xing and can release ice-cold power. At this moment, Qin Yan controlled the star nucleus and released most of the energy it contains to freeze the surrounding people besieging the Devil Star Overlord. That group of people were suddenly attacked by the cold air and became much slower. The Nine-Sun Divine Hammer in the Devil Star Overlord's hand overflowed with berserk power. It fiercely smashed at those short and small people, like whack-a-mole. When the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer descended, one hammer strike can kill a person, especially martial kings and martial emperors. Their bodies are not that strong. After being hit, they will die without a doubt. Only half-immortals can block 2 or 3 hammer strikes. The plaza once again ushered in a fierce battle. The Long family people who are watching from afar are also feeling fear and trepidation. If they had also participated in the battle, perhaps more than half of them would have died by now. State King Yi is lying on the ground moaning in pain. Both of his legs have been chopped off, both of his shoulders have been smashed and his body has also been punched several times. It is already very amazing that he is still alive. Didn't you all want to snatch my good stuff? Come on. Qin Yan's voice sounded out, it is filled with incomparable anger. I'll let you snatch me, I'll let you snatch. Qin Yan shouted angrily. He controlled the Devil Star Overlord and crazily attacked that group of people. Bang, his Nine-Sun Divine Hammer killed another martial king. With one strike, his flesh and blood exploded. Qin Yan, you bastard. You will definitely be punished. State King Mu cursed, you have this kind of thing, the Xian domain people will definitely not let you off. State King Mu originally lost an arm. As he cursed, his head was smashed by a hammer strike and then he was punched far away. Xianxia Tian is dumbstruck seeing this. He never expected that Qin Yan would be able to reverse the situation and take care of this group of people before reinforcements arrived. There are still 3 half-immortals. Those martial kings and martial emperors are either dead or crippled. And the speed and power of the Devil Star Overlord controlled by Qin Yan also gradually weakened. Motherfucker, the energy of the star nucleus is almost consumed. Qin Yan hugged the star nucleus and controlled the Devil Star Overlord to retreat. At this time, the poison in old Mother Yunyao's body was detoxified. As long as she doesn't need to suppress the poison, even if she is injured, she will still have very strong power. Therefore, Xia Yuelan sent her out of the barrier with ease. You group of traitors, go to hell. As soon as old Mother Yunyao came out, she shouted angrily and a large cloud and mist surged out from her body. The cloud and mist transformed into all kinds of beasts, they are formed from energy. The group of fierce beasts formed from cloud and mist energy galloped in the plaza, their steps rumbled and in an instant, they submerged the three half-immortals. The cloud and mist fierce beasts also exploded one after another, causing the three half-immortals to scream miserably from the explosion. Seeing the last three half-immortals fall to the ground with serious injuries, the people on the battle stage all burst into cheers. Victory, the group of demons and traitors had finally been killed. Attack! Long family people suddenly shouted. Don't tell me you don't want Long Xian to live anymore? Qin Yan saw them rushing over and shouted. If we take you down, the benefits we will obtain will far exceed Long Xian's. An old man laughed loudly and said, you guys have several immortal origins here, ha ha ha. Old Mother Yunyao furiously snorted. Suddenly, a giant tortoise formed from cloud and mist fell from the sky and smashed the group of Long family people who were rushing over to the ground. Qin Yan promptly left the Devil Star Overlord's body and stored it away. Then, he made his body transparent and ran through the plaza. He stored all the dead and injured half-immortals, martial kings, and martial emperors into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Old Mother Yunyao's strength is indeed terrifying. She alone can actually resist the attack of so many people. Qin Yan hid in the shadows and shot out the throwing knife talisman tool he refined before. It can also affect those people greatly, but it is very difficult to injure them. When the throwing knife talisman tool flew over, it exploded with a very strong flame, causing those people to be in a very sorry state. Qin Yan also aimed at the eyes or other fatal areas. Even if those people dodged or blocked, the throwing knife talisman tool flew over and exploded. Old Mother Yunyao released many clouds and mist to attack. After Qin Yan's throwing knife talisman tool exploded, flames appeared, causing those clouds and mist to also turn into fire clouds. I'm coming. The poison in Xianxia body has not been completely detoxified, but it is a lot better. He feels that it is enough for him to fight. After he was thrown out of the barrier by Xiao Yuelan, he held his origin sword and charged into the fire cloud like a light beam. After entering, he fiercely stabbed a Long family half-immortal several times, stabbing him like a hornet's nest. After that half-immortal was injured, he lied on the ground. Qin Yan used the tree totem's tree claw to grab him and stored him in the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Roar roar roar, those Long family people released their dragon martial spirit and unleashed the cultivation technique within the heavenly dragon secret art. The entire plaza immediately looked like it was enveloped by several angry dragons. Those Long family people also did not expect that Xianxia would recover so quickly. The poison in his body weakened by a lot, allowing him to attack without any misgivings. A berserk Xianxia is the most dreadful. Those dreadful sword auras caused even Qin Yan to feel endless fear. They enveloped his body, it is as if he is being stabbed by swords, it is very uncomfortable. At this time a large familiar aura arrived from the distance. Granny Ma, Chu Binyu, and a few immortal weapon cities half-immortals arrived. As soon as they arrived, they immediately surrounded and attacked the Long family people. The plaza that has been wreaked havoc is immediately enveloped by violent and ferocious flames. 3 of the immortal weapon cities half-immortals are flame users. The plaza is immediately submerged in a sea of flames, then one after another violent and ferocious thunder and lightning dropped down. Ferocious flame and thunder and lightning, churning clouds, and mist and mighty sword aura enveloped more than half of the sword immortal villa. Many cracks appeared on the ground. Qin Yan is also unable to endure this kind of terrifying power. He had no choice but to enter the battle stage's barrier to take refuge. He captured that group of people into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. There are many half-immortals with formidable immortal blood inside. With so many half-immortals captured by me, I don't believe that I can't cultivate an immortal body. Xian Domain's internal affairs. When Jian Nanhu saw Qin Yan enter the battle stage, he immediately walked over and asked, Qin Yan, you really controlled the Devil Star Overlord? You didn't even tell me that you controlled this kind of thing. I've always wanted to find that guy to take revenge. Now you don't need to take revenge. Qin Yan said with a smile. He is also somewhat tired and sat on the ground to rest. Everyone here is filled with admiration for him. He actually turned the situation around. One must know that when they were poisoned, they were in incomparable despair. Xiao Yuan used the little jade rabbit to detoxify everyone. There are many people poisoned and they can only rely on the little jade rabbit to detoxify them one by one. It is also very slow. Outside the battle stage, Chu Binyu and the others joined in and quickly took care of the Long family people. In this battle, the Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and the other great clans also suffered heavy losses. Many half-immortals, martial kings, and martial emperors died. And the Devil Xian Domain's evil forces that launched a surprise attack were almost completely annihilated. Although no one from the Sword Immortal Pavilion was killed, the Sword Immortal Villa was severely damaged. After Xianxia Tian and the others finished fighting, they are all extremely tired and directly laid on the ground. They all fought beyond the limits of their bodies. The Jian family's half-immortal arrived rather late, but it made everyone feel more at ease. Everyone, please rest assured. Our Sword Immortal Pavilion has a special method to quickly detoxify everyone. Please follow me. An elder of the Sword Immortal Pavilion said to everyone. After the battle stage's barrier closed, everyone followed the elder and left, saying that they were going to some detoxification pool. Old Mother Yunyao's poison has long been detoxified and her restricted power has also been released. She can quickly recover from her injuries and doesn't need to go. Instead, she is taking care of Qi Malian. Everyone rested in the dilapidated Sword Immortal Villa for 3 days and recovered quite well. The people of Sword City all know that something big happened in the Sword Immortal Villa, but they don't know what it is. In these 3 days, the people of the Sword Immortal Pavilion deliberately leaked some information. Generally speaking, the Devil Xian Domain's devil sects attacked the Sword Immortal Villa and joined forces with the Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and other powers to seize the Immortal Origin. However, they were jointly killed by the Sword Immortal Pavilion, Immortal Weapon City and the Demon Immortal Paradise. This caused a sensation in the entire Proud Star State. Soaring Dragon State also received the news because the people of Long Family and State King Mu also died in battle. Those who knew about this matter were required to keep it a secret and sign some sort of blood oath. They couldn't say too much to the outside world. For example, he could not reveal the matter of Qin Yun controlling the Devil Star Overlord to go on a killing spree. This time, Qin Yun has helped the Sword Immortal Pavilion greatly. Therefore, the Sword Immortal Pavilion will help him keep the secret. One must know that if the matter of him controlling the Devil Star Overlord were to spread, the people from the other few provinces would definitely think of getting their hands on it. Xian Domain's Divine Inscription Palace should be the first to arrive. In the middle of the Sword Immortal Villa, there is a very large mansion that was not destroyed. This is Jian Shirtian's residence. Inside the mansion's main hall, the big shots of other factions are gathered here. Apart from them, Qin Yun and Jian Linglong were also invited here. Jian Shirtian stood in the hall and said, "We have 3 immortal sects here, as well as Jian family and Demon Moon Island. We can be considered to have 5 relatively strong factions. We must join hands. Right now, Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and those few great clans are not our main opponents. The big shots of these great powers know a lot of information and now they are taking this opportunity to form an alliance." Qin Yun knows that this meeting is not simple. He can only quietly listen from the side. Old Mother Yunyao said, "I have already received news that Xian Domain's 9 sun sects want to take control of the Ordinary Realm's 5 provinces. Moreover, they want to directly control us and make us work for them." That's right. That's why the Devil Desolate Xian Domain's Super Devil sects can't wait any longer. That's why they launched a surprise attack after the end of the martial arts tournament. Jian Shirtian's expression is grave as he nodded his head. Devil Desolate Xian Domain wants to destroy us and Spirit Desolate Xian Domain wants to control us. Qin Yun asked, "Why does Spirit Desolate Xian Domain want to control us?" Bao Changshu said, "A long time ago, the 5 great immortal sects, various large and small clans, as well as many large and small sects, all had many connections with the 9 sun sects. It can be said that they were all their subsidiary powers. And later on, they gave up on managing us, reduced the resources they provided us and finally left us to fend for ourselves. Later on, not only did we survive, we even grew stronger. They want to control us again." Xianxia said, we admit that the reason why we can become strong is because of the early support of the 9 sun sects. However, we have also served them for many years and offered many things to them. We don't owe each other anything. Later on, they also ignored us. They only created a divine inscription palace to let us participate and maintain contact. Then they sent a few immortal origins. Will they ask for them back? Qin Yun said with some worry because their immortal weapon city has the most immortal origins. As long as our proud star state king offers them some. Although that state king Yi is dead, the divine inscription palace still has other factions, so the state king can be re-elected. Xianxia said. Bao Changshu said with frown, something must have happened in the Xian domain, that's why they urgently need our ordinary realm to provide resources. They are even willing to use immortal origins to obtain tribute. Demon Immortal Paradise's half-immortal said, they don't dare to directly control us. It seems like they don't have that kind of strength, otherwise they would have already killed their way out. They have strength, but if they want to capture us, they will have to bleed a lot. Internal strife must have happened in the Xian domain, so they are not allowed to attack us. Old Mother Yunyao said. Xianxia nodded his head, what we need to worry about now is those devil Xian domain guys. They dared to attack our spirit desolate ordinary realm's immortal sects without the slightest scruple. They should know that Xian domain won't help us. This kind of thing will definitely happen more often in the future. Bao Changshu said, we must quickly return and strengthen the barrier. The Divine Inscription Palace will also participate in the matter of the immortal sects barrier. Han Fenghu's group's faction in the Divine Inscription Palace can be considered as neutral. Now that State King Yi has been eliminated, another faction is in charge of the Divine Inscription Palace. Because Qin Yin won first place in the martial arts tournament, Immortal Weapon City has great authority in the Divine Inscription Palace. The big shots of these few factions are discussing about future cooperation and alliance. They also feel that they should rope in other second-rate sections. They pulled Qin Yin over to let him know that from now on everyone is on the same side. They hope that when he is outside, if he has any conflict with people, he will consider the friendship in the alliance. After discussing for more than half a day, they finally dispersed. Various major factions people also left the Sword Immortal Villa one after another. There is a very large sword city outside the Sword Immortal Villa. Sword Immortal Pavilion called over many people from Sword City and let them come in and take charge of the reconstruction of the Sword Immortal Villa. Divine Inscription Palace's Han Fenghu also came over to inquire about some matters and then returned to report. Xiao Yuelan and Qi Meilian also left with Old Mother Yunyao. They will first go to Immortal Weapon City. Because Xiao Yuelan said that she will go to Immortal Weapon City as a guest. Qin Yun, Jianshi and Jian Nanhu are standing in front of Jian Linglong's pagoda. Jian Nanhu said in low voice, Qin Yun, did you provoke Jian Linglong when you entered this pagoda? I did not. Qin Yun said with smile. Jianshi said with smile, Linglong is a person who distinguishes kindness and grudges clearly. Qin Yun saved her life, she will definitely remember this kindness. The door suddenly opened. Jian Linglong is wearing simple and unadorned white clothes, her braid is hanging down on her chest. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with gentleness. Her beautiful mature face also has a trace of gentle smile. This caused Jian Nanhu to feel indescribable fear because he has never seen Elder Linglong's gentle side. Sect Master, in order to repay Qin Yun, I have decided to join Immortal Weapon City. Jian Linglong said with smile, I will immediately go back with them. Jian Shitian's face is filled with astonishment. He originally thought that he would come to see Jian Linglong and then ask about the dragon totem. He did not expect that Jian Linglong would actually jump ship. Don't worry, I will always be a member of the Jian family. Jian Linglong took out a beast skin and handed it to Jian Shitian. She said, this is Qin Yun's dragon totem. Give it to other Dao inscription masters. Jian Shitian looked at Qin Yun and saw that his eyes were evasive. He shouted loudly, little demon, did you rope her in to join Immortal Weapon City? Qin Yun scratched his head and said with somewhat embarrassed smile, about this, doesn't Elder Linglong want to repay kindness? She did it willingly, it has nothing to do with me. It was Qin Yun who asked me to go to Immortal Weapon City. Furthermore, he gave me 2 high-grade Dao runes. Also, Immortal Weapon City originally had one immortal origin and now they have obtained 3 more. In total, they have 4 immortal origins, much stronger than the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Jian Linglong said with smile. Although Jian Nanhu lost to Qin Yun 3 times, he has never been convinced by Qin Yun. And now, Qin Yun poached Jian Linglong, the number 1 tigress of the Jian family, causing Jian Nanhu to prostrate himself in admiration. Xianxia Tian took the dragon totem, looked at Qin Yun and cursed in low voice, "You little demon, you actually brazenly poached our people. You are too despicable. Sword Sect Master, this really has nothing to do with me. It's all because your Sword Immortal Pavilion mistreated her. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me to poach her." Qin Yun said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Jian Linglong kept the pagoda on her back. It is a Dao tool that she refined. Furthermore, after many years of modification, it is a very powerful construction-type magic tool. Xianxia Tian let out a long sigh. "Linglong, I also know that you have been looking forward to high-grade Dao runes for a long time. In this aspect, I indeed owe you. In the future, I will work hard to find good high-grade Dao runes. It won't be too late for you to come back when the time comes. Our Sword Immortal Pavilion's door will always be open for you. I won't be coming back." Jian Linglong smiled and said, "Sect Master, take care." After she finished speaking, Jian Linglong and Qin Yun left. Jian Nanhu watched them leave and then looked at the location where the pagoda used to be. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Elder Linglong is really gone? I'm not used to it. I won't be able to hear her yelling at you anymore." Xianxia Tian suddenly chuckled and said, "It's not a bad thing that she left. At least no one will dare to yell at me, the sect master, in the future. This barbaric and boorish woman scolded us elders as fools and pigs all day long. We've had enough of it. Bao Changshu and the others will suffer, haha." "Grandfather, were you pretending just now?" Jian Nanhu said in a low voice, "I thought you really wanted to keep Elder Linglong." Return home victorious inside the cabin of Bao Changshu's flying ship. Inside a large hall, a group of half-immortals saw Qin Yun bring Jian Linglong up, they don't know why. When Jian Ruyan saw Jian Linglong, she was somewhat surprised and said, "Hello Sister Linglong." Chu Bingyu and Granny Ma also promptly greeted Jian Linglong. Because Jian Linglong is very famous, especially among martial emperors, she is a very talented Dao inscription master. Bao Changshu said with smile, "Elder Linglong, thank you for sending Qin Yun to the ship." Everyone here felt that Jian Linglong came to bid farewell to Qin Yun and Jian Ruyan. "No need to be polite, we are all on the same side," Jian Linglong said. "That's true." Bao Changshu didn't care too much about this. He just felt that since they were in the alliance, it was normal for them to call each other their own. Jian Ruyan said softly, "Sister Linglong, we are about to set sail. Do you have anything else?" Jian Linglong sat on a chair and said, "I'll go back to Immortal Weapon City with you." "Ah? Are you going to the Immortal Weapon City as a guest?" Jian Ruyan said in surprise. "Welcome, welcome." Bao Changshu smiled. Qin Yun said, "Sect Master, Elder Linglong has decided to leave the Sword Immortal Pavilion and join our Immortal Weapon City. In the future, he will also be a member of our Immortal Weapon City." The smiling Bao Changshu looked at Qin Yun in a daze and exclaimed, "Is this true? How is that possible?" Chu Bingyu and Granny Ma also looked at each other, they couldn't believe this is true. "Really, I want to join the Immortal Weapon City, do you welcome me?" Jian Linglong looked at Bao Changshu and said with a smile. This, of course you are welcome." Bao Changshu looked at Qin Yun and said. "It was Qin Yun who invited me to join the Immortal Weapon City. Your Immortal Weapon City obtained so many immortal origins, it's much better than the Sword Immortal Pavilion." Jian Linglong said with a smile, "It's not strange that I joined the Immortal Weapon City, right?" Although Jian Linglong said so, Bao Changshu and the others still feel that Jian Linglong joining Immortal Weapon City is too sudden. One must know that Jian Linglong is very famous in the Sword Immortal Pavilion. She is a young and powerful Dao inscription master. Her talent is also very high and she even has Dao Lord inscription spirit. Does Xianxia Tian know about this? Bao Changshu asked. "Got it." Jian Linglong looked at Qin Yun and said with smile, He also agreed to let me join the Immortal Weapon City. You don't have to be afraid of offending him. After Bao Changshu heard this, he immediately felt relieved, and his face was filled with a happy smile. That's good, that's good. When we return, I will arrange an elder position for you. You will definitely be treated very well. Then it's settled. Jian Linglong knew that the Immortal Weapon City would definitely welcome her. Soon after, Jian Linglong and Jian Ruyan left the hall and entered a room together. The others also left one after another and returned to their rooms. Bao Changshu and Qin Yun were still in the hall because Bao Changshu had something to discuss with Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you performed very well in this year's martial arts tournament. Furthermore, you helped us obtain 3 immortal origins. Bao Changshu was overjoyed when he talked about this. He smiled and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said, I said before, as long as you get first place, my Immortal Weapon City will give you a mysterious and precious reward. Sect Master, can you give me an immortal origin? Qin Yun said. Of course I can. Bao Changshu spoke and took out a large white ball that is half the height of a person. This is a sealed immortal origin. As long as the outer shell is broken, the seal can be removed and immortal energy can be condensed. Qin Yun stored the immortal origin into the first pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and let Momo and Little Jade Rabbit absorb it. When Yang Yang wakes up in the future, she can also absorb the immortal energy. Don't make this matter public. Bao Changshu warned, I will also keep this a secret. Qin Yun nodded and asked with a smile, Sect Master, what is the mysterious reward? Bao Changshu chuckled, you will definitely like this reward very much. It is an inscription spirit. Really? Sect Master, how did you get an inscription spirit? Qin Yun is pleasantly surprised. Of course it's true. That inscription spirit was left behind by that group of immortals. That was a matter from many years ago. Among those immortal desolate soldiers, there were a few powerful inscription masters who were mainly in charge of refining weapons. Those inscription masters all obtained the Tool King inscription spirit and then left behind one. Until now, it has not been spread out. Bao Changshu took out a white pearl and handed it over to Qin Yun. The Weapon King inscription spirit is sealed inside the pearl. This Tool King inscription spirit can allow you to carve weapon runes or weapon totems faster and with higher precision. You now have 2 kinds of inscription spirits, they are very powerful. Bao Changshu said with a smile. Previously, Bao Changshu expelled Qin Yun from the sect, so he always felt guilty. Later, Qin Yun obtained a few immortal origins, so Bao Changshu decided to give the precious inscription spirit to Qin Yun. Many thanks, Sect Master. Qin Yun said with a smile. Qin Yun, you are really awesome. How did you deal with Jian Linglong? That woman is very fierce. Bao Changshu lowered his voice and asked with a smile. I told her that Jingming needed a teacher to guide her. She felt that she was very suitable, so she agreed. Besides, our immortal weapon city is also not bad, we have so many immortal origins. Qin Yun said with a smile. That's true. Bao Changshu nodded with a smile. Qin Yun came to an empty room in the cabin and lied down on the bed. After I go back, I should be able to cultivate immortal devil body and step into middle stage spirit martial realm. Xiao Yun, don't you have the water divine ability martial spirit? Quickly fuse it. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. This trash divine ability martial spirit. Qin Yun took out a blue soul sealing pearl. Sealed inside is a blue divine ability martial spirit. Don't complain, quickly fuse it and give it a try. None of these divine abilities are trash. Ling Yin'er urged, there must be other uses. If others wanted to fuse divine ability martial spirit, they would need the help of a soul refiner. However, Qin Yun has the Nether Sun martial spirit. He can easily devour the divine ability martial spirit and then use that divine ability. Qin Yun also devoured the suffering divine ability martial spirit before. He can release the power of pain to others, but he never had the chance to try it. After Qin Yun fused it, he tried to condense some water in his hand. It's useless. Even if I don't use divine ability, I can use the congealing water spirit talisman to achieve this effect. Qin Yun curled his lips. Xiao Yun, some divine ability martial spirits seem to be trash. That's because there are no other good divine abilities to match. You have to know that when two divine abilities are combined, the power released is very strong. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan thought about it and he is not so sad. It's all because of that bastard State King Yi. He gave me this trash martial spirit, he is clearly tricking me. He cursed in a low voice. This guy is still alive. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. After State King Yi was injured by him, he did not die and was taken into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Qin Yan did not kill State King Yi because he has an immortal origin in his hand. Of course, others thought that State King Yi is dead. Bao Changshuo's flying ship finally returned to the Immortal Weapon City and stopped in the Immortal Weapon Palace. As soon as Qin Yan returned, he rushed to the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. During this period of time, Qin Yan is not here and Bing Xing also felt somewhat deserted. In the past, Qin Yan would always chatter with her. After Qin Yan entered the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall, he saw Bing Xing, who was wearing a white dress, sitting beside the immortal pool with her back facing him. What's the result of the martial arts tournament? Did you get first place? Bing Xing's voice is neither cold nor indifferent as she asked. Sister Bing Xing, if I didn't get first place, I wouldn't have the face to see you. Qin Yan ran over with a smile and said, this time, we had a great harvest and many things happened. Those fellows from the Devil Desolate Xian domain even wanted to capture me and a great battle broke out in the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Bing Xing slowly turned around and asked with a frown, what happened after that? Qin Yan also sat on the ground and looked at Bing Xing's clean and refined face. He talked about what happened without stopping. Bing Xing also learned that Qin Yan obtained a few immortal origins and revealed a smile. It can be seen that those immortal origins are quite useful to her. You obtained an immortal origin, you must make good use of it. Bing Xing said, I will discuss with Bao Changshuo how to use those two immortal origins. I plan to link all the immortal origins together and make the immortal energy in the entire Immortal Weapon City even denser. Whatever. Qin Yan does not want to worry about such matters. He took out a purple gold soul sealing pearl and said, Sister Bing Xing, there's a purple gold moon martial spirit inside. If I want to transform my mind into a moon, do I have to use this moon martial spirit? Bing Xing took the pearl and checked it. She nodded and said, if you have the moon martial spirit, it should be easier. Let me think about how to help you break through safely. Sister Bing Xing, I caught a guy. It's that State King Yi. There's an immortal origin in his storage spirit tool. Do you have a way to make him hand it over? Qin Yan took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Let him out, I have my own ways. Bing Xing's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, causing Qin Yan's hair to stand on end. He quickly released State King Yi from the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. State King Yi is lying on the ground. His hands and feet are crippled and his body is seriously injured. He is a half-immortal, his life is very tough, he won't die that easily. After seeing Qin Yan, State King Yi immediately cursed angrily, Qin Yan, you little bastard, you definitely won't have a good time. Before he finished cursing, a wave of cold air filled with anger surged out. State King Yi's mouth is filled with cold air, filled with ice. It is the cold air released by Bing Xing. State King Yi looked at Bing Xing, he is extremely afraid. He is a half-immortal. Although he is injured, he can still feel Bing Xing's terrifying immortal power. That is the powerful immortal power that only a true immortal has. State King Yi never expected that the immortal in the Immortal Weapon Palace would be so young and beautiful. Bing Xing pressed her hand on State King Yi's head and coldly snorted. State King Yi screamed in pain and his head overflowed with a strong mental power. After the mental power was released, it released the items inside the storage magic tool that State King Yi carried with him. When Bing Xing saw the immortal origin appear, she sneered. At this moment, State King Yi died with his eyes wide open. He died just like that? This bastard has an immortal tool on him. Didn't he take it out? Qin Yan feels that it is a great pity. A reunion of old friends. Bing Xing looked at the immortal origin and said, this immortal origin is enough. You can keep this immortal origin. She didn't know what Qin Yan was doing to State King Yi. She just felt that it was strange. Sister Bing Xing, you should keep it. It can help you become stronger faster and return to the immortal desolate earlier. Qin Yan said. Bao Changshuo has two more. Including the one below the immortal pool, there are three. If they are connected, the immortal energy condensed will be even more, enough for me to use. Bingxing moved the immortal origin to Qin Yun's side. Then I won't be polite. Qin Yun also accepted the immortal origins with a smile. He had three little fellows to raise. If Momo, Yang Yang, and little Jade Rabbit grew up, they would also be a very powerful force. Bingxing asked, what did you just do to this? I feel that his immortal body has become much weaker. Speaking of this matter, Qin Yun also has many things to discuss with Bingxing's sister Bingxing. I've obtained a lot of devil blood and immortal blood. Can I use these two types of blood to cultivate immortal devil body? Qin Yun asked very seriously. I don't know. Bingxing's beautiful eyes flashed with fear, then she shook her head. Immortal devil body is not that easy to cultivate. Otherwise, everyone would be able to cultivate it. Qin Yun felt that he should ask Xiaqiru because she has an immortal fiend body. Suddenly, Granny Ma's voice came from outside. Supreme Elder, is Qin Yun inside? Qin Yun hurriedly went to open the door and saw Granny Ma with two women in white with veils covering their faces. He recognized Xiao Yuan and Qi Malian at a glance. Qin Yun, they are here to look for you. Granny Ma said softly, it shouldn't be convenient for you to receive them in the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall, right? Of course it's convenient. Granny Ma, do you want to come in and have a seat? Qin Yun walked out with a smile and immediately pulled Xiao Yuan and Qi Malian's lily-white hands into the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. No need, I still have something to do. Granny Ma is very surprised. However, when she thought about how Qin Yun obtained a few immortal origins for the Immortal Weapon City, it is normal for the Grand Elder to value him highly. After Granny Ma left, Qin Yun closed the door. Qi Malian took off her veil. Her cute and innocent face was filled with a sweet and joyful smile. When Qin Yun saw the face that he had missed for a long time, he felt very happy. He immediately extended his hand and caressed her jade-like cheeks. Big brother, I've finally met you. Qi Malian threw herself into Qin Yun's embrace, her eyes moist with joy. Little Malian, you are stronger than me now. Qin Yun giggled and gently supported her back. Then, he wiped away the tears on her cute face. Qi Malian chuckled and said, Big brother, you're much stronger than me. If it weren't for you, we would all have been killed by those devils. Grandma Yunyao said that you're a great hero. Xiao Yuan looked at Bingxing walking over and said with a smile, Bingxing, you should be the luckiest one. You actually didn't die. Bing. Sister Bingxing. When Qi Malian saw the cold and arrogant Bingxing, she felt somewhat terrified and immediately hid behind Qin Yun. Bingxing looked at Qin Yun and said, I have to thank Qin Yun's past life for sealing me. Bingxing, other than you, we're all dead. Xiao Yuan looked at Qi Malian and sighed faintly, you really should thank Qin Yun. Qi Malian said softly, Sister Bingxing, why do I feel like you've changed a lot? You weren't like this before. You look so scary. Qin Yun had long guessed that Qi Malian also had a past life. After experiencing so many things, I've only changed. It's already good that I haven't gone crazy. Bingxing walked over and caressed Qi Malian's cute face, you're still the same as before, so cute and innocent, you haven't changed at all. Bingxing, let the matters of the past be in the past. I am Xiao Yuan now. She is Qi Malian. Xiao Yuan said. That's right, it's all in the past. Now is a new beginning. I hope we can still be good friends. Bingxing looked at Qin Yun with a complicated expression. We will always be good friends. Qi Malian suddenly became excited, she threw herself into Bingxing's embrace and hugged her. Xiao Yuan also walked over. The three women's faces are filled with happy smiles. Their eyes are moist as they hugged each other. Although Qin Yun is very happy, he feels somewhat depressed in his heart because only he doesn't know what happened. Alright, we're leaving. Xiao Yuan said. Yuan, didn't you say you would stay with me for a month? Qin Yun hurriedly shouted. I want to cultivate in seclusion with little Malian. Xiao Yuan giggled at Qin Yun and said, just let Rian accompany you. She's my wife. Big brother, I'll be on Demon Moon Island from now on. We'll be able to meet often in the future. Qi Malian laughed. And, I'm very happy to be able to see you. Qin Yun pinched her face and asked, in the future, don't sneak into those big powers. It's very dangerous. It was Yuemei who asked me to replace her. Qi Meilan also told Qin Yun about Xiao Yuemei. This damned girl, if you see her, tell her to come find me immediately. I have something important to talk to her about. Qin Yun scolded with a smile. Got it. Xiao Yuelan pulled Qi Meilan and walked towards the door. Qin Yun and Bing Xing sent them out of the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Bing Xing, take good care of Xiao Yun. Seeing that you two are getting along pretty well, I won't say much about your past life. Before Xiao Yuelan left, she warned them again and again. Qin Yun watched as Xiao Yuelan and Qi Meilan left the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. After they left, Qin Yun muttered, this girl Yuelan is really something. She doesn't even want to accompany me. Bing Xing said, Qin Yun, the two of them have important matters to attend to, so they are in a hurry to return. What is it? Qin Yun asked curiously. Soul healing. Bing Xing said, just now, I felt a strange reaction from their souls. I guess it's the effect of reincarnation. For them to be able to reincarnate and awaken their memories so early, there should be someone secretly helping them. Qin Yun had previously guessed that Xiaqiru was secretly contacting Qi Meilan, Xiao Yuelan, and Xiao Yuemei to guide them in their cultivation. Sister Bing Xing, was little Meilan's previous life's martial spirit also a space-time martial spirit? Qin Yun asked curiously. She has two martial spirits, the space-time martial spirit and the memory martial spirit. Bing Xing returned to the side of the immortal pool and sat down. She said, her memory martial spirit is very powerful. When she is sad, it can seal those bad memories. Qin Yun came to a sudden realization. Previously, Xia Wufeng, Morong Darren and Hua Zhong had seen Qi Meilan's martial spirit but they could not remember what it was. Ling Yun'er suddenly said, Xiao Yun, didn't Yuelan say that you lost a portion of your memories when you were young? I can't even find that memory in your mind. Clearly, it was taken away by a special power. If that's really the case, only little Meilan can do it. I suspect that back then, Big Sister Imperial Preceptor asked little Meilan to help take away your memories. Things are getting more and more complicated. Qin Yun felt that Xiaqiru was deliberately hiding many things from him. Sister Bing Xing, was my relationship with little Meilan and the others very good in my previous life? Qin Yun asked. Your relationship was very bad and they were all deceived by you. However, I don't know what happened in the many years after I was sealed. In short, there must be a reason why they are so good to you now. Bing Xing looked at the immortal pool with a complicated expression. I also want to understand what happened after I was sealed. I'll go back and meet up with those friends before coming back to cultivate with you. Qin Yun did not want to continue thinking about this matter because he has no clue at all. Bing Xing nodded gently. Qin Yun left the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall and hurriedly returned to his residence. He took out the immortal graveyard diagram and dripped blood on it. Xiao Yun, what's the matter? Did you see little Meilan? Xiaqiru asked. I saw her. She and Yuelan have met Bing Xing. They have become good friends again. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Big Sister Imperial Preceptor, I always feel that you are hiding many things from me. They are all related to my previous life. Yes, I am hiding many things. Those things can easily affect you, so I don't plan to tell you for the time being. Yuelan and the others also know. The reason why they didn't tell you is because they have the same considerations as me. Xiaqiru said. Yanshiryu's reincarnation is also something that Xiaqiru did not expect. Therefore, Xiaqiru did not collude with Yangshiryu. And Yangshiryu also concealed many things regarding Qin Yun's previous life. When Qin Yun thought of this, he believed that Xiaqiru is doing this for his own good. Imperial Preceptor Sister, I've cultivated with Bing Xing. Cultivating 9 revolutions immortal power together will increase my speed by a lot. Qin Yun said with a smile. Xiao Yun, you are really amazing. Bing Xing actually let you go and even cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you. Xiaqiru said with a smile, it seems like your charm is the same as your previous life. Imperial Preceptor Sister, I also want to cultivate immortal devil body. I got a few immortal origins, soon after. Qin Yun told Xiaqiru about the many immortal and devil blood he obtained. He also briefly explained the matter of the immortal origins. After Xianxia finished listening, she was silent for a long time before she said, "Xiao Yun, you indeed possess the conditions to cultivate a mortal devil body, but it is rather dangerous. However, once you cultivate it, it will be of great help to you in the future. Fortunately, your cultivation is not high and you have an immortal by your side, so I can rest assured and let you cultivate a mortal devil body. Bingxing is a woman and she can cultivate with you. It should be considered heaven's will. With her help, you should be able to cultivate a mortal devil body." Qin Yan is secretly excited and asked, "Imperial Preceptor Sister, what should I do?" "Put the immortal and devil blood in a container each. Then put a large number of Devil Cultivator Dao cores or Devil Cultivator half-immortal life crystals inside the immortal blood. And in the devil blood, put a half-immortal life crystal or Dao core. Wait for the blood inside the container to react. If everything goes smoothly, the devil blood will turn golden and the immortal blood will turn transparent. At this time, you can pour the two kinds of blood together and then use the fresh blood to boil the blood. Then you can jump in. Finally, let Bingxing be beside the container and cultivate with you. Let her release her strongest immortal power to guide the immortal and devil blood to refine your body. Of course, this requires both you and Bingxing to master the immortal devil sacred body art. I will teach you this cultivation method." Immortal demon sacred body art. Qin Yun seriously memorized the mantra Xianxia taught him. As he listened, he was secretly alarmed because he was very familiar with one part of it. In other words, it was the mantra for him to cultivate the 9 revolutions immortal power. As he listened, he suddenly realized that it was similar to the other 2 mental cultivation methods that he had cultivated. This is very similar to the Star Yang Heart Sutra and the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra that I comprehended. Although Qin Yun was astonished, he did not immediately ask. Instead, he continued listening. Xianxia spoke very slowly. This is to let Qin Yun remember it more clearly. She explained it several times before making Qin Yun recite it. Only then was she certain that Qin Yun could remember it completely. Even if Qin Yun can't remember, Ling Yuner will remember. She has a super strong memory. Basically, she is managing Qin Yun's memories and absorbing all kinds of memories. When you see Bingxing, teach her this cultivation technique. If you can't figure out this cultivation technique, don't be in a hurry to cultivate. When the time comes, just let Bingxing guide you." Xianxia said. "Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, I've cultivated the Star Yang Heart Sutra and the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra before. I keep having the feeling that this immortal devil sacred body art is somewhat similar to those 2 cultivation techniques." Qin Yun voiced out his doubts. 9 Extinction Heart Sutra? That's also a holy technique. Xianxia said, "Since you have cultivated the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, I don't need to worry too much. You should be able to master the immortal devil sacred body art." When Qin Yun heard this, he was somewhat happy. He asked, "What's the connection between those cultivation techniques?" "Yes. Because these cultivation methods were all modified from a soul cultivation art. Back then, when that soul cultivation technique appeared, a group of experts went crazy to fight over it. Everyone was able to get a few pages, so they created new martial arts based on that soul cultivation technique. The Sun Moon Heart Sutra is also a martial art of the same origin. And the Immortal Devil Sacred Body art is the strongest among these martial arts because the person who created the Immortal Devil Sacred Body art obtained the most pages from that cultivation technique." Xianxia explained the origins of these profound martial arts. Qin Yan looked forward to it as well. He wanted to obtain the complete soul cultivation art. "Big Sister Grand Preceptor, you really know a lot of things." Qin Yan sighed. "In the future, I will tell you more about the 9 wastelands. I am your big sister imperial tutor," Xianxia said with a gentle smile. Qin Yan was also very happy. Just as he was about to end the contact, he thought of something and asked, "Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, if Bingxing asks me how I obtained this cultivation technique, how should I answer her?" "Just tell her honestly that you can contact me. Tell her that I'm only in your dreams. Don't tell her about the celestial graveyard diagram. I'm worried that she'll come looking for me." Xianxia solemnly warned, "Xiao Yun, don't tell Yu Ji and Bingxing about the immortal graveyard diagram and me under the myriad star lake." "Who is Yu Ji?" asked Qin Yun. The young mistress of the Guanghan Palace is Xianxia. She is very famous in the Immortal Desolate. Xiaqiru said with smile, she is getting along well with you, I don't have to worry anymore. Qin Yan never expected Xiaoyu's nickname to be Yuji. He could not help but associate it with the Moon Lady inscription spirit. Oh right, I heard from Bingxing that Yuelan and little Malian's souls are damaged. They need to repair their souls, right? Qin Yan was more worried about them. It's not damage, it's to suppress the growth of the soul. If I grow too fast and my body can't keep up, it will be very troublesome. I made this big mistake, so I can only stay here and wait for my body and soul to be balanced before I can do other things. Xiaqiru faintly sighed. So you're saying that Yume and Big Sister Yang also need to suppress the growth of their souls? Qin Yan asked. Suppressing the growth of their souls is beneficial to them. Furthermore, when they cultivate, they only need to cultivate their bodies. They don't need to worry about their soul cultivation. Xiaqiru's voice suddenly weakened a little. This was also the longest conversation Qin Yan and Xiaqiru had had in many years. Elder Sister Imperial Tutor, are you tired? Then rest well, we'll talk next time. Qin Yan said. And, I also have to suppress my soul now, otherwise my body will be torn apart. Xiaqiru smiled, get along well with Bingxing. She can use the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to cultivate with you. She trusts you once again. This is very rare. After Xiaqiru finished speaking, the blood energy overflowing from the immortal graveyard diagram gradually disappeared. Qin Yan put away the immortal graveyard diagram and closed his eyes to properly digest the immortal devil sacred body art he just learned. Elder Sister Imperial Tutor is more powerful than I imagined. I originally thought that her matter was only related to the Immortal Desolate, but now it seems that it is also related to the Sacred Desolate. Ling Yin'er said. The Sacred Desolate is too far away. Even I don't know when I'll be able to reach the Immortal Desolate. Qin Yan sighed. Very soon. Once you cultivate the Immortal Devil body and condense the Immortal Devil blood in your body, you will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, don't worry, you will definitely succeed. You have fused with the overwhelming righteous martial spirit, which can help you suppress the negative effects of the devil blood. Otherwise, with the devil blood in your body, you can be tormented by the devil blood at any time and easily lose your mind. And you have the overwhelming righteous martial spirit, so you are not afraid of this. Qin Yan is also very excited at this moment. After calming down, he slept on the bed and hurriedly left the room for the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Bingxing is also waiting for Qin Yan beside the Immortal Pool, preparing to cultivate together with him. Qin Yan, they have set up the 2 immortal origins. Very soon, the 3 immortal origins will be able to make the entire Immortal Weapon City's immortal energy become denser. Bingxing said, your cultivation speed of immortal body will also be very fast. Sister Bingxing, I want to cultivate the immortal devil body. Qin Yan said with an excited smile. How are you going to cultivate? Bingxing slightly frowned, this is very difficult. Moreover, this is not allowed in the Immortal Desolate. Once people discover that you have the immortal devil body, they will kill you. Qin Yan suddenly asked with a mysterious expression, Sister Bingxing, have you heard of the immortal devil's sacred body art? When Bingxing heard Qin Yan say those words, her entire body trembled. Her ice-cold jade-like face is also filled with shock. Where did you hear of this cultivation technique? Could it be that you've recovered your memories? Sister Bingxing, why are you always worried that I'll recover my memories? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Because I can't accept your past life. In this life, you are indeed a good person in my heart. If you really recover your memories, the trust between us will be shattered. Every time Bingxing thought of this matter, her mood is especially complicated. Because she has a very complicated feeling towards Qin Yan's past life and current life. It was Elder Sister Imperial Tutor who told me about the Immortal Devil's sacred body art. She even taught me this cultivation technique. Qin Yan said. Who is your Elder Sister Imperial Tutor? Bingxing is astonished once again and quickly asked. Her name is Xiaqiru, she is. Before Qin Yan could finish, he was interrupted by Bingxing Emoji's daughter, Xianqiru. Bingxing opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked anxiously, where is she? Is she in the Immortal Weapon Palace? She is in my dreams. Sometimes she will suddenly appear and then guide me in cultivation. Qin Yan can only weave a lie to deceive Bing Xing. Bing Xing looked at Qin Yan in a daze. For a moment, she doesn't know what to say. Because she always thought that Xiaqiru might have died and only her powerful immortal devil body did not die. Qin Yan knows that he deceived Bing Xing in his past life, so he doesn't want to deceive her again in this life. Now, deceiving Bing Xing can be considered as a white lie. He also understands Xiaqiru's worry because Bing Xing is indeed very concerned about Xiaqiru. Qin Yan never expected that Xiaqiru's previous life was called Xianqiru. After Sister Yang awakened her memories, she must have known that Xiaqiru is Xianqiru. She also knew that elder sister Imperial Tutor was secretly plotting, but she didn't tell you about it. Maybe she was afraid of triggering your memories. Ling Yin'er said. Sister Bing Xing, elder sister Imperial Tutor told me the method to cultivate immortal devil body, but I need you to do it. Are you willing to help me? Qin Yan asked softly. Tell me the specifics. As long as I can do it, I'll help you. Bing Xing let out a long sigh. She never expected that Emoji's daughter would have such a good relationship with Qin Yan. This once again impacted her understanding of Qin Yan. It made her feel even more that Qin Yan's past life must have had some unspeakable secret that caused him to deceive her. How long have you known Sister Kiru? Why did she appear in your dream? Bing Xing asked. I've known her since I was very young. I've told you before about what happened to me in the Imperial Palace. After Big Sister Grand Preceptor suddenly left, I never saw her again. After that, she only occasionally appeared in my dreams. When Qin Yan heard Bing Xing call Xiaqiru Sister Kiru, he knew the relationship between Bing Xing and Xiaqiru. If she is the one who guided you in cultivating a mortal devil body, then I believe that you will be able to cultivate it. Bing Xing said. Soon after, Qin Yan simply repeated the process and then imparted the immortal devil sacred body art to Bing Xing. Bing Xing has a powerful soul and mental power, she memorized it after hearing it once. However, Qin Yan still made her recite it once before feeling relieved. Sister Bing Xing, did Sister Kiru cultivate the immortal devil sacred body art before? Qin Yan asked curiously. No, she obtained it later and was sealed because of it. I thought that her soul was already dead. I didn't expect that she would reincarnate. Bing Xing's eyes flickered, she is trying to guess what Xiaqiru wants to do. Sister Kiru and I were sealed at about the same time, but how did she find Qin Yan's bastard past life? When she was sealed, what did Qin Yan's bastard past life do? How could Yu Ji and the other girls be so hell-bent on him? Bing Xing suddenly wants to know about Qin Yan's past life. Only Qin Yan can awaken his memories. However, she doesn't want Qin Yan to awaken his memories. She is worried that he will become that bastard. I'm going to use the Sun and Moon immortal bed to comprehend the immortal devil sacred body art. Wait for me outside. After Bing Xing finished speaking, she jumped into the immortal pool. Blood refining Qin Yan did not stay idle outside. He took out 2 containers. They are 2 specially refined vats that are half the height of a person. It is not a problem for 2 people to sit inside. They were originally used to store king-grade beast oil, but now they are used to store devil blood and immortal blood. He followed Xiaqiru's instructions and placed the devil blood and immortal blood into a large vat. He stored the blood in the nether sun-dao core and did not absorb and refine it. Now he can release it. Inside the nether sun-dao core, there is a very special space. Everything that is sucked in will float up. Coupled with Ling Yin'er's empty space, it can store many special things. After the blood was sucked in, Ling Yin'er helped seal it very well. Soon, the 2 vats were filled with blood. The devil blood is black and the immortal blood is alternating between golden and red. Then he put in the Dao cores of martial kings, martial emperors or half-immortals as well as life crystals. They all contain very strong energy that can make the blood even stronger. The vats of devil blood are filled with devil cultivators' Dao cores and life crystals. In the Sword Immortal Villa's Plaza, there are many half-immortals from the Devil Xian domain and Devil Desolate, so Qin Yan also obtained many of their life crystals. Yun'er, are there devils in the Immortal Desolate? Qin Yan asked. Devils who become immortals are devil immortals. They also exist in the Immortal Desolate and their power is very great. There are also some immortals who changed their cultivation to devil immortals. Ling Yin'er said, "You will know when you go to the Immortal Desolate in the future. There are still a lot of those guys in the Immortal Desolate. The cultivation of devils is so extreme, they can actually cultivate to immortal." Qin Yin curled his lips and said, "They are not immortals, they are just as strong as immortals, that's why they are called devil immortals." Ling Yin'er said. The devil blood very quickly reacted and gradually turned golden. The immortal blood also turned transparent. After the 2 vats of blood changed, they also became a lot less. The originally full vats are now less than half full. It seems to be going very smoothly, just as Xianxia said. Qin Yin looked at the 2 buckets of blood and said with a frown, "Next, I need to use my blood to boil this blood." "Can my blood do it?" "You have the Heavenly Lion bloodline. Your blood contains a very strong flame energy. You can try to ignite your own blood," Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin poured the 2 buckets of blood together. They turned golden and emitted a golden light. The blood energy gave people a very strong feeling. He began to let his blood drip into the vat. Qin Yin cultivated the Heavenly Lion Xian body. Not only does he have a lot of blood, he can also breed it quickly. The vat was originally full, but after Qin Yin's blood fell into it, it did not fill up. "My Heavenly Lion blood seems to have fused with the immortal devil blood," Qin Yin said with a frown. "Yes, let's get some flames to try, maybe we can ignite it." Ling Yin'er laughed. Just as Qin Yin had this thought, the vat of immortal fiend blood emitted hot air and then ignited into flames. "How strange, I just wanted my blood to burn, and it actually did." Qin Yin quickly dripped a little blood on the ground and used his mind to control it. Soon, the drop of blood ignited into a golden flame. "I can actually make my own flame burn at will? Will that make the blood in my body burn as well?" Qin Yin never thought of such a thing. Now, under the control of his will, he immediately felt the blood in his body burning, producing waves of steaming hot air. He controlled the blood in his body to burn and shot it out. Boom, the energy rushed into the distance and burst into flames, and under the control of his mind, the burning blood in his body also stopped. Qin Yin has a powerful Heavenly Lion Xian body, and the burning of the Heavenly Lion blood will not cause any harm to his body. It seems that my understanding of the Heavenly Lion bloodline is not enough. Qin Yin was pleasantly surprised and said with a laugh, "If I go to fight again in the future, I can just let my blood burn and produce a very strong energy. Combined with my Dao power, I will definitely be stronger." After Qin Yin was happy, he continued to drip his blood and then controlled his blood to burn the immortal devil blood in the vat. The burning process is very difficult. The immortal devil blood is not that easy to boil. "I've been dripping blood for more than half a day and it's only a little warm," Qin Yin said with a frown. "If this goes on, I need to quickly replenish my blood." "Don't worry, you can take your time," Ling Yin'er said with a smile. "Wait for Bingxing to come out, she should be able to help you quickly produce blood." Qin Yin continued to bleed. After an entire day, the vat of immortal devil blood did not produce any heat. At this time, Bingxing also flew out of the immortal pool and slowly floated to Qin Yin's side. She borrowed the sun and moon immortal bed to let her consciousness enter the sun and moon spacetime realm. She laid down for a day and her consciousness passed for a year. She also mastered the initial stage of the immortal devil sacred body art, enough to help Qin Yin refine his immortal devil body. "Why do you look so weak?" The moment Bingxing came out, she saw Qin Yin sitting on the ground. "I'm using my blood to burn the immortal devil blood. My blood isn't recovering that fast, so I became like this." Qin Yin continuously bled for an entire day. It is already very good that he can still speak. When Bingxing saw Qin Yin's haggard appearance, she felt an indescribable heartache in her heart. She walked over and sat beside Qin Yin. Then, she inserted her lily-white hands into Qin Yin's clothes and actually touched his chest. Qin Yin is stunned. He thought that Bingxing wanted to eat his tofu. Bingxing is indeed touching Qin Yin's chest and rubbing it. It is unknown what she is doing. Qin Yin, who is in a daze, cannot help but feel his mind ripple and his old face turned red. He looked at Bingxing's expressionless beautiful face and asked in a low voice, "Sister Bingxing, what are you doing? You are making me feel very comfortable." Qin Yin's chest is indeed feeling very comfortable after being massaged by Bingxing's lily-white hands. Just as he finished speaking, Bingxing fiercely tore his clothes. Qin Yan immediately cursed in his heart. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Sister Bingxing, you. What are you doing?" Ling Yaner giggled and said, "Of course she wants to do it with you. Lie down and enjoy." Bingxing looked at Qin Yan's robust upper body and lightly snorted. Her lily-white hands overflowed with white gas and fiercely pierced towards Qin Yan's chest. It actually penetrated through. "Don't move!" Bingxing shouted sternly. Qin Yan sat on the ground. He is so shocked that he is tongue-tied. Because his heart is being caressed by Bingxing's gentle lily-white hands. That feeling is very strange and indescribable. At this moment, he suddenly felt a warm and gentle power enter his heart. "Quickly control your heart's heartbeat and transfer the blood I sent into your entire body." Bingxing shouted because Qin Yan's heart has stopped beating. "Oh." Qin Yan promptly controlled his heart to beat faster. Not long after, he felt that all the blood in his body has recovered. "Continue letting out blood to burn that barrel of immortal devil blood." Bingxing saw that Qin Yan has recovered and retracted her hand. Qin Yan did not take out new clothes to wear. He is somewhat puzzled in his heart. Why did Bingxing not let him take off his clothes and instead directly tear them apart? Ling Yaner giggled and said, "Xiao Yun, it seems like this cold and elegant fairy has always wanted to strip your clothes, hee hee. Don't talk nonsense." Qin Yan continued letting out blood to burn the immortal devil blood. With Bingxing by his side, Qin Yan dared to boldly let out blood. With Bingxing's help, whenever Qin Yan's blood is insufficient, she would help him recover. Every time, she would rub the skin around his heart. Therefore, Bingxing ate a lot of his tofu. "Every time I rub the area around your heart, I am releasing a special power to relax your muscles so that I can use a special method to reach my hand into your heart," Bingxing said. Her hand can directly penetrate Qin Yan's skin and grab his heart. However, Qin Yan's skin is not harmed. This is indeed very miraculous. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Sister Bingxing, don't worry. I didn't say that you took advantage of me. What's so good about taking advantage of you?" Bingxing coldly snorted. "How is it not good? Why don't you let me touch it too?" Qin Yan said this and immediately shut his mouth. "If you dare have such thoughts again, I'll take out your heart and give it to you alone." Bingxing's hand that is grabbing Qin Yan's heart suddenly turned ice cold, causing Qin Yan's entire body to emit cold air. Qin Yan said with a dry laugh, "I was just speaking casually." At this moment, Ling Yaner's charming laughter resounded in Qin Yan's mind. She said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you suffered a great loss because of her, but there's nothing you can do? Don't tell me you're going to give in just like that? You're a big man, you've been taken advantage of by her and yet you're like a coward." After being ridiculed by Ling Yaner, Qin Yan really wanted to reach his hand into his head, grab that lecherous little fairy and beat her up. "Qin Yan, don't tell Yuan about this matter, lest she overthinks it," Bingxing suddenly said. "She's broad-minded and won't fuss over such a small matter," Qin Yan said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that she'll be angry?" Bingxing sneered. "When I helped little sister Yan transform her body, a rather awkward thing happened, but I also told the process to Yuan." Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. "Sister Bingxing, you don't know enough about Yuan. What body transformation? What's wrong with Ruyan's body?" Bingxing asked curiously. Because in the immortal weapon fantasy field, she took care of Jian Ruyan and guided her in cultivation. Qin Yan simply explained the process to Bingxing and she was very surprised to hear it. "Even if Yuan doesn't mind, don't tell her about what happened in the forbidden area last time." Bingxing slightly narrowed her eyes. "If you tell her, you're dead." Qin Yan felt his heart turn cold again and immediately nodded. Because Qin Yan was beside the immortal pool in the forbidden area and Bingxing happened to be naked. Qin Yan released his blood for the last time and the immortal devil blood in the vat began to boil. "Hurry up and go in." Bingxing touched the golden immortal devil blood and urged. Destruction and rebirth. Just as Qin Yan was about to jump into the immortal devil blood, he was stopped by Bingxing. "Sister Bingxing, what's wrong?" Qin Yan asked. "Take off your clothes and go in." Bingxing said coldly, "This immortal devil blood has been refined to a very pure state. Your clothes will definitely have an effect on the blood." Qin Yan suddenly felt a little shy and said in embarrassment, Sister Bingxing, can you turn around? I can't. You looked at me last time, I want to get back at you this time. Bingxing's voice is stern and ice-cold, hurry up. Qin Yan is so shocked that his mouth opened so wide that a fist can fit inside. This Bingxing is actually this vengeful. Qin Yan coughed dryly twice and can only take off his clothes with a perturbed heart. Bingxing took a few glances and shouted, you can go in now. The vat is half the height of a person. Qin Yan can only sit inside and soak his entire body. He asked, Sister Bingxing, I've shown you back. We're even. And, you're not allowed to tell Yuan about this. Bingxing said expressionlessly, you have to continue letting out blood and let the blood boil. Qin Yan continued letting out blood, causing the immortal devil blood in the vat to boil violently. Ling Yun'er said, Xiao Yun, you're too useless. You've been bullied by a woman to this extent. Yun'er, Sister Bingxing is not an ordinary woman. She's an immortal. I'm weak, it's normal for me to be bullied by her. Qin Yan said unhappily. You have to take advantage of her. You're at a disadvantage. Ling Yun'er lightly snorted. Me taking advantage of her? Isn't that courting death? What if she plucks out my heart? That would be terrible. Qin Yan doesn't dare to have that kind of thought. You're still too young. Let big sister teach you. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, just pretend to be in pain and let her kiss your mouth. Isn't that enough? Qin Yan suddenly looked at Bingxing who was standing beside the vat. Bingxing crossed her arms over her chest, her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked at the ice-cold immortal and felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. He suddenly wanted to kiss this immortal but he felt that it would be courting death. Forget it, let's wait until the time is ripe. Qin Yan dispelled that thought. He also didn't want to be led astray by Ling Yun'er. Ling Yun'er knew what Qin Yan was thinking. She curled her lips and said, you actually have no confidence in my plan. You really disappoint me. If I fail, the one being tortured by Bingxing won't be you, it'll be me. Qin Yan said unhappily, don't give me stupid ideas all day. You have that kind of idea, you have made progress, not bad, not bad. Ling Yun'er laughed happily. I just feel that she has taken advantage of me, so I want to take it back. Qin Yan said unhappily. Yes, that's it. Ling Yun'er said. At this moment, Bingxing suddenly extended her hand into the vat and placed it on Qin Yan's chest. Again? Qin Yun cursed in his heart. He suddenly felt that Bingxing had intentionally or unintentionally taken advantage of him. Qin Yan is sitting in the vat, leaning against it. Bingxing is standing behind him. She bent down slightly, extended her hand and placed it on Qin Yan's chest. I'm going to start cultivating with you. Are you ready? Bingxing asked. Prepare? How should I prepare? Qin Yan also felt that soaking in the immortal devil blood is too tranquil. Only now did he realize that Bingxing has not started cultivating with him. The final step is for Bingxing to help guide him to absorb the immortal devil blood. The process might be very painful. Bingxing said. Come on, what is pain? I don't even know. In my memories, there is no such thing as pain. Qin Yan laughed loudly. Don't cry in a moment. Bingxing sneered and then began using Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to cultivate with Qin Yan. Once the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is unleashed smoothly, she will use the immortal devil sacred body art to guide the immortal devil blood into Qin Yan's body. Not long after, the immortal devil blood began pouring into Qin Yan's body. Ah! Qin Yan suddenly screamed. When the boiling immortal devil blood entered his body, it seems like it wants to tear his skin apart. What is even more terrifying is that the immortal devil blood is wreaking havoc in his body. In a short while, his bones, muscles and tendons are broken and shattered. His internal organs have been crushed by the immortal devil blood that entered his body. This process is extremely painful. Qin Yan can only scream crazily. Bingxing is also at the side. She released her power to press down on his body, not allowing his movements to be too intense. On the surface, Qin Yan does not have any injuries but the inside of his body has turned into mud. This immortal devil blood is very strong. Furthermore, under the urging of the immortal devil sacred body art, it has become even more berserk and will destroy everything in your body. Then, the immortal devil sacred body art will control the immortal devil blood and recast everything in your body. Then repeat the process, destroy and recast again. Bing Xing, who is behind Qin Yun, also knows that Qin Yun is in great pain. She doesn't know why, but her heart is throbbing with pain. Qin Yun, if you can endure it, you will be able to successfully cultivate immortal devil body. If you fail, you might be crippled. Bing Xing's voice transmitted into Qin Yun's mind. Sister Kiru knows that I am by your side, that's why she let me help you cultivate with ease. Sister Kiru entrusted this heavy responsibility to me. The pressure on me is also very great. You must successfully endure it. Sister Bing Xing, I will definitely endure it. Qin Yun endured the pain and said. One day passed by, the pain did not lessen, and Qin Yun also felt that his body has become stronger. Previously, when the immortal devil blood entered his body, it immediately wreaked havoc inside his body like mud. And now, after a large amount of immortal devil blood entered his body, the regenerated muscles and tendons in his body can resist for a while. However, this will make his pain last even longer. At the beginning, he only endured a short period of pain before his body's insides were destroyed. Then, his insides began to be regenerated. As the insides of his body became stronger, the process of his insides being destroyed also became longer. Therefore, the pain he endured became longer. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days passed, the pain Qin Yun is enduring every day is constantly increasing. Countless thoughts of giving up have appeared in his heart. If not for Bing Xing encouraging him from the side, he would have definitely shouted to give up. His body had also become very strong. It would take 2 hours for his internal organs and bones to be completely destroyed. This was also the reason why the pain kept increasing. Qin Yun shouted and screamed, his voice is filled with despair. Bing Xing also felt very uncomfortable watching from the side. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. It will take 6 hours for the insides of Qin Yun's body to be destroyed and enter the rebirth stage. As long as the insides of your body are no longer destroyed by the blood, you will have succeeded. Bing Xing said, you should succeed soon. Sister Bing Xing, I want to give up. Qin Yun has now entered the rebirth state. Everything in his body has also turned into a mess. You can't give up because once this process stops, you will be greatly affected. Bing Xing shook her head and said. There is still a lot of immortal devil blood left in the large barrel and it has not dried up. That is why Qin Yun feels incomparable despair. He feels that there is no end in sight. He feels that the large barrel of immortal devil blood must change and dry up before he can succeed. Bing Xing also knows what Qin Yun is thinking, so she can only encourage him. I feel that I can't persevere anymore. Qin Yun has never collapsed like this before. It can be seen that this process is extremely painful. He endured for 10 days and this is only the beginning. Thinking about how many more days he will have to endure, he felt incomparable despair. Can't persevere anymore? Then why did you cultivate immortal devil body back then? Bing Xing said coldly, Sister Kiru also told you that it is very dangerous. You can't even endure this kind of suffering, how can you become stronger? Sister Kiru possesses a powerful immortal devil body but she is still unable to contend against immortal emperors. If you want to help Sister Kiru, it will be impossible without formidable power. With your current state, how can you contend against powerful immortal emperors? Hearing Bing Xing's words, Qin Yun finally mustered up his courage and gritted his teeth to endure. Not long after, the pain began again. Qin Yun soaked for a total of half a month but the barrel of immortal devil blood did not lose anything. Qin Yun. Your current body is not strong enough, so you haven't absorbed much of this immortal devil blood. You need to refine a strong body so that you can quickly absorb the immortal devil blood. Bing Xing is only guessing, she is not clear about the specifics. She only knows that she must do this. Qin Yun can no longer shout to give up, he can only endure the incomparable pain. This kind of process is like he is being decomposed bit by bit. Moreover, he can clearly feel that this process is repeated over and over again, it is very frightening. If not for Qin Yun's extraordinary willpower, he would have definitely lost his mind from the torture and become a retard. Another 15 days passed, Qin Yun soaked in that barrel for a month. Qin Yun roared in pain every day, and Bingxing is also not feeling well. Because of the mental torture, she suddenly discovered that she cares a lot about Qingyun. Now, it will take a total of 20 hours for Qingyun's body to be destroyed. This means that during this process, he won't have the chance to breathe. Because he has to endure 20 hours of pain to enter the rebirth stage. Bingxing saw Qingyun's eyes turn red and black and immediately became extremely frightened in her heart. Because it is the prelude of collapse. Qingyun did not give up, but he thought that he would not be able to endure this kind of pain and his mind would collapse. In serious cases, his soul might even fly away and scatter. This is also the risk of cultivating a mortal devil body. Bingxing bit her lips, then took off her clothes and jumped into the barrel. She hugged the painfully struggling Qingyun from behind. Qingyun felt as if he has fallen into an abyss of pain. But now, he suddenly felt a strange power pouring into his body, helping him alleviate the pain and allowing him to gradually regain consciousness. Soon, he discovered that Bingxing is actually hugging him. You will definitely succeed. Bingxing used Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and continued guiding the immortal devil blood into Qingyun's body. Bingxing's cheek pressed against Qingyun's broad back, causing Qingyun to feel an indescribable gentleness, causing his pain to lessen by a lot. Sister Bingxing, thank you. Qingyun said. Evil devil abyss. The pain in Qingyun's body lessened a bit. Perhaps because he is in such close contact with Bingxing, his mind has been comforted to a certain extent. He can feel Bingxing's warm body, he can feel a very soft touch. He found it hard to believe that this usually ice-cold woman is now so gentle and warm from head to toe. Bingxing tightly hugged Qingyun from behind. Their bodies are very close to each other. When she cultivates the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, she can quickly guide the immortal devil blood into Qingyun's body. Furthermore, Bingxing can also transfer her power into Qingyun's body more comprehensively, reducing his pain. Even so, Qingyun still feels very painful. However, whenever he struggles in pain and feels that he can't hold on any longer, he always feels a warm current that is as gentle as water flowing from his back and then flowing through his entire body, temporarily reducing his pain. Qingyun is now very grateful to Bingxing, he does not have any other thoughts in his heart. Qingyun, since Sister Kiru chose you, she must have taken a fancy to some aspect of you. Bingxing's voice resounded in Qingyun's mind. And, I definitely won't let her down. Qingyun also wants to help Xiaqiru completely get rid of the immortal tomb. Bingxing also knows that Qingyun is working very hard. For example, just now, he clearly had a mental breakdown but he bitterly endured and did not shout to give up. This process is so difficult that it makes Bingxing feel fear. When she saw Qingyun's painful appearance, she knew that no matter who it is, they would find it hard to endure. Even she would not be able to succeed. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The amount of immortal devil blood in the vat gradually decreased. Qingyun also gradually fell into a semi-conscious state. Especially in the last few days, he endured more than 20 hours of pain. His body quickly regenerated and then entered a state of destruction. The immortal devil blood entered his body and it took more than 20 hours to tear apart his bones, muscles and internal organs. This kind of pain is especially dreadful. Fortunately, he managed to endure it. Now, Qingyun's mind is also being ravaged. After relaxing, he entered a state of self-recovery. Bingxing hugged Qingyun and gently jumped out of the vat and landed on the immortal pool. She hugged Qingyun and dived into the bottom of the immortal pool and entered the immortal origin. She hugged Qingyun and laid on the sun-moon immortal bed. Then, she continued to cultivate and released a type of immortal power to nourish Qingyun's body. At this moment, Qingyun's body is entering a metamorphosis stage. The process is very miraculous. Bingxing, who is hugging Qingyun, can clearly sense that a peculiar and powerful power is being produced within Qingyun's body. Very soon, she brought Qingyun's consciousness into the sun-moon spacetime realm. After Qingyun's consciousness entered, he was still in a slumbering state. Bingxing sighed softly, he should be able to pass this final trial. The final trial was for Qingyun to walk out of the abyss of pain. After experiencing more than a month of devastation, Qingyun was on the brink of a mental breakdown. That kind of pain had completely destroyed all the beautiful memories in his heart, tearing apart his happy and beautiful memories. This was also the reason why demonic cultivators were so brutal. It was because demonic cultivators used this extreme method to cultivate their bodies to obtain power, causing their beautiful and righteous memories to be stripped away. It also distorted their concept of beauty and happiness. Because those demonic arts told them that they had to kill, eat and abuse living beings in order to satisfy their spiritual pleasure. If Qin Yan was unable to reconstruct his former spirit, then he would give birth to a new evil mental concept. That would be the beginning of him falling into the devil Tao. Pain has already made Qin Yan despair of everything beautiful in the world. It even tore apart his thoughts of helping Xianxia. Even the beauty of Qi Malian and Xiao Yuelan gradually became blurry. Because of the distortion of his mind, all kinds of people appeared in his mind. All of them have sinister faces, making him want to destroy them. Even the most innocent and pure Qi Malian and Lu Jingmeng, when they appeared in his mind, had sinister faces. He also recalled the time when he was stripped of his spirit vein when he was a child. Looking at those sinister faces, he felt that they were very pleasing to the eye. Especially when he saw Empress Shi, he felt that she was very beautiful. This means that his worldview is gradually distorting. Xiao Yun, quickly pull yourself together. Ling Yuner shouted. Shut up, you soul worm. You steal my memories all day long. So annoying, I wish I could kill you. Earlier, Qin Yan was indeed disgusted by Ling Yuner's appearance. But later, he found Ling Yuner very interesting and treated her as a close friend. And now, the deep feelings between him and Ling Yuner have been torn apart because of the endless pain. Because while enduring the pain, he felt very helpless and desperate, so he gradually hated the friends around him. He hated everyone. If I die, your Tao core will also be finished. You idiot, you actually let evil thoughts invade your soul. Ling Yuner is also very angry. Of course, she is also very clear that the devil blood originally contained a large amount of evil devil power. Even though Qin Yun has the overwhelming righteous martial spirit, he is unable to purify those evil consciousnesses. He has to rely on himself. Then hurry up and die. I want to see how I'm finished. Ha ha ha, Qin Yun laughed crazily. Bing Xing can also hear the words that came out of his mouth. The sleeping Qin Yan's handsome face is already filled with all kinds of malevolence, causing her to be secretly alarmed. Bing Xing has never dealt with this kind of thing before and she is also panicking. Because Qin Yan's current reaction is extremely similar to falling into the devil Tao, it is very difficult for a person who has fallen into the devil Tao to climb out of that abyss. Although Ling Yuner is experienced and knowledgeable, she has no other choice. She can only control Qin Yan's memories and release those beautiful memories again and again. Damn it, why does he have so little memory of his mother? Ling Yuner cannot help but curse in a low voice because she discovered that Qin Yan's memory of his mother is very short, only a few beautiful moments. Something must have happened to his mother. Xianxia did not want Xiao Yun to know, so she took it away. Ling Yuner is even more certain of this matter. Just as Ling Yuner is pondering about this matter, she suddenly felt a large amount of memories surge out from Qin Yan's mind. They are all memories that he lost when he was young. Ling Yuner finally saw how Qin Yan saved Xiao Yuelan. It also made her feel extremely shocked. Xiao Yuelan was bullied by a few arrogant princes in the Tianshao Empire's imperial palace. That kind of bullying was not just teasing, it was abuse. At that time, the young Qin Yun, after seeing this, went to save the injured Xiao Yuelan and let her escape. After that, Qin Yun was beaten up by the few 10-year-old princes of Tianshao. They used all sorts of torture methods to torture him for several hours. The young Qin Yun did not faint, so he also suffered that kind of pain for a few hours and almost fell into the devil Tao. Later, he was rescued by Xianxia and brought back for treatment. What made Ling Yuner even more surprised is that because of that incident, Qin Yun actually produced a mysterious and evil power that covered his entire body. As for Qin Yun's mother, in order to prevent little Qin Yun from falling into the devil Tao, she introduced that evil power into her body and finally died because of it. As previously guessed, Xianxia once asked the young Qi Milan to help take away a portion of Qin Yun's memories. Therefore, the young Qin Yun also forgot that he had saved Xiao Yuelan. Ling Yuner finally understood why Xiao Yuelan was so devoted to Qin Yun. If Qin Yun had not saved her back then, Xiao Yuelan would have been tortured to death. At that time, Xiao Yuelan also saw little Qin Yun after being tortured. This is bad, this kind of memory will aggravate Xiaoyun's fall into the devil Dao. Ling Yun'er is extremely anxious. Back then, Xianxia did not want Qin Yun to have a shadow, so she sealed those memories. But now, Qin Yun dug them out himself. Sure enough, after Qin Yun dug out this memory, he completely fell into a state of madness. He roared and shouted, "I want to kill you, I want to kill you." His voice is like a savage and frightening beast, deep and hoarse. When Bingxing saw this, she immediately brought Qin Yun's consciousness out of the sun and moon spacetime realm. She saw that Qin Yun's body is gradually turning black and overflowing with black scales. Devil scales? Bingxing is even more alarmed. She used all kinds of methods but none of them were able to suppress the expansion of the evil power in Qin Yun's body. Just as Bingxing is panicking, a delicate and sweet voice suddenly appeared in her mind. "Sister Bingxing, don't panic. Do as I say and you can help Xiaoyun get through this crisis." This is Ling Yun'er's voice. "You, who are you?" Bingxing looked at Qin Yun in her arms and asked in surprise. "I'm his Dao spirit. If you want to help Xiaoyun, do as I say." Ling Yun'er said anxiously, "If this goes on, he will be finished." "Tell me, what should I do?" Bingxing asked. She is extremely shocked in her heart. She never expected that Qin Yun would actually cultivate a Dao spirit. "Quickly kiss him." Ling Yun'er coughed dryly and said, "Sister Bingxing, I am his Dao spirit. I also share all of his memories." At this moment, all kinds of beautiful memories in his mind have been distorted. However, there is only one thing and that is his guilt towards you. Even now, he still feels very guilty towards you. Because he always felt that his past life owed you and this originally had nothing to do with him. Ling Yun'er said. Bingxing became silent for a moment, then tightly hugged the crazy Qin Yun and said softly, "Then what's the use of me kissing him? If you kiss him, it means that you have completely accepted him. It can dispel the guilt in his heart and let him have a little bit of a good feeling. As long as you bring a little bit of light to his dark memories, you can illuminate his dark memory world." Ling Yun'er saw Bingxing hesitating and lightly snorted, "Sister Bingxing, I can see that your feelings for Xiaoyun have deepened. Kissing him shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Guilt in his heart, Qin Yun, who was in Bingxing's embrace, gradually turned pitch black. His black muscles overflowed with traces of evil energy. The situation is getting worse and worse. What if I kiss him and there's no effect? Bingxing's expression is complicated as she looked at Qin Yun who was lying on her thigh. Ling Yun'er secretly cursed Qin Yun, because at this moment, Qin Yun and Bingxing are so intimate. Furthermore, he is lying on Bingxing's thigh but he has fallen into an unconscious state. He is completely unaware that he is in such a wonderful moment. There will definitely be an effect. Give it a try first. Since you like him, it's not a big deal to kiss him, you won't get pregnant. Ling Yun'er urged. I don't like him. I'm only helping Sister Kiru by helping him like this. Bingxing promptly shouted. Ling Yun'er saw how big her reaction is and realized that Bingxing is lying. Alright. Then you can give it a try now. If you are any slower, even if you and him have a wedding night, you won't be able to save him. Ling Yun'er said. Dao spirit, why is your head filled with filthy thoughts? I really don't understand, Qin Yun is such a person with integrity but you are like this. Bingxing coldly snorted and said. Sister Bingxing, don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Ling Yun'er shouted. I will kiss him. But don't tell him about this. If he senses it, you can say that it's an illusion. If he doesn't believe it, you can say that it's an illusion you created. Bingxing said, I don't want him to know about this. Alright, I promise you. Don't dawdle, Qin Yun is almost done for. Ling Yun'er shouted anxiously. Bingxing slightly sighed, then lowered her head and kissed Qin Yun. Clearly, this is her first time and she is very inexperienced. Ling Yun'er used her mental power to communicate with Bingxing, guiding her on what to do. Bingxing used her mental power to communicate with Ling Yun'er. Does Qin Yun know what's happening? He doesn't know for now but it should be of some use. Ling Yun'er said. Qin Yun, who is currently falling into the abyss of Devil Dao, felt that his mouth has been sealed. He is unable to shout because Bingxing used her power to control it. She will not let Qin Yun struggle recklessly. Ling Yuner, you soul worm, get out here. What did you do to me? I want to strangle you little devil to death. Qin Yun's mind is roaring. He thought that Ling Yuner did it. Ling Yuner shouted in Qin Yun's mental world, Qin Yun, Bingxing is kissing you. She is helping you get out of this predicament. Hurry up and wake up. You owe her so much in your previous life. You have to pay it back in this life. She's sacrificing a lot to help you. When Qin Yun heard this, he was immediately stunned. He also suddenly became much more clear-headed. Then, he also sensed something. You bastard, enjoy the tenderness of a fairy. When Ling Yuner saw Qin Yun's dark memories gradually brighten up, she heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yun's perception of the outside world became clearer. Very soon, he clearly sensed that Bingxing is hugging him and sending him a gentleness filled with tender feelings. Unknowingly, Qin Yun's mind that is filled with negative emotions has gradually been suppressed. It is as if he is in a sleepwalking state, enjoying Bingxing's gentleness. After Qin Yun, whose muscles have turned pitch black, calmed down, the black energy gradually disappeared. Because Bingxing's kiss made the guilt in his heart even greater. Because he has disappointed Bingxing, at the same time, he also felt a kind of love and care. He felt that he was not that helpless. At this moment, he also gradually recalled that when he was enduring the pain, Bingxing was always by his side, using various methods to comfort him and help him alleviate the pain. However, he has forgotten all of this. He feels that he has been abandoned and feels very sorry for Bingxing. That sense of guilt is getting stronger and stronger. Guilt is the only remaining positive energy in Qin Yun's mind. As long as he still has a trace of conscience, he would feel guilty after doing something wrong. His distorted mind, the memories shrouded in darkness, were also cleared by the intense guilt and gradually recovered. Xiao Yun, Bingxing has always been helping you. She hated your previous life so much, but now she is able to let go of her grudge. Look at you, you almost abandoned your beliefs. If you're finished, who will protect her in the future? Who will help her? And Yuan, little Malian, they are all your family. Your childhood memories have also recovered. You should know how your mother died, right? Ling Yuner calmly comforted Qin Yun, arousing Qin Yun's spirit of protecting his family, advancing bravely and not fearing evil spirits. Mother died because of me. I must let her be reborn. Qin Yun said to Ling Yuner. Don't say that. Your mother obtained the immortal graveyard diagram and gave birth to you. She also transferred a demonic power into your body. Your mother sacrificed herself to protect you. Not only her, there is also little Malian and Yuelan's mother. In order to protect their children, they also experienced this. They were all killed by that kind of demonic power. You have to pull yourself together and don't fall into the demonic path. Otherwise, your mother's sacrifice would have been in vain. Ling Yuner continued to enlighten Qin Yun. This is also the reason why she was born. Because he possesses the Nether Sun martial spirit, it is very easy for him to fall into the demonic path. He needs this kind of little fairy to constantly remind him. Yuner, thank you. I'm really sorry for scolding you like that before. Qin Yun said very guiltily. It's fine, we're good friends. Of course I'll help you. Ling Yuner giggled, Xiao Yun, if you want to kiss Sister Bingxing more, then continue pretending to be unconscious. Or pretend to be crazy and move around, you can take the opportunity to touch her. Hee, she took advantage of you before, now is a good time to take it back. Previously, Bingxing had warned Ling Yuner not to tell Qin Yun about this matter. And now, not only did Ling Yuner tell Qin Yun about this matter, she even instigated Qin Yun to take advantage of her. If Bingxing knew about this, she would definitely explode in anger. Qin Yun recovered, but he did not do as Ling Yuner said. He accidentally moved his arm and accidentally touched something, causing Bingxing's body to tremble. Bingxing suddenly realized that Qin Yun is actually cooperating with her. What made her very angry is that when she contacted Ling Yuner, there is no reaction at all. Qin Yun is very grateful to Bingxing in his heart. He does not want to take advantage of her. However, if he were to wake up directly, it would be very awkward. He also wants to pretend that this matter did not happen. Yuner, tell Sister Bingxing that my situation has stabilized and she can stop. Qin Yan said to Ling Yuner. Don't, this is a rare opportunity. Ling Yuner lightly snorted. Yuner, listen to me. If a woman is really dead set on me, there's no need to use these little tricks. Qin Yan said with a smile, doing this will only produce the opposite of the desired result. Alright. Ling Yuner can only agree to Qin Yan. She transmitted her voice to Bingxing and said, Sister Bingxing, thank you. Xiaoyan's condition has stabilized. This move is indeed useful. Really? Then can I stop now? Bingxing is secretly happy in her heart. He's in a dream. If you want to continue, then continue. I won't tell him about this anyway. Ling Yuner giggled. You really won't tell him? Bingxing said. Even if I tell him, he won't believe me. You don't know this, but this guy Xiaoyan doesn't have any evil thoughts towards you. He has a kind of guilt and reverence towards you. Although I am a bit lecherous, this child Xiaoyan is very pure. You might not believe it, but he is still a virgin. Ling Yuner suddenly realized that Bingxing's feelings for Qin Yan are actually very deep. Because she could have stopped, but now she is somewhat reluctant to part. Qin Yan, who is pretending to be asleep, is also in a daze because Bingxing's hand is gently caressing his body. Bingxing continued to feel warm for a moment before reluctantly stopping. She looked at Qin Yan's calm expression. Her ice-cold and absolutely beautiful jade-like face revealed a trace of a beautiful smile. Xiaoyan, did you feel it just now? I already told Sister Bingxing to stop, but she actually continued for a while and even touched your body. Ha ha ha, Sister Bingxing is even more lecherous than I imagined. Ling Yuner giggled and said. Qin Yan is also speechless. Bingxing is still somewhat worried, so she did not immediately leave Qin Yan. Instead, she hugged him from behind and continued to cultivate together. She used her immortal power and guided Qin Yan to cultivate immortal devil body according to the immortal devil sacred body art. Qin Yan only passed the hurdle of falling into the evil devil abyss. This allowed him to possess devil blood, but his soul would not be conquered by the evil devil. And now, he has entered the immortal stage. This stage is progressing very smoothly. Qin Yan also gradually felt the immortal power flowing in his body. He doesn't know if it is good or bad for him to cultivate immortal devil body at the early stage spirit martial realm. Especially when he recalled his previous experience of falling into the evil devil abyss, it made him somewhat worried. Qin Yan's body gradually produced immortal devil blood. It is his own immortal devil blood and he can completely control the power of the blood. Yuner, doesn't that mean my heavenly lion Xian body is gone? Qin Yan asked. With immortal devil body, why do you still need heavenly lion Xian body? However, the power of heavenly lion beast soul is still in the bone spirit. Ling Yuner said with a smile, you don't have Xian body now, you only have immortal devil body. Of course, your immortal devil body is still in the early stage. And the most powerful stage should be the evolution to immortal devil sacred body. Qin Yan only felt that it is a pity. He just discovered that heavenly lion blood can be burned. Xiaoyan, don't worry. The characteristics of heavenly lion Xian body have also been absorbed by the immortal devil body. In the future, your immortal devil blood can also be burned. Ling Yuner said with a smile. Yuner, I have successfully cultivated immortal devil body. Can you let Bingxing not hug me? When I wake up, it won't be so embarrassing. Qin Yan said. Alright. Ling Yuner curled her lips and said. She is looking forward to what kind of expression Qin Yan and Bingxing will have when they wake up. But she still did as Qin Yan said and said to Bingxing, Sister Bingxing, he is fine. You can let go of him. Otherwise, when he suddenly wakes up, you too will be embarrassed. Nether moon covers the sun. Ling Yuner, who is inside Qin Yan's illusory space, is stunned for a moment before replying, he might wake up in about an hour. You better hurry up. This is a rare opportunity to take advantage of him. Otherwise, with your personality, it will be difficult for you to have such an opportunity in the future. As long as I want to, I can take advantage of him at any time. Bingxing said proudly. Sister Bingxing, I really want to become your Tao spirit. Ling Yuner sincerely thought so because she previously instigated Qin Yan to take advantage of Bingxing, but Qin Yan refused no matter what. And Bingxing has such thoughts. Bingxing has incomparable trust in Ling Yuner. However, she did not know that all of her actions were told to Qin Yun by Ling Yuner. She was completely sold out by Ling Yuner. Yuner, can I wake up? Qin Yun asked Ling Yuner inside the illusory space. Just as he finished asking, he felt Bingxing kiss him. Yuner, damn you, what did you say to her? Why is it endless? Qin Yun immediately cursed. She asked me when you would wake up and I said it would be in about an hour. Then she became like this. Ling Yuner said unhappily, I already said that Sister Bingxing deliberately took advantage of you. If you don't take advantage of her, she will take advantage of you. Don't blame me, she did it willingly. Sister Bingxing is truly an ice-cold but inwardly flirtatious fairy. Qin Yun also agreed with Ling Yuner's words. Bingxing let go of Qin Yun and somewhat reluctantly caressed Qin Yun's robust body. She even kissed Qin Yun's neck. Her eyes are filled with deep love. After Bingxing got off the bed, she took out a snow-white holy dress and put it on the bed. After tidying it up, she stood at the side and watched. She did not dare to leave, worried that Qin Yun would have other problems. Xiao Yun, she's dressed. Ling Yuner said. But I'm not wearing it. Can you let her help me dress? Qin Yun asked. All right. Ling Yuner sighed. Ling Yuner found it somewhat funny because she is a middleman. She is in charge of passing on the message, but Qin Yun and Bingxing do not know each other's thoughts. They all listen to Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner was very naughty, and the meaning she conveyed was always somewhat different. Sister Bingxing, help him put on his clothes. You can eat his tofu again. Ling Yuner said. Very quickly, Qin Yun regretted asking Ling Yuner to ask Bingxing to help him put on his clothes. Because while pretending to be asleep, he was touched by Bingxing again. Xiao Yun, when it comes to emotions, Sister Bingxing is still a young girl. She was cheated so miserably by your previous life, but now she has fallen in love with you again. What a silly and sweet little girl. Ling Yuner laughed tenderly. Go to hell with the silly sweet girl. If she was really a naive and sweet girl, would she dare to be so bold as to disrespect a man? Qin Yun cursed in a low voice. He had been taken advantage of several times. Qin Yun can finally wake up. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Bingxing and said with a smile, Sister Bingxing, I seem to have successfully cultivated a mortal devil body. Thank you. This process was really painful. I felt like I was almost done for. It was like a nightmare. No need to be polite, I am helping Sister Kiru. Bingxing said coldly. Qin Yun is very unhappy. Bingxing has taken advantage of him time and time again. Now she is turning hostile and pretending to be ice cold. Something might have happened before, just treat it as a dream. Don't ever mention it to Yuan, otherwise I'll kill you. Bingxing's voice is filled with threat as she said coldly. Are you willing to kill me? If you kill me, who will you kiss in the future? Qin Yun thought in his heart. Bingxing suddenly wanted to contact Ling Yuner and warn her about some things. However, Qin Yun has woken up and she is worried that Qin Yun will hear her voice transmission. Qin Yun, don't you have the purple gold moon martial spirit? Now that you have cultivated a powerful immortal devil body, even if you don't have the overwhelming righteous martial spirit, you can rely on your mind to resist the eviling power. Rest assured and let your mind transform into moon. Bingxing said. Qin Yun is also impatient to transform his mind into moon and step into the middle stage spirit martial realm. This way, he will open the third pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit for you. And, I also want to break through quickly and then go find Big Sister Yang. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun, after you find Yuji, don't tell her about what happened between us just now. Bingxing warned again. Don't worry, I'm a tight-lipped person. Oh right, what happened between us just now? As Qin Yun spoke, he took out a purple gold soul-sealing pearl. Nothing happened. You were just dreaming. Bingxing took the soul-sealing pearl and looked at it before returning it to Qin Yun. Can you wrap the purple gold moon martial spirit around the spirit star crystal yourself? No problem. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he placed the soul-sealing pearl on his forehead. He previously absorbed many star Dao cores and ate many origin spirit Xian pills. He is only a little bit away from cultivating an origin spirit. And the purple gold moon martial spirit is the best opportunity. Qin Yan's mind transforming into moon is equivalent to cultivating an origin spirit. It is different from others. Very quickly, Qin Yan placed the purple gold moon martial spirit into his mind and fused it with his spirit star crystal. At this moment, Bingxing also said, Qin Yan, I will infiltrate my mind into your spirit star crystal and help you break through. Sister Bingxing, with someone helping me cultivate like this, will it affect me in the future? Qin Yan asked somewhat worriedly. It won't. In many great powers, elders often help juniors cultivate like this. Bingxing said, relax your mind, let me guide your mind circulation. Qin Yan followed Bingxing's instructions and gradually relaxed his mind. Not long after, he felt Bingxing's mental power enter. She controlled the purple gold moon martial spirit and fused it with the spirit star crystal. The spirit star crystal is absorbing the power of the purple gold moon martial spirit at a very fast speed. It seems that under Bingxing's control, the progress is very smooth and the speed is very fast. With his eyes closed, Qin Yan can also see a purple gold bright moon gradually appear in his mind. It is extremely beautiful and it reminded him of Xianxia. Xianxia also had a beautiful purple gold moon martial spirit in the past. At noon, the 9 scorching suns in the sky are fiercely releasing scorching hot sunlight. Suddenly, one of the suns gradually turned black. Bingxing seems to have also discovered it. She immediately walked out of the immortal origin and arrived outside the immortal weapon palace hall. When she saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, she knew that it was caused by Qin Yan's mind transforming into a moon. This kind of phenomenon can be seen by anyone in the spirit desolate. Qin Yan also arrived at the entrance of the immortal weapon palace hall. He saw that the sun has turned black and has a purple gold halo. He said in astonishment, Sister Bingxing, does this have anything to do with me? At this moment, the sun also gradually recovered. It doesn't matter, don't think too much about it. Quickly go in. Bingxing said. Sword Immortal Villa, Xianxia looked at the gradually recovering sun, his face is filled with shock. Jian Nanhu asked, Grandfather, what's going on? This kind of phenomenon seems to rarely appear. Sun and moon struggle. A powerful moon cultivator was born, causing the nether moon to cover the sun. Xianxia said with a frown, this is most likely caused by the people from the 3 moon sects. Grandfather, a month has passed, why haven't the Xian domain people arrived yet? But 2 state kings have died. Furthermore, many of those devil sect masters have also died. The experts from the devil Xian domain and the spirit Xian domain are not going to interfere? Jian Nanhu asked curiously. Maybe they don't have the energy to ask. Xianxia laughed, even if they come out, they will probably run to the remote moon mountain range and directly capture Xianxia. Even if they come out to ask and find out that it was Qin Yan who did it, would they dare to look for Qin Yan? Jian Nanhu said, Qin Yan is so powerful and he has the help of an immortal. The immortal weapon city has also obtained so many immortal origins. I need to cultivate even harder. I must defeat him. No one dared to go to the immortal weapon city to cause trouble for Qin Yan because that would be no different from courting death. Everyone knows that there is a mysterious and powerful immortal hidden in the immortal weapon palace. Furthermore, Qin Yan is that immortal's sweetheart. Whoever goes to cause trouble for Qin Yan will die for sure. Qin Yan returned to the immortal weapon palace hall and stretched his waist. He said with a smile, Sister Bingxing, Xiao Jingmeng hasn't been here for a while. She should be learning the Tao of inscription from Elder Linglong. Elder Linglong? From the name, it's a woman? Since when did our immortal weapon palace have such an elder? Bingxing asked with a frown. Her name is Jian Linglong, she is a martial emperor of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, a Tao inscription master and possesses the Tao Lord inscription spirit. I poached her from the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Qin Yan said with a smile. Is she that gentle beautiful Tao inscription master? Bingxing's voice suddenly turned cold, as if she is jealous. But she can't be considered gentle. Qin Yan felt that he has overturned a vinegar jar. I want to see her. Bingxing said coldly. Qin Yan suddenly became worried and said, Sister Bingxing, don't drive her away. She can be a good teacher for Xiao Jingming. Bingxing said, she joined our immortal weapon city, so she is one of us. She has even become an elder and a Dao inscription master. With this kind of status, of course I want to see her. Soon after, Bingxing sent a message to Bao Changshu and Granny Ma. Whoever has the time will bring Jian Linglong over. Then should I stay here? Qin Yan asked. You stay here. Bingxing said, I just want to see if she is someone I know. Because the people who had entanglement with you in your past life seem to be very close to you now. Elder Linglong is rather old, she might be several thousand years old or even close to 10,000 years old. Qin Yan said. Just look and you'll know. Even if she hasn't awakened her memories, just by looking at her appearance, I can tell if she is someone I know or not. Bingxing said. Not long after, Jian Linglong arrived. As soon as she arrived, she saw Bingxing and sensed the formidable immortal power. At the same time, she is astonished and immediately saluted Bingxing. Jian Linglong pays respect to Grand Elder. Jian Linglong also recalled that Qin Yan once said that this immortal is extremely beautiful. Now that she has seen it, it is indeed so. Linglong, welcome to our immortal weapon city. Jingmeng is born with an immortal body and also possesses totem inscription spirit. I hope you can properly nurture her. This is a communication conch for you. If you have anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can send me a message. If it's convenient, I will also guide you. Bingxing said. Many thanks, Grand Elder. After Jian Linglong received the communication conch, she is secretly shocked. She never expected that Qi Malian would have totem inscription spirit. Third Pearl, Jian Linglong also saw Qin Yan beside her but she did not greet him. Because she is rather nervous in front of Bingxing. At this moment, she also has a feeling that the relationship between Bingxing and Qin Yan is not simple. Previously, she knew that Qin Yan would be specially taken care of by this immortal. But now that she entered, relying on a woman's special intuition, she discovered that something is amiss. Qin Yan sent Jian Linglong out of the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall and did not say much. He only said that he would find her another day to discuss the Tao of Inscription. Qin Yan closed the door and promptly walked to Bingxing's side. He asked curiously, Sister Bingxing, does this elder Linglong have a past life? No. Bingxing said, in the future, when you have time, bring all the women you know. I want to appraise them one by one to see if they all have past lives. There is no need to appraise them because most of them have met Yuelan and Big Sister Yang. If they have past lives, Yuelan would definitely know about it. Qin Yan said. Do you have a lot of women around you? Bingxing stared at Qin Yan and asked coldly. That, they are all my good friends. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, to be honest, I also don't know why my luck with women is so good, I can't even stop them. You won't change even if you die. Bingxing coldly snorted and said, in your previous life, you had many lovers in the immortal desolate. As for whether you did anything to them or not, I don't know. Qin Yan is slightly stunned, then said with an embarrassed smile, is this true? And then? Did the lovers come to blows? No. Because I don't know what kind of bewitching soup you fed them, they are all obedient and obedient. Moreover, you often call them to do all kinds of things, just like your subordinates. When Bingxing spoke of this matter, her expression gradually turned gloomy. I am one of them. Qin Yan doesn't know what to say because he indeed has these habits now. For example, he really wants to find Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing to be his assistants. He feels that letting those delicate beauties help him with his work is also a very interesting thing. If the women you knew in your previous life reincarnated, even if they did not awaken their memories, they would still continue to have entanglement with you in this life. So, in the future, bring all the women you know here. Although Yuelan and the others have seen him before, they might not know him. In your previous life, I know better than Yuelan and the others how many women there were around you. Bingxing warned Qin Yan sternly. Qin Yan nodded and said, I will go out for a while, I want to gather with my friends. Alright, if you have time, come over and cultivate with me. Bingxing said. Qin Yan left the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall in a hurry. On the way, he was very puzzled. He said to Ling Yuner, why is Bingxing acting strange? She actually wants to see all the women I know. There are two reasons. One is that she really wants to see if those women are reincarnated. Second, she wants to control these women and then become the master of your harem in the future. Ling Yun'er chuckled and said, Bingxing is determined to pester you. That's impossible. She's a high and mighty fairy, how could she accept this kind of thing? I already have Yuan as my wife. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. But you were an immortal king in your previous life. An immortal king is the strongest immortal under the immortal emperor. In your previous life, she might have been weaker than you. She just said that in your previous life, your immortal king often sent some beautiful fairies to do things. If you didn't have some skill, how could you do it? Ling Yun'er said with a smile, you have cultivated the immortal devil body. In this life, you will only be stronger than in your previous life. Qin Yan suddenly felt a bit more comfortable. He was worried that Bingxing would deal with his female friends. Now, Qin Yan's mind has transformed into a moon. He also discovered that the mental origin power he released has become stronger. This will allow him to have a stronger power when controlling objects to attack. The main reason is that the primordial spirit jade that Huazhong gave him has played a role. And now, what he is most looking forward to is not to feel the power of the immortal devil body but to open the third pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. When he hurried back, the immortal graveyard diagram in his storage space moved, forcing him to fly back. Although Qin Yan is still living in the outer sect, everyone knows that he has contributed greatly to the immortal weapon city. Even if he flies randomly, no one will say anything about it. After he returned to his room, he quickly took out the immortal graveyard diagram. Elder Sister Imperial Preceptor, I have cultivated the immortal devil body. Qin Yan said with a happy smile. That's great. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It can be seen that she is also very worried that something would happen to Qin Yan. Elder Sister Imperial Preceptor, I told Sister Bingxing about your matter. She is very concerned about you. Fortunately, I didn't tell her too much. Otherwise, she might have thought of every possible way to go to that immortal tomb. Qin Yan said. She and Yuji, your big sister Yang, were both saved by me. We can be considered friends in times of adversity. Xianxia sighed softly, I really want to talk to her but the current conditions don't allow it. There will definitely be a chance in the future. Qin Yan said with a smile. Xiao Yun, is the process of cultivating the immortal devil body very painful? You can endure it. The benefit is not only that you possess the immortal devil body. The most important thing is that it will make it difficult for you to fall into the devil Dao. Xianxia said. Qin Yan recalled the process from before. Although he felt fear in his heart, if he were to encounter such a thing again in the future, he would definitely not collapse so easily. I didn't even know what happened to me when I was young. Qin Yan thought of his mother and felt very sad. I was the one who caused mother's death. The one who caused her death should be me. If she hadn't obtained the immortal graveyard diagram, so many things wouldn't have happened. Fortunately, their souls are still here, so they can be resurrected. Xianxia sighed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Qin Yan does not want to talk about this heavy topic. He asked, Elder Sister Imperial Preceptor, do I need to continue cultivating the immortal devil sacred body art in the future? Of course. Otherwise, how will you cultivate a sacred body in the future? There are many stages to cultivating an immortal body. Xianxia said with a smile, let Bingxing teach you. Sister Bingxing, she's so cold and she treats me so strangely. Qin Yan can't say what's wrong with Bingxing. Xiao Yun, when you were cultivating the immortal devil body, Bingxing should have been watching from the side. She must have helped you pass through the difficulties. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for you to succeed. Xianxia said with a chuckle, what happened to all of you? Quickly tell me. Xianxia suddenly became very interested and urged Qin Yan to tell her what happened. Qin Yan was bashful and finally told Xianxia the entire process. Furthermore, he worriedly warned, Elder Sister Imperial Preceptor, you must not mention this to Sister Bingxing in the future. She will kill me. While Xianxia was listening, she would chuckle from time to time. She seemed to be very happy listening. Xiao Yun, Bingxing is only taking revenge. You don't know this but you were very indifferent to her in your previous life. You always used her to do things. You might not believe it, but she was as simple as little Malian in the past. Now that she has found an opportunity, of course she wants to make up for it. She complained to me before that you didn't pamper her and didn't get close to her. It made her very sad. Xiaqiru's words have greatly impacted Qin Yun. He found it hard to believe that Bingxing was as simple as Qi Malian in the past. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's also very good that she can accept you now, Xiaqiru said with a smile. Elder sister Imperial Preceptor, so your original name is Xianqiru. Are you very famous in the Immortal Desolate? Qin Yun asked. You can just call me Sister Kiru from now on. I am indeed very famous in the Immortal Desolate, and it's a bad reputation. You told me before that you caused a lot of trouble in the Spirit Desolate and Martial Desolate. And I'm the same in the Immortal Desolate. I'm being chased everywhere and the good things on my body are always being coveted by others, Xiaqiru said. Qin Yun feels that many things will definitely happen in the Immortal Desolate in the future. Great. Sister Kiru, you told me to join an immortal sect and said that you wanted me to cultivate an immortal body. Now that I have cultivated a mortal devil body, what's next? Qin Yun asked. You completed it earlier than I expected. I really didn't expect it. Furthermore, you even obtained 2 immortal origins. Xiaqiru felt that it is unbelievable just thinking about it. Oh, that's right, Sister Kiru, I also obtained 2 sun souls. One of them is a hammer and the other is a duckling. Qin Yun also forgot to tell Xiaqiru about this matter. After Xiaqiru heard this, she is immediately stunned because this is truly unexpected to her. One must know that even in Sacred Desolate or Divine Desolate, sun souls are things that can make the top experts fight over madly. And Qin Yun has grasped too. Try your best not to let this matter leak out. If the 9 sun sects find out, it will be troublesome. Xiaqiru said, wait until you step into the Xian martial realm, I'll arrange for you to do other things. N. Qin Yun promptly nodded and said. Don't blame Bingxing too much. She doesn't have any malice towards you and you're also not at a disadvantage, right? Xiaqiru laughed. Xiao Yun, you've gotten a bargain and yet you're still pretending to be innocent. Qin Yun curled his lips and asked, Sister Kiru, why did you find me and place all your hopes on me? Sister Bingxing also wants to know about this matter. Because you're outstanding. Don't ask too much, hurry up and do your thing. After Xiaqiru finished speaking, she did not say another word. Xiao Yun, in your previous life, you and Sister Kiru must have had an affair. Ling Yin'er said with a charming smile. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yun doesn't believe such a thing. Qin Yun stored the immortal graveyard diagram and looked at the yang inside the first pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit. It is wrapped up by a large group of people and he doesn't know when it will come out. Momo and little Jade Rabbit are still laughing and playing around all day. Now that there are 2 immortal origins inside, she can also absorb the immortal energy and doesn't need to be afraid of starving. And now, Qin Yun can finally open the 3rd pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit. After his mind transformed into moon, his mental origin power became many times stronger than before. In an instant, Qin Yun broke through the obstruction of the 3rd pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit. Suddenly, an ice-cold female voice entered Qin Yun's mind. You're not Xiao Rou? Who are you? Qin Yun is dumbfounded. There is actually a person inside the 3rd pearl. Furthermore, she is very fierce. Soul Curse, Qin Yun and Ling Yin'er are both frightened because this 9 sun divine spirit is a very ancient thing. If there is someone inside, it is definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you? Why are you inside? Qin Yun promptly asked. He can't see the situation inside the 3rd pearl, he can only sense that there is something inside. The person inside is a woman. Her voice is hoarse and cold, filled with vigilance. Tell me first, who are you? If you are not Xiao Rou, I guarantee that not only will you not be able to obtain the 3rd pearl, even the 9 sun divine spirit will leave you, the woman said. Qin Yun immediately cursed this woman in his heart. The 9 sun divine spirit is his life. My name is Qin Yun. Is the Xiao Rou you are talking about Xiaqiru? Qin Yun asked. Xiaqiru? Not that name. It's Xianqiru. The woman is somewhat angry. It seems like you snatched this 9 sun divine spirit from Xiao Rou. Then you can say goodbye to this 9-sun divine spirit. Big sister, wait a minute, if you want to take away the 9-sun divine spirit, wait until I clear everything. Qin Yan promptly shouted. He is extremely speechless in his heart and somewhat regretted opening the third pearl. What good things can you have? Aren't they all trash? The woman sneered. Apparently she can see everything inside the 9-sun divine spirit. Not long after, the woman shouted again, who the hell are you? There are actually 2 immortal origins inside the first pearl, and there is also the 9th heaven Xian sparrow, that is a sun spirit. I am Qin Yan, you just don't know me. The Xianxia you are talking about is Xiaqiru. She has reincarnated, so she changed her name. She is my grand preceptor. Qin Yan is also going crazy because the woman inside is not easy to communicate with. Alright, then tell me, how did you obtain the 9-sun divine spirit? The woman calmed down a bit. Although Qin Yan doesn't know who the woman is, he still told her some things, including the matter of the immortal graveyard diagram and how he was guided to cultivate immortal devil body. If you truly cultivate immortal devil body, I will believe you, the woman inside said. How can I prove it? Qin Yan must make this woman believe him. Otherwise, not only will he lose the 9-sun divine spirit, he will also lose the things inside. I could have left, but you are in the spirit desolate. Once I leave, I will be sucked into the immortal desolate. I can't enter the immortal desolate yet. The woman said. This is the immortal weapon palace. There is a special enchantment protecting it, it can't be sensed by the immortal desolate. By the way, do you know Bingxing? She is also here. Qin Yan suddenly said. Bingxing is here too? The woman was somewhat shocked. Oh, do you want to see her? Qin Yan was secretly pleasantly surprised. If it was someone he knew, it would be easy. I won't see you. You mustn't tell her. Also, set up the barrier. If I go out, I might be sensed by Bingxing. If she discovers me, you and the 9-sun divine spirit will be finished, the woman said. Qin Yan hurriedly set up a barrier. His room was a secret room to begin with. After setting up a spirit formation, it became even more secure. Big sister, I am done, you can come out now. Qin Yan said. He does not know which immortal he has offended. He always meets this kind of strange woman. The 9-sun divine spirit suddenly appeared from Qin Yan's wrist. The third pearl overflowed with black gas. So, a long-haired woman wearing black clothes stood in front of Qin Yan. This woman is very strong and she is relatively short. She is the kind of petite and exquisite woman. Qin Yan looked at her face and is secretly alarmed. The woman's face is filled with black scars, as if she has been burned. It looks extremely terrifying. Because this woman's face has been ravaged, she looks ugly and frightening. However, her eyes are extremely beautiful. When she saw Qin Yan, she said angrily, "Bastard, it's actually you." Fuck. I knew it, that bastard of mine caused trouble again in his previous life. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. This woman thinks of him as his previous life. Big sister, don't be angry. The one you know is my previous life. Qin Yan hurriedly said, I don't know anything about my previous life, so I'm not him. What's going on with Xiao Rou? She actually gave such a precious 9-sun divine spirit to a scoundrel like you. The woman extended her hand and placed it on Qin Yan's body. Very quickly, she sensed the power of his immortal devil body. You have indeed cultivated immortal devil body. A guy like you is not worthy of having immortal devil body. The woman seems to hate Qin Yan very much. However, because of Qin Yan and Xiaqiru's relationship, she did not attack. Big sister, that is my previous life. Don't think of me as him. Qin Yan said very unhappily. A dog can't stop eating shit. As long as you have that stinky face, you will always be him, the woman said with sneer. Then what about now? Can I take the things inside the third pearl? Qin Yan asked. This is something he is very concerned about. You can't. The black-clothed woman extended her hand again and grabbed Qin Yan's wrist. She looked at the string of 9-sun divine spirit. Qin Yan also saw that the black-clothed woman's hand is also filled with pitch-black burn scars. It looks very scary. Big sister, your cultivation is very strong. The injuries on your body should be able to be healed, right? Qin Yan somewhat sympathized with the black-cloaked woman. It can't be healed. I will forever be like this. Even if I reincarnate, my body will be tainted because of my soul. The black-cloaked woman's voice is filled with despair and anger. She fiercely said, "This is all caused by you." Qin Yan is stunned. He looked at the woman's severely burned face and felt a great impact in his heart. A feeling of unbearable and guilt welled up in his heart. So. Sorry. Qin Yan can only say this. Alright, I won't take the 9-Sun Divine Spirit for now. Wait and see what happens next. I will give you the things inside the 3rd pearl. Otherwise, I will even seal the 1st and 2nd pearl. The black-cloaked woman also saw the guilt in Qin Yan's eyes. Then she entered Qin Yan's 9-Sun Divine Spirit. Big sister, what's your name? Qin Yan asked. You can just call me Sister Cho, the woman said. This name is not nice to hear. Qin Yan doesn't dare to call her that. What, don't tell me you want to call me Beauty? Isn't that mocking me? After the black-cloaked woman finished speaking, she lightly sighed and said, just call me Yao Feng. Qin Yan wants to ask Bingxing whether or not she has heard of this woman. He wants to figure out who she is. Sister Yao Feng, how long have you been inside the 9-Sun Divine Spirit? Qin Yan is secretly disappointed in his heart. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain some good things, but now it has been seized by a woman. I don't remember. After I became like this, I didn't want to live anymore. Later I hid inside and have been in deep sleep. Only now did I wake up. Yao Feng said. Soon after, she asked Qin Yan some things regarding the outside world. Whatever she asked, Qin Yan answered. What made Qin Yan feel relieved is that Yao Feng inside the 9-Sun Divine Spirit does not know what is happening outside. Sister Yao Feng, what is inside the 3rd pearl? Qin Yan is very curious. Even if he can't obtain it, knowing what is inside is already very good. I won't tell you. The 3rd pearl is under my control, don't put anything inside, otherwise I guarantee that all those things will disappear. Yao Feng said. Sister Yao Feng, just tell me. Qin Yan begged. Don't even think about knowing. Yao Feng cursed in low voice, I don't trust you, I can't hand over such a precious thing to you. Just give up, I am going to sleep. Qin Yan cursed in his heart, but he can only give up. Yuner said from the illusory space, Xiao Yun, the things inside the 9-Sun Divine Spirit must have been placed inside by Sister Kiru's mother. Even Sister Yao Feng was placed inside by her. That Yao Feng is very strong, it seems like she is above Bingxing. Next, Qin Yan bitterly begged Yao Feng to tell him what is inside the 3rd pearl. Yao Feng has not spoken since the beginning. Then she became annoyed and loudly cursed, if you don't shut up, the 9-Sun Divine Spirit will not be yours. Qin Yan has no choice but to give up. He promptly took out the immortal graveyard diagram and dripped blood on it. He wanted to ask Xia Qiru, but the immortal graveyard diagram did not react. What the hell? It's all because of my wretched past life. Qin Yan sat on the bed and loudly cursed his past life. Xiao Yun, your past life is already dead. Ling Yuner charmingly smiled and said, let it go. I am incomparably looking forward to seeing what is inside the 3rd pearl, but this is the result, I can't let it go. Qin Yan tossed and turned on the bed, he has the urge to cry. Because now, he can't even open the 4th pearl. Moreover, he is constantly being threatened by that Yao Feng. Maybe there is a way. Ling Yuner suddenly said, Yao Feng's soul is cursed, it caused her to become like this. We just need to find a way to remove the curse. She's a very powerful immortal. How can I help her with something that even she can't do? Qin Yan continued to toss and turn on the bed and loudly shouted, venting the unhappiness in his heart. Ling Yuner also has no other way, she can only comfort Qin Yan. After Qin Yan shouted and screamed inside the room for a while, he became a lot more open-minded and walked out of the room. Because he still has a very important thing to do, that is to go to the remote Moon Mountain range to find Yang Shuriwei. After he walked out of the room, he saw Chu Binyu in the hall, greeting 2 women. Jian Meng is also here. The 2 women are wearing red dresses and black clothes respectively. The red-dressed woman is extremely charming and charming. After seeing Qin Yun, her watery eyes flickered with joy. This is Yu Wulan. She has also stepped into the spirit martial realm. The black-dressed woman has dark skin, wheat-colored and healthy skin, making her look somewhat heroic. A smile appeared on her slightly dark and healthy face. This is the valiant black beauty Tian Rolling. Big sister, second sister. Qin Yun is also very happy to see them and quickly said with a smile. Little brother, although we haven't seen each other for a long time, I can always hear about you. Blue Moon appointment Zhu Bingyu and Jian Meng also left the hall. Qin Yun grabbed Yu Wulan's lily-white hand and said with a smile, Second sister, how are you doing in Demon Moon Island? Tian Rolling said, Very well, you don't have to worry about us. Little brother, I came here to tell you a piece of news. Xianxia Yu is still in the remote Moon Mountain range. Someone saw her appear and even injured her. Yu Wulan said. After Qin Yun heard this, he immediately became anxious and asked, What about now? How is she? I don't know. After she was injured, she ran away. Tian Rolling shook her head. Yu Wulan told us to tell you not to worry about this. In another month, it will be the night of the blue moon. The moon will turn blue and at that time, Xianxia Yu's injuries will be healed. Yu Wulan said. Qin Yun has already decided to head to the remote Moon Mountain range immediately. Big sister, second sister, I want to bring you to see someone. Qin Yun recalled what Bing Xing warned him about and then brought Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling to the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Because he also wants to know if Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling had a past life. Not long after, he brought the two women to the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall and saw Bing Xing. Qin Yun also told Bing Xing about how he met Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. When Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling arrived, they immediately felt that Bing Xing is very strong. They also realized that she is an immortal hidden in the Immortal Weapon Palace and became very respectful. Qin Yun, they have encountered some problems in their cultivation. I need to help them deal with it. It might take a few days. Bing Xing said. All right. Qin Yun nodded. I want to enter the immortal origin with them. Don't come in and disturb us. Bing Xing said again. Soon after, Qin Yun also asked Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling to take out their sabers. Those two sabers were refined by Qin Yun back then, but they were only royal-grade spirit weapons. Now, Qin Yun wants to upgrade them to Xian tools. After Bing Xing brought the two women into the immortal pool, Qin Yun immediately began to strengthen the two sabers. Yuner, what is Sister Bing Xing doing? Qin Yun asked. I feel that she is acting mysteriously. I don't know. In short, this fairy will not harm you. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun quickly refined the two sabers into Xian tools and even carved totem runes on them. The current him was much faster in terms of weapon forging, especially when it came to carving totems. His precision was much higher. In just 2 days, Bing Xing brought Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan up from the immortal pool. After coming up, Qin Yun stared at Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling's eyes, hoping to see something from them. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling came up and hugged Qin Yun. Then, they bade farewell and left. She had come with Hu Jingxian and now, she was going back. Qin Yun sent them out of the forbidden area of the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall and then hurriedly ran back. Sister Bing Xing, do they have past lives? Qin Yun asked. No. They are all good girls. Bing Xing looked at Qin Yun and said, I only corrected their cultivation mistakes. Furthermore, I used the Sun Moon Immortal Bed to help them improve their martial arts. Thank you so much, they are my big sister and second sister. Qin Yun quickly said gratefully. What? Are you worried that I will harm them? Bing Xing coldly snorted. Not really. Qin Yun smiled. Then, anxiety appeared on his face again. Sister Bing Xing, I'm going to the remote Moon Mountain range because Sister Yang has been found and injured. If you go now, you won't be able to find her. When the blue moon appears, you can use your mind to transform into a moon and establish a connection with the moon. Then, you will be able to sense her nether moon martial spirit. Bing Xing said, during this period of time, you should familiarize yourself with your martial skills and the power of the middle stage spirit martial realm. Qin Yun is very anxious. However, thinking that it is useless for him to go in advance, he can only obediently cultivate with Bing Xing. Then, he would enter the fantasy field and fight Bingxing inside. After a few days of combat practice, Qin Yan gradually became familiar with the power of the middle stage spirit martial realm. At the middle stage of the spirit martial realm, not only did he cultivate the primordial spirit, but his Tao spirit was also strengthened a lot. Cultivating the bone spirit was the initial stage of the spirit martial realm. The bone spirit could store energy inside the bones. Cultivating the origin spirit was the middle stage of the spirit martial realm. The origin spirit could make one's mental power stronger. Next, he needed to cultivate the blood spirit. It is something that can make one's body stronger. If an immortal disciple or devil disciple has perseverance, they can stagnate at this stage for many years and cultivate devil blood and immortal blood. Qin Yan has already cultivated immortal devil body and he also has powerful immortal devil blood, therefore, he can be considered to be at the late stage spirit martial realm. Sister Bingxing, am I now considered to be at the late stage spirit martial realm? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Because next, you will attack the peak of the spirit martial realm. That is to cultivate Xian spirit Tao crystal and condense it inside the Tao core. As long as you successfully cultivate Xian spirit Tao crystal, you will be at the peak of the spirit martial realm. Bingxing said. What's the use of Xian spirit Tao crystal? Qin Yan thought about it and felt that it is not difficult. It's very useful. It can directly transform spiritual energy into Xian power. Xian power can turn your Tao core into a Xian Tao core. It can strengthen your martial spirit and other aspects. After you condense a Xian Tao core, you will be a Xian martial realm martial monarch. At that time, you will be able to use Tao Xian power. After Bingxing finished speaking, she left the fantasy field. Qin Yan promptly woke up from his room and rushed towards the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. These past few days, he has been in contact with Yao Feng. However, Yao Feng seems to be truly asleep and did not reply to him at all. Qin Yan originally did not want to find Bingxing to ask about this matter. He was worried that Yao Feng would mind. However, in order to figure out Yao Feng's origin, he can only go find Bingxing. When Qin Yan headed to the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall, he tried dripping blood on the Immortal Graveyard diagram. However, he is still unable to contact Xiaqiru. Qin Yan can only helplessly head to the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Inside the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall, Bingxing is dressed very lightly. She is hugging a white muslin on her chest, wearing shorts and a translucent robe. This ice-cold fairy, dressed like this, is actually filled with an indescribable charm. When she saw Qin Yan arrive, she hastily took out a white robe and put it on. Sister Bingxing, have you heard of a woman called Yao Feng? Qin Yan asked. Never heard of her. Bingxing thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, Who is she? It's just a name. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. He thought that Bingxing knew about it. Do you know a woman? Bingxing asked, clearly very concerned. I know her. She was cursed, causing the skin on her entire body to turn black. Moreover, it is filled with burn scars. She even said that even if she reincarnated, she would still not be able to get rid of this curse. Qin Yan said very sympathetically. He also feels very guilty in his heart. Because this curse was created by his past life. Bingxing slightly frowned and walked back and forth, as if she is recalling something. I have only seen this kind of curse in books. It is something that only the Devil Immortal Great Emperor of the Devil Immortal Domain knows about. If this Yao Feng is afflicted with this curse, she would be an extraordinary person. Because to use this curse, the Devil Immortal Great Emperor would have to pay a painful price. Because of this, he would have to sleep for tens of thousands of years. Bingxing said. Qin Yan knew that this curse is very strong. Is there no way to undo it? Qin Yan asked. Yes, if the Devil Immortal Great Emperor died, the curse would be undone. But this is impossible. Even the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Desolate cannot kill the Devil Immortal Great Emperor. The two of them are one of the strongest in the Immortal Desolate, it is very difficult for them to die. Bingxing said, Where did you meet this person? Is she an immortal? I dreamed of her. Qin Yan can only weave a lie. Xiaqiru and Yao Feng warned him repeatedly not to tell Bingxing about the Nine-Sun Divine Spirit. If you want to help her, you can only kill the Devil Immortal Great Emperor. This is impossible. Bingxing said. Qin Yun is even more doubtful in his heart. Bingxing actually does not recognize Yao Feng. However, Yao Feng has heard of Bingxing and looks very familiar. Come, cultivate together with me. Bingxing said. She released immortal power and grabbed Qin Yun into the immortal pool. Qin Yun has already cultivated immortal devil body, so he is only helping Bingxing. Bingxing learned the immortal fiend's sacred body art and also knew how to cultivate the 9 revolutions immortal power. However, in order to speed up, she would grab Qin Yun to cultivate with her from time to time. After Bingxing and Qin Yun cultivated for a few days, she said, Qin Yun, it's time for you to head to the remote moon mountain range. In about 10 days, the blue moon will appear. Qin Yun put aside his suspicions about Yao Feng and returned to make preparations. He has the Devil Star Overlord, whose strength is comparable to a martial king. Therefore, Bingxing is more at ease with him going. Qin Yun went to the Law Keeper Hall and met with Jian Linglong and Lu Jingmeng. After chatting for a while, he returned to his room. As soon as Qin Yun returned, he immediately took out the immortal graveyard diagram and dripped blood on it. He wanted to contact Xiaqiru but he could not. He lay on the bed and controlled the 9 Sun Divine Soul to appear. He said, Sister Yao Feng, are you really asleep? I want to talk to you. Yao Feng, who is in the 3rd pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Soul, also did not respond. Qin Yun kept sending sound transmission to Yao Feng but did not receive any response. After half a day, the immortal graveyard diagram suddenly reacted. Qin Yun abruptly crawled up, took out the immortal graveyard diagram and placed it on the table. Sister Kiru, have you been in a bad state these past few days? Qin Yun asked. I've been in seclusion for the past few days. What's the matter? Xiaqiru said with smile, Xiao Yun, with Bingxing by your side, if there's anything, you can go find her. Sister Bingxing, I opened the 3rd pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Soul. There's a person inside. Qin Yun told Xiaqiru the details of Yao Feng's situation. Hearing this, Xiaqiru is very astonished. Apparently, she did not know that there was such a person inside the 3rd pearl. I don't know who she is. I've never heard of the name Yao Feng. Xiaqiru pondered for a moment and said. Sister Kiru, you also don't know who she is? Qin Yun is stupefied. He thought that Xiaqiru would know. Soon after, Xiaqiru also told him about the curse. It is the same as what Bingxing said before. Sister Kiru, there shouldn't be many people who call you Sharo, right? Qin Yun asked, think back, who would call you that? Heading to remote moon mountain range, Qin Yun felt even more sad. He originally thought that he would be able to understand Yao Feng's situation from Bingxing and Xiaqiru and then think of a way to resolve the conflict between them. But now, Bingxing and Xiaqiru don't even know Yao Feng. However, Qin Yun is very certain that Yao Feng is very familiar with Xiaqiru and Bingxing. Sister Kiru, did you and Sister Bingxing have a portion of your memories taken away, causing you to forget about Yao Feng? Qin Yun asked again, little Malian has this kind of ability. Xiaqiru thought for a moment and said, impossible. I can feel that my memories are very complete. If a portion of my memories were taken away, I would definitely be able to discover it. Qin Yun also recalled Xia Wufeng and the others. He also discovered that his memories have suddenly disappeared. Then who is this Yao Feng? What should I do if she stays inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 3rd pearl? When Qin Yun thought of this matter, he became anxious and angry. He felt extremely depressed. Xiao Yun, if you have the opportunity, try to communicate with her and resolve the conflict between the two of you. Xiaqiru comforted, the conflict between you and Bingxing is gradually being resolved. Maybe you can also resolve it with this Yao Feng? The reason why Sister Bingxing and I can resolve the conflict is because we had some entanglements in our past lives. Moreover, she still has some residual feelings for me. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, and that Yao Feng hates me to the bone. Qin Yun recalled Yao Feng's attitude towards him and felt a sense of despair. Xiaqiru said with light smile, Xiao Yun, be a bit patient. After all, Yao Feng has fallen into that kind of situation. Moreover, she has been inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 3rd pearl for so many years, her heart must have been distorted. But she still remembers me and gave me face, she did not take away the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. In other words, there is still a chance to convince her to give you the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's third pearl. Sister Kiru, among the women you know, are there any petite ones? Qin asked. Of course, there are many. Xiaoyun, I grew up in the Immortal Palace. Many women call me Xiaorou. Xiaokiru sighed and said, maybe Yao Feng is not her real name. Also, her voice is very hoarse. Qin said. The women in my memory all have very pleasant voices. None of them have hoarse voices. Xiaokiru said, Xiaoyun, she was cursed and her throat must have been affected. This voice shouldn't be hers. If you can communicate with her, ask her more questions, or get her to tell me her real name, I will know who she is. Qin could only put this matter aside for now. Because he still had to find Yangshiyu. He felt that Yangshiyu might know that Yao Feng. Sister Kiru, do you really think there's no way to get rid of that soul curse? Qin believes that as long as he helps Yao Feng dispel the soul curse, not only will he be able to resolve the conflict between them, he might even be able to make her help Xie Kiru and Bing. Xing, only the Devil Immortal Great Emperor can remove the curse. I also can't think of who could make the Devil Immortal Great Emperor do not hesitate to use this curse. Devil Immortal Great Emperor must have hated Yao Feng very much, that's why he put that curse. Xiaokiru said. She said that it was caused by my previous life. I was so powerful in my previous life that I could make the Devil Immortal Great Emperor attack her? Qin asked again. How is that possible? Even though you were an immortal king in your previous life, the Devil Immortal Great Emperor could kill you with one finger. Xiaokiru smiled and said, Xiaoyun, don't think about it. Let nature take its course. Qin only knows that Yao Feng is very strong and has the ability to make the terrifying Devil Immortal Great Emperor hate her to the bone. He ended his conversation with Xiaokiru and went to the Law-Keeper Hall to find Granny Ma. He informed her that he was going to the remote Moon Mountain range. Granny Ma knows that Qin has a Devil Star Overlord puppet, so she let him go with ease. She only warned him to be careful and not get caught. Qin also learned from Granny Ma that there are many martial kings and martial emperors in the remote Moon Mountain range. They all came from the Spirit Desolate states. Big Sister Yang must be having a hard time hiding in the remote Moon Mountain range. I have to bring her out quickly. Qin doesn't know the situation in the remote Moon Mountain range. He can only go and take a look first. He dressed up simply and wore a set of black clothes. When night fell, he left the Immortal Weapon Palace alone. As night fell, Qin walked out of the main entrance of the Immortal Weapon Palace. He immediately discovered the auras of over 100 martial monarchs and martial kings that were deliberately concealed. Seeing someone come out, the martial monarchs and martial kings hiding in the shadows immediately looked over. They discovered that it is a middle-aged man and did not continue to pay attention to him. Qin found it funny. Every major power has sent spies here. Perhaps it is to pay attention to his whereabouts. They are now disguised as all kinds of people. Qin also passed by a few martial kings and was not discovered. Then, he easily left the city. After he left the city, he hid in the air and flew towards the remote Moon Mountain range. The remote Moon Mountain range is quite far from here, but if one is fast, they can reach it in a few days. The border between the Spirit Desolate and Devil Desolate is very long. The remote Moon Mountain range is on the border and half of it is on the remote Moon Mountain range. Qin did not use a flying magic tool, nor did he have a good flying magic tool. He could only fly in the night sky by himself. A few hours later, it is already late at night. Qin is flying above a desolate mountain when he suddenly sensed a weak aura behind him. It is very far away from him. Someone is following me. Qin is immediately alarmed. He quickly landed on the ground and used the mysterious penetration divine ability to drill into the ground. He left behind a spirit eye on the ground, allowing him to clearly see the ground through his mental power. Xiaoyun, after your mind transformed into moon, your mental power became very strong. However, you only just discovered that someone is following you. This guy is definitely not simple. Ling Yin'er said, the only person who knows that you left the Immortal Weapon Palace is Granny Ma. Maybe they didn't follow me from the Immortal Weapon Palace. Qin does not dare to believe that someone is following him. Because first of all, they need to recognize him. Furthermore, they need to be able to quickly catch up and sense his aura. When he left the Immortal Weapon Palace, there were many martial kings at the entrance. They did not recognize him at a very close distance. Could it be a half-immortal? Xianxia said with a frown. He waited for a moment and the spirit I finally saw someone in the sky. He only saw a figure floating in the air. The half-moon in the night sky, the moonlight is light blue and also very bright. If not for the thick clouds covering it from time to time, Xianxia would not have been able to use shadow power. At this time, after the thick clouds dispersed, if Xianxia came out, he would definitely be exposed. Who the hell is this guy? He didn't continue to track me but stopped above. Did he find out that I am still here? Xianxia thought to himself. Boom, just as he was feeling puzzled, the ground suddenly gave off a loud rumble. Is it a royal grade spirit talisman? It's even fire attribute. Naive guy, how could I be afraid of this kind of thing? Xianxia found it funny and continued to stay underground. The ground is burning with raging fire. Xianxia also discovered it but he did not come out. Boom boom boom, next, the person in the air constantly threw down talismans, causing the ground to sink. And Xianxia is like a mole, scurrying underground. What surprised him is that the person in the air can accurately control his position. Wherever he runs on the ground, an explosive talisman will fall from the top. Xiaoyun, this guy only forced you out. It can be seen that his cultivation is not high, otherwise he would have already taken action. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia can't use the penetration divine ability for a long time. Running around underground like this consumes a lot of energy. Alright, I'll go out and meet this bastard. Xianxia leaped out of the ground and flew into the air. He quickly approached and discovered that it is a black-clothed man wearing a hood, not even his eyes can be seen. Scoundrel! Xianxia shouted loudly and punched through the air. He struck out with a ferocious shockwave that caused the ground to collapse. He thought that if he punched, the black-clothed man would fight with him. Who would have thought that the black-clothed man would slip away at the fastest speed? The direction the black-clothed man went is also towards the remote Moon Mountain range. Xianxia immediately chased after him. Scoundrel, don't run! Xianxia shouted from behind. He punched out but he was helpless against the black-clothed man. Xiaoyun, could that guy be deliberately luring you over? Ling Yin'er said, don't fall for it. Xianxia thought for a moment and did not continue to chase after that guy. Instead, he changed his direction and continued flying towards the remote Moon Mountain range. What infuriated him is that the black-clothed man actually ran in front of him and deliberately maintained his speed. Xianxia is infuriated and immediately changed his route. The black-clothed man quickly flew in front of him again. This bastard, he did it on purpose. Xianxia felt a burst of anger in his heart. Then, he used passing shadow extinction breath step and suddenly disappeared. However, the black-clothed man's speed is still very fast and he knows that he is chasing after him. What the hell is this guy? How can he be so fast? Xianxia is out of tricks. He can't hit him from behind and he can't catch up to him. He thought for a moment and then landed on the wasteland below. Xianxia is no longer flying. Instead, he is running on the ground. As he expected, the black-clothed man also landed on the ground and started running in front of him. Bastard, you've been tricked. Xianxia is secretly delighted. Then, he used the tree totem martial art and released tree claws. A few hundred meters in front of the black-clothed man, many tree vines suddenly emerged. The black-clothed man who was running wildly was caught off guard. He stepped into the group of tree claws and was immediately caught. Xianxia also took advantage of this opportunity to use flowing light extinction shadow and used his fastest speed to rush over. In just a few blinks of an eye, he rushed over. The black-clothed man also has some skill. And quickly broke free from the tree claws. However, just as he was about to fly away, he was covered by the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Brother, I'm Uma, I was wrong, a delicate shout came from the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. This damned girl. Xianxia is also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He cursed in a low voice and then released Xiao Yuemei from the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. After Xiao Yuemei took off her veil, she revealed her cute and mischievous face. Xianxia immediately extended his hands and rubbed her cute little face. Yueme, you're really too boring. Qin Yan rubbed and scolded with a smile. Brother, didn't you tell me to come find you? Xiao Yueme struggled free from Qin Yan's devil claws and said coquettishly. Chaotic Moon City, I should have known it would be you. Qin Yan said with a smile. Only Xiao Yueme would be so bored and often play around. Brother, I am doing this for your own good. This can test your ability, but it seems like you are still not good enough. You were so easily discovered by me and even followed by me. Your speed is also not as good as mine. Xiao Yueme stuck out her tongue and said with a charming smile. Qin Yan pinched her cheek and scolded with a smile. Yueme, you can follow me, isn't it because of your mirror martial spirit? Otherwise, I would have thrown you off long ago. Xiao Yueme's mirror martial spirit can sense the movement of martial spirits. Qin Yan has so many martial spirits, it is very easy for Xiao Yueme to discover him. As Xiao Yueme's strength increased, she can sense martial spirits even further away. That is why she can follow Qin Yan. Brother, why are you in such a hurry to find me? As soon as I heard the news, I immediately rushed over. Moreover, I have been waiting for you outside the Immortal Weapon Palace. Xiao Yueme said. You are waiting for me outside? Are you not going in? Qin Yan said with a frown. You gave the villa master pointers before, he should have invited you in. I don't want others to know about my relationship with you. You are in a very dangerous situation right now. If others knew, they would definitely capture me to threaten you. Xiao Yueme suddenly said in a low voice, actually, I am afraid to see Sister Bingxing because I feel guilty towards her. Qin Yan sighed softly, stroked her head and said with a smile, Yueme, I have a new divine ability martial spirit. After Xiao Yueme heard this, she immediately took out her small mirror and looked at Qin Yan's abdomen. Qin Yan also promptly released the suffering divine ability martial spirit and the water divine ability martial spirit. Very quickly, Xiao Yueme's small mirror sensed two new divine ability martial spirits. She jumped up and down in pleasant surprise and shouted excitedly, Brother, you are too awesome. You actually obtained the suffering divine ability martial spirit. Ha ha ha. I thought you only obtained the water divine ability martial spirit. When Qin Yan saw Xiao Yueme happily smiling, he pinched her cheek and said with a smile, Yueme, do you still remember when I used your mirror martial spirit to condense the red orchid martial spirit? Of course I remember. Xiao Yueme nodded repeatedly and asked mysteriously, Brother, you want to use my mirror martial spirit to condense an inscription spirit, right? Smart. Qin Yan said with a smile. All right. However, it is rather difficult because inscription spirit requires a lot of soul power. It might consume a large amount of your martial spirit. Xiao Yueme also understands these spirits very well. Don't worry, I've collected quite a few good martial spirits. Qin Yan said with a chuckle. In the Sword Immortal Villa's plaza, he gathered a large number of good martial spirits and sealed them in the Nether Sun martial spirit. Brother, are you going to find Sister Yang? I will also go. Xiao Yueme pulled Qin Yan's hand, jumped and shouted, she is afraid that Qin Yan will not take her. Since you can run so fast, I will take you with me. Qin Yan said with smile. Very good, truly my good big brother. Xiao Yueme stood on tiptoe and kissed Qin Yan's cheek. Qin Yan also kissed her cheek, then pinched her cute and tender face and scolded with a smile, Yueme, you let little Malian sneak into the Long family, this is very dangerous. Little Malian is not suitable to deal with that kind of thing, next time you are not allowed to bring her everywhere. I know. I even specially went to Demon Moon Island to find little Malian and apologize to her. She also forgave me. She and I are good sisters, I don't want anything to happen to her. I originally planned to let her replace me for a while, but then I ran into some matters, so I couldn't come back in time. When Xiao Yueme mentioned this matter, she also felt very guilty. Qin Yan gently caressed her face and said, little Malian probably doesn't like to fight. Xiao Yueme smiled tenderly and said, regardless of past life or present life, little Malian is still as pure and cute as before. She is also my good little sister. That's right, Yueme, have you heard of a person called Jiao Feng in your past life? Qin Yan said and then started flying. Xiao Yueme followed beside Qin Yan and pondered with a frown. Then she shook her head, I've never heard of her, what's wrong? It's nothing, it's just a woman who appeared in my dream. She was cursed and even said that it was caused by me. Qin Yan told Xiao Yuemei about the situation after Yao Feng was cursed. After Xiao Yuemei heard this, she is also very astonished. A person who can be cursed by the devil immortal great emperor is definitely not an ordinary person. She must be very strong. Although you were a yearning person in your past life and your strength in the immortal desolate was pretty good, compared to the devil immortal great emperor, you are still too far off. I feel that you definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Maybe it was just a nightmare. You and Sister Bingxing have been together for a long time, so you often feel guilty in your heart. That's why this kind of nightmare appeared. Don't think too much about it. Speaking of Bingxing, Qin Yan faintly smiled. I got along well with Bingxing. I cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with her. Ah? Xiao Yuemei is somewhat unconvinced and said, Brother, if what you said is true, then it means that she still has you in her heart. Qin Yan has been taken advantage of by Bingxing. He did not tell Xiao Yuemei about this matter because he is worried that she would spread it everywhere. Yuemei, among the women I know, who else has a past life? Qin Yan asked. And an aunt. Xiao Yuemei said. Ah. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. He never expected that Xiao Xianqin would also have a past life. What is her relationship with me? Qin Yan asked curiously. The relationship is rather complicated. You are her enemy. She is chasing you everywhere to kill you. Because you cheated her of a very good immortal tool. Also, she is a famous beautiful immortal in the immortal desolate. You even stole her underwear to auction and earned a lot of money. Xiao Yuemei said with a charming smile. Qin Yan imagined the scene and realized why Xiao Xianqin's past life wanted to kill him. Brother, you weren't some great evil person in your past life. You were just bad and liked to do many sneaky things. You were a big swindler. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, I followed you for a long time in my past life, so, hee hee. From Xiao Yuemei, Qin Yan seems to be able to see the shadow of his past life. This Xiao Yuemei often swindled people everywhere. Yuemei, you suddenly let little Malian take over. What important matter is it? Qin Yan asked. I heard that there is a genius with a space martial spirit, so I quickly went over. That guy is really unmoved by force or persuasion. After spending a lot of effort, I was able to take his martial spirit and then conveniently take away his Dao tool. Xiao Yuemei said. Space martial spirit, this should be a good thing, right? Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Of course it's a good thing. People with this kind of martial spirit, coupled with some formations, can become teleportation masters. They can teleport very far away in an instant. Xiao Yuemei said with a smile, I also have a space martial spirit now. I will also become a teleportation master in the future. You're really something. While flying, Qin Yan could not help but caress her little face. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei traveled together, so he would not be bored on the road. He could also understand where Xiao Yuemei had been all these years. The reason why Xiao Yuemei ran around everywhere and swindled people is because she wanted to take more martial spirits. This has already become her habit. Not only martial spirits, there are also divine ability martial spirits, inscription spirit, red variant martial spirits and so on. They are all things she wants to collect. Oh, that's right, Yuemei, I have an overwhelming righteous martial spirit. Didn't you sense it just now? Qin Yan asked. Brother, you actually have this kind of martial spirit, why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Yuemei promptly stopped flying and floated in the air. Qin Yan also stopped and said with a smile, I thought you would be able to discover it. Quickly release it, this martial spirit needs to leave the body to be discovered. Xiao Yuemei hastily said. Her lily-white hand that is holding the small mirror is slightly trembling, she is very excited. Qin Yan released a white martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei's mirror martial spirit also emitted a white light. After she extended the mirror, she looked at it and said with a satisfied smile, Success. Then let's continue our journey. Qin Yan said. After a few days of fast flying, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei arrived at a city. This huge city has no city walls. Looking from the distance, it is a mess inside. Moreover, there are all kinds of flying things and people in the sky. In a regular big city, the sky above the city is controlled, one can only fly according to the rules. A wild city like this, without management, would appear very chaotic. Brother, this city is the closest city to the remote Moon Mountain range. It was originally a famous big city, but because of the frequent internal wars, it became like this. It has been rebuilt many times. Xiao Yuemei is very familiar with all kinds of things. Are we going to directly enter the remote Moon Mountain range or enter this kind of chaotic moon city? Qin Yan asked. When the blue moon appears, I will be able to sense Sister Yang's black moon martial spirit through the blue moon. At that time I will be able to find her. Xiao Yuemei said, if the black moon martial spirit is hidden, it will be very difficult to sense it. Qin Yan nodded and said, then let's enter this city first and inquire about some things. Soon after, Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan entered the chaotic moon city. They directly went to the middle area. It is relatively bustling and it looks clean and tidy, not messy or dirty. After Xiao Yuemei arrived at the middle area, she looked at the tall tower and said, brother, that is the divine inscription palace. Wherever there is a city, there is basically a divine inscription palace. Generally speaking, it is also a relatively high-level place in a city. Why are we going to the divine inscription palace? Qin Yan said with a frown. Of course it's to check in. Let's go, I'll take you there, follow me. Xiao Yuemei said. She is currently wearing black clothes and her face is covered with a black veil. She is skipping towards the divine inscription palace. Qin Yan can only follow behind her. Not long after, Qin Yan followed Xiao Yuemei and arrived inside the divine inscription palace. Next, what shocked him is that Xiao Yuemei is about to start swindling him. Is your general manager here? This little girl is Long Xiangyue from the Soaring Dragon State. I am a Xian inscription master. This is my first time here, please take care of me. Xiao Yuemei's voice is gentle, her eyes flashed with a pure light. What made Qin Yan even more shocked is that Xiao Yuemei actually took out a badge. On the front of the badge is the word Xian and on the back is a slightly smaller word Zhong. Partner, the badge in Xiao Yuemei's hand is real, it can emit light. The young men in the hall on the first floor of the Divine Inscription Palace are all shocked when they saw the badge. When the staff of the Divine Inscription Palace saw the badge, they immediately went to find their general director. Mid-level Xian inscription master, and he is also very young and he is from the Soaring Dragon State's Long family. Of course, the general director has to come forward. Soon after, many young masters with high status came over to chat with Xiao Yuemei. At this time, Xiao Yuemei secretly transmitted her voice to Qin Yan, telling him to pretend to give her a good gift. Qin Yan was stunned for a moment before reacting. He took out an empty box and handed it over. Young lady Long, this is a small gift from me. It's a 50,000-year-old blood ginseng. Thank you, young master, for your gift. Xiangyue appreciates your kindness. Young master, please take back such a precious thing. Xiao Yuemei's voice is gentle and polite, like a young lady from a noble family. Qin Yan cursed this little swindler girl in his heart a few times before continuing to cooperate with Xiao Yuemei. This is nothing to me. Please accept it, otherwise you will be looking down on me. Oh right, my name is Murong Darren, I am from the Murong family. Thank you, young master Murong. Xiao Yuemei took Qin Yan's box and bowed slightly. She said, our Long family recently wanted to purchase some precious medicinal ingredients. Young master Murong, your Murong family's medicinal ingredients must be pretty good. I can purchase them from you on behalf of the family. Sure, sure. Qin Yan said with a smile. When the young masters here saw this, they all rushed to give gifts to Xiao Yuemei. As Xiao Yuemei spoke politely, she took the gifts from her subordinates. After thanking them, she promised to hold a banquet in the Divine Inscription Palace's second floor's main hall tonight. Qin Yan secretly admired Xiao Yuemei, she managed to swindle a bunch of gifts in an instant. Those young masters also wanted to curry favor with this Long family's young Xian inscription master. Especially after the general director of the Divine Inscription Palace confirmed that the badge was real, it caused people to exclaim in admiration again and again. The appearance of the young female Xian inscription master immediately caused the young masters here to go crazy. As the first person to give a gift, Qin Yan was also invited by Xiao Yuemei, causing many people to be envious and jealous. Xiao Yuemei is a Xian inscription master, so she can stay in the suite for free. In the living room of the suite, Qin Yan asked in a low voice, Yuemei, where did you get your badge? I cheated her. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said. Cheated? How? The process of issuing emblems is very strict. If the person who issues the emblems deceives you, you will be punished by the blood oath. Qin Yan had received the badge before, so he knew that the process was very strict. I cheated during the exam, so the person who issued the badge didn't know. Xiao Yuemei smiled proudly, brother, I'm awesome, right? Qin Yan said with a smile, awesome. Let's see what's inside. Xiao Yuemei promptly took out the large pile of gifts. After opening them and looking at them, she curled her lips and said, they are all trash. How is it trash? But they are all Xian medicines. Qin Yan looked at the Xian medicines and felt that they were pretty good. I'm not interested in these things. I just looked at their martial spirits and they are all trash martial spirits. There's nothing that attracts me. Xiao Yuemei sighed lightly. In this kind of damned place, it's very difficult to meet someone with a good martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei sat on the table and swung her legs. She took out 2 fruits from the pile of gifts, ate one for herself and gave the other to Qin Yan. Qin Yan also found a few fruits and gave them to Mo and the little jade rabbit to eat. Dong dong dong, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Miss Long, are you free now? There are a few young masters from large families who want to pay you a visit. The person who spoke was the manager of the Divine Inscription Palace. His name was Steward Li. Yes, let them come over. Xiao Yuemei's beautiful eyes lit up as she quickly replied. Then, she whispered to Qin Yan, brother, you have to cooperate with me. Later on, I will despise you and make those young masters feel superior. Then, you will be very angry and compete with those guys. When the time comes, you can freely use this method. After Qin Yan memorized it, he nodded. Brother, isn't it very enjoyable? In my previous life, you often brought me around to swindle people. Now, it's my turn to bring you around to play. I'm an old hand. Xiao Yuemei giggled. You little girl. Qin Yan said with a smile. Not long after, Steward Li knocked on the door. Xiao Yuemei hurriedly went to open the door. Qin Yan sat at the round table in the hall. The few who came in were indeed young masters from large families. Their clothes were very bright and dazzling. After Steward Li brought them over, he hurriedly left. The reason why Xiao Yuemei felt that these people were big fish is because they could get the manager of the Divine Inscription Palace to pull the strings. The people who came were from the Jiang, Yi, Xia, and Ji families. There were a total of 4 young and handsome young men dressed in luxurious clothes. These were the young masters of second-rate families. In Jian Ruyan's words, they were from a small fish family. It was very difficult for a small fish family to squeeze into a first-rate family. Therefore, once these young masters encountered an opportunity to get to know the elites of a first-rate family, they would not let it go. Especially when they encountered young, beautiful, and extremely talented women, they would not let them go. Qin Yan also discovered that when Xiao Yuemei impersonated someone, she pretended to be from a very far-away place. This way, she would not be immediately discovered by the other party. She pretended to be someone from the Soaring Dragon State in the Proud Star State. Even if they wanted to investigate, it would be difficult to find out her identity in a short period of time. Coupled with her beauty and inscription master badge, she would definitely be able to deceive people into running around in circles. Young Master Murong, although you gave me a generous gift, but your clothes are so simple and crude, you don't look like a descendant of a large family. Look at these young masters, whether it is their temperament or attire, you can't compare to them. Xiao Yuemei's eyes are filled with doubt as she looked at Qin Yan. Those few young masters from large families also repeatedly agreed. Young Master Yi looked at Qin Yan and said with a sneer, with your attire, you dare to say that you are a descendant of a large family? No wonder young Lady Long is suspicious. You are a swindler. Young Master Ji also mocked, young Lady Long, the ginseng he gave you might also be fake. Young Master Jiang said, I will send people to investigate his identity later. If he is a swindler, then he is dead for sure. Young Master Xia smiled at Xiao Yuemei and said, young Lady Long, don't worry. If someone is swindling people here, he will definitely not live. With me, young Master Xia, here, no one will dare to deceive you. Ling Yin'er giggled nonstop inside Qin Yun's illusory space. Qin Yun is indeed dressed very shabbily. The material of his clothes is very rough beast skin. Although he is being looked down upon, Qin Yun is very calm in his heart because this is deliberately provoked by Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yun pretended to be very angry and said, "Don't look down on people with dog eyes. Although my Morong family is not some super large family, it is not to the point where I can't afford good clothes. I just don't want to wear it. How dare you? Are you scolding young Lady Long for looking down on people with dog eyes?" Young Master Yi immediately became very angry. He is so angry that he released a burst of aura. It is mid-stage spirit martial realm cultivation. This kind of young master looks young and his cultivation is mid-stage spirit martial realm. He is considered very strong here. Qin Yun is not afraid of this kind of young master. He can slap a few of them to death. Young Lady Long is only questioning me and all of you are sure that I am a swindler. Look down on people with dog eyes. I mean you guys. Qin Yun made himself look angry and released a burst of aura. He is also mid-stage spirit martial realm. Of course, that aura was suppressed by him. Otherwise, it would scare the other party away. Everyone, stop quarreling. Sit down quietly. Xiao Yuemei lightly shouted, but in her heart, she is very happy. She feels that bringing Qin Yun to swindle is also a very happy thing. Previously, she and Hong Mengshu were often partners. Young Lady Long, don't worry. I will definitely prove that I am not a swindler. Qin Yun said angrily. Then, he took out a purple crystal card and said, "Young Lady Long, I will give you 1 billion purple crystal coins now to buy clothes. Although I don't care about my appearance, you girls still have to dress up properly." Taking out 1 billion purple crystal coins in one go is indeed not simple. It scared those few young masters. Young Master Morong, this little girl travels the Jianghu alone, so I need to be extremely vigilant. As a result, I am often suspicious, please forgive me. Xiao Yuemei quickly said, "I now believe that you are a descendant of the Morong family. I don't want this 1 billion purple crystal coins. This is definitely your family doing business for you, I can't accept it." As Xiao Yuemei spoke, she used her slender lily-white hands to grab Qin Yun's hand and pushed it back. She said, "Young Master Morong, doing business requires one to be especially calm. Since the Morong family has given you so many purple crystal coins, it means that they trust you. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." After Qin Yun took back the purple crystal coins, he calmed down. Those few young masters secretly praised this young Lady Long in their hearts. They all thought that she was a good partner. She actually rejected a gift of 1 billion purple crystal coins. One must know that although the women they met were all very beautiful and all of them had eyes for wealth, they all had eyes for money. Qin Yun looked at those few young masters with a sneer, "You poor and shabby fellows, I can tell with a glance that you came empty-handed. You guys are dressed so well and are so high profile, you must be pretending to be fat. Those who truly have a background are all very low-key, such as me. What good things do you have for young Lady Long? It can't be that they are all trash, right?" Those few young masters were ridiculed in such a manner, but they were unable to retaliate. Because they really didn't have anything good. "If it wasn't for Steward Li's face, would you be able to come here? A bunch of poor bastards also want to curry favor with young Lady Long. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed." Qin Yun continued to taunt them. Young Master Ji said, "Young Lady Long, our Ji family has established a very large business in chaotic Moon City. It has been many years. Our foundation is very strong. We came in a hurry this time, so we are not prepared enough. I'll go back now." The other young masters also expressed that they wanted to go back and prepare gifts. Xiao Yuemei pretended to persuade them to stay and said that they didn't want any expensive gifts. As long as everyone was calm, it would be fine. This actually angered those young masters even more. "It can't be that you guys won't come back after leaving, right?" Qin Yun said with a laugh. "Bastard, just you wait here. I'll let you see what a great family is." Young Master Ji left after saying those ruthless words. The other young masters also left, After the door closed, Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, a bunch of poor bastards. I'm worried that they won't come back. Xiao Yuemei said with a charming smile, brother, you did well. You have the demeanor of your previous life. Just you wait, they will definitely come back. And they will even bring their elders. Chinchilla Yuemei, what Xian talisman do you want to refine? Qin Yun asked. I'll just refine a little. Don't be too good, don't be too bad either. It's best if it can display the level of inscription. Xiao Yuemei said, low-grade Xian talisman will do. Qin Yun thought for a moment and roughly knew what kind of Xian talisman he was going to refine. He took out some talisman paper that he had prepared earlier. These Xian talisman papers are refined from beast skin. They are top-quality talisman papers made by Lu Jingmeng and Jian Linglong. Last time Qin Yun went to find them, he took some. Qin Yun was best at creating berserk fire talismans. Because he has the wildfire inscription spirit, when he carves fire attribute runes, his precision is very high and fast. The fire talismans that he was refining now all used fire attribute Xian runes. Qin Yun used the mental resonance Xian pen and quickly carved the fire Xian runes. The fire Xian runes he carved are not very good and he does not want to refine good Xian talismans for those people. Qin Yun obtained very few Xian runes from the second pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. The Xian runes he obtained later on were all collected from other places. For example, Mo had deciphered the Xian runes on some Xian artifacts or they were given by Mu Feng and Chu Binyu. Jian Linglong also gave him many Xian runes. Brother, what is your current inscription level? Xiao Yuemei's eyes are wide open as she looked at Qin Yun and asked in low voice. I am also not too clear. In short, I am not a Dao inscription master. It should be a bit stronger than a mid-level Xian inscription master. Qin Yun said with a smile. Brother, you were also an inscription master in your past life and you even know how to refine immortal tools. If you recover your past life's memories, maybe you will be able to improve a lot. Xiao Yuemei stood behind Qin Yun, stroked his head and mumbled. If I recover the memories of my previous life, Sister Bingxing will definitely be very fierce to me. Qin Yun was more concerned about this. Of course, he did not know how to recover the memories of his previous life. Xiao Yuemei nodded and said, brother, it's best if you don't recover your memories now. We recovered our memories a long time ago, but we have to suppress our soul energy from time to time. It's very troublesome. The reason why Xiao Yuelan and Qi Melian were in such a hurry was also because they wanted to do such a thing. Yuemei, how many talismans do I need? Qin Yun asked. The more the better, I also want a few. Xiao Yuemei said. Yuemei, they want you to refine tools on the spot, what are you going to do? Qin Yun asked again. I won't casually refine tools. If it's really not possible, you can just replace me. Xiao Yuemei giggled. Qin Yun suddenly had an ominous feeling as he said with a frown, I'm a man. It's not easy for me to impersonate you, right? If necessary, it won't be a problem. Xiao Yuemei said with a mischievous smile. Qin Yun curled his lips and continued carving runes. 6 hours later, someone knocked on the door. They are here. Xiao Yuemei said in low voice. Qin Yun quickly put away all the things on the table. Xiao Yuemei also obtained 20 to 30 fire Xian talismans and walked over to open the door. Qin Yun secretly admired Xiao Yuemei because those few young masters have indeed invited their elders. They are all Xian martial realm martial monarchs. In addition, Manager Li and a few old Xian inscription masters of the Divine Inscription Palace are also here. Qin Yun also quickly stood up. Xiao Yuemei pretended to be very polite and invited those people to sit down, causing those seniors to laugh non-stop. It is as if they think that Xiao Yuemei will marry into their family. Xiao Yun, these guys are all greedy for small advantages. They think that they can pick up an outstanding young miss from a big family. Therefore, the seniors of these small fish families have all come out. Ling Yuno laughed tenderly and said, Yuemei is precisely using their greedy heart to swindle them. Those few seniors looked at Qin Yun with disdain. Morong family? This is a mediocre family. You actually dare to be rude and unreasonable in front of us. Ji family old man said with sneer. So what if my Morong family is mediocre? I am generous, unlike you guys who don't even have a decent gift. Qin Yan said mockingly, your juniors look down on my clothes and I can buy clothes for Miss Long with 1 billion purple crystal coins. What about you guys? Xiao Yuemei, who is impersonating Long Xianxia, looks gentle and polite. She is also somewhat naive and pure, afraid of causing trouble. She pretended to come over to mediate, but those seniors were unwilling. Little Morong, you said you gave 50,000-year-old blood ginseng to Miss Long? Is that true? As far as I know, your Morong family can't possibly have such a thing. Yi family's old man asked doubtfully. The other elders all looked at Xiao Yuemei. Yi family's old man asked, Miss Long, take out the blood ginseng. We will help you appraise it. Xiao Yuemei said with an embarrassed expression, seniors, I fed the blood ginseng to my pet beast. After speaking, she released a kitten. The kitten is white but its entire body is emitting a faint golden dragon aura. This is a chinchilla. Xiao family's elder shouted in alarm and jumped up from his seat. A little girl actually has such a rare bird and strange beast. This is truly shocking. Now, those elders all believe that this Miss Long in front of them truly came from the Soaring Dragon State's Long family. Because only the Soaring Dragon State's Long family has many dragon blood strange beasts. It is said that this kind of cat can become a very strong dragon. Young Master Yi looked at the chinchilla and is extremely envious. I don't know either. This was given to me by my family. Xiao Yuemei gently stroked the kitten's head and put it into the beast bag. Now, those seniors can no longer see the blood ginseng. Qin Yan secretly praised Xiao Yuemei's response. Seniors, that blood ginseng is real. Kitten told me this. Xiao Yuemei said again, everyone, please don't talk about this matter anymore. Everyone be more amiable and don't give me gifts. How about this, let this little girl give everyone a small gift. Xiao Yuemei took out a stack of Xian fire talismans and gave one to each person. Manager Li is the most astonished. To be able to become the manager here, his level of inscription is not bad. After seeing those Xian talismans, he exclaimed, what a high degree of finesse. The other inscription masters also exclaimed in admiration. Even we can't reach this level of finesse, a Xian inscription master looked at Xiao Yuemei in disbelief. Miss Long, did you really refine this? This level of finesse, only those kind of Dao inscription masters can carve it. Miss Long, it's not that I doubt you. It's just that this is too unreasonable, please understand. Xiao Yuemei smiled lightly, seniors, this is indeed made by me. I understand your doubts, it doesn't matter. When the elders of those few families saw the reaction of those inscription masters, they knew that this kind of fire Xian talisman is not simple. If it was really refined by the little girl in front of them, then she is definitely a top inscription genius. Miss Long, where are your elders? Are they here? Manager Li quickly asked. They entered the remote Moon Mountain range. They said that it's dangerous inside, so they told me to come to the Divine Inscription Palace to wait for them. Xiao Yuemei said, seniors, how is the situation in the remote Moon Mountain range? Is it really dangerous inside? When Xiao Yuemei asked this question, those seniors scrambled to be the first to talk about the situation in the mountain range. Qin Yan, who was listening from the side, is secretly alarmed. He never expected that there would be so many experts gathered in the remote Moon Mountain range. And in the remote Moon Mountain range, there are indeed all kinds of dangers. Very strong beasts have appeared. It is said that they are called Nether Moon Ghost beasts. They only appear at night and can easily kill Xian martial realm martial monarchs. Furthermore, the powers of the other states all sent martial kings and martial emperors into the remote Moon Mountain range to search for Yang Shuriwei. Yang Shuriwei indeed appeared once before. She was injured by a martial king from the Long family. At that time, many people also saw that martial king chasing after Yang Shuriwei who was covered in blood. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan felt heartache and anger when they heard this. Just as Qin Yan is worried about Yang Shuriwei, Xiao Yuemei sent a sound transmission to Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, it's time to act, provoke them. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, Miss Long, does your little dragon cat still need to eat any medicinal ingredients? I still have some here. Consider it my gift to that little kitten. Everyone can see that this Morong family disciple is trying his best to curry favor with Long Xiangyue. Those people from the big families are unhappy because if they don't do anything, they will be defeated. At that time, how will they develop relations? They all took out many generous gifts, all of them are precious high-grade Xian tool materials. Most of them are beast bones and ores. Since Miss Long is an inscription master, these are the most useful to you. Yi family's old man said with a smile. Since all the seniors are so enthusiastic, then Xiangyue won't refuse. Xiao Yuemei put them away one by one, causing those few elders to be beaming with joy. Although those things are not bad, Qin Yin feels that they are not enough. He thought for a moment, then took out a Dao tool armor and said, Miss Long, although you are a very talented Xian inscription master, you are still unable to refine Dao tools. I'll lend you this Dao tool armor for now. When you can refine Dao tools in the future, you can return it to me. You are a woman, with a good Dao tool armor, you will be much safer. This caused the seniors of those few families to be stunned. Manager Li and the other few Xian inscription masters suddenly stretched their necks to look at the Dao tool armor. They are all extremely shocked. Young Master Murong, this is too precious, I can't take it. Xiao Yuemei's eyes are filled with astonishment. It can be seen that she really wants it but she still refused. I'm just lending it to you. Qin Yin smiled, we are good friends, it's normal for me to care about my friends. Take it. Then thank you young Master Murong. Xiao Yuemei smiled, I will be able to refine Dao tools in the future, I will also refine a Dao tool for young Master Murong. Those few family elders also saw Xiao Yuemei, their eyes revealed a trace of adoration. They never expected that the mediocre Murong family would actually produce such a wastrel. Entering the mountain range. The reason why those young masters brought their elders over is because those elders are worried about giving them precious things. That's why they personally came over to see if there is really a Long family disciple here. Now, after those elders came over, they also saw a Long family disciple. Moreover, she is very outstanding and an obedient girl. If they could facilitate a marriage alliance with a large family, then their status in the entire family would also rise. This chaotic moon city is not a good place. The people who were assigned here, even if they are from large families, are the kind of people who are on the fringes. Now, they are all plotting against Xiao Yuemei. These few smiling old men all feel that as long as they let their young masters and the young miss of a large family cook raw rice, when the time comes, they will also be able to accomplish this marriage. Because they also saw that this Long Xiangyue is relatively simple, they feel that she is easy to deceive and easy to settle. The Ji family's old man said with a smile, Young Lady Long, this is a small gift from our Ji family to you. It is a royal grade Xian fruit. There are a total of 3 of them and they have all grown for 20,000 years. Your 3 bright red fruits are shrouded in a faint red light mist. With a single glance, one can tell that they are good things. This? Xiao Yuemei's eyebrows are slightly knitted, she shook her head and said, I can't accept any more gifts. I will be blamed by the elders. Young Lady Long, you can't discriminate. Our gifts are not the least bit inferior to that Dao tool. You can't just accept his and not ours. The Ji family's old man said. All right then. I will treat it as a gift from your Ji family to the Long family. I will pass it on to the elders. Xiao Yuemei nodded and said, then took it. Those royal grade Xian fruits are indeed pretty good but compared to Qin Yun's Dao tool treasure robe, they are still lacking by a lot. Manager Li and the other Xian inscription masters also know about it but they did not say it out loud. These few old men are only Xian martial realm martial monarchs. The things they can take out are also just that. Soon after, it is the gift from the Xia family. It is a small Dao crystal jade, only 5 taels, even though it is only 5 taels, it caused the elders here to be moved. The Ji family's wild fruits cannot compare to our Xia family's Dao crystal jade. Young Lady Long, you are also in the spirit martial realm. If you want to reach the peak of the spirit martial realm, you need to cultivate a Xian spirit Dao crystal. This small Dao crystal jade can allow you to cultivate 5 years less. The old man from the Xia family chuckled. The faces of the Ji family's elders are slightly unsightly because Dao crystal jades are very rare. Especially for those who are trying to break through to the peak of the spirit realm, they are the most precious. The Jiang family elder took out a piece of crystal and said, Miss Long, this is a Xian heart crystal. It is also a good thing that is helpful for cultivating the Xian Spirit Dao crystal. Manager Li said in surprise, as long as you have the Xian Heart crystal, it will be easier to cultivate the Xian Spirit Dao crystal when cultivating. Xian Spirit Shui. The gifts he gave out were each better than the previous one, although, they are Xian. Although, they are all, they are our Xian family. In order to not discriminate, Xiao Yuemei accepted them one by one and thanked them profusely. Qin Yan watched from the side and secretly rejoiced. He also wanted to know what kind of good things Xiao Yuemei and Hong Mengshu swindled. Finally, it is the Yi family's old man. He was the last to take action. Clearly, it is an extremely good thing. Furthermore, his face is filled with arrogance. After he unfolded the beast skin, he said, "Young Lady Long, you are a talented Xian inscription master. What I gave you is a royal grade Xian rune. I hope it will be useful to you." Manager Li immediately cried out in alarm, "Could it be that you just obtained the ancient Xian rune, Fire Tiger Xian rune? It is said that this is an improved version of the tiger totem. If it is refined into a Xian talisman, it can release a type of fierce flame tiger to fight." The Yi family's old man and young Master Yi both laughed complacently. This caused the people from the other three families to secretly grit their teeth. They also admit that the royal grade Xian rune given by the Yi family is better than theirs. More importantly, this is not a loss to the Yi family because they have already memorized the Fire Tiger Xian rune. They are only making a copy and giving it away. Not only did they not lose anything, it is also very precious. Of course, the gifts they gave Xiao Yuemei are not as good as the Dao tools Qin Yun gave her. Thank you everyone for your gifts. I will definitely hand them over to the elders and inform them of the specific situation. Xiao Yuemei said. Young Lady Long came from afar, you should be tired. Then we won't disturb your rest. The Yi family's old man said with smile. At this moment, a slight tremor suddenly came, Manager Li said with a frown, maybe an intense battle has occurred in the remote Moon Mountain range. It has also spread here. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. After Manager Li opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man with an anxious expression. The middle-aged man said, Manager, something big has happened. In the depths of the remote Moon Mountain range, a relatively large star suddenly descended. There is news from the front that it is a beast star and many powerful star beasts have also appeared in the remote Moon Mountain range. The Yi family's old man quickly said, this is a good thing. The star cores of star beasts are also extremely beneficial to us. Let's immediately organize our people and go in. The earlier we go in, the more star beasts we can kill. That young Master Yi looked at Xiao Yuemei with a smile and asked, Young Lady Long, are you willing to travel with us? Of course, I will also invite young Master Murong. My master said that the star cores of star beasts and the materials on their bodies are very helpful to me in refining tools. I also want to go and take a look. Xiao Yuemei said. She has swindled enough things and now she really wants to go in and take a look. Star beasts are full of treasures. If we can capture them alive, we can definitely sell them for a lot of purple crystal coins. Qin Yan said, I also want to go in and take a look. Alright, let's go in and take a look together, the Jiang family's old man chuckled. They originally advised Xiao Yuemei to rest but Xiao Yuemei said that there is no need, so they went in together. Qin Yan also knew that those guys definitely didn't have good intentions when they invited him. He also wanted to see what these guys would do. After they walked out of the Divine Inscription Palace, they saw the big shots of the other powers in chaotic Moon City. They are all flying in the air towards the remote Moon Mountain range with their juniors. Qin Yan is no stranger to the falling stars. Previously on the Devil Marshall Island, a star fell. He suddenly suspects that Xianxia was the one who caused that star to fall. Qin Yan is flying in the air, following a group of people towards the remote Moon Mountain range. Yuemei, what's next? Qin Yan asked with voice transmission. Wait until we go in, then find an opportunity to separate and then join hands to kill the star beasts. Xiao Yuemei replied, these guys from those families don't have anything good, there shouldn't be any profit. Qin Yan also feels the same. Only a martial king would be able to give them something better. From the outside, the remote Moon Mountain range looks like it is formed by ordinary mountains. Occasionally, there are one or two towering mountains that stand tall, and the surroundings are surrounded by all kinds of large and small mountains. Some of the mountain peaks have accumulated a lot of ice and snow, but because of some reason, they gradually melted, causing a large amount of water to be left behind, forming a spectacular waterfall and also producing a burst of noisy torrent sound. This remote Moon Mountain range also looks very beautiful. There are many rivers and mountains. However, there are many hidden dangers within this mountain range. Qin Yan and company left chaotic Moon City, and not long after, they entered the remote Moon Mountain range. You juniors, just move around in the outer region. The inner region is very dangerous, don't go in. If you feel bored here, you can go back quickly. Yi family elder said. Those few young masters also agreed. Not to mention that a large number of star beasts have appeared. Even before, they did not dare to casually enter the inner region, because it is very dangerous inside. Therefore, many people admire Yang Shuriwei. She is only at the spirit martial realm, yet she dared to run inside. Furthermore, she was chased by many martial kings and martial emperors. After so long, she has not been caught. Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei, and the four young masters stayed in the outer region. Xiao Yuemei is very unhappy in her heart because she thought that she could follow those martial monarchs into the depths, but she was left here. At this time, young Master Yi took out a cylindrical object and shot a ball of light into the sky. Then, it exploded in the air, emitting a deafening sound. At the same time, light rays shot in all directions. Young Master Ji, Young Master Xia and Young Master Jiang are also doing the same thing. Young Lady Long, we are gathering our companions. They must have also entered the remote Moon Mountain range. We are gathering them here. Young Master Yi saw that Xiao Yuemei's eyes are filled with doubt and said. Xiao Yuemei's face is covered with a veil, only half of her face can be seen. However, it can be seen that she is very beautiful. Young Master Morong, don't you need to gather your team? Young Master Ji saw Qin Yun standing there and said with sneer, you can't be alone, right? How can I be alone? I still have young Lady Long to accompany me. Qin Yun said with smile. Young Master Morong, are you a descendant of an aristocratic family or not? You actually don't have your own team. Young Master Yi said with sneer, you are alone. If you encounter danger, we won't care about you. Qin Yun snorted and no longer paid attention to these young masters. Young Lady Long, they will arrive very soon. When the time comes, we will be able to enter the depths even more safely. Outside, there is no harvest at all. Young Master Yi said with smile. Then will we be punished by the elders? Xiao Yuemei deliberately asked worriedly. Not afraid. Nothing will happen, we are just going in a bit more. Young Master Yi laughed loudly. I used to go in often, nothing happened at all. Not long after, a group of people arrived. When they saw those young masters, they all called them Big Brother. These young masters established their own small gang and became the boss. Being called Big Brother by a large group of lackeys made those young masters extremely proud, especially in front of Xiao Yuemei. Soon after, those lackeys also learned that this woman is from the Long family and is also a Xian inscription master. They have heard of her before, but they never expected to see her so soon. A bunch of trash. Qin Yun is not the least bit afraid of this group of people. He said with sneer, why should I scram? Do you think a bunch of trash like you are qualified to make me scram? You are only one person and we have so many people. If you follow us, won't you be taking advantage of us? Young Master Ye's little brother shouted angrily, it is also because of young Lady Long's face that we politely let you leave. Otherwise, we would have broken your legs. That little brother, in order to show off in front of his big brother, is also extremely arrogant. Ha ha ha. Having more people means you are strong? Truly funny. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, you bunch of trash, even 10 of you can't beat me. 10? You think too highly of yourself, I can kill you with one hand. Young Master Ye's little brother took out a spear and rushed towards Qin Yun. His body surged out a wave of energy, blowing up a gale. The gale rushed towards Qin Yun. Xiao Yuemei, who was not far away, only pretended to be anxious and advised not to fight. The people here did not care about Xiao Yuemei's persuasion, the few young masters are the same. Young Lady Long, this guy is too arrogant. Just teach him a lesson and let him have a good memory. Nothing will happen. Young Master Yi chuckled and said, just watch, he is just a prodigal son, he can't even beat my little brother. After the Yi family's little brother rushed over, his spear stabbed towards Qin Yun's throat. His first move was a killing move. He dared to be so arrogant because on one hand, he is young Master Yi's favorite and on the other hand, he is at the initial stage of spirit martial realm. When he saw Qin Yun's aura, he felt that he could jump levels to defeat him. Everyone also knew the strength of this Yi family's little brother and felt that Qin Yun is finished. When the spear stabbed over, Qin Yun fiercely grabbed the spearhead. His palm also emitted a burst of flame and directly melted the spear. I already said that you were trash, you still don't believe me? You want me to help you prove it? Qin Yun said with sneer. After grabbing the spearhead, he punched out. His fist has not even touched the young man, just the fist energy alone caused the young man's body to split open and his Dao core to explode. Bang! Young Master Yi's lackey was sent flying into a large tree and landed heavily on the ground, continuously vomiting blood. A middle-aged man hurriedly went over to check on his injuries, and then his expression turned extremely ugly. His Dao core has shattered. When everyone heard this, there was an uproar. They were not surprised by Qin Yun's strength, they just felt that he was too bold. He crippled that lackey in front of young Master Yi. Surnamed Morong, aren't you a little too ruthless? Young Master Yi said angrily. Originally, he only planned to unite a few young masters and teach this Morong family's descendant, who was in the limelight, a lesson so that he would make a fool of himself. But he didn't expect such a big thing to happen so quickly. Ruthless? He wanted to pierce my throat just now. Qin Yun said with sneer, young Master Yi, right? You're really a coward. You're obviously very strong, but you sent a little brother at the early stage of the spiritual martial realm to deal with me. You're clearly sending him to die. Qin Yun's words caused young Master Yi to fall into a difficult situation. Because if he didn't do anything now, his group of lackeys would doubt his strength. Surnamed Morong, kowtow to a yuan 100 times and then scram as far as you can. Then, I'll let you go. This is all for young Lady Long's sake. Otherwise, you would already be a dead man. Young Master Yi's voice is incomparably cold. Our boss Yi possesses the purple gold bear martial spirit. In Chaotic Moon City, he is one of the top mid-stage spirit martial realm martial masters. Surnamed Morong, hurry up and kowtow to a yuan and admit your wrongs. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your life. If it weren't for young Lady Long's kindness and not wanting to see people die, you would have already been killed by Boss Yi. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kowtow to a yuan and then scram further away. Young Master Yi's lackeys all shouted fiercely. The other young masters are just watching the show from the side. Although they are very unhappy with this Morong family member, they are not stupid. They can tell that he is not someone to be trifled with. You bunch of dogs, if you have the guts, kill me for your master. What's the use of barking? Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, a bunch of dogs that only bark and don't bite. Your boss Yi has raised you in vain. Young Master Yi immediately became furious and roared, don't insult my subordinates, I want you to die now. After he finished speaking, a giant purple gold bear phantom appeared on young Master Yi's body. It looked like an angry giant bear. When he rushed over, it caused the earth to tremble. The true roar that came from his mouth also caused people's hair to stand on end. Young Master Yi flew over, his huge bear paw-like hand vigorously slapped towards Qin Yun. The energy released caused the ground to sink by more than a meter and many pits appeared. With your little strength, you still want to kill me? Qin Yun looked at the slowly descending palm and punched with lightning speed. The vibrating power directly shook the arm until it burst into a mist of blood. It must be known that Qin Yun is now a late-stage spirit martial realm martial master. The aura he released is only comparable to the middle-stage spirit martial realm. There are no late-stage spirit martial realm martial masters here, so Qin Yun is also invincible here. Young Master Yi's arm was shattered into a mist of blood and scattered all around. The stench of blood caused that lackey to shiver. The boss Yi they worshipped is actually so weak, his arm was crippled in an instant. Young Master Yi also immediately felt the disparity in strength. Especially when he sensed the formidable aura of the opponent, He felt incomparable fear in his heart and his legs immediately trembled. "Young Master Yi, aren't you very strong?" Qin Yan said with sneer. I. Uncle Morong, let me go." Young Master Yi actually knelt on the ground with a plop and then quickly kowtowed. Everyone is dumbfounded. This usually high and mighty young Master Yi actually knelt down so thoroughly. "I am a great person and will not stoop to petty people's offenses. Moreover, for young Lady Long's sake, I will let you go." Qin Yan laughed and then walked towards Xiao Yuemei. At this moment, young Master Yi, whose face is filled with anger, suddenly took out a cylinder and released a few poisonous needles. When the black poisonous needles appeared, everyone felt that Qin Yan is dead for sure. Because Qin Yan's back is facing young Master Yi. "Be careful." As Xiao Yuemei spoke, her beautiful figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Qin Yan. Her sleeves gently waved and sent the few poisonous needles flying and into young Master Yi's neck. After young Master Yi was poisoned, the skin on his body immediately rotted. It is very frightening. Everyone is dumbstruck. They never expected that a seemingly delicate and weak girl would have such an outstanding movement technique. She easily sent those fast hidden weapons flying. Young Master Yi is dead. Everyone felt a wave of fear, especially the other young masters. They were chatting and laughing with this woman in the Divine Inscription Palace, but they never expected that this seemingly polite and gentle woman would actually be so strong. Young Master Ji said with a frown, "Young Lady Long, you killed young Master Yi. The Yi family will not let you off. If you marry me, nothing will happen." Qin Yan immediately laughed and said, "Young Master Ji, you think too highly of yourself. How are you worthy of young Lady Long? Young Lady Long is a Xian inscription master and a genius of the Long family. Even if she kills you bunch of bugs, the elders behind you will not dare to do anything to her." Young Master Ji said with a sneer, "Young Lady Long, don't listen to him. If the elders of the Yi family knew about this, they would definitely capture you. You should come back to the Ji family with me. As long as you marry me, the Yi family won't dare to touch you. Young Lady Long, you only killed young Master Yi by mistake. Come back to the Jiang family with me and hide first." Young Master Jiang walked over and even moved his hands and feet. He wanted to hold Xiao Yuemei's hand, but Xiao Yuemei dodged. "Yo, you are actually throwing a tantrum. Haha, you won't be able to escape today. Everyone, quickly surround the two of them." Young Master Jiang laughed sinisterly, "Young Lady Long, you took so many precious things from us. You are not worthy of us sleeping with you for a few nights. Do you feel guilty?" A few young masters' lackeys surrounded them one after another. They are all incomparably ferocious and murderous. Young Master Xiao laughed sinisterly, "Just sleep with me here. I like to have sex in the wild." From the attitude of these young masters and their lackeys, Qin Yan can tell that they often join hands to do this kind of deranged thing. He is immediately infuriated in his heart because now they also want to join hands to conspire against Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei said with a chuckle, "Since you guys like to sleep so much, I'll let you sleep forever." After she finished speaking, a long sword appeared in her lily-white hand and pierced through young Master Zhang's head in an instant. At the same time, Qin Yan released a few throwing daggers. Those throwing daggers danced around chaotically, piercing through the bodies and heads of that group of people, quickly reaping the lives of that group of lackeys. Xiao Yuemei also used her mental power to control 3 long swords. They transformed into a few rays of cold light and pierced through many bodies with formidable power. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei stood in the middle and used Imperial Spirit technique. They controlled their weapons to fly and harvest the dog lives of that group of trash. Young Master Ji, young Master Jiang and young Master Xia are all lying on the ground and wailing. "Didn't you guys want to sleep? You still want to sleep in the wild." Xiao Yuemei controlled a sword and giggled, "You can now sleep forever." After she finished speaking, her sword chopped down and killed those few young masters. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "These guys are truly trash." Xiao Yuemei took out the soul-devouring spirit serpent and said with a chuckle, "They can only be unreasonable in chaotic Moon City." Soon after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei chatted and laughed as they took out those martial spirits. "Brother, I'll give all these things to you. I only want a fruit to eat." Xiao Yuemei took the royal grade Xian fruit and began eating it while blinking her mouth. The fire tiger Xian rune, Dao Crystal Jade and Xian Heart Crystal were all given to Qin Yun. Qin Yun also knows that Xiao Yuemei doesn't need those things because her mirror martial spirit can quickly increase her cultivation. After they tidied up the place, they headed towards the depths of the remote Moon Mountain range. However, not long after they started their journey, they suddenly sensed a few powerful auras coming from behind. They are all Xian Martial Realm Martial Monarchs. How did they come so fast? Qin Yun said in astonishment after sensing those auras. It's not those family elders, it's Aunt and the others. She can sense me, that's why she came over. Xiao Yuemei said in a low voice, brother, do you want to meet Aunt? Qin Yun remembered that Xiao Xianqing, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were together. Now that they have appeared here, it is obvious that they came to find Yang Shiyu and then met Xiao Yuemei. Puppet divine ability. Qin Yun felt that he would have to face Xiao Xianqing sooner or later, so he might as well talk about it earlier. Xiao Yuemei said with a frown, brother, you still can't see Aunt. After she awakened her memories, she became extremely terrifying. You don't know, but in her previous life, she was a very fierce woman. Qin Yun recalled that when he and Xiao Xianqing entered the Tianshao imperial tomb, they got along quite well. He felt that Xiao Xianqing would not fall out so quickly. It doesn't matter. After the few of you awakened your memories, didn't you get along well with me? Even Sister Bingxing is very good to me now. Qin Yun said with a smile, Yuemei, you are thinking too much. As long as I see her, all the problems will be solved. Xiao Yuemei lightly snorted and said, brother. Aunt's situation is different from ours. When she was in the Immortal Desolate, she was an immortal with a very high status. First you cheated her of many things, then you stole many of her things and auctioned them off. She hates you to the bone. Why did my previous life insist on needling her? Qin Yun could not understand and asked. Who knows about you? In short, you were a very lowly guy in your previous life. The last time Aunt saw me, she said that if she saw you, she would definitely kill you. Xiao Yuemei's face is filled with worry as she said, even if she doesn't kill you, she will still teach you a lesson. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, then what should we do? Don't tell me we don't want to see her? Alright, I'll hide from her for now. I'll secretly follow you guys. Xiao Yuemei rolled her eyes and said with a charming smile, brother, I have a good way to keep you here. Speak. Qin Yun saw Xiao Yuemei's mischievous smile and had a bad premonition. I have mastered a divine ability called Puppet Divine Ability. It can turn people into puppets. Then, I can change the puppet's appearance at will, but it can only last for a short period of time. Xiao Yuemei grinned and said, brother, I'll turn you into a beautiful girl and then tell Aunt that you're my friend. Scram. Qin Yun knows that nothing good will happen. He pinched Xiao Yuemei's face and said, don't mess around, be serious. Xiao Yuemei pouted coquettishly, only by turning you into a girl will Aunt not suspect anything. If I were to be with a man, she would definitely be suspicious or something. After that, she would investigate your situation and you would be recognized very quickly. I don't want to become a woman. Qin Yun said very firmly. Brother, I only turned your face into a girl and then changed your body. This is not permanent, it can only last for a few days. Xiao Yuemei said with a naughty smile. Change my appearance. As long as I'm a man, it's fine. I'll pretend to be your puppet. Is that okay? Qin Yun also sensed that Xiao Xianqing and company's auras were getting closer and closer. He hurriedly said, there's no time left. Hurry up. Coordinate with my divine ability. Xiao Yuemei pouted in disappointment, lightly stamped her feet and turned Qin Yun into a handsome youth. What surprised Qin Yun is that after the divine ability power entered his body, it was actually able to change the structure of his body. His height and body size are all rapidly changing. Very quickly, Qin Yun turned into a tender youth who loves even more than Xiao Yuemei. Brother, you'll always be like this. Xiao Yuemei giggled as she rubbed Qin Yun's handsome face. Qin Yun hurriedly took out a set of fitting clothes and put them on. He fiercely glared at her. Not long after, 3 peerlessly beautiful women flew over, and they looked extremely like 3 celestial maidens, who were untainted by the mortal world. Xiao Xianqing is wearing a white dress. She is beautiful and dignified, elegant and noble. Her mature oval face is filled with coldness. On her left is Xianxia, who is wearing a purple dress. She has a peerless appearance and she slowly floated down. She has a kind of peerless beauty. On Xianxia's right is Tianzi. She has an extremely beautiful and charming face, as if she was born to be charming. Her pair of beautiful eyes are filled with charm and her face is filled with a seductive smile. Her every movement is filled with a seductive charm. When Qin Yan saw these women again, his heart jumped in fright. He did not expect that after not seeing them for so long, he almost could not recognize them. Not only are they much more beautiful, they are also very strong. Especially when he saw Xianxia, he really wanted to go over and pinch that beautiful face. That is the big sister steamed bun that he wanted to pinch even in his dreams. Xiaoyun, get them all up, 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 ha ha ha. It is unknown what kind of tendon Ling Yuner has, she shouted excitedly. Yuemei, who is this guy? Xiao Xianqin looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei heaved a sigh of relief because Xiao Xianqin did not recognize Qin Yun. This is a little puppet I just got. It's amazing. Xiao Yuemei giggled and then pinched Qin Yun's face. Furthermore, it feels pretty good. Come and touch it. What a handsome little brother. Shui Tianzi, that seductress, gently floated over with a charming smile. She used her charming and soft lily-white hands to caress Qin Yun's face. After that, she reached her hand into Qin Yun's lapel and touched his chest. This little puppet is really amazing. It actually has a heartbeat. Although Qin Yun was touched, he still has to maintain his sluggish appearance. He has to act like a wooden man. He cursed Shui Tianzi in his heart. He wished he could. Yuemei, where did you get this puppet? Can't you change your face yourself? I also want one. I'll make my face look like Qin Yun and then play with him every day. Shui Tianzi smiled charmingly. Her naughty lily-white hand suddenly reached towards Qin Yun's waist, wanting to touch it down. Xiao Yuemei is also startled. She immediately grabbed Shui Tianzi's hand. Sister Shui, don't act recklessly. This is a puppet that I used puppet divine ability to turn into. It won't last for a few days. If you stimulate him too much, the number of times he can turn into a puppet will decrease. So that's how it is. Shui Tianzi gently smiled, then fondly caressed Qin Yun's face. His eyes are quite similar to Qin Yun's. Don't mention that bastard. Xiao Xianqin coldly snorted. If I see him, I will definitely strip him naked and then hang him on every city's gate for a day. Qin Yun's heart fiercely jumped. He now knows why Xiao Yuemei is so worried. This Xiao Xianqin and his past life indeed have a blood feud. Xianqin, you only hate Xiao Yun's past life. Xianqin lightly sighed, her eyes are filled with longing. She doesn't know why but she suddenly misses Qin Yun. I don't care, I must teach him a lesson to eliminate the humiliation in my heart. Xiao Xianqin's face is filled with anger as she spoke of this matter. Let's not talk about this. Did you come here to find Big Sister Yang? Xiao Yuemei asked. N. We wanted to come a long time ago but Xianqin said that we have to wait for Lanyu to appear so that we can find Shuriwei. Xianqin said. Shui Tianzi faintly sighed, I wonder if Qin Yun will come. I heard that he caused a huge commotion in the martial arts tournament. He shouldn't dare to run around. After I find Shuriwei, I will make a trip to the Immortal Weapon City. He saved me a few times back then. Xianqin said in a low voice. Let's go in and look for star beasts first. Xiao Xianqin said. She did not want to say anything more about Qin Yun. In fact, she is also very conflicted about Qin Yun. She cares a lot about Qin Yun because Qin Yun helped her refine her soul and helped her break through. When they entered the Tianshao Imperial Tomb together, Qin Yun also saved her. It was also because she went to the Tianshao Imperial Tomb that she fell in love with Qin Yun. In this life, she has feelings for Qin Yun but in her previous life, she hated Qin Yun to the bone. This kind of contradiction often struggles in her heart. She has a lot of memories of her previous life, especially the memories of her hatred for Qin Yun's previous life. After all, in order to hunt down Qin Yun's previous life, she spent thousands of years. This memory cannot be erased in a short period of time. In this life, Xiao Xianqin has feelings for Qin Yun but it is very short. It is only because she secretly loves Qin Yun and it has not entered a very deep stage. Therefore, she hates Qin Yun even more now. However, she does not want to kill Qin Yun like she did in her previous life. She only wants to vent her anger. Xiao Yuemei understands Xiao Xianqin's contradiction very well. That is why she did not let Qin Yun see Xiao Xianqin. Qin Yun pretended to be a puppet and followed behind the women, flying in the air. Xiao Yuemei suddenly asked, "Aunt, I remember you said before that brother helped you refine your soul. Don't hate him, he is still very good in this life." I can't not hate him. Alright, as long as I don't see his face. The complicated emotions in Xiao Xianqin's heart have been aroused and she also feels very helpless. Yuemei, have you seen your brother recently? Shui Tianzi smiled tenderly and said, I promised him that I would be his person and be his assistant for the rest of my life. I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. I went to the Immortal Weapon City to look for him. Xiao Yuemei said, when you have time in the future, you can also go to the Immortal Weapon City to look for him. I wonder how his refining level is. Zi Qingqing smiled and said, I just happen to be lacking some things. I'll go find him some other day to refine them. Qin Yun curled his lips and said in his heart, Sister Steamed Bun, you only come looking for me when you need something. I want to rub your steamed bun face flat. Xiao Xianqin, who was flying in front, looked back and asked, Yuemei, how strong is your little puppet? It can't be just for show, right? Its strength is not bad. In short, it's just a puppet. If it's gone, then it's gone. Xiao Yuemei pretended to not care and said. Yuemei, are you still going around lying? Xiao Xianqin asked. No more. When I meet some bad people, I will teach them a lesson. Xiao Yuemei said with a smile. She is now lying and she just lied to many people. Yuemei, you were with that bastard in your previous life and swindled people everywhere. In this life, you must turn over a new leaf. Xiao Xianqin said sternly. I know. Xiao Yuemei replied seriously. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also know that Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Xianqin had a past life. Xiao Xianqin told them about it. Presumably, the relationship between the three of them is very good. Suddenly, a black shadow flew into the sky from the ground. Bastard! Xiao Xianqin waved her hand, as if a zither string was vibrating, she shot out a blue flame and hit the black shadow. The black shadow fell to the ground. Impressively, it is a very large tiger-shaped star beast. It also looks very ferocious. People from the Heavenly Sun State Xiao Yuemei instructed Qin Yun not to make a move lest Xiao Xianqin discover him. In this way, Qin Yun doesn't need to make a move. He only needs to watch from the side. Xiao Xianqin, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are all Shan martial realm martial monarchs. They joined hands to resist the group of pouncing star beasts and did not feel any pressure. Sister Steamed Bun and Water Fairy's power attribute seems to be different from before. Could it be that they obtained new martial spirits? Qin Yun is curious. Zi Qingqing's martial spirit is the purple gold peng martial spirit and now she is using a very strong thunder fire. Shui Tianzi is familiar with the power she uses, it is either ice or water. She can easily condense a large amount of water to envelop the group of star beasts on the ground and then seal them in ice. Or Zi Qingqing can use her thunder and lightning power to fiercely electrocute them. From time to time, the two of them would cooperate and quickly exterminate a large group of star beasts. Xiao Yuemei is also watching from the side. She did not make a move because in the current situation, there is no need for her to do anything. Xiao Xianqin's strength is the strongest. After she awakened the memories of her previous life, she also cultivated some martial arts suitable for her current stage, which could greatly increase her strength. Over 1,000 star beasts were instantly exterminated by the three women. They are all a bunch of trash star beasts. Xiao Xianqin looked at the star beast corpses on the ground and snorted disdainfully, what a waste of energy. Let's continue forward. Aunt, why are there so many star beasts here? And they are all hidden on the ground. Xiao Yuemei said with a frown, those star beasts are so weak but they are still attacking non-stop. They are clearly sending themselves to death. This kind of weak star beast is the stupidest. Xiao Xianqin continued to fly forward. At this moment, Ling Yin'er said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, although the star beasts lying in ambush here are very stupid, they are being commanded. Previously, such a large star fell, there must be a star beast leader inside. Could it be that a star beast king is commanding a large number of star beasts? Just like the Devil Star Overlord? Qin Yun recalled his experience on the Devil Marshal Island. Yes. Therefore, after those trash star beasts discovered you, the star beast king behind them must also know that you are here. Ling Yin'er said, that thing is at least a martial king, you have to be careful. Qin Yun secretly became vigilant. After all, Xiao Xianqin and company were only at the Xian martial realm. If a beast comparable to a martial king suddenly appeared, he had to make sufficient preparations. Aunt, why do you think that star suddenly fell? Xiao Yuemei asked, is it related to Big Sister Yang? It's very likely that she was the one who brought it down to distract the others. Xiao Xianqin looked at the sky and said with a slight frown, in short, this is definitely not a coincidence. Zi Qingqing said, the area we are in should be relatively outside. If we go inside, even we have to be extremely vigilant. Shui Tianzi, who was flying very fast, turned her head to look behind her and said with a charming smile, Yuemei, your little puppet's speed is pretty good. Are you really going to bring him into the depths? Won't you feel bad if you kill him? Sister Shui, don't worry. My little puppet is very powerful. Of course, it's not that it's very strong, it's just that it's very good at escaping. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, if he encounters any dangerous situation, he will definitely have many methods to escape. That's not bad either. Maybe we'll all have to escape with him. Shui Tianzi laughed. Just like that, Qin Yun silently followed behind the women. He is also somewhat worried because the interior of the remote Moon Mountain range is truly dangerous. If not for so many things suddenly happening, he would definitely have refined some equipment. At night, Qin Yun's vigilant heart relaxed a bit. He did not feel that much pressure because he is the safest at night. At this time, they are also approaching the most dangerous area in the middle. On the way, they also encountered a few very powerful star beasts. One of them required Zi Qingqing and the other two to join hands in order to kill it. The star beasts indeed have very good star cores and they were all divided equally by Zi Qingqing and the others. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun did not make a move, so they did not want it. Star cores are also quite useful to Qin Yun, but he needs a lot of them. Because if his Devil Star Overlord absorbs more power of stars, it can also become stronger. The Devil Star Overlord still has a lot of room to grow. Bingxing said before that the Devil Star Overlord can even evolve to become as strong as an immortal. However, this requires a lot of energy. The star cores of those powerful star beasts are the best nourishment for the Devil Star Overlord. Late at night, Xiao Xianqin suddenly stopped and lightly shouted, let's land and hide on the ground. There are people nearby. Xiao Yuemei flew over and pulled Qin Yun before landing on the ground. After landing on the ground, a few figures indeed appeared in the sky. Furthermore, they are still floating in the air. Miss Xiao? I am Heavenly Sun State's young master Wang Lianghao. We have met before. The person in the sky shouted. It's me. Xiao Xianqin also spoke. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi looked at each other, apparently they also know this young master Wang. Sisters, who is this young master Wang? Is he Aunt's lover? Xiao Yuemei asked with a light smile. Little girl, don't talk nonsense, I don't have a lover. After Xiao Xianqin heard this, she said lightly. Very quickly, a few people descended from the sky. There are 3 men and 2 women. The 3 men are all wearing very exquisite and luxurious Xiantul armors. Their appearances are also above average, they are considered to be the more handsome type. The 2 women are tall and thin. Although they are very beautiful, they are too bewitching. Their entire bodies are emitting the aura of a prostitute. They are all wearing Xiantul treasured clothes. The Xiantul treasured clothes are relatively soft and comfortable to wear, but their defensive ability is not as good as the hard armor. Therefore, the Xiantul treasured clothes also have many other abilities. For example, they can store energy inside, or have healing effects, as well as defend against mental power attacks and so on. Different, they all have many functions. This is also relatively expensive, although Xiao Xianqin, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are all Xian martial realm martial monarchs. They have only broken through not long ago. Even if they have Xian tool treasured clothes, they are still of inferior quality. Their appearance and temperament are much higher than the two bewitching women, but they lose in terms of equipment and strength. When the two bewitching women saw that Zi Qingqing and the others are not wearing defensive treasured clothes, their eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if they were rich snobs looking at poor people. This made Zi Qingqing and the others secretly unhappy in their hearts. I didn't expect the three ladies to be here. Are you also going to enter the depths? We are too, let's go together. The person who spoke is Wang Lianghao. His face is long and filled with a hypocritical smile that makes people feel very uncomfortable. He is holding a folding fan in his hand. In the dark night, it is extremely dazzling. With a single glance, one can tell that it is a good item. The other two youths also quickly introduced themselves. They are disciples of immortal sects from the heavenly sun state. When they first landed, their eyes swept across Zi Qingqing and the others. Even now, they are still looking at Xiao Yuemei and the others without the slightest scruple. Those two bewitching women are also from immortal sects of the heavenly sun state. When they mentioned their own immortal sects, their faces were filled with pride. Furthermore, they even asked Xiao Xianqin and the others which sect they are from. We are all from Demon Moon Island. Xiao Xianqin said. Demon Moon Island? The Demon Moon Island that just obtained the immortal origin? It's just a second-rate sect. The woman with a long chin mocked in a strange tone. Who is this little girl and young man? Wang Lianghao immediately changed the topic and looked at Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun. Xiao Yuemei said with a smile, I am Long Xiangyue, the little junior sister of the three big sisters. This is my little puppet. It has no name, you don't need to care about it. Even now, Xiao Yuemei is still wearing a veil. Wang Lianghao has also heard of this name and nodded. Let's hurry up and enter the depths. Xiao Xianqin did not want to talk to the two bewitching women and said coldly. Oh right, do you have any good Xian tools? Especially weapons and armor, these are necessary. Seeing how shabby you guys are, you definitely don't have any. If you encounter any danger, you must take care of yourselves. The woman with the bun rolled her eyes and her tone is filled with contempt. Xiao Yuemei has the Dao tool armor that Qin Yun gave her. However, she did not take it out because she could tell that these three men and two women were not easy to deal with. Xiao Xianqin felt like she was about to explode from anger. She really cared about these things and wished that she could go over and slap those two bitches. Shui Tianzi is the same. Only Zi Qingqing's mentality is better and she doesn't care about these things. Let's hurry up and go in. A man said with a smile, let's go in and hunt for star cores. We can also exchange them for a lot of equipment. Ladies, you don't have good weapons and armor. It doesn't matter, we will protect you. A slightly plump man smiled wretchedly. Xiao Xianqin snorted, then soared into the sky and flew forward. Xiao Yuemei sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun and said with a giggle, brother, and the others are really poor. They should have quite a lot of purple crystal coins. They should also have Xian tools, right? Qin Yun asked curiously because Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had followed him to earn quite a few purple crystal coins. And said that they urgently needed some resources. Then, they pawned off all the Xian tools on their bodies. This is also the reason why they were able to break through so quickly. Ant and the other two seem to have cultivated a secret technique, which is why they need a large amount of resources. Xiao Yuemei said. While flying, Wang Lianghao and the other two men wanted to get close to Xiao Xianqin and the others. Their goal is also very obvious. They want to pursue Xiao Xianqin and the other two. Xiao Xianqin was provoked by the two seductive women earlier and remained ice-cold the entire way. One must know that she has awakened the memories of her previous life. Furthermore, she has been tricked many times in her previous life. She could clearly see what the three men were thinking. Qin Yun could also tell that the reason why Zi Qingqing and the others were desperately killing star beasts to obtain star cores was to exchange for money. Benefits of equipment. Shui Tianzi is infuriated, she shouted, we don't need weapons to take down that star beast. Let's go. Xiao Xianqin is also very angry, just a few lousy things? What's there to show off? I'm stronger than you guys with my bare hands. Trees need bark, people need face. Xianxia and the others were looked down upon by the two disgusting and seductive women and became even more furious. At this moment, they were indeed in a rather difficult situation. Shui Tianzi, Xianxia and Xianxia, filled with anger, instantly dove to the ground. Using an extremely powerful force, they quickly killed the 20 to 30 meter long giant beast on the ground. The strength they displayed also surprised Wang Lianghao and the other Heavenly Sun State's immortal sect disciples. That star beast was covered in armor. Its body was relatively large and it was also very strong. Facing such a huge star beast, to be able to take it down with bare hands, it was indeed very powerful. Little junior sister, come down for a moment. Xianxia suddenly shouted. Xiao Yuemei brought Qinyan down. Xianxia called Xiao Yuemei down because the three of them did not have enough storage space, so they could only borrow Xiao Yuemei's. Hand over half of that star beast. The sharp-chinned woman shouted, we discovered the star beast together, so we should split it equally. I'll split it equally with your ancestor. Xianxia scolded angrily, if you dare say another word, do you believe that I won't smash your jaw? You're so arrogant. The sharp-chinned woman was also angered and shouted, come on, if you have the guts, hit me and see. My master is also in the remote Moon Mountain range. If you dare hit me, you're dead. You better obediently hand over that star beast. Otherwise, when our master arrives, you will definitely not have a good time. Another woman sneered. Wang Lianghao coughed dryly and said, Miss Xiao, you should hand over half of that star beast. It's so big anyway, even if you give us half, we still have a lot. The other two men also expressed their desire to split it in half. On the way, these three male immortal sect disciples could tell that Xianxia and the others were stubborn. It was not that easy to toy with them, so they gave up. And right now, splitting half of the star beast's corpse would allow them to obtain many benefits. Qinyan found it somewhat strange because in his eyes, the star beast had no value. What he didn't know was that Xianxia and the others were crazy poor. Although they claimed to be from Demon Moon Island, they were too embarrassed to go. They were all martial monarchs in the profound martial realm. If they went in with nothing, they were worried that they would be laughed at. Furthermore, Xianxia also wanted to fight for her face. Xianxia sneered, if I don't give it to you, so what? If you don't give it to me, then I will kill you. The sharp-chinned woman shouted fiercely, and the long sword in her hand stabbed out. However, just as she was about to stab over, Xianxia suddenly dodged. He even came to the side of the sharp-chinned woman and slapped her. Bitch, you think you can kill me? Dream on. Xianxia sneered and slapped him a few times. At the same time, a great battle was about to break out. Xiao Yuemei is not at Xian martial realm, so she can only watch from the side. Wang Lianghao, I'm warning all of you. Don't show mercy to the fairer sex. You must kill them. Otherwise, I'll reveal everything you've done. The sharp-chinned woman shouted angrily, we must kill them. A rather sinister-looking man said with a smile, then I'll play with their corpses, is that okay? That's fine, ha ha ha. After the sharp-chinned woman heard this, she also laughed sinisterly. This made Xianxia even more furious. Xianxia and the others are only at the initial stage of the Xian martial realm. As for those Heavenly Sun State immortal sect disciples, they are all at the middle stage of the Xian martial realm. They also have Xian tools and armor. It is extremely strenuous for the three of them to deal with the five of them. Qinyan secretly stuffed the Xian royal cannon and some cannonballs into Xiao Yuemei's hands. Xiao Yuemei also knows how to use the Xian royal cannon. From afar, she carried the Xian royal cannon and prepared to aim. However, Xianxia and the other two are fighting with Wang Lianghao and the others. I'm going to capture that little girl. The bun-haired woman laughed sinisterly, I want her to be my maid. Xianxia and the other two are very anxious but they can't separate themselves. They also hope that Xiao Yuemei can run away quickly. She's coming, that's great. Xiao Yuemei was just worrying about how to aim. After the bun-haired woman came over, Xiao Yuemei fiercely fired a cannon. Boom, the cannonball accurately hit the woman's body and a wave of fire exploded in the air. A scorching heat wave fiercely pressed down on the ground. The trees on the ground immediately burned, and the flames produced by the explosion are like fireworks, flying everywhere. "Brother, this thing is too easy to use." Xiao Yuemei praised incessantly. "When you have time, refine one for me too." Qin Yan originally had many Dao cores, but he used them when cultivating his immortal devil body. Now, the cannonballs he is using are the ones he refined in the past. Quickly tear that little girl to shreds. After the bun-haired woman was blasted by the cannonball, she turned into a burning person and fell to the ground. Her angry scream seemed to tear the sky apart as it echoed in the sky. Xianxia and the others felt a lot more at ease. They also knew that Xiao Yuemei has a very powerful Xian tool in her hands. Especially Xianxia, she quickly recognized that it is the Xian King cannon refined by Qin Yun. At that time, she even helped him refine it. When the sharp-chin woman saw Xiao Yuemei's Xian King cannon, her eyes are filled with greed, so she immediately rushed over. "Little girl, you can't hit me." After the sharp-chin woman dodged, she laughed sinisterly. "You are my little slave girl." Not long after she dodged the cannonball, Xiao Yuemei threw out a body-securing Xian talisman. The sharp-chin woman is frozen. The body-securing talisman can only freeze a Xian martial realm for a second or two, but it is enough for Xiao Yuemei to attack. This time, Xiao Yuemei fired 2 cannonballs in a row. After the woman was sent flying, not only was her body charred black, many wounds also exploded on her body. "It's a body-securing talisman." Wang Lianghao shouted in alarm, "Let's quickly retreat." The other 2 men hurriedly took the 2 women who had turned into charcoal and left. There are flames all around, all caused by the cannonballs. Xiao Xianqin and the others came over in a somewhat sorry state. They all looked at Xiao Yuemei's Xian King cannon with envy. "Did Qin Yan give it to you?" Xianxia said with a smile. "I helped him refine it before. I told him that I wanted to come here. He was worried about me, so he gave me some equipment." Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, "Awesome, right? Equipment crushes them." Shui Tianzi said with a face full of envy, "After we go back, I must go find little brother Yun and ask him to help me refine some powerful Xian tools. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to find him first." Xianxia sighed softly. Although Xiao Xianqin did not say anything, she also wanted something good in her heart. If they had good protective gear and weapons just now, they would have killed those 5 people long ago. "Let's continue deeper in," Xiao Xianqin said. Xiao Yuemei is very happy because with Qin Yan's mobile equipment warehouse by her side, she is not afraid of not having any good equipment to use. "Brother, Auntie really wants to have some good stuff. Looks like you have a chance to deal with her." Xiao Yuemei sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun and said with a smile, "Sister Shui looks like she can't wait to devote her life to you. It's great that you know how to refine tools." Not long after they flew, a few martial king auras suddenly appeared behind them. "It's a martial king, could it be the master of those guys?" Xiao Xianqin cursed in a low voice, "Let's speed up and get away from them. It is currently night time. Qin Yan can bring them to hide in the darkness and avoid the pursuit of the martial kings. However, he is afraid that Xiao Xianqin will discover him, so he can only continue to follow and observe the situation. The people who came later are also only martial kings. Qin Yan is still relatively calm because he still has the great killing move, the Devil Star Overlord. Yuemei, should I expose my identity now? Bring them and hide. Then we can avoid those martial kings. Qin Yan suddenly transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuemei. Wait. The situation right now is not dangerous. Wait until it's about time before you make your move. This way Aunt won't do anything to you. Xiao Yuemei giggled. Then she will be angry after this and say why I didn't make a move earlier. Qin Yan is somewhat worried. When the time comes, I'll help you hold on. Xiao Yuemei said. Those martial kings are very fast. If this goes on, they will be caught sooner or later. Let's go down. Xiao Xianqin is deeply worried. She is very clear about the consequences of being caught by a martial king. She secretly blamed herself. If she had not met Wang Lianghao, none of this would have happened. If she was caught, she would have harmed Xianxia, Shui Tianzi, and Xiao Yuemei. At this moment, she is extremely regretful and constantly blamed herself in her heart. Qin Yan wanted to make his move earlier so that he could hide better. However, Xiao Yuemei said that the time was not right. Although they could conceal a portion of their aura after landing in the forest, because they had to dodge those tree trunks, it would also cause their speed to decrease. The martial kings chasing after them must follow the remnant aura of their running. Now, they can only land in the forest to track Xiao Xianqing and company. Yuemei, Qingqing, Tianzi, you guys leave first. I'll stay behind to deal with those martial kings. We'll keep in touch. Xiao Xianqing suddenly said. How can this be? You can't deal with them. Zi Qingqing quickly said. Xianqing, don't try to be brave. Shui Tianzi is also very clear about Xiao Xianqing's strength. I will use a secret technique to stimulate my own power. I can temporarily hold on for a period of time. You don't have to worry about me. Xiao Xianqing said, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have talked to that Wang Liangyu. You guys leave first. At this moment, Xiao Yuemei also transmitted her voice to Qin Yun, brother, and doesn't have any secret technique. She is prepared to sacrifice herself. Are you sure you can save her? No problem at all. Qin Yun replied. Xiao Yuemei said to Xiao Xianqing, Aunt, I'll leave the little puppet behind to help you. All right. Xiao Xianqing nodded. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also believe in Xiao Xianqing. This is also because they know that Xiao Xianqing was an immortal in her past life. Crystal Mountain. Although Xiao Xianqing had died once and she was a powerful and noble fairy in her previous life, she could not help but feel nervous and a trace of fear in the face of impending death. She didn't know if she could reincarnate. If not, she would be completely dead this time. Qin Yun, the little puppet, stood behind her and seemed to feel her nervousness. Aunt Xiao is really going all out. Qin Yun sighed in his heart. She should be making up for the mistake she made before. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, get ready to begin. Qin Yun used shadow power to hide in the darkness and drilled into the ground. The nervous Xiao Xianqing suddenly remembered the little puppet left behind by Xiao Yuemei. She quickly turned her head to look but found that the little puppet had disappeared. She also remembered what Xiao Yuemei had said before. The little puppet was very good at escaping. Now that it has disappeared without a sound, it confirmed what Xiao Yuemei said. Xiao Xianqing let out a long sigh. Is it really over this time? She can't escape now, or those martial kings will chase after Zi Qingqing and the others. She can only stay here to resist. They are walking the martial arts world, but they actually didn't learn any aura concealment techniques. Ling Yin'er lightly snorted. If they had eliminated their aura when they escaped, then nothing would have happened. They are too open and aboveboard in their actions. They should disdain learning that kind of technique. The auras of those martial kings gradually approached. After Xiao Xianqing sensed those auras, her beautiful oval face was covered in sweat. She was nervous and fearful. She held a royal-grade spirit tool longsword tightly and stared ahead. They're coming! Ling Yun'er shouted. Just as the martial kings were about to arrive, Qin Yun used the Heavenly Lion summoning technique and summoned 3 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. After he summoned the powerful Nether Realm Heavenly Lions, he let the Heavenly Lions let out Heavenly Lions roar and roared from 3 directions. Hearing those roars, one could tell that they are very strong beasts. After the martial kings heard this, they stopped locking onto Xiao Xianqing and immediately separated, charging in the direction of the 3 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. When Xiao Xianqing heard the Heavenly Lions roar, she also felt that it was somewhat familiar. It was also at this moment that she felt her ankle being grabbed. By the time she reacted, she found herself being hugged by someone. Aunt Xiao, it's me. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to Xiao Xianqing, relax, I'll use shadow power. Xiao Xianqing was shocked and infuriated. However, in this situation, she could only cooperate with Qin Yun. She took a few deep breaths and relaxed her body, allowing Qin Yun to use shadow power to conceal her aura. The little puppet is you? Xiao Xianqing asked with a sound transmission. Yes. Don't blame Yuemei, it was me who told her to do that. Qin Yun said. Xiao Xianqing struggled free from Qin Yun's embrace and only held his hand. The moment she shook hands with Qin Yun, Xiao Xianqing recalled the trip to the Tianshao Imperial Tomb. At that time, it was because she had held hands with Qin Yun that she had developed that inexplicable feeling. And at this moment, the indescribable feelings she had for Qin Yun suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart, fighting with the hatred she had for Qin Yun. Xianxia seemed to have forgotten about the matter of the martial kings because at this moment, her heart was extremely conflicted. She knew very well that if Qin Yun had not taken action earlier, she would have died for sure. It could be said that Qin Yun had saved her once again. Just based on this kindness, she should not hate Qin Yun. Qin Yun, did Yueme tell you many things, for example, about your previous life? Xianxia was at a loss for a moment before she asked with a sound transmission. I know that I have a past life and I also know that you hate my past life very much. Qin Yun could not see Xianxia in the darkness. He could only feel that her lily-white hands were very soft and somewhat cold. Aunt Xiao, my previous life is my previous life. The current me has nothing to do with my previous life. Qin Yun said again, although I have not awakened the memories of my previous life, I might awaken them in the future. I will take advantage of the fact that I haven't awakened the memories of my previous life and try my best to make up for the mistakes I made in my previous life. Xianxia thought about it carefully and let out a long sigh. She said, you saved my life, so the grudge between us from our previous life can be considered to have been severed. You helped me refine my soul before and also helped me pass through that difficult period. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break through and awaken the memories of my previous life. Qin Yun secretly admired Xiao Yueme. She had deliberately made him take action at the critical moment. Only by doing so would he be able to move Xianxia. That's good. I don't need to be stripped naked and hung on the city gate by you. Qin Yun said with a smile. Humph. Xianxia used a lot of strength to pinch Qin Yun's hand. Did that little girl Yueme ask you to take action later? She said that only by doing this would you thank me. I had previously suggested to take action but she wouldn't let me. Qin Yun said. This damned girl. She said that she wouldn't lie to anyone but she actually lied to me again. Xianxia cursed softly. Qin Yun is not worried about Zi Qingqing and company because Xiao Yueme definitely has a way to help them hide. Aunt Xiao, don't be angry at her. Qin Yun quickly said. Forget it, it's good that we're all fine now. Xianxia did not see Qin Yun's face. She only talked to him and felt that it was pretty good. Aunt Xiao, then should I wear a mask to meet you in the future? Qin Yun asked again. I don't know. Let's talk about it when I see your face. Xianxia faintly sighed. Qin Yun, your previous life is too hateful. I can't let it go all of a sudden. It doesn't matter. Sister Bingxing was like this before but it's alright now. Qin Yun said with a smile. Sister Bingxing? Bingxing? Is she dead too? Xianxia does not know about Bingxing, she's not dead, she's in the Immortal Weapon Palace. Qin Yun quickly told Xianxia about Bingxing. After Xianxia finished listening, she also felt that it is inconceivable. Bingxing, Yueme, Yuelan and Shiyue actually let you off. That's right, after all, you haven't awakened the memories of your previous life. You're not that bastard. Furthermore, you saved them and helped them. Intentionally or unintentionally, you made up for the debt you owed in your previous life. I'm not as good as them. I shouldn't have bothered with you because you're not that bastard at all. Qin Yun, I'm sorry. Aunt Xiao, it's all right. Qin Yun said with a smile. He did not mention the matter of Bingxing kissing him. Otherwise, Xianxia would definitely start to doubt her life. Then do you hate me? Xianxia's ice-cold and soft hands gradually became warm. Why should I hate you? Qin Yun said with a chuckle. Aunt Xiao, do you still remember the Tianshao Imperial Tomb? Those coffins below are a big mystery. Furthermore, I even obtained the Beast King inscription spirit there, that's the mental resonance Shanpen. Xianxia nodded and said, those coffins can teleport away the dead people inside. Because most of the people buried inside are from the Xiao family, it's very likely that they have dragon blood in their bodies. They were all teleported to an immortal tomb. Maybe they can be resurrected in the future. The few martial kings up there have been lured away by my nether realm heavenly lion. We're safe. Qin Yun said with a smile. we can go up and meet up with Yuemei and the others. Xiao Xianqin snorted lightly. If that water fairy saw you, she would definitely die of happiness. She clearly knew that I hated you, but she always mentioned you in front of me. Even though you haven't awakened the memories of your previous life, your ability to bewitch women is as powerful as it was in your previous life. Aunt Xiao, did I do anything to let you down in my previous life? It's just that. Qin Yan scratched his head and said. In your previous life, you were very greedy for money and liked to play with women's feelings before abandoning them. Although you swindled money and not sex, you were still incomparably hateful. Xiao Xianqin is still somewhat angry when she mentioned Qin Yan's previous life. Qin Yan, I don't want to tell you too much about your previous life. If you awaken your memories, you'll definitely become bad. You're just fine right now. Xiao Xianqin said. Then let's go up. Qin Yan has now returned to his original appearance. He brought Xiao Xianqin to the ground. Xiao Xianqin took out a sound transmission conch and contacted Zi Qingqing and the others. Xianqin. Where are you? Come quickly, we've discovered protection. It might be the core of the fallen star, it's a crystal mountain. There are many people rushing over right now. Zi Qingqing's voice is extremely anxious. When Xiao Xianqin and Qin Yan heard this, they looked at each other and felt worried for them. Qingqing, act according to your capabilities. We'll go over now. After Xiao Xianqin finished speaking, she put away the sound transmission conch and ran with Qin Yan. In order to prevent the martial kings from discovering them, Xiao Xianqin asked Qin Yan to use shadow power to conceal himself. In addition, she really wanted to hold Qin Yan's hand. Ling Yun'er giggled and said, Xiao Yun, this Aunt Xiao is also a sultry woman. Her feelings for you are hidden very deeply. She is much more sultry than Bing Xing, ha ha ha. Stop talking nonsense, how is that possible? Qin Yan said, I can't feel anything. If she didn't have feelings for you, she definitely wouldn't have changed her attitude towards you so quickly. She hated you so much before, but when she saw you, her heart immediately softened. Ling Yun'er giggled and said, she was so persistent in chasing after you in her previous life. It's obvious that she loves and hates you at the same time. She must have been deceived by you. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yan snorted lightly. Qin Yan also let the Nether Realm Heavenly Lions return to the Nether Realm. In order to lure away the martial spirits, the Nether Realm Heavenly Lions also suffered heavy injuries. At this time, Xiao Xianqin took out the sound transmission conch again and heard Zi Qingqing's voice, Xianqin, we are no longer at the previous place. Use the sound transmission conch to find us. What's wrong? Xiao Xianqin asked. Although we discovered it first, a group of people came and seized that treasure. Shui Tianzi said angrily, hurry up and come to our side. Those guys are all martial kings, I have no chance. Martial Emperor Star, of course. Qin Yan has a method to deal with the martial king. He is yet to figure out the situation, so he can't take it out yet. Aunt Xiao, let's go meet up with Yuemei and the others first. Qin Yan said, once we understand the situation, we'll take our time to think about it. Xiao Xianqin does not know what Qin Yan's strength is. He does not seem to be at the Xian martial realm, but because he is a Xian inscription master, his hidden strength is definitely not weak. I wonder if Qingqing and the others have recognized those people. Xiao Xianqin brought Qin Yan through the forest to meet up with Zi Qingqing and the others. An hour later, Qin Yan and Xiao Xianqin also met Zi Qingqing and the others. They are in a cave on a small mountain. When Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi saw Qin Yan, they are very happy. They had already learned from Xiao Yuemei that Qin Yan had arrived here. Little brother Yun. After Shui Tianzi saw Qin Yan, she walked over with a charming smile and intimately touched Qin Yan's handsome face. I felt that little puppet was very similar to you before, it made me want to touch you very much. Sister Shui, Sister Steamed Bun, long time no see. I missed you guys. Qin Yan said with a smile and pushed Shui Tianzi's lily-white hands away. He never expected that Shui Tianzi would be so arrogant and directly touch him in all kinds of ways. Little brat, you're really good at pretending to be a puppet. When Zi Qingqing saw Qin Yan's expression, she knew that Qin Yan wanted to pinch her face. When Xiao Yuemei saw that Xiao Xianqin is very calm, she felt relieved. The conflict between Qin Yun and Xianxia has been resolved. As women, Zi Qingqing and the others could also see something. They are very clear about Xianxia's hatred towards Qin Yun. However, now that she has suddenly become so good, it is definitely not something that can be changed just because she was saved by Qin Yun. What's going on with the crystal mountain you guys encountered? Xianxia asked and then looked at Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei was also an immortal in her previous life, so she definitely knows more than Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. That's the core of the star. Xiao Yuemei said, I don't know what it is either. However, the star did not fall from that place. The core should have flown here when it exploded. Qin Yun said, if it's the core of the star, it will be of great help to me. He wants to increase the Devil Star Overlord's strength through that core. I'm not sure yet. Why don't we sneak over and take a look? Xiao Yuemei said, we will split into 2 groups. Brother, you and aunt will be in one group, I and 2 elder sisters will be in another group. Xiao Yuemei is also deliberately creating an opportunity for Qin Yun and Xianxia to be together so that their relationship can be eased. Is it really alright for the 3 of you to be together? Xianxia is a little worried because her and Qin Yun's strength can be considered relatively strong. I'm here, everything will be fine. Both of you are quite strong, if you work together, it will definitely be very smooth. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, then it's settled, we will secretly go over and take a look. Xiao Yuemei brought Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing away from the small mountain cave and ran in a certain direction. Xianxia's sound transmission conch has the location of the crystal mountain. She also brought Qin Yun in another direction. If they split up, it would be convenient for them to retreat if they encountered a dangerous situation. If they were caught, they wouldn't have been wiped out in one go. Qin Yun, is that crystal mountain of great use to you? Xianxia asked, if it's very useful, I will do my best to help you take it. Let's go over and take a look first. Qin Yun said. Do you suspect that I don't have the strength? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Of course not. Qin Yun smiled. In his heart, he felt that Xianxia's strength is limited. Don't underestimate my strength. At the very least, I have the soul of an immortal and the memories of my previous life. Xianxia said, if I go all out, I can still deal with 1 or 2 martial kings. Aunt Xiao, do you use a sword? Qin Yun asked and stopped in his tracks. I do. Xianxia's beautiful eyes lit up. She knows that Qin Yun has prepared a good Xian tool for her. This is for you, I'll lend it to you for the time being. I can't give it to you because it's not mine. Qin Yun took out the Dao sword that Jian Nanhu kept with him. Xianxia took a look and secretly exclaimed in her heart. She knew that Qin Yun definitely has many good things on him. With this sword, I should be able to deal with 3 martial kings. Xianxia held the sword and said confidently, if it was refined, then it would be even better. After Xianxia put away the sword, she continued on her way. Aunt Xiao, you just stepped into the Xian martial realm, right? How can you deal with so many martial kings? Qin Yun asked curiously. That's a secret technique that I cultivate. It can release my soul power and temporarily strengthen my body and all aspects of power. Xianxia said, it's just that after using it, I need to sleep for a few days. If you don't save me, I'll have to use that secret technique. I can also resist those martial kings for a period of time. Because Xianxia wants to borrow Qin Yun's shadow power to conceal herself, she has to hold hands with Qin Yun. Her and Qin Yun's fingers are tightly interlocked. Her lily-white hands are also warm, completely different from the ice-cold feeling from before. This feeling reminded Qin Yun of Bingxing. Bingxing also looks ice-cold, but her body is warm and soft. Not long after, they saw the small crystal mountain. It is 20 to 30 meters tall and is not very big. It is wrapped in a layer of white thing that is slowly falling off, like a layer. From the part that has fallen off, it can be seen that the inside of the crystal is transparent. Although it is night time, after the crystal was illuminated by the light, it also reflected an intense light. After Qin Yun and Xianxia were illuminated, the shadow power became useless. Xianxia quickly pulled Qin Yun and hid behind a large tree. At this moment, Qin Yun also used the power of his transparent martial spirit to make them transparent. Below the small crystal mountain, there are dozens of people. Most of them are martial kings and the rest are Shan martial realm. Aunt Xiao, what is that? Qin asked. The crystal mountain doesn't seem to be emitting any energy aura. That's a very strong star energy crystal. This fallen star is not simple. Xiao Xianqin said with a frown. What do you mean? Could it be that it's not an ordinary star? Qin Yan is somewhat astonished as he asked with a voice transmission. This kind of star is called Martial Emperor star. It is a Martial Emperor level star in the starry sky of the Spirit Desolate or Devil Desolate region. Xiao Xianqin said, because some Martial Emperors are unable to break through, when their lifespan is exhausted, they will fly to the star field and bury themselves in a small star. Qin Yan has also heard of such a thing. Even in the Martial Desolate, there are some powerful martial kings who would create a small star before their death and hide their sect inside. There are also some in the Spirit Desolate. However, because there are immortal sects on the ground, in order to strengthen communication, the stars in the sky gradually became the graveyard of martial kings, martial emperors, and half-immortals. Xiao Xianqin continued to transmit her voice. After a martial emperor dies, the Dao core may continue to absorb energy. Over time, that star will also cultivate itself because of the Dao core's power. And because of some other reasons, star beasts will be born on it. So you're saying that there's something inside this crystal mountain? Qin Yan said in surprise. It is definitely not a coincidence that this star fell here. I wonder if Shuriwei understands this matter. If only Bingxing was here. She definitely knows about this kind of thing. Xiao Xianqin looked at the crystal mountain and also can't figure out the situation inside. Aunt Xiao, why does Sister Bingxing know about this kind of thing? Qin Yan asked. Previously, Ling Yuner also guessed that Bingxing was formed and nurtured. Because she is a star spirit immortal. She was born as an immortal. Xiao Xianqin said, of course, the process of her birth is quite mysterious. It is said that it is related to some major event. Later on, she was harmed by your previous life and was sealed. The people at the bottom of the crystal mountain took out their weapons and attacked the crystal mountain in an attempt to break it open. However, the crystal mountain is shockingly sturdy. The weapons in the hands of those martial kings are also Dao tools. However, when they hit the crystal mountain, not a single mark appeared. A gray-robed old man said, there might be something sealed inside this crystal mountain. We might as well wait for senior martial emperors to come and open it. No, what if those martial emperors come and take it for themselves? We should split it evenly now. A white-robed old man who looks very dignified said coldly, don't send voice transmissions to the martial emperors. At this moment, a middle-aged man took out a sound transmission conch. When the white-robed old man saw this, he waved his hand and shot out a few long white needles that pierced the middle-aged man's neck and head. The middle-aged man immediately fell to the ground and spat out a thick black liquid. Then, his eyes exploded and he died from poison. Whoever dares to send voice transmissions to the martial emperors, this is their fate. The white-robed old man is still worried and shouted, take out your sound transmission conches and give them to me for safekeeping. If you don't cooperate, I can only kill you. There are also a few powerful old martial kings who stood up to support the white-robed old man. Because they all know very well that even if only 2 or 3 martial emperors come, they would be able to pinch dozens of them to death. At that time, the martial emperors would be able to monopolize the crystal mountain, and they, the martial kings, would not be able to obtain anything. Those guys are all martial kings from the immortal sections. They are also the strongest. They should be the ones chasing us. Xiao Xianqin transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. The white-robed old man and a few martial kings from the immortal sects joined hands and took away many sound transmission conches. Then they discussed the matter of cutting the crystal mountain. Xiao Xianqin took out her sound transmission conch and heard Xiao Yuemei's voice. Aunt, do you have any plans? She looked at Qin Yun and replied, no, let's continue watching. I do. I will go out and lie to them, say that I have a way to cut open the crystal mountain and then think of a way to take it away. Xiao Yuemei said. After Xiao Xianqin heard this, she also transmitted Xiao Yuemei's idea to Qin Yun. The secret of the star nucleus. Xiao Xianqin is somewhat worried because she is only at the Xian martial realm. Although she can temporarily obtain a very strong power, she can only deal with a few martial kings. Beside the Crystal Mountain, there are 20 to 30 martial kings. If something unexpected happened, they would not be able to deal with it. Is this really okay? Xianxia is somewhat worried. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Yan said, Aunt Xiao, pay attention to changing your aura. Don't let those martial kings from the immortal sects recognize you. Wang Lianghao and the others are not here either. As long as their auras are not recognized, nothing will happen. Xiao Xianqin thought for a moment and also used the sound transmission conch to let Xiao Yuemei and the others know of the plan. Xiao Yuemei also agreed and warned them to be careful. Xiao Xianqin is still rather worried because they are too weak. If they were all martial kings, they would definitely not be afraid of anything. Although the matter of Qin Yan having the Devil Star Overlord has been seen by many people, it has been kept a secret and has not been spread out. Therefore, Xiao Xianqin does not know that Qin Yan has the Devil Star Overlord. Aunt Xiao, don't be afraid, I have a backup plan. Qin Yan said with a chuckle, you just stay here and watch. I'll go over myself. No, I want to go with you. Xiao Xianqin is worried about Qin Yan and quickly said. At this moment, the group of martial kings are also brandishing their weapons and attacking the Crystal Mountain. They want to break some fragments but they can't succeed no matter what. At this time, Xiao Xianqin once again used the sound transmission conch. It was from Xiao Yuemei, instructing her on how to swindle. This is only what Xiao Xianqin heard, Qin Yan does not know. Because Xiao Yuemei said that Qin Yan will definitely be able to cooperate when the time comes. Xiao Xianqin bit her lips and could only do as Xiao Yuemei said. She suddenly realized that Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei seemed to be natural-born swindlers. She also recalled that Qin Yan often swindled people in his previous life and was very successful. She could not help but feel a lot more at ease. Qin Yan and Xiao Xianqin's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the group of martial kings. A few martial kings shouted from afar, "Who are you people? Stand where you are and don't move, don't use sound transmission magic tools." Xiao Xianqin was also prepared and said, "We are disciples of the Proud Star State, Proud Star Palace. This is my husband." Qin Yan was stunned as he looked at Xiao Xianqin in disbelief. Xiao Xianqin only smiled at him. This was all taught to her by Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yan simply put on makeup. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He laughed heartily. Our sect master observed the sky at night and already knew what would happen today. That's why he sent us to investigate. A martial king shouted from afar, "I am from the Proud Star State's Medicine Immortal Valley. I have never heard of any Proud Star Palace. My Proud Star Palace stays on the stars all year round and stands aloof from worldly affairs. It's just a small sect, it's normal that seniors haven't heard of it." Qin Yan said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Xianqin also pulled Qin Yan over. This kid hasn't even reached the Xian martial realm, he's only at the middle or late stage of the spirit martial realm. That woman was at the Xianqi lair and she was so beautiful, how could she be his wife? This is not a good match, a martial king said in a low voice. After Xiao Xianqin heard this, she faintly smiled, because my husband has extraordinary ability. He has a star martial spirit and has mastered the power of star shattering. Qin Yan said, "Our Proud Star Palace has been in the sky for many years and has always relied on the energy of the crystal star nucleus to maintain it. This kind of star nucleus crystal is very difficult to cut. If there is a special method, it would be much easier." When the martial kings saw that Qin Yan and Xiao Xianqin are not strong, they did not pay much attention to them. They only wanted to prevent them from using sound transmission conch to report. "Can you shatter this crystal mountain?" The white-robed martial king did not believe it. Because these martial kings used very powerful weapons and were unable to leave a mark on the crystal mountain. Xiao Xianqin smiled gently, "I can't but my husband can." Qin Yan pretended to be excited and said, "I can break it but I need some time. This star nucleus crystal is so huge, it is something that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Furthermore, there might even be an immortal star origin inside. Seniors, there are also some from the immortal sections. You must know that when the immortal origin is sealed, its aura will not leak out." These words are all made up by Qin Yan. Ling Yaner also provided some ideas. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Xianxia somewhat believed it. A few martial kings from the immortal sects also suddenly became excited and nodded repeatedly. The immortal origin sent by the Xian domain last time was a big white ball. It did not have any aura at all, it is indeed so. A martial king said. Little brother, how is the immortal star origin compared to the immortal origin? A martial king asked. They now somewhat believe that Qin Yun and Xianxia came from the Proud Star Palace. This is hard to say. My Proud Star Palace's sect master said that the most special thing about the immortal star origin is that it can give birth to the Star Lord inscription spirit. In addition, it can also release a large amount of immortal energy that contains the power of stars. Qin Yun said. When they heard about the Star Lord inscription spirit, the eyes of the martial kings lit up. The reason they came to the remote Moon Mountain range is for the Star Lord inscription spirit. Of course, this is only a legend. Such a large piece of star nucleus crystal, even if there is nothing inside, just the energy inside the crystal will have a great effect. As long as the stars do not fall, they will have a very long lifespan. And this kind of old star nucleus crystal contains the power to prolong life. Qin Yun said. Extending their lifespan is also what these martial kings want very much. Xianxia tightly held Qin Yun's hand because they are already close to the Crystal Mountain and surrounded by a group of martial kings. It made her very nervous. However, Qin Yun is still talking and laughing wittily. Let me take a look first. Qin Yun pressed his hand on the Crystal Mountain and released his mental origin energy to sense the situation inside. Xianxia is the same. Qin Yun, there's something inside. Xianxia quickly discovered it and transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. What is that? Qin Yun also discovered it, but he does not know what is inside. I don't know. Let's deal with these guys first. Xianxia quickly transmitted her voice. They are suspecting us. Ling Yan'er quickly controlled the Nether Sun Dao Core to release energy and hid it under Qin Yun's fingernails. Qin Yun vigorously grabbed and left some scratches on the Crystal Mountain. This caused the group of martial kings to cry out in alarm. Xianxia is also slightly astonished. She does not know how Qin Yun did it. The martial kings who were doubting Qin Yun earlier are now all convinced. There's something inside and it's not simple. Qin Yun's expression turned grave. Seniors, if you take off this layer of skin, you should be able to see what's inside. Just as he finished speaking, more than a dozen martial kings quickly took action and tore off most of the white skin that wrapped around the Crystal Mountain. Inside the transparent Crystal Mountain, there is a huge ball that is a few meters wide. This thing looks very much like a sealed immortal origin. A martial king shouted in alarm. Those martial kings are also boiling with excitement. They also recalled what Qin Yun said earlier. He said that there might be a Star Lord inscription spirit inside the immortal star origin. Little brother, how long will it take for you to break open this kind of Crystal Mountain? The white-robed old man asked. He now has incomparable trust in Qin Yun. Because they used a lot of power and even used Dao tools to attack the Crystal Mountain. However, they were unable to leave a single mark. And with a light grab from Qin Yun, he left a scratch on the smooth crystal. Clearly, he has the power to break open the Crystal Mountain. When Qin Yun grabbed the crystal, he also sensed the energy contained within the crystal. It is a very vigorous star power. He felt that if the Devil Star Overlord were to devour this Crystal Mountain, its strength would definitely increase by a level. I need at least 2 hours to set up the formation. Qin Yun took out some formation flags and said, after my formation releases its power, it will be able to crack the Crystal Mountain. When the time comes, everyone will join hands and we will be able to shatter the Crystal Mountain. After this is done, just give us husband and wife 5,000 genes of star nucleus crystals as compensation. 5,000 genes of crystals is not a lot at all. Those martial kings also quickly agreed. They only hoped to quickly break open the Crystal Mountain. Xianxia does not know what Qin Yun wants to do, so she can only cooperate with him. Although she is nervous, she also feels very excited. Qin Yun took out some formation flags and gave them to her. Then, Qin Yun and Xianxia began planting flags 10 meters away from the Crystal Mountain. Those martial kings also watched attentively. They are not afraid that Qin Yun and Xianxia will act recklessly because they are only at the Xian martial realm and spirit martial realm. In front of so many martial kings, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Qin Yun, after setting up the flag formation, what are we going to do next? Xianxia asked with a voice transmission. She has some confidence in her heart and feels a bit more at ease. After setting up the flag formation, I will store the crystal mountain into my storage magic tool. Qin Yun replied with a smile. Ah? Do you have so many storage magic tools? Xianxia is somewhat astonished. Yes. The space inside the first pearl of Qin Yun's 9 Sun Divine Spirit is very large. It would become stronger as his cultivation increased. The second and third pearls are the same, the space inside will slowly increase. But now, the third pearl has been seized by the mysterious Yao Feng. Qin Yun also planned to ask Xianxia if she knew anything about Yao Feng after he finished this matter. 2 hours quickly passed and the flag formation was set up. Those flags are all blank flags without any spirit runes engraved on them. The group of martial kings did not ask much because they felt that those are not ordinary flags. After Qin Yun was done, he stood inside the flag formation with Xianxia and shouted, "Seniors, please protect us and don't let others destroy it." After Qin Yun finished speaking, the flag formation opened. A large amount of red light appeared and enveloped the entire crystal mountain in an instant. Xianxia is also extremely nervous. The people outside can't see what is going on inside at all. Qin Yun pressed his hand on the crystal mountain and said with a frown, "Aunt Xiao, my mental power is not strong enough to store it into a storage magic tool. This thing is not simple." Ling Yun'er also used a very strong mental power, but there is still no movement. "I'll help you." Xianxia placed her hand on Qin Yun's back and injected a powerful soul power into it. In an instant, Qin Yun's mental power became very strong. Soon after, the space around the crystal mountain gradually distorted and finally became smaller by the special spatial power of the storage magic tool. The crystal mountain finally disappeared and Xianxia is also pleasantly surprised. "Let's go." Qin Yun pulled Xianxia and used the penetration divine ability to drill deep into the ground and then left from deep underground. At the same time, Xiao Yuemei and the others also retreated. The flag formation is still operating, releasing red light that enveloped the crystal mountain. Serene Moon Earth Palace Qin Yun and Xianxia also left from deep underground. After the flag formation's power was exhausted, the light that enveloped the crystal mountain disappeared. The martial kings watching from outside immediately became excited. Just as they became excited, they became incomparably angry. Because the crystal mountain has disappeared, they also can't see Qin Yun and Xianxia. That adulterous couple, we were tricked by them. These two bastards, we must capture them and ruthlessly kill them. Everyone, quickly split up, they can't run far. Quick, split up and look for them. Hurry up and return the sound transmission conch to us, otherwise how can we keep in touch? A martial king said. If it wasn't for you guys not letting the martial emperors come over, the crystal mountain wouldn't have been swindled away. Exactly. Many martial kings also complained one after another, causing them to suffer such a great loss. Those few martial kings from the immortal sects were already very angry. Now that they are being blamed by so many people, it made them even more angry. "All of you shut up," the white-robed old man roared. Qin Yun and Xianxia are very happy and excited as they ran through the pitch-black forest. "Aunt Xiao, how does this feel?" Qin Yun said with a chuckle. "Humph, you often did this kind of thing to me in your previous life." Xianxia lightly said, but in her heart, she doesn't know why but she feels very excited. "I wasn't good at it, it was Yuemei who taught me." Qin Yun said with a smile. "That girl Yuemei, she also knows that she is full of bad ideas. It's all because of your previous life." Xianxia tenderly snorted and said. Thinking about how she pretended to be Qin Yun's wife, Xianxia felt a strange feeling in her heart. Soon, they met up with Xiao Yuemei and others. "Brother, what is that thing inside the crystal mountain? Is it really that immortal star origin?" After Xiao Yuemei saw Qin Yun, she immediately hugged his arm and jumped up and asked. "That's all my nonsense, I don't know either." Qin Yun said with a smile. That is not something he spouted, it was all told to him by Ling Yun'er. Therefore, it is very likely that it is the legendary immortal star origin. Brother, it is as if I saw your past life, you lied without blinking. Xiao Yuemei pinched Qin Yan's handsome face and said with a smile, did you awaken the memories of your past life? Don't speak nonsense. Xiao Xianqin lightly shouted. Just like Bing Xing, she did not wish for Qin Yan to awaken his memories. Because they hate Qin Yan's past life and they have a special feeling for Qin Yan's current life. Following that, Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing also smiled and touched Qin Yan's face. Qin Yan did not know what was so good about touching his face. Xiao Xianqin's heart ached when she saw this. She also wanted to touch Qin Yan's handsome face but she felt embarrassed. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had a good relationship with Qin Yan to begin with. It didn't matter even if they hugged each other. However, Xiao Xianqin is different. Previously, she hated Qin Yan to the bone. Furthermore, with her personality, she wouldn't dare to touch Qin Yan so brazenly. It's not suitable to release the crystal mountain here. Xiao Xianqin said, let's talk about it after we leave the remote moon mountain range. That thing should be useless to us. Brother, just keep it for yourself. Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, however, Aunt worked together with you. You have to give her some compensation. Just help her refine tools or something. No problem. Qin Yan said with a smile. Little brother Yun, you have to help me refine tools as well. I've agreed to be your person. Shui Tianzi coquettishly hugged Qin Yan and leaned her head on Qin Yan's shoulder. If not for Zi Qingqing pulling her away, she might have kissed Qin Yan's face. Alright, we all have a share. You also have to promise me that you will be my helper and help me refine tools or something. Qin Yan smiled and secretly touched Shui Tianzi's thigh. Definitely. Shui Tianzi smiled charmingly. Zi Qingqing said, Xianqin, it's getting more and more dangerous inside. How about this, you and Qin Yan go in, the three of us will wait for you outside. Xiao Xianqin nodded and said, I also have this plan. If we encounter anything, we will contact you in time. You guys go to Chaotic Moon City first and wait for us. Xiao Yuemei originally wanted to follow them but she thought that this was an opportunity for Qin Yan and Xiao Xianqin to be alone. It would allow them to understand each other more deeply and resolve their conflict. Although she felt that Xiao Xianqin's attitude towards Qin Yan has changed greatly and it is also a bit strange, she does not know what kind of feeling Xiao Xianqin has towards Qin Yan. Alright, then we'll go out first. Those immortal kings will definitely chase after you everywhere to kill you, you guys have to be careful. Xiao Yuemei warned. Just like that, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi and Xiao Yuemei returned to Chaotic Moon City together. Qin Yan watched them leave and felt somewhat reluctant because he really wanted to rub Zi Qingqing's beautiful bun-like face. Humph, just like your previous life, you always like to trick some beautiful girls to do all kinds of hard work for you and help you refine tools. Xiao Xianqin rolled her eyes at Qin Yan. Aunt Xiao, didn't you say not to mention my previous life's matters? What if my memories are aroused? Qin Yan said. Alright, I'll try my best not to mention it in the future. Xiao Xianqin is also very worried. If Qin Yan really became that scoundrel from his previous life, she would also feel very sad. One must know that she has just eliminated the contradiction in her heart. If Qin Yan truly awakened the memories of his previous life, that contradiction would appear again, causing her to feel confused and uncomfortable. The night gradually passed and the morning light of the 9 suns appeared, illuminating the dangerous remote moon mountain range. Qin Yan and Xiao Xianqin held hands, their bodies turned transparent and they continued to go deeper into the remote moon mountain range. They only met martial kings here and in the depths, there are still martial emperors and half-immortals. Aunt Xiao, those guys are really obsessed with the Star Lord inscription spirit. Qin Yan suddenly sensed a strand of remnant martial emperor aura and said with voice transmission. Maybe Shiryua's Star Lord inscription spirit was given to you. Xiao Xianqin said, her heart is filled with doubt. Because she knows that Yang Shiryue has awakened the memories of her previous life. She also knows that there is enmity between Yang Shiryue and Qin Yan. Furthermore, it is a deep hatred but now Yang Shiryue is helping Qin Yan like this. There is also Bing Xing, Xiao Yuemei, and Xiao Yuelan. They should have hated Qin Yan but now they are helping him. Furthermore, Xiao Yuelan has become Qin Yan's wife and their relationship is very deep. Aunt Xiao, in your previous life, have you ever heard of an immortal called Jiao Feng? She is very powerful. Qin Yan suddenly asked. They are currently standing on a tall mountain, looking at the mountains in front of them. They can sense a powerful star beast aura and are trying to determine the direction of the aura. Xiao Xianqin slightly frowned as she recalled. After a moment, she shook her head. I have never heard of this person. From the name, it is a woman. To be honest, you have offended a lot of women, but I basically know all of them. Qin Yan remembered Bing Xing saying that in his previous life, he gathered a group of beautiful immortals to do hard labor for him. Xiao Xianqin is most likely one of them. Bing Xing is so powerful and she is also among them. Therefore, he feels that Xiao Xianqin might also be one of them. That is why she knows those women who had enmity with him in his previous life. Why are you asking about Jiao Feng? Xiao Xianqin asked. Qin Yan explained Yao Feng's specific situation. He only said that Yao Feng appeared in his dream. This might be your nightmare. It is true that you were a martial king in your previous life, but you did not dare to provoke the devil immortal great emperor. Even if you indirectly harmed people, you would not be able to do it to this extent. Otherwise, your soul would definitely be scattered by the devil immortal great emperor and you would never be able to reincarnate. Xiao Xianqin shook her head and said. Qin Yan is now certain that Yao Feng is just a fake name. Maybe Shuriwa knows Yao Feng. Because in the following period of time, I didn't know much about you. Xiao Xianqin said, I just need to find her. Aunt Xiao, can you find big sister Yang through Lanyu? Qin Yan asked. Of course I can. You don't know this, but we are all from the Guanghan Palace. We have a special secret technique that allows us to communicate with each other through the moon. Xiao Xianqin said, that secret technique can only be cultivated by women. Qin Yan asked again, I remember Sister Bingxing saying that this remote moon mountain range is the territory of the Guanghan Palace. Is Sister Bingxing also from the Guanghan Palace? Many years ago, our Guanghan Palace was destroyed by an ice-cold star. Fortunately, the palace master and a group of elders reacted in time and there were no casualties. After many years, that ice-cold star cracked open and a baby girl appeared inside. That is Bingxing. Xiao Xianqin said. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Bingxing was actually born like this. I already said that Sister Bingxing is a mortal star spirit. However, this is still a bit mysterious. Ling Yin'er said. The moon is often struck by all kinds of big and small stars. They are all brought by our Guanghan Palace. The main reason is that all kinds of stars have resources. And Bingxing's appearance is an accident. Xiao Xianqin said, I heard this from the older generation. The star that descended in the remote moon mountain range was obviously Yang Shuyua's doing. Shuriwa should be hiding in an underground palace here. That's why she can control the descent of the stars. Xiao Xianqin said with a frown, I heard that she was injured. Maybe that crystal mountain is for her to heal. Underground palace? It should be easy to find. Qin Yan said. It's not easy to find. It's possible that it's tens of thousands of meters or hundreds of thousands of meters deep underground. How are you going to find it? Xiao Xianqin shook her head and said. There's a group of star beasts over there. Let's go take a look first. If it's as I speculated, those star beasts should have been deliberately brought down by Shuriwei. Xiao Xianqin's expression gradually turned grave. Could it be that she wants to use these star beasts as a sacrifice? What sacrifice? Qin Yan's eyes twitched, he suddenly felt somewhat worried. I don't know either. The underground palace hidden here is not simple. It has always been a very mysterious existence. Shuriwei found that underground palace, maybe she found out some secret. Xiao Xianqin said. Sister Yang originally came to the Spirit Desolate with me, but after the red moon appeared, she immediately separated from me. Qin Yan said. 10,000 beasts sacrificed. Qin Yan also felt that Yang Shuryu seemed to be secretly carrying out a major secret event. However, he did not know what she was going to do. Xiao Xianqin brought Qin Yan and flew towards the mountains in front of them. The aura of star beasts came from there. Auntie Xiao, do you really need star cores? Qin Yan asked. N. Xiao Xianqin nodded. Do you not have many purple coins? I can give you some. Qin Yan said with a smile. No need, I have my own. Just help me refine a set of Xian artifact equipment, it doesn't need to be too good. Xiao Xianqin indeed did not have many purple coins, so she had to hunt star beasts to earn them. She would definitely not ask Qin Yun to give it to her. Qin Yun said with a smile, the Xian artifacts I refine must be good. When I get back, I'll be able to refine them very quickly. Auntie Xiao, what kind of weapons and armor do you want? Let's talk about it first so that I can think about it in advance. Don't you need a Xian artifact blueprint? Xiao Xianqin asked. No need. Qin Yan said with a proud smile, a powerful inscription master like me can create my own blueprint. Qin Yan was not bragging. He could indeed do this. This was all because of his talent. Xiao Xianqin secretly admired him and then told him about her ideal Xian artifact. She knew very well that if she had a good weapon, when she met an enemy, she would have an extra bit of strength and defense. Qin Yan felt that what Xiao Xianqin wanted was not difficult. He memorized it in his heart and would refine it when he returned. They flew in the air for less than an hour before they arrived above a mountain range with more clouds and mist. And below, waves of star beast auras that emitted the power of stars were transmitted. Auntie Xiao, there are a lot of star beasts below. It looks like there are over 10,000 of them and they are all motionless. Qin Yan looked at the sky. It is currently daytime. He asked curiously, could it be that these star beasts only move out at night? No. Xiao Xianqin said solemnly, there must be something down there that is controlling the star beasts. Could it be that Big Sister Yang is secretly controlling them? If that's the case, let's not kill these star beasts. Maybe it will ruin Big Sister Yang's plan. Qin Yan said. And, let's go closer and observe. Xiao Xianqin transmitted her voice to Qin Yan. Qin Yan used the transparent soul pearl to make the two of them transparent. They passed through the clouds and arrived in the dense mountain forest below. They also saw those star beasts. They were star beasts that looked like goats. They were completely white and had horns on their heads. What was different from ordinary goats was that these goat star beasts were much larger in size. Each of them was several meters long, and their bodies were emitting dense star energy. These goat astral beasts surrounded a huge mountain, motionless. It was unknown what they were doing. That mountain is absorbing the energy of the star beast. Ling Yin'er said. Xiao Xianqin seemed to have noticed it as well and said softly, Qin Yun, there's something strange about that mountain. Your mysterious penetration divine art should be able to enter, right? I'll give it a try. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Xianqin and slowly landed on the mountain. Those goat star beasts were all at the foot of the mountain. They landed close to the top of the mountain and could not see those goat star beasts. They would not be discovered. Aunt Xiao, have you discovered anything? Qin Yan asked. Not yet. Can you use the penetrating divine art to penetrate it? Xiao Xianqin asked after landing. Sure. I'll take you in to take a look. As Qin Yan spoke, he pulled Xiao Xianqin and used the penetrating divine art. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yan and Xiao Xianqin penetrated the thick rocks on the surface of the mountain and entered the mountain. But very quickly, Qin Yan brought Xiao Xianqin back. Because inside the mountain, there is a very strong barrier that blocked him outside, causing him to be unable to penetrate it. He could only immediately retreat. There is a barrier protecting the mountain. Qin Yan said with a frown, I can't penetrate it. There should be an entrance to this mountain. Xiao Xianqin is even more curious about this mountain. Suddenly, the sound of goats bleating came from the foot of the mountain. Someone is coming and they are attacking those star beasts. Xiao Xianqin cursed in a low voice, damn guy. There seems to be a lot of people coming. Let's go down and take a look. Qin Yan said. Qin Yan and Xiao Xianqin carefully descended the mountain and saw a large group of people attacking the star beasts. It's Wang Lianghao and those bastards. Xiao Xianqin thought of Wang Lianghao and the other two and felt disgusted. Qin Yan, should we go over and fight? Xiao Xianqin said. Qin Yan shook his head and said, don't go over for now. This area can be considered a rather dangerous area. For them to be able to come here, it is obvious that they followed their elders here. If we rashly go over and their martial king elders suddenly appear, it will be troublesome. Xianxia said, then what do we do now? If they kill these star beasts, they will destroy Shiryua's plan. Qin thought for a moment and said, we can only wait until night. Only at night would the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion he released be strong enough to deal with Wang Lianghao and the others. Xianxia took out a mask and said, Qin, I'll go over first. You watch from here. If I can't stop them, you can take action. How about it? All right. Qin nodded. This is the only way. Although the goat star beasts have very strong energy within their bodies, they look very weak. Wang Lianghao and the others are at the Xian martial realm, they will be able to kill one very quickly. Xianxia held Qin's Dao sword and suddenly appeared behind Wang Lianghao. At the same time she stabbed the sword energy vibrated and produced a sound like a zither string. The power of the sound wave transformed into an energy that surged out. Miss Xiao, I know it's you. Wang Lianghao laughed out loud and said, although I don't know how you escaped our master's pursuit but now, you're dead for sure. Xianxia said angrily, you beasts, you're the ones who are going to die. Qin saw that the situation is not right and quickly took out the Xian royal cannon. At this moment, he still made himself transparent. Only by doing so would he be able to conceal himself and not be seen. Wang Lianghao and the other Xian martial realm stopped attacking the goat star beasts and surrounded Xianxia. Aunt Xiao, quickly run over. Qin shouted. Xianxia held the Dao sword in her hand and blocked Wang Lianghao's attack, damaging his Xian tool. This caused Wang Lianghao to feel heartache and anger. After Xianxia rushed out of the encirclement, she immediately charged towards Qin. These guys, eat my cannon. Qin controlled the Xian royal cannon and fired an artillery shell. After the artillery shell refined from beast oil exploded, a fierce wave of fire surged in all directions. The temperature and explosive power are both very strong. When Xianxia charged towards Qin, she also felt her back become extremely hot. She was pushed forward by a shockwave and fell into Qin's embrace, causing her to have no choice but to hug Qin tightly. With such a sudden collision, Xianxia's body is in close contact with Qin. She felt her chest touching Qin's chest and could not help but feel her heartbeat quicken. Boom, just as Xianxia is lost in her thoughts, Qin fired another artillery shell. The explosion caused Xianxia to come back to her senses. Xianxia looked at Wang Lianghao who had rushed out of the sea of fire. She is secretly happy in her heart because Wang Lianghao and the others are much slower and their bodies are also covered in flames. Qin, your flames are really strong. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise and then rushed out as well. With a single sword strike, she killed a disciple of the immortal sect. She only rushed over a few times and killed a few other injured immortal sect disciples. Wang Lianghao, you didn't expect this, right? I also have a good weapon. Xianxia said coldly. Wang Lianghao, whose entire body was burned, never expected that Xianxia's weapon would be so terrifying that it could severely damage his Xian artifact. As for the armor on Wang Lianghao's body, it had long been burnt to the point of being damaged. Xianxia could easily pierce through it. Miss Xiao, since we know each other, don't kill me. Wang Lianghao is already begging for mercy. You will definitely die. Xianxia's sword pierced through Wang Lianghao's throat. Then, she chopped off Wang Lianghao's head. Qin hurriedly went over and took out the martial spirits of those people. Aunt Xiao, let's stay far away from this mountain. Qin said as he hurriedly pulled Xianxia. Xianxia brought Qin and flew into the air. She could also sense the auras of several martial kings approaching. There are so many star beasts here, the nearby martial kings will definitely be able to sense it. Now that the battle has happened and there is such a huge commotion, the people nearby will definitely come over. Qin said. He and Xianxia are on a mountain peak a few thousand meters away, looking at the burning mountain. Qin left behind a spirit eye there, allowing him to see what was happening there. There are many martial kings in the vicinity. They are also the group of martial kings who were tricked earlier. After they arrived, they saw the star beasts and started killing them happily. Just as Qin was feeling that it was a pity, he saw something shocking through the spirit eye. Those star beasts were suddenly sucked into the ground. In just a few short moments, all of them disappeared. Qin Yan immediately told Xianxia about this matter. That's good, it won't ruin Shiryu's plan. Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. Aunt Xiao, do we still need to continue deeper into the remote Moon Mountain range? Qin Yan asked. No need. Let's just wait here. When Lan Yu appears, it should be soon. It will only be a few days. Xianxia looked at the sky. That mountain is absorbing the power of the star beasts. It will definitely attract a large number of star beasts over. When Lan Yu appears, that mountain will definitely have some movement. Qin Yan is also skeptical. He and Xianxia watched from afar. After waiting for 2 days, they felt waves of aura coming from all directions. The star beast horde is here. Xianxia suddenly soared into the sky. Qin Yan also flew high into the sky. Indeed, he saw many trees collapsing in all directions. Countless star beasts are rushing over. At the same time, there are also auras of martial emperors and half-immortals rushing over from afar. Xianxia suddenly pulled Qin Yan and landed on top of the mountain. Moon Demon. What Qin Yan and Xianxia saw next was very strange. The star beasts that came from all directions would suddenly disappear when they got close to the mountain. At this moment, the people in the remote Moon Mountain range all rushed over. They all followed the herd of beasts here. Some people wanted to attack the beast horde but were stopped by some half-immortals and martial emperors. Those martial emperors and half-immortals are very experienced and knowledgeable, they are able to guess some things. Sect Master. Qin Yan saw Bao Changshu from afar. Jianshi Tian, Old Mother Yun Yao and other few great sect masters are also here. The sect master of the Immortal Weapon City is also here? That's good. Xianxia felt a lot more at ease because she also heard that the Immortal Weapon City is extremely protective of Qin Yan. Aunt Xiao, that old granny who looks very fierce is Old Mother Yun Yao. It's the sect master of Demon Moon Island. She looks fierce but she's a very good person. Qin Yan said with a smile. If you really want to go to Demon Moon Island in the future, I'll take you there now. Can I really enter Demon Moon Island? Xianxia felt that she was a little poor and was worried that she would be excluded after entering. Don't worry. Demon Moon Island and Big Sister Yang secretly contacted each other, I was given special care by them before. They even made an exception for me and made me their only male disciple. Qin Yan said with a proud smile. Xianxia said, alright, let's go. She covered half her face and flew over with Qin Yan. Qin Yan also put on some simple makeup and turned into a wandering martial artist. After Qin Yan approached, he sent a voice transmission to Bao Changshu, Sect Master, I'm Qin Yan. Bao Changshu and Chu Binyu came together, while Old Mother Yun Yao came with Hu Jingxian and an old woman. Jianshi Tian brought along Jian Nanhu and a middle-aged man. Jian Nanhu is somewhat similar to that middle-aged man, he should be Jian Nanhu's father. Bao Changshu immediately looked at Qin Yan and whispered, Qin Yan, you have to be careful. Don't expose your identity. The martial emperors and half-immortals here all came from several big provinces. I know. After Qin Yan went over, he sent a voice transmission to Hu Jingxian, Big Sister Fox, I'm Xiao Yun. I'm here to introduce a disciple to Demon Moon Island. Qin Yan pulled Xianxia over and pushed her over. Xianxia looked at Hu Jingxian and secretly exclaimed in admiration. Although Hu Jingxian was very charming, there was a kind of ethereal immortal aura within her charm. It looked extremely contradictory but it was also very natural. It was a very strange feeling. Hu Jingxian used sound transmission to communicate with Xianxia. She seemed to be chatting happily and her face was filled with a happy smile. After a while, Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Qin Yan. Qin Yan, she seems to have known about me long ago. Did Yuelan say that? It should be. Qin Yan said with a smile, are you sure you want to go to Demon Moon Island in the future? Yes. I'm sure. Qin Yan, this Hu Jingxian is incredible. She seems to only be at the Xian martial realm but she gives me a very strong feeling. Her strength is definitely not inferior to a half-immortal. Xianxia transmitted her voice to Qin Yan, how much do you know about her? She gives me a very mysterious feeling. Is this true? I've known her for a long time. How come I couldn't tell? Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. He had been taken advantage of quite a number of times by Hu Jingxian, but she still discovered such a thing. Boom, the mountain suddenly trembled violently and then exploded. This also interrupted the secret conversation between Xianxia and Qin Yun. In the sky above the mountain, there are more than 10,000 people. They are all very strong people. Seeing this scene, they all shouted in surprise. After the mountain exploded, the ground within a radius of several thousand meters exploded. In the middle of the ground, 100-meter-long silver coffin appeared. The light it emitted is like moonlight. This caused Qin Yun and Xianxia to feel very surprised. Because they thought that the mountain would only move after Lan Yu appeared. And at this moment, many star beasts are still rushing forward wave after wave, pouncing towards the 100-meter-long coffin. After they touched the coffin, they turned into waves of star power and were absorbed by the coffin. Suddenly, a green-robed old man said loudly, "I am the State King of the Phoenix State. You can just call me the Phoenix State King. I did not come from afar for the Star Lord inscription spirit." After many half-immortals heard this, they scoffed. When the Phoenix State King heard the disdainful voices of the other half-immortals, he smiled indifferently. "I came here to enter the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. And after this coffin is opened, I will be able to enter the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. None of you should know about this, right?" Many half-immortals have faces of recollection. They rummaged through the many years of memories in their minds, but they did not discover anything. "Aunt Xiao, have you heard of the Nethermoon Desolate Domain?" Qin Yun asked with voice transmission. Heard of it?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with fear. She said, "When I was in the Guanghan Palace, I heard Shuriwei mention it by chance. She only said that that place is very terrifying and it inexplicably appeared in the Spirit Desolate. Could it be that the Nethermoon mountain range is here to seal the Nethermoon Desolate Domain? Now that the seal has been broken, it should be because of Big Sister Yang." Qin Yun said doubtfully. "Extremely likely." Xianxia also felt that this is the case. Jianshi Tian asked, "Phoenix State King, tell me, what is inside the Nethermoon Desolate Domain?" The Phoenix State King stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "There is a moon from the Netherworld inside, it is called the Nether Moon. It has been sealed in the Nethermoon Desolate Domain for many years. The Nether Moon is very mysterious. I don't know how powerful it is, but it is definitely something good." Qin Yun secretly observed Hu Jingxian and Old Mother Yunyao's expressions. They have always been very calm, as if they already knew about this matter. Nether Moon and Nether Sun are both extremely mysterious existences. Even in the Immortal Desolate, they are only legends. Qin Yun and Yang Shuriwei only have Nether Sun Martial Spirit and Nether Moon Martial Spirit respectively. As for the real Nether Sun and Nether Moon, it is unknown where they are. "Yuner, what's going on?" Qin Yun asked. "The Nether Moon has always existed. And there are quite a few of them. The Nether Moon is also a kind of Nether Moon." Ling Yuner said, "What's so strange about that? In the vast star sea, there are even more Nether Sun and Nether Moon. Then what is inside the Nethermoon Desolate Domain?" Qin Yun asked. "There will only be death. In short, a place that is shrouded by the Nether Moon all year round, without the illumination of the 9 suns, is extremely terrifying and can give birth to many evil spirits." Ling Yuner said, "Of course, it is also possible that there is nothing." Everyone is discussing the matter of the Nethermoon Desolate Domain in the sky. They all agreed that the Nethermoon Desolate Domain is worth exploring. Let's not talk about whether there is anything inside or not. Now that so many star beasts are sacrificing themselves, they must have released something. Night fell and the number of star beasts gradually decreased, and at this moment, the moon appeared in the sky, releasing a light blue glow. It is still not a complete blue moon and it is also not a full moon. Xianxia looked at the moon in the sky. "It should be tomorrow." "The coffin lid has opened," someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at the 100-meter coffin that flickered with silver light. The coffin lid has indeed been lifted a little. Bang, just as the coffin lid was lifted a little, it suddenly fell down again. Everyone also let out a burst of horrified cries. Soon after, the coffin lid slowly rose a little. This time, it was lifted a little higher than before. Bang, however, the coffin lid was still unable to be completely opened. It fell down again and produced a loud sound. Qin Yun doesn't know why, but he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and his entire body turned cold. He hastily pulled Xianxia, who was beside him. Feeling the warmth from her soft lily-white hands, he felt somewhat relieved. Xianxia looked at Qin Yun with some doubt. Because now she doesn't need to hold hands with Qin Yun, although she likes that kind of feeling. Aunt Xiao, I'm scared. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to Xianxia. I don't know why, but I'm scared. You silly boy, what's there to be afraid of? Back then, under the Tianshao imperial tomb, we encountered so many coffins, but you weren't afraid at all. Xianxia promptly pulled Qin Yun a little closer to her side. Xianxia also knows that Qin Yun is not lying to her because she can feel Qin Yun's hand trembling. This caused her to be very surprised. She knows that Qin Yun is not afraid of heaven or earth, but now he is inexplicably afraid. Xianxia gently caressed the back of his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. There are many half-immortals here. I'll try to contact Shuriwa later and ask her what's going on." Ling Yun'er suddenly transmitted her voice to Qin Yun and shouted, "Xiao Yun, quickly escape." "Why?" Qin Yun said. "The moon devil is about to appear. That falling star was not caused by Big Sister Yang, it was summoned by the moon devil itself." Ling Yun'er quickly shouted, "The moon devil was born from the nether moon. There might be a nether moon desolate domain here, but it has been sealed. I guess that the moon devil was once controlled by the Guanghan Palace and later sealed. After the Guanghan Palace was destroyed, the seal on the moon devil's body gradually weakened." Qin Yun said with a frown, "Is this the reason why I'm afraid?" "Yes. You have the nether sun martial spirit, that's the moon devil's favorite food. With your current strength, you can't resist the moon devil. Your fear is coming from me because I'm very afraid of that kind of thing." Ling Yun'er hurriedly said, "All of you should quickly escape." Qin Yun quickly transmitted his voice to Hu Jingxian and asked, "Sister Fox, what's inside the coffin? Is it a very scary thing?" "Little brother Yun, you should quickly leave. That thing is very scary. Although there are many half-immortals here, I don't know if they can suppress it." Hu Jingxian replied. Qin Yun thought for a moment and then told Bao Changshu about this matter. After Bao Changshu found out, he only let Qin Yun leave because he wanted to see what it is. "Aunt Xiao, let's leave this place," Qin Yun said. N. Seeing how afraid Qin Yun is, Xianxia greeted Hu Jingxian and flew away with Qin Yun. Open the coffin. When Qin Yun learned that he wanted to contact Yang Shiryu, he was pleasantly surprised. Xianxia used a special secret technique to contact Yang Shiryu through Lanyu. At this moment, Qin Yun and Xianxia were also far away from the huge silver coffin. They were on a rock on top of a tall mountain. Xianxia had her eyes closed. No one knew what she was talking about with Yang Shiryu. Although Qin Yun was far away from the silver coffin, he could still hear tremors from time to time. It was the sound of the coffin lid falling. Even from afar, Qin Yun still felt a tinge of fear. "Yun'er, what's going on with that moon devil?" For some reason, Qin Yun felt that the silver coffin was not simple. "I don't know. In short, there is a very powerful moon devil there. Moreover, he likes the nether sun and nether moon martial spirit very much. If you get close, you will definitely be discovered," Ling Yun'er said. "Roughly what kind of power does that moon devil have?" Qin Yun asked. "Can Sect Master and the others deal with it?" "It's definitely not an immortal, otherwise, it would be sucked into the immortal desolate," Ling Yun'er said. "We just have to wait here." Not long after, Xianxia opened her eyes and said with a frown, "That star was not created by Shuriwei." Previously, Qin Yun and Xianxia had guessed what Yang Shiryu was doing through the underground palace. Now, they knew that they had guessed wrongly. "Then what's going on?" Qin Yun asked immediately. "This also has something to do with her. She said that there was a very powerful moon devil inside the silver coffin. That star was summoned by the moon devil." Xianxia frowned. "In my memories, the moon devil is very strong. However, this is the spirit desolate, no matter how strong the moon devil is, it can't be that strong." those half-immortals should be able to deal with it. This is the same as what Ling Yin'er said. Aunt Xiao, where is Sister Yang? Let's go find her now. Qin Yan was very anxious about this matter. As long as he could find Yang Shiyu and bring her away safely, it would be fine. She's inside the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. Xiao Xianqin sighed. She went to the Nethermoon Desolate Domain through that underground palace. Ah? Is her injury serious? Qin Yan asked again. Not bad. She told us not to worry about her and not to go to the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. Xiao Xianqin looked at Qin Yan with a conflicted expression. Should we go to the Nethermoon Desolate Domain to look for her? Of course. Where is the Nethermoon Desolate Domain? Qin Yan is very worried about Yang Shuriwei. Shuriwei said that it's under the silver coffin. The passage is guarded by the Moon Devil. If we want to enter, we must deal with that Moon Devil. Xiao Xianqin said, you are so afraid of the Moon Devil, let's not go. Qin Yan was indeed afraid of the Moon Fiend, but he was more concerned about Yang Shuriwei. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, go and give it a try. If something really happens, just release the Devil Star Overlord to block it. Qin Yan said, Aunt Xiao, I want to go to the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. With so many half-immortals around, that Moon Devil will definitely be captured. Around tomorrow night, the coffin lid will be completely opened. Xiao Xianqin said, it is also the time when the blue moon is at its peak. I wonder how strong the Moon Devil is. After that, she closed her eyes and continued to communicate with Yang Shiryu. This time, she chatted with Yang Shiryu for a very long time. It took an hour. Aunt Xiao, what did you guys talk about? Qin Yan quickly asked. I was just casually chatting with her. Xiao Xianqin's eyes flickered. She must have said something to Yang Shiryu. Qin Yan also noticed it and did not pursue the matter. He only felt itchy in his heart. Xiao Yun, your mind has transformed into a moon. Try and see if you can use your mental power to sense the blue moon and then contact Big Sister Yang. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan thought for a moment and then closed his eyes. Xiao Xianqin asked, Qin Yan, what are you doing? I also want to whisper to Big Sister Yang. Qin Yan said with a smile. Don't try. You can't do it without a secret technique. And that kind of secret technique can only be cultivated by women. Xiao Xianqin laughed involuntarily. When Qin Yan condensed the Nether Sun martial spirit, his consciousness traveled through the vast sea of stars. Therefore, he has a certain amount of experience in sensing a celestial body like the moon. He released his mental origin energy and extended it towards the moon along the light blue moonlight. Very quickly, he successfully intertwined his mental origin energy with the moonlight. After a while, he seemed to have succeeded halfway because he could sense through the blue moon that there was only one person who possessed a moon martial spirit. That person was definitely Yang Shiryu. Big Sister Yang. Qin Yan shouted through mental transmission. Xiao Yun? Yang Shiryu immediately responded. Her pleasant voice was filled with surprise. Haha, I succeeded. Aunt Xiao even said that she needed some secret technique. Qin Yan said with a very happy smile, Big Sister Yang, how are you now? Are your injuries serious? Yang Shiryu also very happily smiled and said, I'm fine. When I was walking around the remote Moon Mountain range, I also heard about you. Xiao Yun, you've grown up really fast. Qin Yan giggled and said, Big Sister Yang, I want to go to the Nethermoon Desolate Domain to find you. Don't come, it's very dangerous here. Yang Shiryu quickly said, especially since you possess the Nether Sun martial spirit, it's best if you don't come in. Will there be any danger? Qin Yan asked. It's hard to say. In short, the Moon Devil will also enter this place. That guy likes to devour the Nether Sun martial spirit and the Nether Moon martial spirit. I'm not afraid of the Moon Devil. Yang Shiryu said. Big Sister Yang, there are many people outside who want to go in and capture you. I want to take you out of this place and then find Sister Bingxing, Qin Yan said. I heard about Bingxing from Xianqin. With her helping you, I feel much more at ease. Yang Shiryu said, Xiao Yun, listen to Big Sister Yang. Don't ever come in, okay? Alright, I won't go in. Qin Yan sighed softly. I've implicated you these past few days. In order to find me, they always wanted to capture you and gave you a lot of trouble. I'm sorry, Xiaoyun. Xianxia said. It's all right. Qin said with a smile. Xiaoyun, most people only know that I obtained the Star Lord inscription spirit. However, those big shots of the big powers know that I obtained another good thing. Xianxia giggled and said, that is the immortal moon origin. This is the core of my Guanghan palace. Not to mention the big shots here, even those guys from the immortal desolate want it. Qin is secretly shocked. No wonder those big powers shamelessly went to capture Xianxia or him. Not only for the Star Lord inscription spirit but also for the powerful immortal moon origin. Xiaoyun, when we meet again in the future, I'll give you the Star Lord inscription spirit. You've suffered a lot because of me during this period of time. It can be considered as making up for you. Xianxia said with a smile. Big Sister Yang, do you really not need my help now? I'm really worried about you. Qin said, but there are many half-immortals and martial emperors outside. Don't worry, the Nether Moon Desolate Domain is very big. I grew up here when I was young. This place is also very dangerous, it won't be that easy for them to catch me. Xianxia said with a smile, Xiaoyun, you can go back with Xianqin in peace. Alright. Qin also dispelled the idea of entering the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. Xiaoyun, you and Xianqin have also resolved the conflict. This is not easy, you must cherish it in the future. Xianxia said with a smile that has a different meaning. Qin did not think too much about it. When Xianqin saw that Qin had not moved for a long time, she secretly touched his handsome face. Qin immediately opened his eyes. Xianqin abruptly retracted her hand and said very calmly, I told you, you won't succeed. If you have anything to ask Shirue, I'll help you pass on the message. Qin said with a smile, Aunt Xiao, I succeeded. I talked a lot with Big Sister Yang. She advised me not to go in and I agreed to her. How is this possible? You don't have the Guanghan Palace's secret technique, how can you communicate with Shirue through Lanyu? Xianqin's face is filled with disbelief, then she closed her eyes and asked Xianxia. Soon, she opened her eyes and said in surprise, how did you succeed? I don't know, I just casually tried and succeeded. It should be because I often use the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to cultivate. Qin said with a smile, I also cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Big Sister Yang. Who else have you cultivated with? Xianqin quickly asked. Sister Bingxing, Yume, Yuelan, and the others, they can all do it. Qin said with a smile, Aunt Xiao, should we give it a try? Not now, this place is unstable. Xianqin looked around and then looked at the blue moon in the sky. I'll wait for the coffin lid to open before leaving. There's still 1 day left. I want to refine something. Qin said. Do you need help? Xianqin asked. Yes. Soon after, Qin took out many materials and began refining Xian talismans. Mainly body-securing talismans, earth-escaping talismans and berserk fire talismans. Then he refined a small number of invisibility talismans and auric concealment talismans. These 2 talismans are for Xianqin. Aunt Xiao, time is limited, I can't refine tools for you for the time being. Qin said. Let's talk about it when we have time. Xianqin held the 2 talismans and is secretly happy. At this moment, a day has passed and the moon has risen. The remote moon mountain range is illuminated blue. Today's moon is very blue and the sound of the coffin lid can be heard from afar. The coffin lid is about to open. Xianqin looked into the distance. Ling Yuner said in a low voice, Xiaoyun, I'm scared. Yuner, I'm scared too. Qin is the same. It's because I'm scared that you're scared. I can affect you. Ling Yuner said again. It's open. Xianqin suddenly shouted in alarm. A silver pillar of light suddenly burst out from the 100-meter-tall coffin and shot straight at the blue moon in the sky. The blue moon's blue light also followed the silver pillar of light and rushed down. The blue moon that had just appeared for a short while suddenly returned to its original state. The blue moonlight seemed to have been absorbed by the moon devil. Deep in danger after the silver coffin was opened, the momentum was astonishing. A radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be enveloped by the cold wind inside the coffin. This made Qin Yun even more afraid. Ling Yun'er, who is in his illusory space, is also scared speechless. When Xianxia saw Qin Yun's face filled with fear, she did not know why he is so afraid. She felt that Qin Yun is much stronger than her, but he is so afraid. She quickly pulled Qin Yun's ice-cold hand and frowned slightly. She can now feel Qin Yun's fear even more. Qin Yun, what's wrong with you? There should be nothing to be afraid of? Xianxia only sensed a gust of cold wind and is not afraid at all. Qin Yun's head is covered in cold sweat. He does not know what he is afraid of. Just as Ling Yun'er said, she is afraid, which is why she affected Qin Yun. The reason why Ling Yun'er is afraid of the Moon Devil is because she is too weak and she is worried that she will be eaten by the Moon Devil. I don't know, I just feel scared. Qin Yun grabbed Xianxia's lily-white hand tightly. Xianxia pulled him over and leaned against her side, sending a gentle warmth over, which made Qin Yun feel a lot more at ease. Suddenly, a huge and complicated aura surged over along with the gust of cold wind. Did those half-immortals make a move? And they attacked together, what are they doing? Xianxia asked doubtfully. I don't know, but no battle broke out. Qin Yun held Xianxia's hand with both hands and breathed heavily. He also does not understand why Ling Yun'er is so afraid, causing him to be scared out of his wits. Qin Yun and Xianxia are also very far away from the silver coffin. If there was a battle over there, the resulting shockwaves would also be transmitted here. But now, that direction is very quiet. They didn't fight? What's going on? Could it be that they were killed in an instant? Qin Yun said in a low voice. Who killed who in an instant? Could it be that the Moon Devil killed those half-immortals in an instant? Xianxia's face is also filled with shock, she is secretly worried. Sect Master and the others are over there. Qin Yun is even more worried. At this moment, another gust of cold wind blew over. Qin Yun also sensed a few half-immortal auras. Although he placed a spirit eye there, he cut off the connection. Qin Yun, why don't I go over and take a look? You wait here. Xianxia said. What if there's danger over there? Qin Yun shook his head and said, Aunt Xiao, don't go over. If anything happens to you, Yuemei and Yuelan will definitely hate me. When Xianxia saw how concerned Qin Yun was about her, she could not help but feel warmth in her heart. She held Qin Yun's hand tightly and said, All right, I won't go over. Let's stay far away from here. Qin Yun nodded. Xianxia and Qin Yun left the peak of the mountain and flew in the direction of chaotic Moon City. Not long after they started flying, they suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold wind blowing towards them. Xianxia and Qin Yun shivered and looked behind them. It's coming from the coffin. Qin Yun said in low voice, I don't know what kind of power it is, it's actually so cold. The nether moon has turned into an evil demon, this kind of power is filled with evil. Xianxia said. After Qin Yun's mind transformed into moon, while cultivating, he would occasionally absorb a wave of eviling power. However, it was suppressed by his overwhelming righteous energy. Xianxia and Qin Yun continued to quickly fly away from this dangerous and cold place. Boom, boom. Boom, finally, a large commotion came from the direction of the silver coffin. And this aura made Qin Yun feel that it is very familiar. It's the Heavenly Sword Sect Masters. Qin Yun shouted in alarm, why is only his aura coming? Although they were very curious as to what was happening behind them, they did not go over. Instead, they increased their speed and flew. Qin Yun did not dare to use shadow power now. He was worried that it would attract the attention of the Moon Devil. After flying for an hour, they suddenly saw a silver light flashing in front of them. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the 100-meter-tall coffin was right in front of them. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun and Xianxia immediately felt their blood run cold. Because they were clearly far away from the silver coffin, but now they have returned. Furthermore, the people here are all gone. The silver coffin is also wide open and the coffin lid is like a giant monument. Danger! Qin Yun, you run first. Xianxia said anxiously and took out the Dao sword that Qin Yun gave her. I'm not leaving. Qin Yun said. I can use a secret technique and have the strength of a martial king. I can resist for a while. Xianxia shouted, hurry up and leave. Suddenly, a burst of violent and fierce cold wind blew over, forming a barrier that enveloped Qin Yun and Xianxia. Since you're here, why not take a walk in the Nethermoon Desolate Domain? It's not like I will harm you. The voice that came over is layered and has a kind of ethereal feeling. Combined with the cold wind and the surroundings, it is very scary, as if a female ghost is speaking. Are you the Moon Devil? Xianxia asked loudly. That's right. Speaking of which, you and I can be considered to have some relationship. After all, we were once from the Guanghan Palace. The Moon Devil said. The Moon Devil is actually a woman. You know me? Xianxia said in surprise. I do. But you don't know me. Do you want to come to the Nethermoon Desolate Domain to take a look? The Moon Devil's voice echoed in the air. I'm not going in. I'm too weak. Most of the people inside are martial emperors and half-immortals. Xianxia said, I want to leave with my friend. Don't worry, with me protecting you, they won't dare to do anything to you. The Moon Devil said with a chuckle, how about this, you go and buy yourself and let your friend go back first. Speaking of which, Yuji and I are also good sisters, I won't harm you. Xianxia said, if I go in, will you really let my friend leave? He's just a little brother, why would I keep him? The Moon Devil said with a smile, hurry up and enter the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. Keeping the entrance open requires a lot of energy. Xianxia looked at Qin Yun and saw that he is shaking his head. It's fine, I'm just going in to take a look. Shuriwei is also inside. Xianxia caressed Qin Yun's handsome face and said with a smile, don't be afraid, the Moon Devil is not scary. Of course I'm not scary, I'm still very beautiful. The Moon Devil chuckled a few times but it made Qin Yun's hair stand on end. Then Aunt Xiao, you must be careful. Qin Yun said. Xianxia said to the sky, I want to see my friend leave, then I'll go in, is that okay? Of course you can. The Moon Devil said. Soon after, Qin Yun quickly flew away from this place that is incomparably terrifying. After Xianxia saw Qin Yun disappear, she also flew towards the huge coffin. Below her is a black area, like an abyss. After she landed, she went to another space. It is as if she fell from the sky and saw that space. Qin Yun flew with all his might. From beginning to end, Ling Yuner did not make a sound. Clearly, she is terrified. As he flew, he suddenly saw a silver light flashing in front of him. He can't help but curse in his heart. He knows very well that he is still inside the barrier, so no matter how he flies, he can't fly out. He will always return to the side of the silver coffin. Little brother, do you really not recognize me? The Moon Devil asked with a chuckle, but her voice seems to be filled with hatred. Damn it. Could it be that this is also the woman that my previous life's immortal king provoked? Qin Yun suddenly understood why Xianxia advised him not to go in. It is most likely because of this. I don't recognize you. Qin Yun said. Oh? Then you seem to be very afraid of me. When the Moon Devil was talking to Xianxia, her voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to, but now it is filled with coldness and anger. You are so powerful, it is normal for me to be afraid of you. Qin Yun said, you promised Aunt Xiao that you would let me go. Don't go back on your word. You are afraid of me. Didn't you do something guilty to me? Go back on your word? You are quite shameless. The Moon Devil sneered again and again. Qin Yun is so anxious that he wants to curse. Indeed, it is his previous life's fault. He thought that he would only meet his enemies in the Immortal Desolate. He never expected to meet them here. It seems like you really haven't awakened your memories. I really don't understand why Yuqin is so good to you. Looks like she will be swindled by you. Again in this life. As for me, I will not let her suffer again. The Moon Devil said. Yuqin? Is it Aunt Xiao? Qin Yun asked. That's right. The Moon Devil said, for Yuji's sake, I won't attack you for the time being. But I must let Yuqin and Yuji know that you are still a dog that can't stop eating shit. Qin Yun immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, then can you let me go now? Since you are here, enter the Nether Moon Desolate Domain and take a look. I won't kill you anyway, otherwise you would have died a long time ago. The Moon Devil said coldly. Xianxia looked at the coffin and let out a long sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have run further away. Now, he can only fly towards the huge silver coffin. He landed on the black mist below the silver coffin and sensed a fluctuation of spatial power. After passing through, he looked down and discovered that there is a plain below. It is still night here and a beautiful full moon is hanging in the sky. He arrived at the Nether Moon Desolate Domain. Can you tell me where Aunt Xiao is? Xianxia looked at the sky and asked. At this moment, a black-clothed person suddenly appeared in front of him. From her figure, it is obvious that she is a woman. She is wearing a mask and has beautiful silver hair that flutters in the wind. Silver splendor lingers around her, making her look extremely beautiful. This silver-haired woman wearing a mask is the Moon Devil. I won't let you find her. Congratulations, you will be trapped here forever. I promised you, G, that I wouldn't kill you, but I never promised that I wouldn't trap you. And they will never know about this, ha ha ha. The Moon Devil laughed loudly. As she laughed, she took out a black rope and tied Xianxia up. Then, with a long cry, a giant black eagle flew over from the distance. The giant black eagle grabbed Xianxia and flew off into the distance. Bastard, enjoy the Nether Moon Desolate Domain. I was sealed here for so many years because of you. I want you to have a taste of this. The enlightenment of the great emperor. For some reason, Xianxia suddenly became very calm. At least I'm still alive. Xianxia thought to himself, now that I met an old enemy in the Spirit Desolate, it's still considered good. Just treat it as a drill for when we go to the Immortal Desolate. A few days later, the sun had just risen. After flying for a few days, the giant black eagle abandoned Xianxia. The rope that bound his body also loosened itself. Great beauty Yuner, I'm safe for now. Xianxia closed his eyes and shouted to Ling Yuner. You scared me to death. Ling Yuner finally spoke. That Moon Devil should not have discovered that you have the Nether Sun martial spirit, otherwise he would never have let you go like this. Yuner, why are you so afraid of her? Xianxia is puzzled. Because that guy can swallow me. This kind of Moon Devil could easily take away other people's Dao spirits. I don't want to leave you. Ling Yuner said, and after being taken away by her, I will also suffer all kinds of pain. Xiao Yun, the Moon Devil you met is considered a good one. If it's something else, you'll know why I'm afraid. Xianxia was thrown into a barren black desert. Although it was daytime, the 9 suns in the sky were covered by a thin layer of fog. The 9 suns also seemed a little cold. The relationship between Moon Demon and Sister Yang should be pretty good. But she still let those people in. Xianxia said doubtfully. Could it be that she wants to do something big? Xianxia jumped in surprise. I don't know. Anyway, don't make wild guesses. This Nether Moon Desolate Domain should be very dangerous. Ling Yuner was still afraid even now. Xianxia's mood was somewhat down as he walked through the boundless desert. Suddenly, he felt the 9 Sun Divine Soul appear on his wrist. Bastard, where are you? Why do I sense you as aura? This was Yao Feng's voice. After Xianxia heard Yao Feng's voice, he immediately became extremely excited. Sister Yao Feng, I'm in the Nether Moon Desolate Domain. How can I leave this damned place? Nether Moon Desolate Domain? Ha ha ha. After Yao Feng heard this, she laughed loudly. Sister Yao Feng, what are you laughing at? Can you tell me how to leave the Nether Moon Desolate Domain? Xianxia shouted. Many years ago, an extremely talented woman was born in the Moon Palace. She is also the future palace master of the Moon Palace. She was born with the Nether Moon martial spirit and later cultivated a Nether Moon. Her name is Yu Yu. She became an immortal king in a very short period of time. Back in the Immortal Desolate, she was the very famous immortal King Yu Yu. Later on, because she was framed by Yu, she was attacked by many forces and then sealed in a desolate domain of the Spirit Desolate. Let's call it the Nether Moon Desolate Domain. Hearing Yao Feng's words, Xianxia let out a long sigh. He really does not understand why his past life provoked so many people. Sister Yao Feng, did I only harm women in my past life? Xianxia asked with some sadness. Of course not. As long as there was profit to be made, you would harm anyone. You can be considered awesome, even the devil immortal great emperor was swindled by you. But you let me take the blame, causing me to be cursed by him. Yao Feng spoke of this matter with great hatred. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Xie Qiru, Yang Shiyue, Bing Xing, Xiao Xianqin and Xiao Yuemei all said that the devil immortal great emperor is very powerful. If he only had the strength of an immortal king, it would not be so easy to provoke the devil immortal great emperor. However, his past life really swindled the devil immortal great emperor. How did I swindle the devil immortal great emperor? Qin Yan is suddenly curious. He feels that this is something that he can brag about for several lifetimes. He used tens of thousands of years to collect many materials and had someone refine a life-prolonging immortal pill for him. And you pretended to be that alchemist and swindled away his medicinal ingredients. Yao Feng said later on, it was somehow traced back to me, causing me to be cursed. Only if I could return those immortal medicines would he be willing to remove my curse. But you disappeared without a trace. Qin Yan listened to Yao Feng's narration and found some clues. In the future, if he asks Xie Qiru and others, he will have a direction. Sister Yao Feng, you hate me but now I'm in trouble. You must help me, Sister Qiru has placed all her hopes on me. Qin Yan said again, you also saw that my luck is not bad. I obtained 2 sun spirits. In the 9 desolate, there are only 9 sun spirits and now I have 2. Think about it, if I grow up in the future, the chance of me turning the tables is still very big. At that time I will definitely be able to help you remove the curse. Qin Yan did not hear Yao Feng's voice transmission and continued, rather than hating me, it's better to have some hope in me. This way, you can also get out of your current predicament. That's right, I also have the Nether Sun martial spirit. Even in the immortal desolate, there aren't many people who have this kind of thing. Yao Feng already knew about Qin Yan's Nether Sun martial spirit. She coldly groaned and said, forget about the immortal desolate, even in the sacred desolate, there aren't many people who have it. I really don't understand, you did so many evil things in your previous life, yet you still have such good luck in this life. This is truly unreasonable. Qin Yan said with smile, maybe I did even more good things in my previous life? My wife said that I was a very good person in my previous life. You have a wife? Who is your wife? Yao Feng asked. Yuelan, do you know her? Qin Yan asked, I don't know her name in her previous life, she didn't tell me. Oh that's right, she also has a younger sister, her name is Yuemei. Yao Feng did not speak. Sister Yao Feng. Do you know them? Qin Yan feels that Yao Feng definitely knows these 2 sisters. I asked Yuelan and Yuemei, they both said that they have never heard of Yao Feng. Qin Yan said again. Yuelan is your wife. That's impossible. Yao Feng shouted loudly. That's the truth. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Very good, Yuelan must have wanted revenge, that's why she pretended to be your wife. Ha ha ha, bastard, you are dead for sure. Yao Feng seems to have gone mad. Qin Yan also doesn't want to provoke Yao Feng again. However, he is certain that Yao Feng and Xiao Yuelan's relationship is very good. One day, I will prove that I am a good person. Qin Yan walked to the Black Desert and shouted resolutely in his heart. He believes in Xiao Yuelan, so he will not doubt his previous life because of this. Qin Yan walked for more than half a day, the sky is already dark. He sat down on the spot and took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. This can protect himself. Xiao Yun, did you notice? Bing Xing, Yu and Yao Feng were sealed very early on, so they all hate you. Xiao Xianqin also doesn't seem to know what happened to you after that. She also misunderstood you. Ling Yin'er said. That's indeed the case. Qin Yan nodded, Sister Yang, Yuemei, Yuelan and little Malian all died around the same time as me. They all treated me very well. You must have had some hidden trouble back then. Ling Yin'er said, as for the matter between you and Yao Feng, it should be an accident, so Sister Qiru doesn't know. Forget it, the truth will come to light in the future. Qin Yan laid on the black sand and looked at the red sky. Late at night, the mist in the sky dispersed and a cold moon appeared. Qin Yan discovered that there is fog in the Nether Moon Desolate domain during the day but there is no fog at night. It is as if it is being controlled by someone. Brat. How did you enter the Nethermoon desolate domain? Yao Feng suddenly asked, her tone also became much more relaxed. Qin Yan does not know why. Qin Yan told Yao Feng about the silver coffin. There's actually an entrance? That's impossible. I heard that the entrance was sealed. Yao Feng asked doubtfully, who left the entrance? I don't know either. I only know that this place has become Yu's territory. Moreover, I'm very afraid of her. I'm worried that she will eat my nether sun martial spirit. Qin Yan sighed helplessly. In that case, if you want to leave the Nethermoon desolate domain, there are only two ways. The first is to find the exit. The second is to let Yu bring you out. She has been sealed here for many years and should have already taken control of the Nethermoon desolate domain. Yao Feng said. A passageway out? Qin Yan recalled the grassland he had fallen into. But later on, he was tied up and carried around by a giant eagle. He simply can't remember the way back. Sister Yao Feng, thank you for the hint. Qin Yan said very gratefully. As long as you can prove that you didn't harm me in your past life, I can still treat you the same as before. Yao Feng said. What was your relationship with me in the past? Qin Yan asked curiously. I can't tell you yet. Yao Feng snorted, only you know the name Yao Feng, so it's useless for you to ask Xiao Rou and the others. Moreover, no one knows that I'm acquainted with you. Qin Yan asked, then how can I prove that I didn't harm you? Help me remove the curse. Yao Feng said, although I'm cursed, but there's a great benefit. This kind of formidable curse power can extend my lifespan. I also don't know why, but I can sense Devil Immortal Great Emperor's cultivation comprehension. It's a great help. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. Since there are great benefits, why do you hate him so much? Sister Yao Feng, who put you inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul? Qin Yan asked. Devil Immortal Great Emperor's younger sister, also one of Immortal Desolate Immortal Emperor's wives. Immortal King Mog is Xiao Rou's mother. Yao Feng said. Qin Yan is not surprised. He more or less guessed it before, but he did not expect Mog to be Devil Immortal Great Emperor's younger sister. Sister Yao Feng, how much do you know about Immortal Devil Sacred Body Art? Qin Yan suddenly asked. Devil Immortal Great Emperor's cultivation comprehension should be helpful for me to cultivate Immortal Devil Body, right? In Immortal Desolate, only 3 people managed to cultivate Immortal Devil Body. But all of them died. They were killed by Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. One of them was Xiao Rou. And you, it's extremely likely that you'll be the 4th. What's laughable is that Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor are also cultivating Immortal Devil Body. I don't know if they have succeeded or not. Yao Feng's words gave Qin Yan a fright. Soul Fusion. Yao Feng was silent for a moment and then coldly said, Share? If you become stronger, what happens if you make me release the 9 Yang Divine Soul? I have become stronger, I can help you break the curse. Qin Yan said. I don't trust you. Yao Feng doesn't trust Qin Yan at all. Then you should at least trust Sister Kiru. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I am currently shouldering a heavy responsibility. In the future, not only will I help Sister Kiru fight against her Immortal Emperor father, I will also help you fight against Devil Immortal Great Emperor. Humph, if you awaken your past life's memories and just leave, even Xiao Rou can't do anything to you. Yao Feng said with sneer, luckily I am here to control the 9 Sun Divine Soul. If you leave, you can forget about getting the 9 Sun Divine Soul. How could I just leave like that? Sister Kiru is very good to me. Qin Yan said unhappily, forget it, I won't force you. Qin Yan stood up and patted the black sand off his body. Then, he used the Heavenly Lion summoning technique and successfully summoned 3 Netherrealm Heavenly Lions. Being able to summon the Heavenly Lion made Qin Yan feel more at ease. Soon after, he released the Devil Star Overlord and was able to control it very smoothly. This was his life-saving treasure. Qin Yan, do you know why you let so many people in? Yao Feng suddenly said. Why? Qin Yan is also very curious about this matter. Yu's cultivation should be comparable to an immortal. If he left the Nethermoon Desolate domain, he would definitely enter the Immortal Desolate. That was why she had only made some noises before. Because she wants to establish her own power. Once I become stronger, I will go back to Immortal Desolate to take revenge. Yao Feng said. Revenge? I should be her enemy. Qin Yan said with a frown. No. Back then, it was you who framed her, causing her to become enemies with many forces, and in the end, she had no choice but to be sealed. Back then, she hid in the Moon Palace, causing the Moon Palace to be besieged by many forces. Finally, you compromised and agreed to be sealed here. That sealing assembly even invited immortal emperors to witness. They also confirmed that this place will be forever sealed, but now it is still open. Yao Feng recalled the past events. I was also there at that time. Qin Yan said with a frown, this is the Spirit Desolate, right? You have so many powerful immortals, how can you appear in the Spirit Desolate? Back then, both the Spirit Desolate and the Martial Desolate had very strong space, so they could accommodate immortals. Later on, the Spirit Desolate and Martial Desolate gradually weakened. They could not withstand the destructive power of the immortals at all, so they sucked the immortals into the Immortal Desolate. This is all the work of 9 suns. Yao Feng said. Qin Yan also recalled the time in the Martial Desolate, when he forced a group of immortal kings and Xian martial realms into the Spirit Desolate. It was an extremely mysterious power. Qin Yan also thought of the destruction of the 9 suns because there was a prophecy that the 9 suns would fall. Qin Yan looked at his surroundings and after deciding on a direction, he began running. The dragon-resisting boots were still very useful. It allowed him to have an even faster speed, allowing him to run as fast as lightning. Xiaoyun, don't panic. You have the Nether Sun martial spirit, which can make you stronger. There is no need to be afraid of those great emperors, they are all dregs. Ling Yin'er said very cockily, with me here, I guarantee that you will become stronger and trample them under your feet. Yun'er, you are even afraid of Yu. Qin Yan said with a smile. That's a special situation. If your strength was similar to Yu's, then I wouldn't be afraid of her. Ling Yin'er lightly groaned and said. The Nether Moon Desolate domain is very large, especially that black desert, it trapped Qin Yun. Motherfucker, I've been running for a few days and I still haven't run out of the desert. Qin Yun sat on the desert and cursed. Qin Yun, this desert is a dangerous place. There is a natural maze formation. In other words, if you don't go the right way, you won't be able to get out. A black gas suddenly rushed out and Yao Feng appeared. Qin Yan suddenly thought that this desolate domain can accommodate immortals. Yao Feng must be very strong, that's why she can come out. Sister Yao Feng, take me out. Qin Yan is lying on the ground, somewhat tired, I'll promise you anything. The reason why MOG left me in the 3rd pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit is to assist Xiao Rou. But the 9 Sun Divine Spirit has fallen into your hands. Although Yao Feng's face is full of red scars, her eyes are very beautiful. But the 9 Divine Spirit is in Sister Kiru's hands, what's going on? Qin Yan said, I heard that the 9 Sun Divine Spirit belongs to the Immortal Emperor and the 9 Divine Spirit belongs to MOG. The 9 Divine Spirit and the 9 Sun Divine Spirit originally belonged to the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. So later they fell into MOG's hands and finally ended up in Xiao Rou's hands. In the Immortal Desolate, Xiao Rou was very vigilant against you. She also knew that you have a belly full of evil tricks. I didn't expect that she would still be swindled by you. Yao Feng very angrily said, at the same time, she is also very doubtful. I didn't swindle her, all of this was arranged by her. Qin Yan told Yao Feng about his childhood, including the matter of Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yueme. After Yao Feng heard this, she also felt that this is definitely Xia Qiru's secret arrangement. However, she still doesn't trust Qin Yun. Qin Yun, I can help you cultivate. But you have to fuse with my soul. Yao Feng said. Soul fusion? What the hell is this? Qin Yun has a bad premonition. It is my soul fusion with yours. This is to prevent you from acting shamelessly in the future. This has no effect on you, I can only punish your soul and make you suffer. And if you are finished, I will also be affected to a certain extent. In short, this is a good way to restrain you. Yao Feng said. Then, will you know the memories in my mind? Qin Yun is very concerned about this, especially since he was taken advantage of by Bing Xing before. He doesn't want others to know about this matter. I won't. I don't want to see your dirty memories. Yao Feng said, I am doing this to save myself. You indeed have great potential. As long as I can make you stronger again, I can control you and help me remove my memories. Ling Yin'er thought for a moment and told Qin Yin to agree to Yao Feng's request. All right then. Qin Yin nodded. Lie down, don't make any resistance. Yao Feng said. After Qin Yin lied down, he relaxed his entire body. Very soon, he felt his soul trembling. Yao Feng placed her hand on his head and continued for a very long time. Only after 3 days did she stop. All right. Yao Feng said, don't worry, you are still you, only your soul has been restrained. If you dare to mess around with me in the future or have other evil thoughts, you will have to suffer a lot. Can I remove it later? Qin Yin asked. Of course. Yao Feng said, then looked towards a direction, I will guide you out of this desert. Qin Yin suddenly became excited and said, Sister Yao Feng, what is inside the third pearl of the 9-sun divine soul? Yao Feng glanced at Qin Yin, wait until you enter Shan martial realm. If you want to know, then quickly enter Shan martial realm. Qin Yin groaned and kicked the sand. Previously, he thought that after his mind transformed into moon, he would be able to see the things inside the third pearl, but now it is not the case. After Yao Feng finished speaking, she entered Qin Yin's 9-sun divine soul. Under her guidance, Qin Yin madly ran through the desert, constantly changing directions. Sister Yao Feng, is the cultivation comprehension of Devil Immortal Great Emperor very useful to me? Qin Yin asked. It can help you cultivate immortal devil body. Yao Feng said, but now is not the right time to tell you. In short, I will help you become stronger, this is also for my own sake. Qin Yin is very happy now because Yao Feng is not a monolithic block. Sister Yao Feng, you are very strong. If I encounter danger here, will you come out and help me? Qin Yin thought of this matter and felt a lot more relaxed. I won't. I can't use too much power or else Devil Immortal Great Emperor will sense it. This guy has been asleep for so long, he should have woken up. I don't want him to know where I am. Yao Feng said. Qin Yin secretly sighed, it was just an empty joy earlier. Under Yao Feng's guidance, Qin Yin only used 1 day to walk out of the black desert. Outside the desert, there is a lush green forest. He very happily hummed a little tune and ran into the forest. However, not long after Qin Yin entered the forest, he saw a person with messy hair wearing a beast skin skirt. This person looks like a savage. His eyes are bloodshot, the muscles on his body are very scary and he is releasing a burst of intense beastly aura. This guy's strength is equivalent to Shan martial realm and he even transformed from a beast. Ling Yin'er shouted, he's coming over. Should I fight him? Qin Yin hurriedly ran. Don't. Let's run first. This might be his territory and there might be other guys nearby. Ling Yin'er said, this kind of guy is not easy to deal with. Nethermoon Desolate Domain is really dangerous. Qin Yin promptly jumped up and rushed out of the crown of a large tree. He arrived in the sky and started flying. That savage also chased after him. Bastard, if you keep chasing me, you will definitely be killed by me. Qin Yin shouted towards the back. The one who will be killed is you. Suddenly, another savage appeared in front of him, just like the one behind him. Very soon, dozens of the same savage appeared in all directions. Qin Yin has been surrounded. You are called Qin Yin, right? Lord Devil King told us to capture you. If you don't want to get injured, then come back with us. A savage said. Soon after, many savages appeared in the vicinity, there are several hundred of them. Who is Lord Devil King? Qin Yin asked calmly. Of course it's Lord Yu, the savage said. Oh, so it's her. Help me tell her that she is very beautiful and I want her to be my concubine. After Qin Yin finished speaking, he suddenly dropped to the ground and used mysterious penetration divine ability to enter deep underground. This woman Yu, could it be that she wants to play me to death? Qin Yin cursed in low voice, considering that I owed her in my previous life, I won't bicker with her. In a palace on top of a mountain, Yu, who is wearing a mask, is sitting on a chair. One of the savages conveyed Qin Yin's words to him. Yu stroked her beautiful silver hair, looked at Xianxia beside her and said, Yuji, you heard it too, right? That bastard, a dog can't stop eating shit. He actually wants me to marry him, dream on. Xianxia shook her head and sighed, you shouldn't have brought him in. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I just want him to feel the pain I've suffered for tens of thousands of years. Yu said. Fake Moon, Chapter 740, Fake Moon. After Qin Yun got rid of the group of savages, he wandered around the forest. He doesn't know how to leave the Nether Moon desolate domain. Yuner, last time I used the power of the Nether Sun Martial Spirit to successfully enter the Heavenly Beast desolate domain. Can I use that method to leave this damned place? Qin Yun asked. No, this Nether Moon desolate domain space is very strong, much stronger than the Heavenly Beast desolate domain. Ling Yuner said, when I came in, I fell asleep because I was afraid of you. Otherwise, I would have definitely remembered the route. Qin Yun can only think of another way. Xiao Yun, there should be other things in this Nether Moon desolate domain. Such a big desolate domain can't be empty. Ling Yuner said, maybe there are other people inside. If you can find other people, you can leave. I wonder where the sect master and the others went. Qin Yun sighed and said, Aunt Xiao should be very safe. Yu did not kill you, so she should not harm Aunt Xiao. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun wandered around the forest for a few days but did not encounter anything. He only felt that the moon is a bit strange. At night, Qin Yun flew very high. Looking at the moon, he infused his mental power into the third pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and transmitted his voice, Sister Yao Feng, I think that moon is a bit strange. Can you come out and take a look? Just as he finished speaking, a black gas rushed out and Yao Feng quickly came out. She also wanted Qin Yun to leave this place as soon as possible, so she will try her best to help Qin Yun. After Yao Feng saw the moon, she said with a frown, there is indeed something strange. You have been here for a few days but this moon has always been full moon. It is not the moon we are familiar with. Qin Yun thought about it carefully and felt that it is the case. Then what moon is this? Qin Yun asked. The Nether Moon desolate domain should have a nether moon. And the nether moon is usually accompanied by a normal moon. During the day it is the nether moon and at night it is a normal moon. A normal moon won't always be full. Yao Feng said, that means that this moon is fake. Qin Yun said with a frown, this moon has always been hazy. I only thought that it was a fog. I didn't expect it to be fake. Yao Feng said again, during the day, there is no black moon in the sky. That means the nether moon has been controlled by someone. This fake moon should be a relatively large star. Could it be that Yu has controlled the nether moon? Qin Yun suddenly felt that Yu has become even more powerful. No, if she controlled the nether moon, she would have already gone to the immortal desolate to take revenge. Yao Feng said, there are other powerful people in the nether moon desolate domain. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, that's not something I can deal with, I just want to go out. If you want to go out, go to that fake moon to investigate, maybe you will find some clues. Yao Feng finished speaking and returned inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. The Nether Moon desolate domain is so big, he doesn't know where to go to find the exit. He can only do as Yao Feng says and fly to the fake moon in the sky. Yuner, this fake moon doesn't look fake at all. After Qin Yun approached, he said with smile, it seems like I can still sense the power of moon. If this is the case, then Mingyu is most likely up there. Ling Yuner said again. Could it be that the nether moon is hidden in the fake moon? Qin Yun is secretly excited, he increased his speed and flew over. While he was flying, he sensed other auras. There are people nearby. Ling Yuner shouted. Qin Yun promptly made his body transparent. Sure enough, there are people nearby. Moreover, there are many of them, they are in groups. That group of people are riding huge winged tigers, wearing silver armor and holding long spears. They are flying in an orderly manner in front of him. Are they trained soldiers? Qin Yun said in his heart. It should be. There should be something on that fake moon. Ling Yuner said in pleasant surprise, quickly go up and take a look. That moon is indeed fake, it is not big. Because it is very close to the ground, it gives people the illusion that it is very big and round. There are many stones on the surface of the fake moon. Qin Yan made himself transparent as he carefully flew. I wonder if the group of people patrolling earlier were Yu-Yus. Qin Yan wandered around on the fake moon. On the fake moon, he encountered those patrolling silver-armored soldiers from time to time, but none of them discovered him. Moreover, he was quietly following behind the silver-armored soldiers. He followed them for a long time, and when he saw the silver-armored soldiers fly away, he gave up. During the day, this fake moon is shrouded in thick fog, so it is very difficult to discover it. Qin Yan also understood why there is always so much fog during the day. The ground is shaking. Qin Yan promptly stopped and carefully sensed it. After a while, he discovered that the shaking is still continuing. Great, I can follow the source of the shaking and see who is fighting. Qin Yan has been worrying that he can't see anyone. He possesses the vibration martial spirit and is very sensitive to very slight vibrations. Therefore, he can follow the weak vibration power and find the source of the shaking. Qin Yan made his body transparent. After running for a long time, he finally saw a palace. I wonder if this is Yu-Yu's territory. Qin Yan is somewhat afraid of Yu-Yu. If he is captured, Yu-Yu will definitely bring him to some dangerous place. When he approached the palace, he encountered patrolling soldiers. This group of patrolling soldiers are wearing black armor and their aura is also very strong. They are all martial kings. Who is it? The leader suddenly shouted. Who, then, a huge net was cast over them. Qin Yan hurriedly used his penetration divine ability, but he was unable to penetrate the net. Ah! Qin Yan also appeared. So there's a fish that escaped the net. Capture him and throw him into the dungeon. The leader shouted. This leader's strength was very strong, he had the aura of a martial emperor. This guy is pretty awesome, he actually managed to sneak in here. A black-armored middle-aged man walked over and stuffed Qin Yan and the net into a cage. After Qin Yan was locked in the cage, he immediately gave up. Because the cage is very strong, there are all kinds of inscription formations to prevent people from escaping. Xiao Yun, this is a cage used to immortals. You won't be able to escape for the time being. Ling Yun'er said, don't be afraid, Yao Feng is here. Qin Yan thought of Yao Feng and calmed down a little. Not long after, Qin Yan was brought into the ancient palace. The buildings inside are very simple and unadorned. Qin Yan was brought to a large house on the west side of the palace. There is a very deep hole in the house that leads to the ground. Go down, the middle-aged man threw the entire cage down. Boom, the cage heavily landed on the ground. Qin Yan only felt some discomfort, but he did not suffer any injuries. After he fell down, a few people came over to open the cage. What? Shocked Qin Yan is that among those people, 2 of them are martial emperors and the rest are martial kings. This nether moon desolate domain is indeed not simple. Qin Yan secretly exclaimed. After the cage was opened, Qin Yan's body was covered with a net and he was unable to escape. Then, he was dragged to a place. This dungeon is very dark, but Qin Yan can clearly see the things inside. What he found inconceivable is that this dungeon is very large. It is like an underground palace. There are many large and small cages. There are some large cages with gigantic beasts that are tens of meters long imprisoned inside. The people imprisoned in this dungeon are all beasts. Ling Yun'er can call out the names of many beasts. They are all from the ancient era and are very rare now. Why are there so many beasts gathered here? Qin Yan is extremely alarmed. They should have been captured. And they have been imprisoned for many years. Ling Yun'er said, there is a special kind of energy in this dungeon that can sustain the consumption of beasts. Could it be the energy provided by the nether moon? While Qin Yan and Ling Yun'er were talking, he was also thrown into a very small cage. The cage is indeed very small compared to the beasts, but it is very big for Qin Yan. Qin Yan feels that with Yao Feng here, this place will definitely not be able to hold him. He is also very curious about what kind of secret is hidden on this fake moon. Ao ao ao, suddenly, a burst of cries came from the dark cage. Qin Yan saw a black thing scurrying out from the haystack. Qin Yan looked carefully and saw that it is a black pig that is neither big nor small. Is that what a pig says? Qin Yan looked at the pig and felt that it is somewhat strange. He shook his head and said with a smile. You are the pig actually spoke. Qin Yan is stunned and said with a smile, "You can talk? Then tell me, if you are not a pig, what are you?" "I am the father of the Heavenly King," the black pig said loudly. "The father of the Heavenly King? Who is that?" Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. "You stupid mortal, even if I tell you, you won't understand," the black pig said with sneer and then walked towards Qin Yan. Although it is dark here, the black pig's vision is very good. He looked at Qin Yan, his eyes that do not look like pig eyes are filled with shock. "It's you," the black pig cried out in alarm, "you were also caught, how is this possible?" "You recognize me?" Qin Yan said with a frown. "Little brother, I am your big brother." "You don't recognize me?" the black pig shouted. "You are my big brother? Don't joke around." Qin Yan looked at the black pig and cannot help but laugh. "Immortal King Fu Yun, it's me. I am your big brother Heavenly King, don't you recognize me?" the black pig shouted. "Little brother Yun, I will not mistake your stinky face even if I die, it must be you." Qin Yan's brows twitched, he suddenly recalled his past life. He also doesn't know what his past life's name was. Now that the black pig called him Immortal King Fu Yun, he suddenly feels that it is very likely to be true. I really know you?" Qin Yan said with a frown. "Little brother Yun, it's really you." "Very good, haha." Imperial Beast Heavenly King Qin Yan is unable to accept that his big brother is a pig. "You brat, why are you so hostile?" the black pig shouted. "Little brother Yun, you don't recognize big brother Heavenly King." "I'm sorry, I don't have such a big brother in my memory." Qin Yan shouted, "Don't come over." The black pig fiercely shouted, "Little brother Yun, why are you so weak? What about your immortal king Cultivation?" Qin Yan is also baffled. He never expected that there would be so many acquaintances from his previous life in the Nether Moon Desolate Domain. "My name is Qin Yan, I'm not some immortal King Fu Yun." Qin Yan said. "I understand, you must have died and then reincarnated," the black pig sighed. "You actually died, it's really unexpected." Qin Yan coughed dryly twice. "Brother pig, can you tell me how to leave the Nether Moon Desolate Domain?" The black pig quickly asked, "Then tell me, what happened outside? How did you come in?" Qin Yan simply told the black pig about the huge silver coffin and then told him that there is a problem with the moon. He came up to take a look and was caught. "Let me calm down, the exit of the Nether Moon Desolate Domain has not been sealed," the black pig said. At this time, Qin Yan sent a sound transmission to Yao Feng in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit's third pearl. "Sister Yao Feng, I was captured and locked in a cage. Then I met a pig. He said that I am some immortal King Fu Yun and that he is the Heavenly King, my big brother from my previous life." After Yao Feng heard this, she cried out in alarm, "Heavenly King? You indeed have such a big brother, he is also very famous in the Immortal Desolate. Legend has it that he is a very strong heavenly beast but no one has ever seen his true body. Fuck. Is this guy really my big brother?" Qin Yan sat on the ground and looked at the black pig. "Tell me the specific situation," Yao Feng said. Qin Yan told Yao Feng about the situation inside the cage. This Nether Moon Desolate Domain is indeed hiding many secrets. Even the Heavenly King has been captured. Yao Feng's voice is grave. "You brat, you are too unlucky. Even if it's me, it would be difficult to escape. What is the origin of that Heavenly King?" "He's actually stronger than you," exclaimed Qin Yan. According to the rankings back then, the strongest were the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor, followed by the 8 Heavenly Kings. "Your big brother Heavenly King is called Imperial Beast Heavenly King," Yao Feng said. Qin Yan said again, "Sister Yao Feng, this pig doesn't have any strength now. Of course he can't escape." Yao Feng was startled and said in a hurry, "Ask him where all his power went." Qin Yan patted the black pig and asked, "Brother pig, you should be very strong. Where's your power?" "They were all taken by that bastard immortal emperor. Then he threw me here. Back then, I disappeared for a period of time and was locked up here," the Heavenly King pig said. Qin Yan immediately reported this matter to Yao Feng. Yao Feng thought for a bit. It seems like Immortal Emperor wants to cultivate Immortal Devil body. The Heavenly King pig said again, "My luck is good, my soul is still here." As for the others, their souls had already been extracted, leaving only their bodies behind. They would soon be eaten. Fortunately, I'm small, so I haven't been killed and eaten. Brother Pig, then you really don't know how to get out? Xianxia asked again. Only one person knows how to get out. The Heavenly King Pig said. Who? Xianxia promptly asked. You. The Heavenly King Pig said. Xianxia rolled his eyes at it. The Heavenly King Pig said in pleasant surprise, Little brother Yun, did you remember something? Xianxia curled his lips and said, No. Although I haven't awakened my past life's memories, Yu hates me to death. The Heavenly King Pig said with frown, This doesn't make sense. If you didn't seal her here, would she be able to live until now? Back then, you deliberately caused her to be besieged because you wanted to lock her up here so that she could devour the Nether Moon and cultivate the Nether Moon's sacred body. There's such a thing? Then why didn't I just tell her and let her in? Xianxia abruptly stood up. I made her hate me for so long and she even said that she suffered a lot in here. This damned woman. The Heavenly King Pig said, I don't know about that. In short, you left an exit so that she could leave this damned place. You even secretly came to find me and said that you would come and save me in the future. It seems like I can only know what happened after I awaken my past life's memories. Xianxia let out a long sigh. He tried the mysterious penetration divine ability, but it was useless. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, you deliberately framed Yu and locked her up here. It should have been to help her get rid of some danger and at the same time, let her obtain the Nether Moon. But she misunderstood. Let's not talk about this anymore. The most important thing for me now is to leave this damned place. Xianxia walked back and forth in the prison. The Heavenly King Pig saw Xianxia constantly attacking the cage and said, Little brother Yun, it's useless. Suddenly, Xianxia sensed that slight vibration again. There should be a fight up there. Xianxia said. It's best if this place is destroyed, haha. The Heavenly King Pig said with a laugh. Oh, that's right, Brother Pig, was my past life really that bad? Xianxia asked, That woman you hated me to the bone. Not really. I think you're a pretty good person. The Heavenly King Pig chuckled and said, However, you provoked some powerful women, but isn't that normal? Normal your grandpa. Xianxia thought of Yu's killing intent and secretly felt fear. Little brother Yun. You don't know, but back then, many people were very envious of the women around you because they could easily obtain the good immortal tools you refined. I only know that you had some conflict with them and then started fighting and killing, but I think it's very normal. The Heavenly King Pig said with a laugh. Xianxia said, Brother Pig, how can I break this cage? The Heavenly King Pig thought for a moment, use fire. If it's the ninth heaven Xian flame, it can be broken. Xianxia thought of Yang, this little duck. She is a ninth heaven Xian sparrow, a very powerful divine beast, but now she is still sleeping. Xianxia, I'll go out and give it a try. Yao Feng said. After she finished speaking, she appeared in the cage. After the Heavenly King Pig sensed the power, he immediately cried out in alarm, So powerful, who are you? Yao Feng did not say a word, she can only let out a hoarse shout and then released a very strong black power. The black iron rod on the cage also gradually melted. At this moment, the spirit formation was also suddenly broken. After Yao Feng finished, she became extremely weak and promptly entered the Nine Sun Divine Soul's third pearl. Xianxia, I want to rest for a period of time. You take care of yourself. Yao Feng said to Xianxia. Because the cage has been destroyed, the people inside have been alarmed. Xianxia promptly picked up the excited Heavenly King Pig and used shadow power to hide in the darkness. Inside the dungeon, only the cage can block divine ability power. Once he comes out of the cage, Xianxia can use mysterious penetration divine ability. Xianxia carried the Heavenly King Pig and used mysterious penetration divine ability to penetrate through and arrived on the ground. In order to move more conveniently, Xianxia promptly stuffed the Heavenly King Pig into the Nine Sun Divine Soul's second pearl. The Heavenly King Pig finally left the cage that imprisoned him for several tens of thousands of years. He excitedly cried and shouted, he is very grateful to this old brother of his. Xianxia can't care about the Heavenly King Pig for now. He very carefully hid in the darkness and used shadow power. Previously, he had been caught because he had turned himself transparent, which was why he had been discovered. If he uses shadow power, it would be very difficult for others to discover him. The sky is so bright, he doesn't dare to run around to avoid being caught again. Qinyan hid in a dark and dense underbrush. As long as the light is not too intense, he can hide in the darkness. There are more and more people here, they are all here to search for him. Because no one has ever escaped that dungeon. Little brother Yun, who is that black-skinned person? Pretty awesome, she actually destroyed the cage, the Heavenly King Pig shouted from inside the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. I don't know her either. Her name is Zhao Feng, have you heard of her? She's a woman. Qin Yan said, and she was cursed by the Devil Immortal Great Emperor. I don't know her. The Devil Immortal Great Emperor actually cursed someone, how rare. It seems like that woman is really strong. The Heavenly King Pig chuckled and said, Little brother Yun, you are really awesome, you actually have such a strong woman by your side. Brother Pig, have you thought about your future plans? Your cultivation is gone, what will you do in the future? Qin Yan asked. Don't worry. Once I leave the Nether Moon Desolate Domain, I will be able to cultivate again and quickly become a powerful immortal king. The Heavenly King Pig laughed happily and said, Little brother Yun, although you have reincarnated and don't have the memories of your previous life, you kept your promise and saved me. Qin Yan also felt that it is somewhat sudden, he met his big brother from his previous life. Nighttime, Qin Yan also dared to walk. He followed the direction of the earthquake and carefully walked over. Although there are many people here, they can't discover him. Shadow power is still the best. Qin Yan said. Of course. After all, this is the power of the Nether Sun martial spirit. Ling Yanner said, just making yourself transparent is not enough. From time to time, there are tremors coming from inside the palace. Qin Yan arrived at the southeast direction. There is a huge plaza there. As soon as he arrived, he saw Yu Yu. Yu Yu is dressed in black, her beautiful silver hair fluttered in the wind. She is wearing a mask and her face cannot be seen. Other than Yu Yu, there are many other people here. Bao Changshou, Jianshi Tian, Xiao Xianqin and Yang Shuriwei are also here. Qin Yan quickly discovered that there are two factions of people here. Bao Changshou, Jianshi Tian, Old Mother Yun Yao and the others are from Yu Yu's faction. Their overall number is very small. As for the other faction, there are many people from the Long family and the Medicine Immortal Valley. They are the forces that oppose Jianshi Tian and the others. The leader of the other faction is a handsome young man with silver-white hair and black armor. The handsome young man said with a proud smile, Yu Yu, although you brought these people in the end, most of them stood on my side. From this, it can be seen that you don't have any prestige at all. Moon Qinyan watched from afar. He wanted to see what would happen next and who would go up to fight. Although Yang Shiryu had also appeared, no one recognized her because she was wearing a mask. Qin Yan was very familiar with Yang Shiryu, so he could tell from her back. Suddenly, a golden-armored middle-aged soldier charged toward the evil figure. What's so urgent? Xiang asked coldly. A pig escaped from the beast-trapping dungeon. The soldier said, that pig seems to be the imperial beast Heavenly King. How is this possible? The heavenly beasts inside don't have any immortal energy left, so they can't escape from that cage. Xie Ying's face was full of surprise as he shouted in a low voice, hurry up and search. You must catch that guy. I've searched, I can't find any traces. The golden-armored middle-aged man said. The soldier did not mention anything about imprisoning Qin Yun. He was worried that he would be blamed. You must find that pig. When sacrificing the nether moon, I need enough heavenly beast blood. Oh right, have you found that star nucleus? It's in the mountains outside. It should be easy to find it, right? Xiang asked again. At the mention of the star nucleus, Qin Yun and Xiao Xianqin's hearts skipped a beat. The crystal mountain was the star nucleus. Qin Yun had already taken it. I didn't find anything, not even a single clue. The golden-armored man shook his head. At this moment, Yu Yu said with a frown, Xia. Ying, your subordinates are too useless. That planetary core is at least as big as a mountain, and you even have detection equipment. The passage has been open for so long, and you still haven't found it? Back then, I spent so much effort to bring the star down, and you swore that you could retrieve the star core. What about now? Without the stellar nucleus, we cannot awaken Nether Moon. Yu is very angry, Xiang sneered and said, Nether Moon is under my control now. It's not yours. What are you worrying about? Yu said angrily, as long as my people defeat your people in this competition, Nether Moon will be mine. But your stupid subordinates let the sacrificial heavenly beast escape, and you still can't find the star nucleus. I have a lot of heavenly beasts, one less pig doesn't matter. As for the stellar core, apart from us, who else can keep it? Without an immortal artifact-level storage magic treasure, it is impossible to put it in, sooner or later we will find it. Xiang said. Xianxia is secretly alarmed because Qin Yun was able to store the Crystal Mountain star nucleus. She also knows that Qin Yun has an immortal artifact-level storage magic treasure. Xianxia did not speak carelessly about this matter. Otherwise, Qin Yun would definitely become a target. When Qin Yun learned of this matter, he became inexplicably excited. That's because the Nether Moon hasn't been snatched away. Qin Yun immediately contacted Yao Feng and informed her of this matter. Qin Yun, this is good news. If my guess is not wrong, the Nether Moon is hidden in the center of this fake moon. Yao Feng is also somewhat excited. If you can obtain it, it will be very important for you. Without another word, Qin Yun hurriedly cast his penetration divine ability and burrowed into the ground. And above, Yu and Xiang also sent people out to compete in the next round. Sister Yao Feng, I have star nucleus but I don't have heavenly beast blood. Qin Yun said. Why do you want heavenly beast blood? If you use the Nether Sun martial spirit, you can easily capture the Nether Moon. Yao Feng said, if it doesn't work, then let your big brother pig bleed. Qin Yun looked at the second pearl's heavenly king pig. He is actually sleeping soundly. He recalled what the heavenly king pig said. Back then, he deliberately let Yu come here so that she could cultivate the Nether Moon's sacred body through the Nether Moon. But later on, Yu was unable to obtain the Nether Moon. Qin Yun told Yao Feng about Yu's matter. After Yao Feng heard this, she also felt that it is inconceivable and said, don't worry about Yu now. You need to quickly raise your cultivation and Yu is a powerful immortal king. Even if her power is sealed, she is still a very powerful immortal. You should obtain the Nether Moon first. Qin Yun constantly used his penetration divine ability and headed towards the center of the fake moon. Half an hour passed and Qin Yun finally arrived at the core of the fake moon. This is a spacious and empty space. There is a large black pearl that is dozens of meters wide and there are many white runes on its surface. Is it the moon totem? But it doesn't look like it. Qin Yun said in surprise. It's the Nether Moon totem. Ling Yun'er said, this is a good thing. Qin Yun originally wanted to let Yao Feng come out but she was worried that Yu and Xiang would sense it, so she did not come out. Xiang is the right-hand man of the immortal emperor. I didn't expect him to be here as well. He should be here for the Nether Moon. Yao Feng coldly snorted and said, Yu is really a stupid girl. It's so rare for her to enter the Nether Moon desolate domain. After tens of thousands of years, she actually can't get the Nether Moon. Sister Yao Feng, does that mean that Yu had the opportunity to be sealed in the Nether Moon desolate domain because she was framed by me? Qin Yun asked. Yes. This was originally a good thing for her but she didn't succeed in getting the Nether Moon. Yao Feng also feels that it is strange because the Nether Moon desolate domain is not completely sealed. Clearly, someone left an entrance and exit. And back then, there were not many people who could do this. Qin Yun's past life was one of them. Because Qin Yun's past life was a very powerful inscription master. Qin Yun looked at the huge black ball and curled his lips and said, is this the Nether Moon? It looks very small. How can I take it? Yao Feng said, didn't you say that you obtained a crystal mountain before? Isn't there a pearl inside the crystal mountain? That pearl is the Nether Moon's soul. After the Nether Moon absorbs it, you can take it away. Ling Yun'er shouted excitedly, Xiao Yun, I will definitely be able to successfully take away this Nether Moon. Qin Yun hurriedly released the crystal mountain. The space in the center of this fake moon is very large, it is not a problem to put a few mountains inside. As soon as the crystal mountain appeared, the white pearl inside the mountain suddenly flickered, then turned into a beam of light and rushed out, flying towards the Nether Moon. The nether moon originally looked lifeless, but after absorbing the nether moon's soul, it suddenly rotated. Without the nether moon's soul, Qin Yun can easily keep the crystal mountain. It contains a lot of star power and is the food of the devil star overlord. It's my turn. Ling Yun'er laughed loudly and said, "Little darling nether moon, quickly come to big sister's bowl." Ling Yun'er controlled the nether sun martial spirit and released the power of the nether sun Dao core. The nether sun Dao core crazily rotated and released a strange devouring power. The nether moon gradually distorted and then transformed into a stream of aura that rushed towards Qin Yun's abdomen. The huge nether moon overflowed with a black mist. After being absorbed by Qin Yun, it also became smaller bit by bit. In this way, the nether moon quietly entered Qin Yun's nether sun Dao core bit by bit. "Yun'er, isn't my nether sun Dao core a bit heaven-defying? Such a small thing can actually devour this nether moon," Qin Yun said in surprise. "This nether moon is just a small thing. What's more, the nether sun can devour the 9 suns. What is a mere little nether moon?" Ling Yun'er said with a very happy smile. Qin Yun doesn't know what benefits the nether moon has to him. He only knows that it is a good thing. As long as he can take it away, it will definitely not be a bad thing. Qin Yun is at the core of the fake moon, and on the surface of the fake moon, a fierce battle is taking place. Martial kings, martial emperors, half-immortals, although our side is strong, our numbers are too few. They are playing attrition warfare, we can't win against them. Xianxia said in low voice. If we can't win, then we can't win. Even if the nether moon belongs to Xiang in the end, he doesn't have the nether moon soul in the star nucleus, so he won't be able to obtain it. Yu cursed in low voice. "I've been here for so many years and I've attacked this place a few times, but I still can't do anything to the nether moon." You have the nether moon martial spirit, is there no way at all?" Xianxia asked. "I can't devour the nether moon at all." Yu said somewhat angrily, "That bastard framed me and locked me in this damned place, I admit it. After all, there is still the nether moon here, but in the end, I can't get it." After Xianxia heard this, she slightly frowned. If this is really the case, then it is obvious that Qin Yun deliberately arranged it. It's all because you're too stupid. If Xiaoyun came in, he would have already succeeded. Xianxia said with a chuckle. "Don't mention that. Bastard. This guy provoked so many enemies for me and caused me to be locked up here for tens of thousands of years. If it wasn't for you, I would have killed him long ago." Yu became even angrier. "I admit that bastard has remarkable abilities, but even he won't be able to succeed. Bao Changshou, Old Mother Yunyao, Jianshi Tian and the others are all exhausted from fighting. And no one from Yu's side can go on stage. They have already lost. Back then the immortal emperor agreed to seal you, it was also to conveniently bring me in here to seize the nether moon. After so many years, I'm about to succeed, ha 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 ha." Xiang laughed wildly. "Xiang, so what if you have the nether moon? You can't get out. As long as you are an immortal, you won't be able to leave the silver coffin. And only I know where the other exit is." Yu laughed loudly and said, "If you want to leave, give me the nether moon. Otherwise, even if you obtain the nether moon, you can only continue to stay here." "What? The silver coffin is actually not the real exit?" Xiang shouted. "To us immortals, it's not, ha ha ha." Yu very happily laughed loudly. "Where is the other exit?" Xiang roared, "You actually dared to lie to me. You told me that the silver coffin is the exit. Can't your subordinates go out?" "I didn't lie to you." Yu sneered. "You slut." Xiang really wanted to kill his way over, but he also knows that his strength is about the same as Yu's. He can't beat her. At this time, Qin Yun also left the core area. After hearing their conversation, he said in his heart, "My past life indeed told you the true exit. But why does this woman still hate me so much? Let's go." Yu laughed coldly and left with Jianshi Tian and the others. Jianshi Tian, Bao Changshou, and the others are willing to fight for Yu. Clearly, they have received corresponding rewards. Yu flew away with a group of people. Xiang can only stare blankly. And Qin Yun also took advantage of this moment to send a voice transmission to Xiao Xianqin, "Aunt Xiao, I am Qin Yun. When you leave, leave a secret mark. I want to go to Yu Yu's lair. After Xianxia heard this, she is secretly alarmed. She never expected that Qin Yun would secretly run over here. She promptly responded to Qin Yun and told him the specific direction. Chateau Xianxia also learned from Yanshiyu that Yu Yu brought Qin Yun in. She is also very angry in her heart because Yu Yu promised her to let Qin Yun leave. Later on, she also learned about the grudge between Yu Yu and Qin Yun's past life. Although she can understand, she is still somewhat worried about Qin Yun. Knowing that Qin Yun was nearby, Xianxia did not tell anyone. Qin Yun did not contact Yang Shirue because he was worried that her actions would attract Yu Yu's attention and she would discover him sneaking in. Yu Yu is very strong, so in front of those half-immortals, she is a king-like existence. According to Yao Feng, a portion of Yu Yu's strength has been sealed but she is still very strong. Qin Yun followed behind carefully. He used shadow power and penetration divine ability to advance deep underground. As for Xianxia, she left behind some purple crystal coins along the way for Qin Yun to sense. Xianxia is also somewhat restless because she is afraid of being discovered by Yu Yu while helping Qin Yun. Yu Yu brought Xianxia and the others and flew very quickly. Yu Yu must have promised some benefits to Xianxia and the others, that's why they helped fight. However, in the end, they still lost. Ling Yuner said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, anyway, Nether Moon is already in your hands." Xiao Yun, how do you plan on teaching Yu Yu a lesson? Will you give her Nether Moon? Qin Yun said, I won't give it to her. She is not fated with Mingyu. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yu Yu is too useless. She has been here for tens of thousands of years, yet she did not obtain the Nether Moon. Of course, that Xiang is also the same. He is only a bit better than Yu Yu, he can only control the Nether Moon. Qin Yun followed for more than half a day and arrived at the top of a tall mountain. There was a huge black ancient castle there. This is Yu Yu's residence. Qin Yun hid on a rock outside and looked at the ancient castle. He said with a frown, this Yu Yu, after being here for so many years, she lived in such a damned place? This was the peak of a tall mountain. The surroundings were bare, without a single plant. The castle was also black, looking somewhat gloomy and frightening. It gets even darker at night. Qin Yun, who was hiding outside the ancient castle, used shadow power and carefully sneaked in. After entering, there was a brightly lit lobby. In the middle of the hall, there is a very large battling platform. Bao Chanshu and the group of people who came in from the outside are all sitting below the battling platform to rest. Chu Binyu is not only tired but also injured. He has played a lot of matches. Yu Yu also knows that Bao Chanshu and others have done their best. She also felt that she had a good eye. The people she had roped in were all quite strong. There were also some people who came over to give Bao Chanshu and the others elixirs or help treat their injuries. Yu Yu stood on the battle stage and said, I am very grateful to everyone for coming out to fight. Although I did not win in the end, I will keep my promise and compensate everyone. At this moment, a few young men walked out. Their black clothes were more luxurious than many of the people in the castle. As soon as the 4 young men entered, the other people in the castle all knelt down and saluted them. Qin Yun hid behind a pillar. It is rather dark here, so no one discovered him. After seeing the 4 youths, he thought, Yuner, aren't those 4 guys very special? It seems that they are only at the spirit martial realm and Xian martial realm. Even the martial king has to kneel to them. Of course, only Yu Yu's subordinates are kneeling. Xianxia and the others won't casually kneel. They all have a mortal body and have cultivated immortal blood. Apart from that, they also seem to have very strong mental power. Could it be that their mental power has transformed into moon? Ling Yuner said in astonishment. Those 4 youths are extremely arrogant. 2 of them are at the Xian martial realm and 2 are at the peak of the spirit martial realm. After they walked onto the battle stage, the strongest youth looked at Xianxia and the others and said with sneer, Queen, these guys have already lost the battle and yet you still want to reward them? Get rid of them and settle everything. The saved resources can also be given to us. After Xianxia and the others heard this, they abruptly stood up and looked at the youths. Yu Yu said coldly, the 4 of you, don't speak nonsense. Soon after, she apologized to Xianxia and the others and calmed them down. Queen, what's wrong with you? Are you really going to waste resources on this group of trash? The youth said coldly. Xianxia felt very uncomfortable hearing these words. Because she is also a member of Demon Moon Island and Old Mother Yunya participated in the battle earlier. Only in the eyes of trash, everything you see is trash. Xianxia said coldly. Her temper is also not good, so she did not give the four youths any face. Oh? Are you very powerful? Do you want to fight? A slightly short youth sneered and said, although I am at the peak of the spirit martial realm, I can defeat you with one hand. Yu said, Yu Qin, don't fight with them. They are all carefully selected by me to be nurtured. They have cultivated a mortal body and a mortal blood as well as mental transformation into moon. You are not their match right now. Yu's words caused Bao Changshu and the others to burst into an uproar. Cultivating a mortal body and a mortal blood is already very powerful. Furthermore, mental transformation into moon means that they possess very strong mental power. I'm not afraid of them. Xianxia held her breath and said coldly, I want to fight with them and let them know how much trash they are. All right. Yu's eyes flickered and she said, see you, if you defeat him, I'll give you a nether moon Xian core. That short youth's name is Siyu. From his name, he should be ranked 4th. Alright, I will definitely defeat her. Siyu's face became gloomy and cold. Yanshu is wearing a mask, her eyes are filled with worry. At this moment, Qin Yin sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, Aunt Xiao, do you want me to teach those guys a lesson? Don't attack first. I'll do it. Xianxia never expected Qin Yin to be so powerful. He is actually in this lobby and he was not discovered by Yu. After Qin Yin devoured the nether moon, his concealment became even more powerful. It'll be fine. Yu said to Yanshu and pulled her down the battle stage. She waved her hand and opened the barrier around the battle stage. Others also want to see how strong the disciple that Yu meticulously nurtured is. In fact, over the years, Yu has also nurtured many powerful martial artists. Many of her subordinates are martial kings and martial emperors. Furthermore, that group of savages were also nurtured by her. However, the status of those 4 youths is relatively high. No one knows why. The martial arts competition began. Siyu's speed is the fastest. In an instant, he turned into a black shadow and shot towards Xianxia like a black light. Xianxia's reaction is also not slow. Her figure flashed and dodged Siyu's attack. Soon after, Siyu is like a light shadow, shooting back and forth on the battle stage. His speed is extremely fast, causing people to be dazzled. The most surprising thing is that Xianxia can actually dodge. Xianxia doesn't dare to fight Siyu head-on because Siyu's strength is extremely formidable. Aunt Xiao doesn't have a mortal body and a mortal blood, she will definitely suffer. Qin Yin said with a frown, that Siyu is indeed very strong. He is only peak spirit martial realm. Suddenly, a weak aura of divine ability power surged out. Qin Yin's heart trembled. Siyu used a divine ability, Rumble. On the battle stage, a large amount of thunder and lightning suddenly burst out, crackling and jumping crazily. Ling Yuner shouted, a very powerful divine ability. That guy has a black thunder martial spirit, so he comprehended a divine ability. There are 3 situations where one possesses a divine ability. The most common is when a soul refiner helps to fuse with a divine ability martial spirit and then awaken a blue divine ability martial spirit. The rarest is to possess a black martial spirit and then at every stage, one can comprehend the power of a divine ability. That Siyu's power is black, clearly he possesses a black martial spirit. This kind of divine ability power is also the strongest. Xianxia was immediately covered by the black thunder and lightning. She was unable to dodge because the battle stage is only so big and the thunder and lightning covered the entire battle stage. At this moment, a light and agile zither string sound rang out, bringing along a vibrating sound wave that scattered all the black thunder and lightning around. Then, a black ancient zither appeared in Xianxia's hand. She gently stroked the ancient zither, releasing a strange and mysterious music sound. Siyu was just about to attack but after hearing that sound, his body unconsciously lay down. Queen, she used a weapon. Below the battle stage, the leading young man shouted. That's her martial spirit. Yu is not surprised at all. At this moment, the three youths outside also shouted loudly, telling Siyu to quickly get up. This should also be a kind of mental attack, right? Aunt Zhao's mental power must also be moon transformation. Qin Yun is secretly pleasantly surprised. Aunt Zhao definitely has two martial spirits. Ling Yin'er said, she might even have a moon martial spirit. The music played by Xiao Xianqin has hypnotic power, causing Siyu to fall asleep in an instant. Just as Xiao Xianqin felt relieved, Siyu's body suddenly moved and fiercely jumped up. Don't even think about using this kind of demonic technique to deal with me. Siyu laughed sinisterly and said, trash like you is not my match at all. Siyu flew over, his fists are filled with violent black thunder and black gas. Qin Yun is very familiar with this kind of situation. It is the formidable power bestowed by black martial spirit possession. Aunt Zhao, you have to worry. Qin Yun clenched his fists tightly, he is very worried about Xiao Xianqin. Xiao Xianqin vigorously plucked the zither strings and released a very strong force. Accompanied by the sound wave from the zither strings, Siyu was sent flying. Siyu, who is rushing over, is also covered in wounds from the sound wave from the zither strings. Yu suddenly shouted, Yuqin, Siyu, your strength is about the same. How about it be considered a draw? Alright. Xiao Xianqin immediately agreed. No. I don't accept it. Siyu shouted. However, the barrier has already been removed and Yu is standing on the battle platform. Siyu is very unhappy and said, Queen, why are you protecting her? If we continue fighting, I will definitely win. Yang Shiriyue said with sneer, if we continue fighting, the one who will lose will definitely be you. Oh? You are only late-stage spirit martial realm and yet you dare to be impudent here? Don't tell me you want to fight me too? Siyu laughed loudly. Let's fight. I will make you lose very badly. Yang Shiriyue said coldly. I have seen you without a mask before, you are a great beauty. How about this, if you lose, you will specially reproduce for me. Siyu laughed sinisterly. Siyu, if you fight with her, you will die. Yu seems to have sensed Yang Shiriyue's anger and quickly said to her, don't lower yourself to Siyu's level. Provoking the Queen Qin Yun is all smiles, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the battle stage. He calmly looked at Yu on the battle stage. Yu's face under the mask is also filled with astonishment. She never expected that Qin Yun would actually be here. Yang Shiryu is also the same, Jianshi Tian and the others are not that surprised because Qin Yun often appears and disappears like a ghost. Why are you here? Yu's voice is filled with incomparable anger. When she saw Qin Yun's face, hatred surged up in her heart. Wasn't I tricked into coming here by you? Qin Yun laughed loudly, Yu, after seeing this great uncle, why aren't you taking off your mask and smiling for me? After Siyu heard this, he promptly rushed over and shouted angrily, you dare to be impudent towards the queen, are you tired of living? Siyu rushed over and punched Qin Yun. The explosive thunder and lightning power caused the floor tiles of the lobby to tremble. Trash. Qin Yun promptly took action and directly used piercing heavenly fingers piercing mountain splitting earth finger to stab Siyu's fist. Rumble, a deafening explosion accompanied by a violent and ferocious energy wave enveloped the entire lobby. Siyu promptly retreated a few steps, his face filled with shock. His arm is also bleeding and trembling, Qin Yun is also secretly alarmed. He thought that his attack would be able to shatter Siyu's arm but it was still blocked by him. I am only late-stage spirit martial realm. You are a peak spirit martial realm martial master yet you were beaten back by me. Aren't you a bit too weak? Qin Yun faintly smiled. The martial kings and martial emperors who knelt in front of Siyu and the others are all dumbstruck. Someone actually said that Siyu is very weak, it must be known that Siyu and the others are all born with immortal body and black martial spirit. After going through many experiences, they have become very powerful and their cultivation of immortal body is very profound. But now, someone actually said that they are weak. Qin Yun also experienced the strength of immortal devil body. If it was before, he would have been beaten to his knees if he met someone at Siyu's level. Bao Changshu and the others also know that Qin Yun once defeated people with devil and immortal blood, so they are not surprised at Qin Yun's strength. You fought me fair and square. Siyu's hand trembled as he shouted angrily. Qin Yan lightly flew over the battle stage and stood in front of Yu Yu. Xianxia Yu quickly pulled Yu Yu. Yu Yu suppressed the anger in her heart and said, Yu Yu, as long as you defeat this bastard, I will give you 10 nether moon xian pills. Qin Yan said with smile, giving him 100 pills is useless. Yu Yu, you useless thing. You used tens of thousands of years and still failed to obtain the nether moon. The people you nurture will definitely be trash. What did you say? Yu Yu immediately flew into a rage and raised her palm to slap Qin Yan. I said, you are a useless thing. Qin Yan said with sneer, could it be that you are not? It's been tens of thousands of years, and you can't even subdue nether moon. Alright. Just you wait. Yu Yu also suffered a blow because Qin Yan hit her sore spot. When she was sent into the nether moon desolate domain, she knew that there was a nether moon here. However, after tens of thousands of years, she did not obtain it. She had tried a lot, but she still couldn't get her hands on it. Yu Yu pulled Xianxia down the battle stage and waved her hand to open the barrier. Begin. Yu Yu shouted. Everyone can see that Yu Yu has suffered a great provocation. This kind of anger caused many people to feel fear. Xiyu stood on the battle stage and looked at the smiling Qin Yan. He is also extremely angry. You can't use that arm anymore. Qin Yan looked at Xiyu's trembling arm and faintly smiled. I can defeat you with one finger. Xiyu shouted in a deep voice. Suddenly, violent thunder and lightning appeared on the battle stage. This is the power of his divine ability. Countless black thunder and lightning hacked down on Qin Yan's body. All kinds of violent black thunder and lightning repeatedly penetrated Qin Yan's body. And the most terrifying thing is that Qin Yan's expression is calm. He is standing there motionless, he is not affected by the lightning at all. Everyone is shocked because Qin Yan is only late-stage spirit martial realm, he can actually withstand the power of a peak-stage spirit martial realm divine ability. Stop pretending. Xiyu believes that Qin Yan is forcefully enduring. Because all the opponents he met in the past, as long as they are on the same level, they are extremely afraid of this move. You trash, you actually want to take advantage of Big Sister Yang. Qin Yan furiously shouted in his heart. His body suddenly flashed and arrived behind Xiyu. He attacked with Extinction Dragon 5 palms, the exploding black thunder and lightning all around immediately turned into black heavenly lightning lions. Moreover, they are emitting black flames. Qin Yan's palm also turned into heavenly lion claw and hit Xiyu's face, boom, Extinction Dragon 5 palms fell, heavenly lions roared in anger, their might overflowed to the sky. The heavenly lion's heavenly roar caused everyone to sink into a state of panic. That Xiyu's eyes turned white from the beating, he laid on the ground and fainted. His face is already deformed, it is a horrible sight to behold. Qin Yan looked at Yu Yu and said with sneer, did you see that? This is the person you meticulously nurtured? They are all weak chickens. Don't be complacent. Yu Yu said coldly, Xiyu is too arrogant. Moreover, he was injured by you before. That's why he lost. San Yu, you go. Yu Yu removed the barrier. San Yu is rather tall. Although he saw Qin Yan's battle just now, he still has a long face, arrogant and condescending. As soon as San Yu came up, he extended 3 fingers at Qin Yan. You want to defeat me in 3 moves? Qin Yan asked. No. I'll count to 3 and you'll lose. San Yu laughed coldly and looked at Qin Yan disdainfully. You have pretty good strength. However, using 3 moves to defeat you is still too much. To deal with you, an instant is enough. Yu Yu smiled proudly and said, San Yu has 3 martial spirits. 3 moves is more than enough to defeat you. Xianxia Yu sighed lightly and said, Yu Yu, how about we make a bet? If San Yu loses, let Qin Yan leave. Alright. Yu Yu promptly nodded, if San Yu wins, let Qin Yan stay. Moreover, I want to crazily torture him. Alright. Xianxia Yu is very confident in Qin Yan's strength because she is more clear about Qin Yan's situation. Yu Yu is also impatient and shouted, begin. After the start, Qin Yan and San Yu did not move. San Yu's voice is filled with arrogance and contempt. He said with sneer, listen up, I'll count to 3. After 3 counts, you will lose without a doubt. Everyone held their breath and watched. They want to see if San Yu is really that powerful. That arrogant brat is bound to lose. Lord San Yu can twist his head off. I wonder where that brat came from? He actually dared to be so rude to the queen. Lord San Yu will definitely make him lose miserably. The queen also hates that brat very much. If it wasn't for courtesy, she would have already taken care of that guy. San Yu shouted, 1, 2, just as he finished shouting 2, Ling Yun'er released a super gravity that landed on San Yu's body. Qin Yan stepped into the late-stage spirit martial realm and cultivated a mortal devil body. His nether sun Dao core has also become stronger. Ling Yun'er is now using all her firepower. She is not afraid of injuring Qin Yan's body. She crazily released the power inside the nether sun Dao core. Boom! The incomparably arrogant San Yu did not even have the time to shout 3 before he was pressed to the ground and vomited blood. Qin Yan walked over and as if he was lifting a dead dog, he raised his palm and ruthlessly slapped San Yu's long and smelly face. Pa 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 pa, in just a few moments, San Yu's face has been deformed. It is bruised, red and swollen and there are also all kinds of burns. Boring. Qin Yan hit San Yu for a while and saw that he has fainted. He casually threw him to the side, as if he was throwing trash. Yu Yu is already dumbfounded. Yu Yu's group of subordinates are also dumbstruck. Out of the 4 youths, only 2 are at the Xian martial realm. Their arrogant faces also revealed a trace of shock. Xianxia gently smiled and said, Yu Yu, you lost. Yu Yu removed the barrier and a few people quickly walked up and carried San Yu away. What kind of evil technique did you use? Yu Yu asked coldly. Can't afford to lose? Qin Yan said with a smile, you're so powerful, can't you tell? You cunning bastard. Yu Yu really wanted to hit Qin Yan but she doesn't dare because Xianxia is here. At this time, a young man walked over and said, Queen, let me go meet him. After Qin Yan heard this, he said with a smile, you, a Xian martial realm guy, actually. Want to fight with me, a late-stage spirit martial realm? Aren't you ashamed? To think that you were so arrogant just now. I didn't expect you to be a guy who bullies the weak. Are you worthy of your arrogant and ridiculous attitude? I'll pinch you to death. The young man's anger was ignited in an instant. He quickly reached out his hand but was grabbed by Yu Yu. Yu Yu shouted in a low voice, You, don't mess around. Yu Yu, none of the guys you nurtured are good. You only have this much ability, ha ha ha. Qin Yan unbridledly ridiculed Yu Yu. He was very angry when he was thrown into the desert. Xiao Xianqin walked over and said, Qin Yan, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with those 2 Xian martial realm trash, right? Sigh, I don't want to fight them. I don't want to say that I'm bullying trash. Qin Yan said with a laugh. Yu Yu is extremely angry. She also can't understand why Xiao Xianqin and Xianxia want to help Qin Yan. Qin Yan, right? Aren't you very strong? If you defeat Yu or Yu Yu, the grudge between you and me will be written off. How about it? Yu Yu very much wants to turn the tables. Otherwise, it would be hard to swallow this anger. Grudge? I don't owe you anything. On the other hand, you tricked me into coming in and even got a black eagle to place me in a desert with a maze formation. When Qin Yan mentioned this matter, he became very angry. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu and Yu Yu and said with a sneer, I really don't know what you guys have to be proud of. You actually made people kneel and kowtow to you. It's just 4 self-righteous clowns. Yu Yu took a few deep breaths and said, Qin Yan, the disciples that I, Yu Yu, have nurtured are all top-notch. So you're saying that the guy I knocked unconscious just now is also top-notch? Qin Yan said with a sneer. I don't believe that you're only at the late-stage spirit martial realm. You're definitely at the Xian martial realm. Yu Yu spoke, then took out a tool and said, if I detect that you're at the Xian martial realm, you're dead. That tool is a very large pearl. Yu Yu's eyes flickered with a cold light and shouted, put your hand on it. Might of the immortal demon body Yu Yu is so angry that her eyes are about to spew fire. She said coldly, Qin Yan, I can crush you to death at any time. With your strength, you're just a worm in front of me. Qin Yan said with a laugh, you have lived for tens of thousands of years, it is normal for you to have this kind of strength. But what's the use? We still can't get the nether moon. Yu Yu really wanted to slap him but she could only endure. Qin Yan, you go through the test first. If you are really late-stage spirit martial realm, then I will have a good talk with you. Yu said, you should also be a guy who places profit above everything else, right? Don't you just want good stuff? I have a lot of good stuff here. Qin also saw that Sanue wanted to obtain the Nether Moon Xian core very much. Although he did not know what effect it had, it must have a great use. Yu only wants to vent her anger and let the disciple she nurtured win. And after Qin cultivated immortal devil body, fighting against Xian martial realm is not a big problem. After careful consideration, Qin also placed his hand on the bead. The pearl immediately lit up and flickered continuously. A moment later, Yu said in disbelief, this bastard is really only at the late-stage spirit martial realm. You haven't cultivated the Xian spirit Dao crystal yet. Qin curled his lips and said, now you know how useless those fellows you raised are. Yu is very angry, he wants to immediately fight with Qin. However, as a Xian martial realm cultivator, even if he defeated Qin, it would not be glorious, he would only be venting his anger. Yu looked at Qin and sneered, what do you want, just say it. As long as you can defeat Ryu. I want something that can help me quickly cultivate the Xian spirit Dao crystal. Do you have it? Qin did not stand on ceremony. Of course. Dao crystal jade and profound heart crystal, I'll give you 50 kilograms each. It is enough for you to cultivate Xian spirit Dao crystal. Yu's words caused many people to exclaim in admiration. Dao crystal jades and profound heart crystals, even if it was only a caddy, were already very valuable. I want 1,000 genes of each. Qin said with a smile. With his size, 100 kilograms was definitely not enough. Don't even think about it. Ryu immediately shouted. Why are you reacting so strongly? Do you think that you will definitely lose? Qin said with a laugh. Qin. 20 to 30 kilograms of Dao Jing jade and profound heart crystal was enough to cultivate a profound spirit Dao crystal. The amount I will give you is 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Yu said coldly. 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person was not enough for Qin. Qin said with smile, since you are so confident that Ryu will win, even if you give me 1,000 genes, I might not be able to get it. If I lose, you don't even need to give me one tael. Alright, I'll give it to you. Yu narrowed her eyes and said with a sneer, don't blame us if you get seriously injured during the martial competition. I am afraid that you will go back on your word. Qin said. Yu took out 2 small bags and handed them to Xianxia. She said, I will leave the things with her. If you win, she will give them to you. You can rest assured now, right? Xianxia nodded at Qin. Qin is secretly alarmed. He did not expect Yu to be overflowing with wealth. He is now thinking about how to ruthlessly fish up a fortune from her. Qin walked onto the battle stage. He has been thinking about how to go one step further and make Yu take out many good things. Xiaoyun, this Nether Moon desolate domain is truly a treasure land. There are many good things hidden here. Ling Yin'er said, however, after so many years, many of them must have been obtained by Yu or Xiang. Qin also thinks so. Therefore, he thought of a plan to make Yu take out even more things. Begin. Yu suddenly shouted, waking up the absent-minded Qin. Qin did not expect the martial arts competition to begin so soon. Actually, he was too focused on thinking about things, so he did not pay attention. At the beginning, because Qin was distracted, Ryu took the initiative. The moment Qin regained his senses, he sensed Ryu rushing over like thunder and ruthlessly punching his abdomen and head. Rumble, 2 tremors exploded out, causing the entire ancient castle to tremble. And Qin was also sent flying by the 2 punches and crashed into the barrier. Ryu proudly laughed loudly and punched from far away. Wave after wave of berserk fist energy transformed into black and gold dragon heads and concentrated on Qin's body. Qin was hit until he was stuck on the barrier. His body was attacked by waves of power and he was unable to leave. This guy has black dragon martial spirit. It seems like it's a thunder dragon. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, she is not worried about Qin at all. Qin's immortal devil body originally possessed very strong defense. Even if he suffered a very strong attack, he could still withstand it. It must be known that when Qin Yun cultivated a mortal devil body, his body was repeatedly destroyed and restored. Not only did it temper his body, his recovery power is also very astonishing. Qin Yun did not pay attention at the beginning and was beaten into this state again and again. Yu, well done. Quickly use the power of divine ability and thoroughly defeat him. Yu also became happy and shouted. The speed at which Yu used his divine ability is very fast. A black aura appeared on his chest and transformed into a dragon. As fast as lightning, it charged towards Qin Yun with furious dragon might. The dragon's speed is very fast and it seems like Qin Yun has been beaten to the point where he doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Xianxia and Xianxia are also extremely nervous watching. Although Xianxia and Xianxia knew that Qin Yun is very strong, that was only when he fought against spirit martial realm cultivators. Now, Qin Yun is fighting against a Xian martial realm martial monarch. Furthermore, he possesses a black martial spirit, immortal blood and immortal body. The disparity is obvious. Qin Yun looked at the dragon rushing over and his body trembled. The bones in his body emitted a series of crisp sounds. He condensed all the power in his body and struck out with Extinction Dragon 5 palms. 5 palms struck out in half an instant and then the palm energy fused together, giving rise to a roar of an angry dragon. The Extinction Dragon palm power that Qin Yun struck out with vibrating thunder and fire power is also black. Thunder and fire and vibration seem to have perfectly fused together. The thunder and fire that burst out vibrated, the power of vibration exploded into thunder and fire. Yu's divine ability power condensed into a dragon. It looks invincible and unstoppable. As for the palm strike that Qin Yun fiercely struck out, it seemed to contain boundless might. Roar. Qin Yun's Extinction Dragon 5 palms struck the dragon formed from divine ability power and blasted it into a black mist. Qin Yun's palm strike caused all the half-immortals and martial emperors present to be emotionally moved. Yu's body also slightly trembled when she saw this. The power of Qin Yun's palm strike is not something that a late-stage spirit martial realm can unleash, even an early-stage Xian martial realm would not be able to unleash such a terrifying power. Yu is at the early-stage Xian martial realm. He has an immortal body and cultivated immortal blood. Furthermore, he has 2 black martial spirits. The divine ability power he unleashed is also very strong. It is enough to kill mid-stage Xian martial realm martial monarchs. However, Qin Yun's palm strike scattered Yu's divine ability power. What is most inconceivable is that Qin Yun was ruthlessly beaten at the beginning but now he looks like nothing happened. Yu's face was originally filled with arrogance but now he feels incomparably terrified, only he can feel how terrifying Qin Yun is. Because he understands his divine ability power very well. Even mid-stage Xian martial realm martial monarchs can only dodge, they are unable to directly resist, and not only did Qin Yun resist, he even destroyed the 2 divine ability power he condensed. On the battle stage, black gas burst out. The scattered divine ability power is also incomparably violent. As for Qin Yun, he suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Yu. For Yu to be able to make Yu attach so much importance to him, he must have some ability. His reaction is very fast, he ferociously turned around and threw a palm strike at Qin Yun. Qin Yun also attacked with lightning speed and blocked Yu's palm strike. Ling Yun, who has been preparing for a long time, suddenly released that supergravity. The sudden supergravity enveloped Yu's body. Even though Yu is at the Xian martial realm, he was caught off guard by the sudden gravity and fell to the ground. That kind of power was like a huge mountain had suddenly appeared on his body, silently falling on his body and fiercely pressing down. Yu directly vomited blood from the pressure and screamed while lying on the ground. I admit defeat. Yu saw Qin Yun's palm wrapped with vibrating thunder and fire power and promptly shouted. Qin Yun did not even use his Extinction Dragon 5 palms and he has already obtained victory. The ones who are most shocked are none other than Xianxia, Xianxia and the other half-immortals. Originally, they felt that Qin Yun stepping into the late-stage spirit martial realm was very fast. And now, he can crush a powerful opponent like Yu. This kind of progress is inconceivably fast. Xianxia thought about it and realized that Qin Yun was together with the immortal Bingxing during that period of time. He also realized that the reason why Qin Yun improved so fast is because Bingxing supported him from behind. Yu removed the barrier. She is no longer as angry as before because Qin Yun's strength has already shocked her. Xianxia walked over and handed over a storage bag to Qin Yun. She also transmitted her voice to him. Xiao Yun, the Star Lord inscription spirit, is also in the storage bag. Keep it well. Thank you, big sister Yang. Qin Yun said with a smile. You have made Yu very angry. This is also good. Yang Shuriwa is only transmitting her voice to Qin Yun and did not let Yu know. Qin Yun looked at Yu and said with a smile, you still have Yu. Do you want to fight with me? Yu said in a deep voice, he can't beat you. Qin Yun shook his head and sighed, then you also admit that they are trash, right? No. Because they only lost to you. Apart from you, only a few people on the same level can defeat them. Yu no longer dares to speak with certainty. Qin Yun said with a smile, then I will thank Queen for the gift. He did not think of a good way to continue swindling Yu's things. He can only walk down the battle stage with a trace of regret. Don't go down, I want to fight you. Yu said coldly. You? You are a powerful immortal. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile. I sealed my cultivation and limited it to late-stage spirit martial realm. Yu shouted coldly, I must defeat you. Powerful surprise attack. Yu is very serious, but Qin Yun did not take it seriously. This caused Yu to tremble in anger. When she is suppressing her killing intent, she is also the most terrifying. You bastard, stop your wishful thinking. Yu said angrily. I was just speaking thoughtlessly. With how you are, wearing a mask all day, you must be so ugly that you can't show your face. I can't be bothered with you. Qin Yun spoke and walked down the battle stage. Don't go, fight with me. I will definitely defeat you. Yu gnashed her teeth in anger. She only has one thought in her mind, and that is to ruthlessly beat up Qin Yun. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I'm very tired. I want to take a bath and sleep. Then, I'll leave this damned place and go back to find my wife. He knew that Yu wouldn't dare to attack. Yu walked over and pulled Yu. Apparently, she is also secretly transmitting her voice to Yu. Yu let out a long sigh and said, Qin Yun, if you don't defeat me, you can forget about leaving the Nether Moon Desolate Domain forever. Qin Yun said with a smile, don't try to scare me. As long as I find the exit, I can leave. Do you think the lid of the silver coffin will always be open? Only I can open that lid. Yu laughed loudly, only by defeating me can you leave this place. Qin Yun looked at Bao Changshu and others and said, I'll leave with my elders, can't I? Yu became even more proud and said with a sneer, if you don't fight with me, I guarantee that you and them will never be able to leave this place. Xianxia Tian and others are secretly anxious. They don't want to stay in the Nether Moon Desolate Domain forever. When Yu saw Qin Yun's expression change, she felt even more proud in her heart. You're threatening me. Qin Yun is somewhat angry. So what? You can only fight with me now. Yu smiled proudly and said, you're still too young. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, if I defeat you, will there be any benefits? Yu immediately said, I won't give you anything else. If you defeat me, the only reward is to leave the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. Qin Yun doesn't want to fight with Yu because Yu definitely has a very strong immortal body. She has only suppressed her energy to the spirit martial realm. Her mental power and physical body have not weakened at all. Even a martial king would not be able to defeat Yu that easily. Your body is very strong, your mental power is also very strong. Moreover, you have mastered many cultivation techniques. I can't beat you at all. Qin Yun said, this kind of martial arts competition is completely meaningless. Fine, I'll go up and beat him up for you. When the time comes, you can just ask the headmaster and the others to leave. Qin Yun walked onto the stage and said helplessly, come and hit me. Since I can't beat you, I won't resist. Yu thought about it and also felt that even if she sealed her power, it would still be very unfair. How about this? I'll only use 10 moves, and I won't use my mental strength. If you can't lose within 10 moves, it will be your win. Yu said. Qin Yun considered for a moment and said, alright. Yu's eyes flashed with joy. Yang Shiyu and Xiao Xianqin also walked down from the stage. They only hoped that Qin Yun would not suffer too many injuries in this match. 10 moves, right? I'll definitely be able to hold on. Qin Yun chuckled. You're too complacent. After Yu finished speaking, she closed her eyes and began sealing her power. She wants to seal her cultivation at the late-stage spirit martial realm. Even if it is sealed, she can rely on her formidable immortal body power to defeat Qin Yun within 10 moves. Bao Changshu suddenly became worried because even he would not be able to withstand 10 moves from Yu. The disparity in power is simply too great, Jianshi Tian said in low voice. Old Bao, Qin Yun's strength has increased by a lot. He has become even stronger. He should have received pointers from an immortal. Can he endure it? Bao Changshu shook his head and said, I don't know, he should be able to. Very quickly, Yu finished sealing her power. At this moment, Qin Yun also secretly regretted. Because after Yu sealed her cultivation, she only needs to use her physical body's power. I'll let you announce the start. Yu said after she finished setting up the barrier. Qin Yun thought for a moment and shouted, begin. After he shouted start, he felt a pain in his chest. Yu has already attacked. He promptly used mysterious penetration divine ability and circulated it throughout his body. In this way, Yu passed through Qin Yun's body. One move. Qin Yun is alarmed in his heart. Yu's palm attack just now was truly terrifying. After all, she is an immortal. I'm in trouble. This woman's physical body power can even injure a half-immortal without a problem. I was careless. Qin Yun still underestimated Yu's strength. That seems to be a kind of divine ability? It's pretty awesome, let's see how many times you can use it. After Yu finished speaking, she rushed over again and sent a palm attack at Qin Yun. Qin Yun promptly used mysterious penetration divine ability with all his might. Although Yu's palm attack entered Qin Yun's body, it is as if it hit an illusion. Qin Yun promptly retreated and stopped using divine ability power. He used mysterious penetration divine ability power and was attacked by a formidable power. The consumption is enormous. He also doesn't know how many times he can withstand it. Yu's eyes are filled with ridicule, she said with sneer, Qin Yun, as long as you let me hit you once, you'll suffer. Qin Yun also knows that Yu won't kill him. However, she will definitely injure him. In this way, every time Yu attacked, Qin Yun would use mysterious penetration divine ability. Now, Yu has attacked for the 7th time. After Qin Yun finished using mysterious penetration divine ability, he felt that all the power in his body has been sucked out. He can only rely on the power of a mortal devil body to stand. His Pildao's power has been completely consumed. You're finished. Yu smiled proudly, quickly rushed over and slapped Qin Yun's face. A crisp slap sound echoed out. Qin Yun was sent flying. His handsome face is red and swollen, causing Xianxia's heart to ache. However, there is no other way because she knows how much Yu hates Qin Yun. Qin Yun's mouth is bleeding from the slap, his head is in a daze. You dare to be arrogant in this old lady's territory, you deserve a lesson. Yu walked over, lifted Qin Yun and slapped his face again. After Qin Yun was sent flying, he landed on the ground and slowly stood up. Pay. Qin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, you still have one more move. Fall down. Yu gritted her teeth and rushed over. She slammed her palm on Qin Yun's chest, wanting to shatter his heart. Boom, after Qin Yun was hit, his body shook and emitted a black gas. His skin cracked and blood oozed out, it is very scary. After he was sent flying, he landed on the ground. Yu's subordinates also cheered loudly. Overconfident guy. Yu seems to feel a lot better. However, just as she is feeling proud, Qin Yun slowly crawled up. I didn't lose. Qin Yun laughed loudly. Yu clenched her fists tightly, she really wanted to punch Qin Yun but she endured. I'm very happy to be able to beat you up. Yu snorted and removed the barrier. At this moment, the injured Qin Yun also fell down. Qin Yun was just too tired, so he fell asleep. When he woke up, he discovered that he is in a pool filled with white immortal liquid. Xianxia is beside the pool but she is still wearing a mask. Xiao Yun, Yu is like this, don't blame her. Xianxia sighed lightly. She's such an unreasonable woman. She clearly hates my previous life but she attacked the current me, thinking of this matter, Qin Yan felt very unhappy. For my sake, don't bother with her in the future. Xianxia said, she just can't take it lying down. Fortunately, she still listens to me, otherwise she would have definitely killed you. At this moment, the silver-haired Yu also walked into the secret room. As soon as she entered, she took off her mask. When Qin Yan saw Yu's face, he was immediately stunned. Yu is very beautiful, but her face is rather pale and covered in frost. She looks like a ruthless and arrogant fairy. Qin Yan is very familiar with that face. It is exactly the same as Xianxia's. She's my little sister. Xianxia said with a chuckle. You're my little sister. Yu promptly said, I was born a bit earlier than you. I was born a bit earlier, you're the little sister. Xianxia lightly shouted. Qin Yan now understands that Xianxia's previous life and Yu were twin sisters. Qin Yan, for the sake of my little sister, I let you heal your injuries here. Once your injuries are healed, scram immediately. After Yu finished speaking, she put on her mask. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a violent tremor appeared, accompanied by a terrifying tremor. Cracks immediately appeared in the secret room. Could it be that bastard Xiang? He clearly won, why did he come to cause trouble for me? Yu immediately became furious and said, I must kill him. Yu angrily walked out of the secret room. Xianxia also followed suit. Qin Yan is also secretly worried. He believes that Xiang discovered that Nether Moon is missing, so he angrily attacked this place. Xiaoyun, you're still injured. Wait until your injuries are healed. Ling Yuner said. The entire room is constantly trembling, the cracks are getting bigger and bigger, as if it will collapse at any moment. After Qin Yan saw this, he can no longer sit still. He promptly dragged his injured body out of the secret room. Boom, just as he walked out of the secret room, a terrifying power rushed down and hit his body. What a strong power. Moreover, it carries a very terrifying devil fiend. Ling Yuner said in fear, this is definitely not Xiaying's power. The place where Qin Yan was has also turned into ruins. He is being crushed by many things. Rumble, after Qin Yan was injured, he is also in a daze. Ling Yuner shouted, the mountain where the ancient castle is located has collapsed. Xiaoyun, pull yourself together. The person who attacked the ancient castle is not Xiang, however, in this Nether Moon desolate domain, only Xiang has that kind of power. After Qin Yan fainted for a while, he also woke up in a daze and crawled out of the ruins with great difficulty. Shadow Slave, when Qin Yan saw this, he felt extremely terrified. Because the Nether Moon desolate domain seems to be on the verge of collapse. Just as he crawled out, he saw Yu who was covered in injuries flying over. You're actually still alive. After Yu saw Qin Yan, she hastily grabbed him and flew towards a certain direction. What happened? Qin Yan hastily asked, where are Sister Yang and the others? Are they all right? They all went out. Rest assured, I will also bring you out. Yu's voice is grave, I also don't know what's going on. In short, the Nether Moon desolate domain has been attacked by a very strong power. Even that guy, Xiang, was annihilated. The power that attacked the Nether Moon desolate domain specifically chose powerful people to attack. At this moment, Qin Yan also discovered that while Yu is flying, she is constantly dodging the falling meteorites. Those meteorites seem to be able to sense her aura and always land on her body. Xiang is dead? Qin Yan is extremely shocked in his heart. That is a very strong guy. I promised Yu Ji that I would bring you out. Otherwise, she and Yu Qin would not have left. Yu coldly snorted, in this life, you are even more hateful than your previous life. I don't know what kind of bewitching soup you fed them, but they actually don't hate you. Yu, where are you going now? Qin Yan asked. A secret exit, I will bring you out from there. Yu said. That secret exit, was it something I told you about in my previous life? Qin Yan asked again. Yu was silent for a moment and said, yes. It was indeed you who told me. In your previous life, you came in here once and told me that once the time was up, that exit could be used. Qin Yan saw that the situation is very urgent and made a long story short. He said, Yu, I still haven't awakened the memories of my previous life. But I know that my previous life definitely did not have any malice towards you. I imprisoned you here so that you could obtain the nether moon and cultivate the nether moon's sacred body. But you failed to live up to expectations. Don't talk nonsense. Back then, you swindled away the treasures of those big sects and then framed me, causing me to be besieged by them. Yu said angrily, I don't believe your nonsense now. Qin Yan did not wish to explain further. He only hoped that the truth would be revealed in the future. Yu's speed is very fast. She brought Qin Yan and flew to the side of a lake in an instant. The water of this lake was pale white, and at this moment, it was emitting white light. And the meteorites in the sky stopped falling. The entire nether moon desolate domain suddenly quietened down. Qin Yan looked around the lake and discovered many rocks. The stones formed a formation. And at this moment, Yu is activating that formation. After the formation is activated, I will take you away and enter the spirit desolate. At that time I will also be sucked into the immortal desolate. Yu said, Bastard, when you awaken your memories, remember to come and fight me to the death. Qin Yan ignored Yu and released the heavenly king pig. Brother pig. Qin Yan patted the sleeping heavenly king pig and said, quickly explain to this woman. When Yu saw the pig heavenly king, she said with a frown, this is the imperial beast heavenly king who escaped from Xianxia. When the heavenly king pig heard Yu's voice, he abruptly woke up with a start and said in fear, Immortal King Yu, every grievance has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. If you have enmity, don't look for me. Damned pig, what are you talking about? Qin Yan is somewhat angry. He patted the heavenly king pig's head and said, quickly tell Yu the reason why my previous life let her in. The heavenly king pig also realized the current situation and quickly said, Immortal King Yu, my little brother Yun deliberately caused you to enter here so that you could obtain the nether moon and cultivate the nether moon's sacred body. Because he knew that you wouldn't cooperate, he used a rather extreme method. I don't believe it. Yu said angrily. At this moment, the formation was also activated. The water in the lake also seemed to be boiling and began to revolve in the middle. The heavenly king pig said with a smile, Great, I can leave the nether moon desolate domain soon. After he finished speaking, he jumped into the lake. Qin Yan looked at Yu whose face is filled with anger and said, It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, this life of mine has nothing to do with my previous life. Humph, I never want to see your face again. Yu spoke and was about to jump into the lake. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared. That black shadow possesses a very strong power and grabbed Yu. What is this? Qin Yan looked at the black shadow and felt incomparably shocked. The black shadow's entire body is pitch black and possesses a very strong devil fiend power. I am the shadow slave of the devil immortal great emperor. The black shadow laughed sinisterly and said, I was ordered to come here to kill the people cursed by the devil immortal great emperor, haha. Qin Yan suddenly thought of Yao Feng. In order to help him escape from the cage, Yao Feng used her power and was also sensed by the devil immortal great emperor. In other words, the power that caused the collapse of the nether moon desolate domain was released by the devil immortal great emperor. Devil immortal great emperor? I have never been cursed by him. Yu is also extremely fearful. You are the strongest person here, you are the only target. If it is not you, then who is it? The shadow slave spoke and punched Yu. Yu was hit by the punch and screamed miserably. Yu's strength is very strong, but now, she was injured by some shadow slave in an instant. Bastard, your target is me. As Qin Yan spoke, he took out the 9-Sun Divine Hammer and charged over to madly attack the shadow slave. 9-Sun Divine Hammer? This is one of the Sun Souls and it is actually in your hands. Shadow slave is extremely shocked and then let go of the seriously injured Yu. Yu, who is standing beside the lake, also fell into the lake. She knows that Qin Yan saved her just now. When Qin Yan saw Yu fall into the lake, he immediately jumped into the lake as fast as he can. However, his surroundings were suddenly sealed by a very strong power. Sun Soul. Sun Soul. I found a Sun Soul for my master, ha 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 ha. When Shadow Slave saw that Qin Yan is unable to move, he immediately became extremely excited. Boom, Shadow Slave fiercely punched the lake. The lake also disappeared. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. That is the passage to leave the nether moon desolate domain. Brat, where did you get your son's soul? Shadow Slave asked coldly. Qin Yun did not answer. Instead, he hastily contacted Yao Feng. Yao Feng previously consumed a lot of energy and is healing inside the third pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. When she heard Qin Yun's cry for help, she felt very shocked. Qin Yun, is there anything important in your second pearl? Yao Feng asked. No. Qin Yun promptly replied. Alright, I will control your second pearl and seal that guy inside. There is a risk in doing this, it might cause damage to the second pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Yao Feng said. I can't care about that much, seal him inside first. Qin Yun shouted anxiously. Shadow Slave already walked to Qin Yun's side and reached out to grab Qin Yun's Nine Sun Divine Hammer. At this moment, Qin Yun's second pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit produced a very strong devouring power. After Shadow Slave sensed that power, he became extremely terrified. What is that thing? Shadow Slave shouted loudly and turned into a mass of black gas and was sucked into the second pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Qin Yun's entire body is sweating profusely, he sat paralyzed on the ground. And the Nine Sun Divine Spirit on his wrist is also trembling crazily, causing his wrist to bleed. I am suppressing him. Yao Feng said. Thank you so much, Sister Yao Feng. Qin Yun is very grateful to Yao Feng, if not for you, I would be dead. I am also doing this to save myself. Yao Feng groaned, this devil immortal great emperor actually sent Shadow Slave over. It seems like he wants to kill me. Why is the devil immortal great emperor in such a hurry to kill you? Qin Yun also feels that it is strange. Because I was cursed by him. I have a mysterious connection with him, I can pry into a part of his memories. Back then he cursed me and thought that he could control me. He did not expect that I would escape and hide inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Yao Feng suddenly smiled proudly and said, now, if he wants to cut off the connection between us, he can only remove the curse. Qin Yun felt a lot more at ease. Then he lied down on the ground and gasped for breath, this time it's over. I will be trapped in the Nether Moon Desolate Domain until I die. I don't know if the devil immortal great emperor will come or not. Shadow Slave should be his most capable subordinate and his strength is also very strong. He doesn't have any other good subordinates, so he won't send anyone in a short period of time. This is really great, Shadow Slave's power is very strong. I can absorb it bit by bit, ha ha ha, Yao Feng is as happy as if she is celebrating a festival. However, Qin Yun is extremely depressed. He is injured and he has to stay here alone. He doesn't know how to get out. In any case, you're still alive. Ling Yuner said with a smile, didn't you obtain something from Yu? It's enough for you to condense Shen Spirit Dao Crystal. In the remote Moon Mountain range, there is an underground palace, there is a pool in this underground palace. Xianxia, Bao Chengshou and others are patiently waiting beside the pool. Yang Shuriwei is the most anxious. Suddenly, the pool moved, gradually, she helped a person up. Yu. Where's Qin Yun? Yang Shuriwei quickly pulled Yu out of the pool. When she saw that Yu is severely injured, she is immediately stunned. Who injured you so severely? It's Shadow Slave. The space around Yu's body gradually distorted. She said with a voice filled with guilt, I'm sorry. I couldn't save Qin Yun. He's still inside. Yang Shuriwei is stunned as she watched Yu gradually disappear. She was sucked into the immortal desolate. Xiao Xianqin quickly walked over and said in a low voice, Qin Yun has so many tricks, he will be fine. Yang Shuriwei's face turned pale, her face is filled with sorrow. She tightly clenched her fists. She doesn't know who to blame, she only feels incomparably guilty. Miss Yang, let's go back first. My Immortal Weapon City's Grand Elder is definitely very concerned about this matter. She might be able to give us some advice. Bao Chengshou said. Yang Shuriwei also calmed down and nodded. Then, she hurriedly led everyone out of the underground palace. With the protection of Jian Shitian, Bao Chengshou and Old Mother Yun Yao, as long as they are not immortals, they won't be able to harm Yang Shuriwei. Subduing the Star Monarchs after Shadow Slave was captured, the Nether Moon Desolate Domain also calmed down. Qin Yun hid in a cave and gradually recovered from his injuries. After he walked out of the cave, it is noon. At this moment, the sunlight is very intense. There was originally a lot of fog inside the nether moon desolate domain, but now the fog has disappeared. Because the fake moon has also been destroyed. As soon as Shadow Slave came in, he sensed that the evil shadow on the fake moon is very strong. Then he killed both the evil shadow and the fake moon. The nether moon desolate domain has finally returned to normal. Xianxia looked at the scorching sun in the sky and absorbed the 9 suns' spiritual energy in enjoyment. Xiaoyun, this nether moon desolate domain has existed for many years. There should be many people inside. Ling Yin'er said. The interior of the nether moon desolate domain is indeed very large. Furthermore, the spiritual energy is abundant and resources are also very plentiful. The Dao Crystal Jade and Xian Heart Crystal that Qin Yin obtained from you were found in the nether moon desolate domain. This nether moon desolate domain is also very dangerous. After all, the nether moon has existed for many years and released a large amount of evil energy. It will definitely turn many living beings into evil devils. Ling Yin'er said. Is it very easy to become an evil devil if one is unable to suppress the evil power? Qin Yin asked. Yes. There is also a kind of situation where one can suppress the evil power but choose to become an evil devil themselves. That is because they can become stronger faster and control it well. They can also obtain very strong evil devil power. Ling Yin'er said, this kind of people are the most terrifying evil devils. Because they have reason and strong self-control, they can control the evil devil power. Qin Yin recalled the opponents he encountered. Many of them were evil devils. They all suddenly went crazy and then got possessed by evil devils and lost their reason. At the same time, they also became very strong. He himself had such an experience and was almost devoured by the nether sun. That kind of power is indeed very terrifying. If one can control it, it will be very powerful. Ling Yin'er said, the strength of the immortal devil body is that it can use that kind of powerful evil devil power. As for how to use it, you will have to properly consult Sister Kiru in the future. There are very few people with immortal devil body. The immortal desolate is so big, there are only a few and they have all been killed. Qin Yin thought of Xiakiru and promptly took out the immortal graveyard diagram. After he dripped his blood on it, there was a quick reaction. Xiaoyun, is something the matter? Xiakiru asked. Big news. Qin Yin promptly told Xiakiru about what happened in the nether moon desolate domain. He also told her that he obtained the nether moon. Of course, he also said some things about Yao Feng. Xiakiru received so much information, she needs time to digest it. After being silent for a while, she said, Xiaoyun, enter Xian martial realm first. Ignore Mingyu for now. With your current strength, you are unable to use the power of the nether moon and nether sun at the same time. Elder Sister Imperial Preceptor, that nether moon seems to be very important to Sister Yang. Qin Yin said again. It is quite important, but she definitely has other ways to solve this problem. The number of nether moons is quite large and she has the nether moon martial spirit, so she can quickly find the target. Xiakiru said. Then, what about Yao Feng? Do you know who she is? Qin Yin asked. She seems to have a good relationship with Mother. I can roughly guess who she is, but I didn't expect it to be her. Xiakiru let out a long sigh. I really did not expect that your past life would actually be related to her. Then who is she? Quickly tell me. Qin Yin is extremely happy and promptly asked. I won't tell you first. Xiakiru said with smile. In short, you are getting along well with her now. Don't be like this. I really want to know who she is. Qin Yin curled his lips and said. I won't say. Xiakiru playfully smiled and said. Qin Yin has no other choice, he unhappily snorted. Sister Kiru, then should I continue to stay in the Nethermoon Desolate Domain? Qin Yin very much wants to go out. Continue to stay inside. Wait until you cultivate to Xian Martial Realm, then you will have the strength to carve some very complicated Xian runes. Maybe you will have a way to open a passage to come out. Xiakiru said, don't be too anxious. Qin Yin can only do this for the time being because he has no other way. After he ended his contact with Xiakiru, he aimlessly strolled around. He wants to find a good place to enter seclusion. Yao Feng is still resting inside the third pearl. Apparently she can directly absorb the power of the shadow slave inside the second pearl. Qin Yan searched for a few days and found a very good place. It is a small valley with a small stream and a small waterfall. If the environment is good, it will be more comfortable to cultivate. Qin Yan chose a stone mountain at the side, then used mysterious penetration divine ability to penetrate it and opened up a stone room inside. This way, the stone room has no entrance. He can go in and out using mysterious penetration divine ability. He is not afraid of being discovered by other things, it is very safe. Qin Yan took out some Dao crystal jades and Xian heart crystals. I wonder if these are enough for me to condense Xian spirit Dao crystal. Qin Yan looked at the 2 storage bags and then took out a pearl. That pearl is the soul sealing pearl, inside it is the Star Lord inscription spirit. This is the gift Sister Yang gave me. Qin Yan faintly smiled. Then with Ling Yuner's help, he smoothly fused with the Star Lord inscription spirit. Very good, it will be even easier for me to carve star runes in the future. Qin Yan is extremely happy. After he became the only successor of the inscription gate, he obtained many ancient taboo runes. Most of them are star and moon runes and many of them are profound and complicated. Now that he has fused with the Star Lord inscription spirit, he only needs to have enough energy to carve those complicated star runes. Qin Yan cultivated star crystal and then transformed his mind into moon. With this kind of foundation, he can carve star and moon runes much faster than others. Xiao Yun, if you successfully condense Xian Spirit Dao Crystal, you will be able to step into the Xian martial realm much faster. Ling Yuner said with a smile, when you go out, you might be at the Xian martial realm. Qin Yan doesn't know how long it will take to reach that cultivation. If it was someone else, they would definitely be faster with a large amount of resources. But he is different, the situation of cultivation is very complicated. Qin Yan began to absorb the power inside the Xian heart crystal and Dao crystal jade and discovered that it is very difficult to absorb. Yuner, are you really using the power of the Nether Sun martial spirit to absorb the power of the Xian heart crystal and Dao crystal jade? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Your absorption speed is very fast and you are even absorbing the 9 types of energy inside. If it were anyone else, it would be even slower. Ling Yuner said, generally, elders help release the energy inside the Xian heart crystal and Dao crystal jade and then guide the younger generation to absorb it. That way it will be faster. Now, only Yao Feng can help. However, even after Qin Yan shouted for a long time, Yao Feng did not make a sound. Sister Yao Feng should be devouring Shadow Slave's power. Ling Yuner curled her lips and said, she can eat her fill now. Qin Yan also recalled Yao Feng's excited appearance. Shadow Slave is so strong, it is enough for her to devour for a very long time. Qin Yan sighed, I can only do it myself. Although the absorption speed is very slow, Qin Yan is still very excited. Especially when he sensed the 9 types of strange energy pouring into the Nether Sun Dao core, his body felt very comfortable. Having the 9 Sun Divine Spirit is really good. According to this situation, those resources will only be enough for you to cultivate Xian Spirit Dao Crystal. Ling Yuner said with a smile. Qin Yan's absorption speed is very slow but this also has an advantage, it allows him to proceed smoothly and not travel so easily. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed, as usual, Qin Yan cultivated for a few days and then went out for a walk, basked in the sun or took a bath in the pool under the waterfall. His appearance has not changed at all, he looks very young. If he did not deliberately tan his skin, he would definitely look even younger. Sigh, I really want to go out. There are still many people waiting for me outside. Qin Yan attached himself to the water and looked at the sun in the sky. He did not expect that 2 years would pass in a flash and he would almost condense Xian Spirit Dao Crystal. 2 years ago, he planned to return from the remote Moon Mountain range to find Xiao Yuemei and join hands to refine a martial spirit or inscription spirit. This is something that makes him very excited just thinking about it. Even now, he is still the same. Furthermore, he very much needs the Nether Moon martial spirit. Yuemei should have duplicated Sister Yang's Nether Moon martial spirit. If everything goes smoothly, I can join hands with Yuemei and refine the Nether Moon martial spirit. This way, my Nether Moon will have a martial spirit and I will be able to control it more easily. Qin Yan cannot help but smile when he thought about this matter. However, Yao Feng still did not say anything. If Yao Feng was by his side, he would feel much more at ease. Although he can't go out, he can contact Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru also told Xiao Yuemei and Qi Meilan about his situation, so they know that Qin Yan's situation inside is very good. Yang, that little thing, why is she still sleeping? Qin Yan said. Fortunately, she didn't wake up. If she woke up and clamored to eat dragon meat, where would you go to find her? Ling Yaner giggled and said, you should hurry up and break through. After you go out, go to the Long family to catch a dragon. Qin Yan still remembers this matter. Long Xiaofeng was planted in the Long family by him and she is very loyal to him. If everything goes smoothly, he will definitely be able to fish a lot from the Long family through Long Xiaofeng in the future. During this period of time, he also put the Crystal Mountain into the Devil Star Overlord's body. The Devil Star Overlord is currently absorbing and its progress is also very slow. He also did not forget his promise to Bing Xing. Although he can't cultivate together with Bing Xing, he still condensed many 9 Revolution Immortal Power pills. Once he goes out and sees Bing Xing, he can give it to her. Let's start cultivating. Qin Yan walked to the shore. Just as he put on his clothes, he sensed something falling from the sky onto an empty space in the valley. With a boom, the valley trembled. The waterfall and stream were destroyed. It is a huge beast. It is pitch black and has a pair of wings. It looks like a lizard. Its body is dozens of meters long and it is covered in wounds. What's going on? Is it for me? Qin Yan chuckled and prepared to eat a big meal. An ancient tribe Qin Yan is also very puzzled. Just as he finished bathing, a lizard dragon suddenly fell down. He originally thought that he could have a full meal but he didn't expect that he would actually get into trouble. Don't even think about touching our prey. It took us a month to catch it, a middle-aged man shouted at Qin Yan with stern voice, hurry up and get away from our prey. Qin Yan looked at this group of people and felt somewhat astonished. Because this group of people don't seem to be martial Dao cultivators but they have a very strong power on their bodies. From the power fluctuations, it can be seen that they are comparable to Xian martial realm. I thought it fell down by itself. Since it has an owner, I won't seize it. Qin Yan said with a smile and then distanced himself from the lizard dragon. Even if you want to seize it, you don't have the strength. A barbarian like you is naturally thin and weak, any one of us can defeat you. A young man's face is filled with disdain and said with sneer. Qin Yan slightly frowned, he was actually called a barbarian. You chased it for a month to destroy this thing? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, your strength is too weak. What do you know? I am only a primary and middle stage Xian warrior and this lizard dragon's strength is comparable to a high stage Xian warrior. A young man said with sneer, stand to the side and don't speak. Just watch. Don't worry, we will leave some dregs for you. We are not stingy people, we will leave you a bucket of blood and 100 gene of meat. Barbarian, you must be scared by our strength now. Qin Yan didn't want to say anything more. He felt that these people are rather simple and honest. They are indeed not stingy, they actually want to give him some meat. Xiao Yun, these people should be the natives of this place. Ling Yaner said, see if you can sneak into their group. Maybe you can learn some things from them that will help you lead this place. The group of natives are bare-chested and only wrapped in beast skins. They carry bows and long sabers on their backs and a short saber on their waist. They are now using long sabers to cut the huge lizard dragon. There were dozens of aborigines, but they didn't have any storage magic treasures on them, so they temporarily made some large pieces of wood and put the beast meat on them to drag back. Qin Yan saw that they were cutting very slowly and said, friends, you are cutting a little slowly. Do you want me to help you? There's no need. Just wait there. We'll keep our word. We'll definitely give you the meat. A middle-aged native said as he handed over a cup of blood and said, if you're hungry, drink this first. Qin Yan said with smile, I don't like drinking these things. A young aborigine walked over and looked at Qin Yan curiously. He asked, barbarian, you look very timid. Are you so frightened by us that you don't dare to escape? No, I just want to try lizard dragon meat. Qin Yan laughed, why do you call me barbarian? I didn't do anything to you. You are an outsider. You foreign barbarians have brought great destruction to our world. The young aborigine said very angrily, our world is already very chaotic. The moment you appeared, you made our world even more chaotic. Xianxia took out a saber, causing those people to immediately become vigilant. More than 10 middle-aged natives in charge of guarding immediately drew their bows and aimed at Xianxia. Friends, I'm not a barbarian. I just arrived here not long ago. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I just feel that your cutting speed is too slow, so I lent you a saber. He placed the saber on the ground. A middle-aged native's eyes lit up when he saw it and said, this saber is very sharp. He promptly picked up the saber and went over to cut the lizard dragon's meat. It was as easy as cutting tofu, causing the group of natives to let out cries of alarm. The middle-aged native is also very excited, he quickly cut the lizard dragon's meat. At the same time, he thanked Xianxia and promised to give Xianxia 1,000 jeans of meat. Xianxia can already see that the sabers of this group of natives are trash. They look rather sharp but they don't have any runes. Furthermore, they are not good at refining materials. This group of natives only have very strong physical strength. They can't use attribute power, so they can't release flames to refine tools. Even if they have very good materials, it will take a very long time to smelt them. Ling Yin'er said. Indeed, I'll give that saber to the leader of this group. This way, I might be able to follow them back. That saber is only a Shan tool. It was picked up by Xianxia after he killed the natives. Very quickly, the group of natives finished cutting and they need to drag it back. The leader also returned the saber to Xianxia with both hands. Although he likes it very much, he did not take it for himself. He is only very envious. At this moment, those natives no longer look down on Xianxia like before. When they look at Xianxia, their eyes are filled with a trace of respect. After all, Xianxia dared to give them such a precious saber. This is very generous. Otherwise, it would take them a very long time to cut it. Xianxia also saw that many of the sabers on the ground were damaged from cutting the lizard dragon. If they continued, they would need even more sabers. Big brother, in order to thank you for giving me meat, I'll give you this saber. Xianxia said with a smile. This caused the group of natives to be dumbfounded. This is too precious, I only gave you 1,000 jeans of meat, the middle-aged leader doesn't dare to believe it. Oh right, don't you want these bones? They are of great use to me. Just treat it as an exchange. Xianxia said with a smile. He walked over and took away the skeleton. To him, this is a material for refining tools. Seeing Xianxia take away such a large skeleton in an instant, the group of natives are all tongue-tied. Just accept this saber. Xianxia said with a chuckle. Then I'll have to thank this friend, the middle-aged leader also revealed a smile. Big brother, I don't have a place to stay here. Can I go to your place as a guest? Xianxia asked. You're very welcome. Our patriarch will welcome you very much, the middle-aged leader promptly said. This group of natives don't have any schemes. Seeing Xianxia give them a gift, they treated Xianxia as one of their own. Xianxia secretly sighed. If this group of natives met someone else, they might have been exterminated. For example, Xiaying's group. Xianxia followed the natives back and helped them put the beast meat into a large storage bag. On the way, Xianxia learned from the leader that their tribe has existed for many years. They don't know how they appeared, they only know that they are responsible for guarding an item. That item is very important, it is being protected on behalf of others. Xianxia is very curious about that item. Because looking at the time, that item was stored here before you. And that battle race tribe was born with very strong power. The leader of this team is called Xianxia. Xianxia is a mid-stage Xian warrior, which means he has the strength of mid-stage Xian martial realm. If Xianxia didn't use weapons, it would not be easy for him to defeat Xianxia because Xianxia has a very strong body. These guys were born with very strong bodies. I wonder what's going on. Ling Yin'er said, go ask their tribe elders, we should be able to find out some things. Xianxia followed Xianxia and madly ran for several days. They passed through group after group of huge mountains and finally arrived at the battle race tribe beside a large river. The battle race tribe is surrounded by a huge wall. The wall is also made of many huge stones. It looks very stable, but Qin Yan feels that it is very easy to flatten. When they are about to enter the tribe, Qin Yan took out the beast meat. This way, Zhan Yong and the others can drag a lot of beast meat into the tribe and gain a lot of face. Sure enough, when they entered the tribe, many men, women, old and young battle race people are watching from the middle of the main road and burst into cheers. There are only a few thousand people in the battle race tribe. Over the years, their numbers have been decreasing and many have been killed. Some were killed by other tribes, some were killed by Xia Ying's group. Qin Yan also asked about Jiyu and learned that she is a famous queen, but she has never attacked those natives. The people of the battle race tribe also saw the barbarian Qin Yan and felt puzzled. Zhan Yong promptly explained that Qin Yan gave him a saber and they became friends. That's why he invited him to be a guest. The people of the battle race tribe also like sabers very much. Therefore, they are extremely envious of Zhan Yong's saber. The buildings in the tribe are all made of stone bricks. They are not very beautiful, but they are very neat and sturdy. Qin Yan followed Zhan Yong and arrived at the center. There is a wall there and there are many large pillars on the wall. When Qin Yan saw those pillars, he is secretly alarmed. Because those pillars are all formation pillars. Moreover, they are all carved with very complicated runes. They look like runes that only immortal tools have. This is the residence of the patriarch. Zhan Yong said, "Brother Qin Yan, later you must be a bit more polite to the patriarch." Qin Yan nodded. Zhan Yong returned and even obtained a saber. The patriarch also learned about it and promptly came out. The patriarch is a thin and small old man with dark skin. However, he gives off a very strong feeling. He is a martial king. This patriarch is too strong. Qin Yan is extremely astonished. If he wasn't strong, this battle race tribe would have been gone a long time ago. Ling Yin'er said, "It seems that in the entire tribe, only he is that strong." The patriarch's name is Zhan Xiong. After he saw Qin Yan, his narrowed old eyes suddenly widened a bit. Astonishment flashed through his eyes. "A Yong, you can go back now. I will properly receive this guest." Zhan Xiong said with a smile and then waved his hand. Zhan Yong nodded and promptly left. After Qin Yan entered the living room, Zhan Xiong promptly closed the door. "Are you here to take that thing?" Zhan Xiong spoke and then took out a beast skin from a very simple and crude storage bag. After he opened the beast skin, he saw a person drawn on it. When Qin Yan saw the portrait, he could not help but be stunned. End of chapter 749. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.